Inside the gymnasium of the University of Texas, a group of young individuals tirelessly pursue their dreams on the basketball court, drenched in perspiration. Hey, come on, guys. Show me your passion. Coach Don Hawkins bellows at the players engaged in their training. Although he has reached the age of 60, his fervor for basketball and dedication to coaching remain as vibrant as ever. Speed up. Have you not eaten enough? If you haven't, then go home and have some milk. In just 1 week, the University of Texas will face their first opponent in the NCAA Sweet 16, Wake Forest University, a formidable adversary, bolstered by the presence of NBA-level talent, Tim Duncan. This junior from Wake Forest not only possesses extraordinary athleticism, but also exhibits a commanding presence on both ends of the court. Anyone who encounters them will undoubtedly feel the pressure. Yet for Coach Hawkins and his team, the only path forward is to conquer their rivals. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step to reach the summit. One must tread each footfall with purpose. The training bell rings, and the players gradually depart from the now quiet gymnasium. Thump, thump, thump. The silence of the gym is shattered by the rhythmic sound of basketball dribbling. In the far corner of the court, a young man with black hair and yellow skin diligently practices. Dribble, pivot, accelerate, stop abruptly, and jump shot, swish. The ball glides through the net, producing a crisp sound. He repeats these movements with unwavering energy, seemingly invigorated rather than fatigued. That young man in another corner, Coach Hawkins gazes on with a hint of astonishment. Zhou Ke, a player from China. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Wingspan, 221 centimeters. This exceptionally gifted freshman may be an undiscovered treasure. With a smile gracing his face, Coach Hawkins departs the gym, contemplating Zhou Ke's details on the roster. 30 out of 30, 31 out of 31 on the court. Zhou Ke continues to immerse himself in practice, his sweat glistening as he unleashes a flurry of three-point shots, each one finding its mark with precision, as if the gym were showering him with rain. In addition to his three-point shooting, he flawlessly executes various turnaround jumpers and sudden stops. Though primarily a small forward, Zhou Ke's dribbling skills are already masterful, both dazzling and steady. Hey kid, it's time to close up. The court attendant, broom in hand, approaches Zhou Ke with a grin. You always make me work overtime. Next time, you owe me a meal. When I make it to the NBA, they'll definitely treat you to a feast. Zhou Ke smiles faintly. Hey, race my shot. If I make this, they'll head home and let you finish early. He strides to the half-court logo and launches the ball with confidence, not bothering to look back as he walks toward his bag. The court attendant, however, wears a skeptical expression. Don't get ahead of yourself. Moments later, swish. The delightful sound resonates in his ears. On his way home, Zhou Ke continues his training, jogging with a weighted backpack. He is not merely running home, he is sprinting toward his aspirations, toward the coveted realm that captivates the hearts of countless basketball enthusiasts, the NBA. Upon returning home, bang, Zhou Ke drops his heavy backpack and hastens to the bathroom for a hot shower. Once refreshed, he returns to his bedroom and turns on the television, where the familiar anthem of the Chicago Bulls, Sirius, fills the room. In the United Center, amidst the electrifying music, basketball legend Michael Jordan steps onto the court to roaring applause. Tonight, the Bulls are set to face their long-standing rivals, the Indiana Pacers, led by Reggie Miller. Although the Pacers have always been a tough contender in the league, few believe they can triumph against the Jordan-led Bulls. Some experts even predict that the Bulls will dismantle the game within 3 quarters. The match commences as anticipated, with the Bulls seizing control of the pace and suppressing the Pacers. In the second quarter, they come close to breaking the game wide open. Yet, in crucial moments, Reggie Miller repeatedly emerges to keep his team alive. Under Miller's leadership, the Pacers grow increasingly resilient, tightly contesting the score as 3.5 quarters pass. As the game approaches its final minute, tension mounts. Beyond the three-point arc, Reggie Miller, under Scottie Pippen's defense, takes a contested shot. Clang. The ball strikes the rim heavily, bouncing high before descending and striking the rim once more. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 sharp clangs, the ball dramatically ricochets and finds its way into the hoop. Reggie Miller successfully propels his team into the lead for the first time in this match. But Jordan is still Jordan. Within mere seconds, he receives the inbound pass, dashes down the court, and powers through defenders to score an N1. Converting the free throw, the Bulls reclaim a 2-point advantage. The response of the basketball deity is simple yet defies reason. However, the Pacers, despite being mere mortals, arrive with a fierce determination to slay the god. Defense, defense. As the Pacers enter their offensive possession, the Bulls unleash a relentless full-court press. The Pacers struggle to find an opportunity to shoot, nearing a 24-second violation. Utilizing a screen, Reggie Miller evades his defender, receives the pass, and, just in time, launches a three-pointer. All eyes are fixated on the soaring ball. Swish. The sphere arcs gracefully, piercing the net like a scythe. It plunges into the hearts of Bulls fans. What was once a raucous arena now falls into a profound silence. Even the commentator, who had been exuberantly cheering moments before, now stares wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. With 1.9 seconds remaining, Reggie Miller wields his metaphorical sword, landing this pivotal three-pointer. As Jordan's last-second three-pointer misses the mark, the Pacers achieve the impossible, triumphing at the United Center. Persistence may not guarantee results, but without it, one is destined for failure. Turning off the television, Zhou Ke lies quietly on his bed, his thoughts drifting, gradually fading into a blur. Chapter 2. March Madness, the battle commences. In the realm of American basketball, beyond the NBA, the annual NCAA March Madness also garners significant attention from fans. As a breeding ground for future NBA talent, the NCAA's March Madness unveils a plethora of extraordinary newcomers each year. These rising stars symbolize the league's future, destined to dominate the NBA and contend for the coveted Larry O. and Amp. Oppos. Bryant Trophy. Compared to last year, this year, and Amp. Oppos. March Madness has garnered heightened interest from teams. A considerable number of the collegiate players have already exhibited their exceptional talents, even excluding Tim Duncan, who has long announced his decision not to participate in this year, and Amp. Oppos. draft. Many historically gifted players have declared for the draft, such as the prolific scorer Allen Iverson from Georgetown University, the one-on-one maestro Stephon Marbury from Georgia Tech, the elite shooting guard Ray Allen from the University of Connecticut, along with defensive stalwart Marcus Camby, and star players Anthony Walker and Sharon Collins. The brilliance of these athletes ensures that this year and Amp. Oppos. draft will be remarkable. March Madness presents them with the ultimate opportunity to showcase their skills before NBA scouts, as their performances are likely to determine their fates in the draft. It is believed that these exceptional players will seize this rare chance to fully display their extraordinary basketball prowess. Time passes swiftly, a week has flown by, and the Sweet 16 of the NCAA is about to commence amid great anticipation. The opening match of the Sweet 16 features Wake Forest University clashing with the University of Texas. In another bracket, Stephon Marbury leads Georgia Tech against Ray Allen and the University of Connecticut. Most fans are drawn to the latter matchup, as it promises an exhilarating showdown between Marbury and Allen. This game is poised to be a fierce battle between two elite backcourts. In contrast, the former matchup lacks star power beyond Tim Duncan, especially since the University of Texas has advanced to the Sweet 16 primarily through teamwork, devoid of any standout players. When comparing the two games, the former seems considerably less dazzling and naturally attracts less attention. Yet, history is often witnessed by a select few. In the United States, within the basketball arena of Wake Forest University, the atmosphere is electric, filled to capacity as the Sweet 16 unfolds. Without a doubt, we shall triumph in this contest. Coach Dave Odom of Wake Forest, brimming with confidence, declared during an interview, "You must understand, we possess the finest player in the NCAA. Tim is the reason we will prevail." When questioned about strategy, Coach Odom seemed dismissive, responding with a hint of disdain, "Against Texas, we require no strategy. We merely need to hand the ball to Tim, who will take care of scoring and lead us to victory." While Odom and Oppos' words were blunt, they held a kernel of truth. Wake Forest is currently playing star-studded basketball. Tim Duncan and Oppos' individual prowess remains unmatched in the NCAA. Odom and Oppos' remarks ignited the atmosphere, elevating the excitement further. "Hey, are you boys scared?" he provocatively called out to the Texas players. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the University of Texas was markedly subdued. "Do you find it noisy? We and Oppos' silenced them with our performance," Don Hawkins proclaimed, raising his fist in determination. "Yes," the team responded in unison. However, their voices lacked conviction, especially when facing the formidable Tim Duncan. At that moment, Hawkins and amp, Oppos. Gaze drifted to a secluded corner, inconspicuous at the end of the bench, where no spotlight shone. Zhou Ke was tying his shoelaces, readying himself for an opportunity, even if it meant potentially having no playing time. He believed that fortune favors the prepared. Undoubtedly. This young man was always preparing for the game, a sight that stirred something within Hawkins. Perhaps he should give this earnest player a chance. As the match was about to commence, both teams completed their warm-ups, and the starters took to the court. Undoubtedly. The focal point of today and amp, Oppos' game is whether Texas can contain Tim Duncan, the key to their victory. The announcer on the sidelines elaborated as both teams completed the tip-off, with Tim Duncan securing the ball and delivering it to his point guard. Wake Forest seized the opportunity for the first offensive play. The point guard skillfully advanced the ball past half-court and delivered a bounce pass into the capable hands of Tim Duncan. Without hesitation, he overpowered the defenders and executed a bank shot, successfully opening the scoring for Wake Forest. On the other end, Texas orchestrated a pick-and-roll. And although the shooter found a decent opportunity, he failed to find his aim. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and Duncan effortlessly collected the rebound. Transitioning to offense, Wake Forest played decisively, executing a quick break that culminated in a layup assisted by Duncan's swift pass. The score stood at 4-0. Right from the onset, Wake Forest made a statement on their home court. "Hey, boys, do you want to go home for milk? Get your act together." Hawkins yelled at the players on the court. This is the Sweet 16 of the NCAA. Unfortunately, his shouting had little effect. The Texas offense remained thwarted, with their outside shooting continuing to falter and Duncan once again securing another rebound. Back on offense, Duncan unleashed his might, bulldozing through two defenders for an impressive three-point play. With the free throw sinking smoothly through the net, the score rapidly escalated to 7-0 in mere minutes. In those brief exchanges, Tim Duncan epitomized the concept of overwhelming dominance. The two teams and amp, Oppos' interior games were simply not in the same league. As play resumed, Texas finally managed to score, with a shooter finding success from beyond the arc after a screen. However, amidst Wake Forest and amp, Oppos' relentless offensive barrage, this meager score seemed but a drop in the bucket. On the offensive end, Duncan wreaked havoc in the paint, while on defense, he transformed into an impenetrable force, leaving the Texas players hesitant to venture into the paint. Chapter 3. Is this young man merely here to show off? Within the first 10 minutes of the game, the score hinted at a lopsided contest. Wake Forest University led Texas University 23-11. Tim Duncan effortlessly secured an impressive 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists, truly deserving the title of the strongest player in the NCAA. Alas, in desperation, Don Haskins was compelled to call the first timeout of the match. He hoped to stabilize his team and Oppos' morale and devise a strategy, while also wishing to cool down Tim Duncan and Oppos' fiery performance. "Boys, remember what I said. Do not let him have the ball," Haskins instructed, pointing at Duncan with a look of resignation. "If he gets possession, we will be in trouble." Conversely, the atmosphere on the Wake Forest side was electric. "Well done, Tim. Keep playing like that and maintain your aggressiveness," shouted Odom, rolling up his sleeves and pumping his fists. "Next, we shall dominate this game." The whistle blew, and the timeout concluded swiftly, with both teams returning to the court. For Texas University, the timeout had an immediate effect. They executed a tactical play to sink a three-pointer, beginning their pursuit of points. However, Tim Duncan showed no signs of slowing down. He unleashed his full arsenal, matching Texas University player for player. His array of hook shots and dazzling footwork showcased his fundamental skills. A player capable of outshining the entire league is certainly no pretender. Despite Texas University and Oppos' tactical efforts, they struggled to keep pace, maintaining a deficit of around 12 to 13 points. By halftime, Wake Forest University led Texas University 45-31, with Duncan amassing an astonishing 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists, demonstrating his dominant prowess. Such a performance not only awed the fans but also left scouts on the sidelines in astonishment. Tim Duncan already possessed the caliber to compete in the NBA. On the other hand, Texas University, despite commendable performances, lacked anyone in the paint capable of containing Duncan, allowing him to wreak havoc. If this continued, even if they managed to endure until the end of the game, they would merely avoid a blowout. The prospect of a comeback seemed utterly implausible. Don Haskins, resting his chin on one hand, appeared to be lost in thought, his gaze drifting toward a corner that had gone unnoticed. Perhaps this gamble would truly pay off? This was Tim Duncan, I wholeheartedly agree with Odom. To hell with tactics. Just give the damn ball to Tim. He will lead us to victory. The commentators from Wake Forest University were already entranced by Duncan's performance, visibly exhilarated. Indeed, Tim's skill had transcended that of his peers. He was already at an NBA level. Another commentator, unable to contain his excitement, chimed in. Halftime passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the court once more. Before the players could fully settle in, a gasp erupted from the commentary booth. Well, what is happening? Is this a substitution for Texas University? Despite Don Haskins being the coach, such a change was hard to believe. Upon confirmation, it was indeed a substitution, and if I am not mistaken, it featured an Asian player. One commentator emphasized the term Asian with elongated syllables. Yes, we are not mistaken. This young man is named Zhou Ke. He hails from the land of China, the commentator read from the materials handed to him. A freshman this year, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms. And that was all? The introduction of Zhou Ke was rather scant, likely hastily copied from the coach and Oppo's roster. They could hardly fathom witnessing a Chinese player in the Sweet 16 of the NCAA. Thus, the lack of prepared materials was quite understandable. Is this kid a legacy player? Not only the commentators, but also the spectators wore expressions of disdain. Booing erupted in the arena. Is this kid just here to show off? He looks more suited to being a pretty boy than a player. Many fans thought that Coach Haskins must have left his mind at home when he put this kid on the court. This is not a variety show. The Sweet 16. And he sends in a freshman, and a Chinese player at that. Most fans were unaware that China even had basketball players. Not just the fans and commentators. But even the Texas University players were indignant. Coach, are you selecting players based on looks? One player exclaimed, I could play better with one hand than he can. Another added, Coach, how much did Zhou Ke offer you? I'll give you 10 times that. Throughout the arena, discussions about Zhou Ke buzzed incessantly, except for Coach Haskins, who regarded Zhou Ke with unwavering determination as if to say, hey, young man, go out there and unleash your potential. I await your performance. This legendary coach had never paid heed to societal judgments. His aim was to shatter conventional perceptions. On the Wake Forest side, upon witnessing Haskins and Oppo's substitution, Odom watched him with a smirk, unable to conceal his amusement. Was the old man losing his wits? Meanwhile, Duncan remained unfazed, unaffected by the atmosphere around him. Always prepared to showcase his game. The whistle blew, signaling the official start of the second half. Following the change of possession, Texas University was the first to seize the offensive opportunity. The point guard brought the ball past half-court, signaling for a screen. Seizing the moment, he accelerated toward the paint, only to find the opposing defenders closing in rapidly, blocking his path to the basket. Forced to pass, he directed the ball to Zhou Ke, positioned at the right rear arc. Oh no! As Zhou Ke received the pass, a chorus of mocking jeers erupted from the crowd. The young man from China had touched the basketball. If memory serves, he should be the first Chinese player to make a mark in NCAA history. The commentator's tone dripped with significance. Let us see how this young man, no, this player Zhou Ke handles the ball. I bet he'll merely pass it away. One commentator quipped, trying to suppress a laugh. They were unaware that Zhou Ke had prepared for this moment through countless days and nights, practicing tirelessly on the court. Clang. Chapter 4. Per timing beyond the arc confronted by a tenacious defender, Zhou Ke rose up with determination, unfazed by the pressure, and confidently took the shot. Glancing back in anticipation, the basketball traced a beautiful arc above the court at Wake Forest University before striking the backboard and crashing into the hoop. A sudden hush enveloped the arena, lasting a heartbeat or two. Moments later, gasps erupted like thunderclaps. What an astonishing three-pointer! He completely disregarded the defender in front of him. Such remarkable core strength. What is the name of this freshman? I can scarcely believe I just witnessed a hint of Michael and Oppo's prowess in that shot. Undoubtedly, this audacious three-pointer, taken amidst defensive pressure, left the spectators in awe. Yet, murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd. It was a poor moment to shoot. If he succeeded, it might merely be attributed to luck. I refuse to believe this young man can replicate such a feat in the next round. On the court, Zhou Ke appeared remarkably composed, unaffected by the spectators' chatter. Though it was his debut game, and excitement mixed with nerves churned within him, he harbored unwavering faith in his abilities. He understood his purpose on the court, to showcase his talent and aid his team in victory. The voices from the sidelines were inconsequential. He needed only to respond through his performance. On the sidelines, Don Hawkins wore a subtle smile. Although this was merely the beginning of Zhou Ke and Oppo's potential, it was already evident that he was extraordinary. As the crowd marveled, the Wake Forest guard had securely brought the ball across half-court. Almost immediately, he passed it to Tim Duncan, who was positioned under the basket. With a deft move, Duncan spun away from his defender, effortlessly shaking him off. Without hesitation, Duncan raised his arm, preparing to slam the basketball into the hoop. The anticipation of a thunderous dunk was palpable, and even the Wake Forest bench began to celebrate prematurely. However, they rejoiced too soon. Just as Duncan was about to unleash his dunk, Zhou Ke leaped from behind, launching himself with precision and speed. Swatting the ball away with a resounding thud, Zhou Ke had just delivered a spectacular volleyball-style rejection to Duncan, transforming him from the star of the highlight reel into a mere backdrop. As the crowd processed what had transpired, the arena erupted in excitement. "My goodness. I can hardly believe my eyes." The commentator stood agape, astonished that Tim Duncan, heralded as the NCAA and APO's strongest player, had been outmatched by a freshman from China. The sheer athleticism displayed was breathtaking. Not only was his vertical leap impressive, but Zhou Ke and APO's reaction time and lateral quickness were equally remarkable. His dynamic talent left spectators in awe. What a stunning defensive play. "Coach, you should have put him in earlier." Beneath the basket, the Texas center approached Zhou Ke for a congratulatory high five. After being thoroughly dominated by Duncan in the paint earlier, he felt a surge of relief now that a teammate had avenged him. It was not too late to turn the tide. Zhou Ke smiled faintly. He had anticipated that moment. While seated on the bench in the first half, he had meticulously observed Duncan and APO's offensive tendencies and contemplated his defensive strategy. Through his observations, Zhou Ke had grasped Duncan and APO's habits and devised a corresponding defensive approach. Yet, it must be said, Duncan and APO's physical gifts were indeed formidable. Had Zhou Ke not launched himself from the side unexpectedly, Duncan may have easily scored. "Well done, Joe. That and APO's precisely how to play." On the sidelines, Don Hawkins raised his fist in exhilaration, releasing pent-up frustration. The entire first half had been a struggle for his team, compounded by the audacity of Odom, which had left him seething. The team and APO's momentum surged as Zhou Ke and APO's play unleashed the tension Texas had been harboring throughout the first half. With time running out, Wake Forest hastily executed an out-of-bounds play, resulting in a missed three-pointer as the Texas center secured the rebound. Texas now held the offensive possession, with the point guard bringing the ball over half-court. Faced with Wake Forest and APO's zone defense, he felt stymied. The outside was tightly guarded, and the inside was fortified by Duncan. With precious seconds ticking away and a 24-second shot clock nearing expiration, Zhou Ke took advantage of his speed, breaking free from his defender to find an open spot. Seeing him break free, his teammate rushed to pass the ball to Zhou Ke. However, perhaps due to nerves, the Texas shooter miscalculated the pass, sending the ball off target. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ke sprinted toward the ball, racing against four defenders. Allowing the opponent to capitalize on a fast break would be detrimental to Texas and APO's momentum. Fortunately, Zhou Ke surged forward with astonishing speed, emerging from the fray to snatch the basketball. Without hesitation, he executed a smooth pivot, evading the defense, and charged towards the basket. Underneath the hoop, Tim Duncan loomed like an impenetrable fortress, poised to thwart any intruder. Challenging Duncan in the paint? That appeared to be a most unwise decision. The commentator and APO's tone reverted to one of disdain. Throughout the first half, no Texas player had dared to challenge Duncan in the lane. As Zhou Ke charged forward, he seemed to have fallen into a precarious predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet, he was Zhou Ke. With a quick glance, he executed a fake drive, drawing in all five defenders before deftly delivering the ball to an open teammate on the perimeter. His teammate received the ball, made a slight adjustment, and decisively took the shot. Swish. Chapter 5. Advancing to the Elite Eight. The ball soared through the air, swishing through the net for another three-pointer. 45-37. Wake Forest University held a temporary lead. As the second half commenced, under the leadership of Zhou Ke, the University of Texas quickly closed the gap with 6 consecutive points. In a mere 2 minutes, they narrowed the deficit to 8, bringing it back to single digits. With a fierce offense and defense, Zhou Ke rallied the University of Texas for a counterattack. Sensing the urgency, Wake Forest and APO's coach, Odom, immediately called a timeout, hoping to extinguish Texas and APO's resurgence. "Well done, Joe. Your performance is exceptional." Upon returning to the bench, Don Haskins praised Zhou Ke. However, to win this match, You must play with greater aggression. This statement clearly indicated that, in the remaining time, Zhou Ke would be the primary offensive weapon for the University of Texas. Zhou Ke glanced at Don Haskins, feeling a surge of gratitude. Exceptional talent may be common, but finding a discerning mentor is rare. Perhaps he was Zhou and Apos' coach. Zhou is just a freshman. Some players immediately voiced their dissent. This is the NCAA Sweet 16. We cannot rely on an inexperienced rookie. Their words, though cloaked in decorum, were laced with envy. They knew Zhou Ke as the underclassman who typically retrieved stray balls. Even the rare opportunity to rotate into their lineup was met with disdain. Now, suddenly, he was thrust into the role of the team's core player, and their displeasure was palpable. Then you sit on the bench and observe. Learn how others play. Don Haskins spoke with unwavering resolve, his eyes reflecting a fierce intensity. This no-nonsense coach never showed leniency to players who defied his directives. On the other end of the court, Odom was instilling motivation in Tim Duncan. Tim, you must play with greater tenacity on offense. We need you to step up and score more. He continued. Others, keep a close watch on that yellow-skinned kid. I don't want to see him score again. Beep. The timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Wake Forest regained possession, with the point guard swiftly advancing the ball and finding Duncan, delivering it into his hands. As soon as Duncan received the ball, Texas began to collapse their defense, preparing to double-team him. Duncan feigned a back-to-basket move to draw defensive attention before executing a long pass to a teammate in the corner. The moment the teammate received Duncan and Apos' quick pass, he leapt, ready to take a three-pointer. Bam! Just before he could release the shot, a pair of large hands swooped in, decisively swatting the ball away. After seizing the ball, Zhou Ke charged down the court like a roaring tiger. Boom! Faced with an unguarded hoop, Zhou Ke leaped from just beyond the free-throw line, forcefully slamming the ball into the basket. The rim of the Wake Forest arena emitted a mournful cry, trembling as if it might collapse. As the echoes of the rim's lament faded, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Oh, traveling! He soared through the air, exclaimed the fans, incredulous. I hope the league conducts a drug test on him after the game. This is simply unbelievable. Even witnessing it firsthand, they could scarcely believe that this yellow-skinned kid possessed such extraordinary physical prowess. Oh my God, we should never question Coach Don Haskins and Apos' decisions. Zhou is the savior of the University of Texas. Such a remarkable athletic gift could easily secure a place in the NBA, based solely on his physical attributes. Zhou Ke would undoubtedly be a sought-after prospect in the draft. Unfortunately, at present, there was little information available about Zhou Ke. They could only learn more about this enigmatic player from Huaxia through the forthcoming matches. In just a few brief minutes, Zhou Ke had led the team on an 8-0 scoring run with his impressive contributions on both ends of the court. Focus up, guys. Do you think this is Child and Apos' play? Odom bellowed, unable to contain his frustration as their lead dwindled. This is the NCAA Sweet 16. Come on, everyone, get it together. Perhaps Odom and Apos' outcry had some effect, as Wake Forest, relying on Duncan and Apos' hook shot, finally scored 2 points, stemming the tide. However, they began to encounter difficulties on defense, primarily due to Zhou Ke and Apos' presence. That emphatic dunk seemed to activate Zhou Ke and Apos' offensive mode. He received a pass at the right arc and, with an incredibly swift first step, left the defender in the dust. Ignoring the help defense, Zhou Ke executed a sudden stop and took a decisive jump shot. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and in, effortlessly adding 2 points. On the next possession, Zhou Ke navigated off the ball, using a screen to effortlessly sink a three-pointer. He moved across the court as if in a realm untouched by opponents, scoring with ease. In the ensuing match, the University of Texas, inspired by Zhou Ke, began to close the gap, with all players contributing. In contrast, Wake Forest, lacking tactical depth, relied solely on Duncan and Apos' efforts in the paint to struggle for points. Yet basketball is ultimately a team sport. Relying on Duncan alone could not withstand the relentless assault from Zhou Ke and his teammates. Ultimately, they were overwhelmed on their home court. The University of Texas triumphed with a score of 98-86, achieving a 12-point comeback victory over Wake Forest. Stepping onto the court, the rookie Zhou Ke made his NCAA debut, effortlessly racking up 22 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, an almost triple-double performance. Although Wake Forest and Apos' star player, Tim Duncan, also excelled with an impressive 20 points and 16 rebounds, it was not enough against the University of Texas. Under Zhou Ke and Apos' orchestration. For players from Texas scored in double figures, making victory inevitable, though it was hard to accept. We must acknowledge that tonight belonged to the University of Texas and Zhou Ke. Indeed, they played with superior tactics and organization, especially Zhou, who delivered a phenomenal performance. Deserving of the victory. As the game concluded, the commentators began their analysis. Their tones were somewhat dazed. As home commentators, they were reluctant to accept such a result. Prior to the match, most experts believed that Wake Forest, with Duncan, would easily defeat the University of Texas. Chapter 6. Zhou Ke, merely a jester in the United States. At the Wake Forest University Gymnasium, the NCAA Sweet 16 opener has come to a close. In a stunning upset, the University of Texas has triumphed over Wake Forest University, advancing to the Elite Eight. For Wake Forest, teaming with top NCAA stars. Missing out on such a critical match marks a night of tragic insomnia. The first half of the game seemed to unfold according to a scripted narrative, however. Everything changed dramatically due to an unforeseen factor. A fresh face, a newcomer from China, completely overturned the course of the match. Under his leadership, the University of Texas displayed astonishing competitiveness, particularly Zhou Ke's exceptional individual prowess, which played a pivotal role on both offense and defense. Offensively, Zhou Ke was like a sharp sword, piercing through Wake Forest and Oppo's defenses. On the defensive end, he resembled an impenetrable wall, offering the Wake Forest players no opportunities whatsoever. Tim Duncan, the defeated player, stood dazed on the court, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. On the other side, cheers erupted. "Hey, kid, well done." After the game, many teammates flocked around, some of whom didn't even know Zhou Ke and Oppo's name. "I saw your three-pointer. It completely sealed the game." At that moment, Zhou Ke had become the brightest star of the team, surrounded by adoring teammates, showered with praise. Faced with this overwhelming admiration, Zhou Ke felt a subtle stir within his usually calm heart. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of being in the spotlight. This feeling was rather pleasant. "Zhou, splendid work." A strong hand landed on Zhou Ke and Oppo's shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the warm yet serious face of head coach Don Haskins. "This is my responsibility," Zhou Ke replied with a smile. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards his coach. Had it not been for Haskins providing him with this opportunity, he might never have showcased his abilities. Zhou Ke certainly did not disappoint Coach Haskins, successfully leading the team into the Elite Eight. "Congratulations, Zhou." A somewhat familiar figure approached Tim Duncan, who had regained his composure. "I lost this time, but I and Oppo's I'll win back next time." Zhou Ke replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. "Haha, next time, I won and Oppo's hold back." Duncan and Oppo's face broke into a smile at Zhou Ke and Oppo's self-assured response, mirroring his fearless performance on the court. The match concluded with a friendly embrace between the two. As the crowd began to disperse, Jason muttered in the locker room, "Don and Oppo's mind him. He's just a clown." A small group of individuals did not partake in the celebration, led by the player who had opposed Zhou Ke and Oppo's participation. He stood there with a sullen expression, as if someone owed him a substantial debt. "Damn old man, trusting such a useless waste." With that, Jason slammed his fist against the nearby locker. In his eyes, Zhou Ke was merely an undeserving substitute, unworthy of the accolades that rightfully belonged to him. Seemingly unsatisfied, he kicked the locker a few more times, his mouth continuing to spew bitterness. "Just wait, you little brat. I will find a way to settle the score with you." With Texas University and Oppo's victory over Wake Forest, several other Sweet 16 matches also concluded. The highly anticipated showdown between the two stars ended with Ray Allen and Oppo's last-minute three-pointer missing the mark. Ultimately, Georgia Tech, led by Stephon Marbury, triumphed over the formidable Connecticut team with a score of 77-74, securing their ticket to the NCAA Elite Eight. Marbury showcased his scoring prowess, amassing an impressive 30 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds, single-handedly elevating Georgia Tech to the next round. "Hey, guys, we will keep winning until we bring home the trophy," Marbury declared exuberantly during an interview, full of ambition. "I will bring the trophy back." That evening, Marbury and Oppo's exuberance contrasted starkly with Ray Allen and Oppo's unfulfilled aspirations, marking a classic moment in NCAA history. All the fans in attendance knew that the rivalry between these two young talents was far from over. Their conflict would persist. In addition to this marquee matchup, The highly touted Allen Iverson led Georgetown University to an effortless victory, while traditional powerhouses like North Carolina and Kentucky also secured their spots. As March Madness unfolded, it was not just the players and coaches who were busy. NBA teams and AMP/Oppos executives and scouts were keenly observing the players and AMP/Oppos performances, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming draft. On this day, scouts garnered significant insights, from the scoring sensation Marbury to the star player Ray Allen, and of course, the rising talent, Zhou Ke, in Texas University and AMP/Oppos' campus gym. After the team's remarkable victory, the usually stern Don Haskins made an unprecedented decision to grant the players a 3-day break. "Coach, I think I'm falling in love with you." "What a wise decision." Players erupted in joyous cheers. "Coach, I wish I could gift you all the wine at my home, but my father wouldn't approve." Who would and AMP/Oppos be delighted with an unexpected holiday? "Guys, let us go grab a drink. Have you heard? A few new players have joined the women and AMP/Oppos' team next door, and they're quite spicy." The players eagerly began planning for their rare 3-day respite. Partying? Chasing girls? As long as they were having fun. "Come on, Joe, join us for a drink." A teammate warmly invited, wrapping an arm around Zhou Ke's shoulder. "Sorry, I already have plans. Maybe another time," Zhou Ke replied with a smile. Seeing Zhou Ke and AMP/Oppos' disinterest, they didn't press further and charged towards the bar. Watching his teammates depart, Zhou Ke turned back and picked up a basketball, taking shot after shot. Rather than sweating it out at a bar, he preferred to pour his energy into the court he loved. Chapter 7. Are you Zhou Ke? Engaging in one's passions makes time fly. Before long, the sun had hidden behind the mountains. Yet, the rhythmic sound of the basketball against the court persisted unabated. Thud. Clang. Zhou Ke continued his relentless practice of the most fundamental layups and mid-range shots, while others might have grown weary long ago. However, his expression bore no sign of discontent. Instead, it radiated an unwavering dedication. "Ah, it's you again." The management uncle appeared promptly behind Zhou Ke, feigning a stern demeanor as he exclaimed, "While everyone else is on break, I too am on holiday, yet here you are, making me work overtime." "Uncle, you can head off first. I'll take care of locking up," Zhou Ke replied without turning, still engrossed in his 3-point shooting. In truth, working overtime was not an issue for him, but it had to be. "Well, you understand, right?" The management uncle chuckled awkwardly, his expression slightly lecherous. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ke feigned ignorance, not responding and continuing his solitary practice. "Ahem." The uncle, feeling a bit embarrassed, raised his voice. "So, after such a stellar performance today, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? I'm genuinely happy for you, you know." Upon hearing this, the uncle discreetly observed Zhou Ke's reaction. Although he spoke lightly, he truly felt a sense of pride for Zhou Ke, recognizing the challenges faced by someone of Asian descent in America. In a country rife with prejudice, Zhou Ke had endured far more than what was visible. Despite these adversities, Zhou Ke had managed to carve out a place for himself on the NCAA stage, earning the uncle's deep respect. "Let us go," Zhou Ke said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder while dribbling the ball as he walked towards the exit. "You can practice as long as you like." The uncle quickly followed suit. Once outside the gym, they searched for a while before finally discovering a modest Chinese restaurant. Though the exterior was unassuming, the interior was tastefully decorated, and upon entering, the ambience felt remarkably reminiscent of home. "Welcome, dear guests." A melodious voice greeted them as they stepped inside. The voice was bright and inviting, instantly warming their hearts. Almost involuntarily, both turned towards the source of the sound. A young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, stood before them, her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and a warm smile gracing her flawless face, which bore a delicate blush. "Are you two customers?" she asked, her cheeks flushing under their gaze. "Yes," Zhou Ke replied, returning his gaze. "Please follow me," she said, leading them further into the restaurant. As they walked, Zhou Ke noticed that the majority of the patrons appeared to be of Asian descent, with a significant number being Chinese. This was evident as familiar Mandarin phrases floated through the air. It seemed that, like him, everyone longed for the flavors of their homeland while in this foreign land. "Please have a seat," the woman said, guiding them to a quiet corner. "Here is the menu. Take your time." "Xiaya, I'd like a serving of mapo tofu over here," a voice called out from a nearby table. "All right, uncle, please hold on." Xiaya replied with a slight bow to Zhou Ke, smiling as she added, "I apologize. Please take your time with the menu and call me when you're ready." Seeing Zhou Ke nod, she hurried to attend to the other customers. Zhou Ke perused the menu, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It had been ages since he had savored authentic Chinese cuisine since arriving in America, surviving mainly on burgers and bacon. Are you hesitating to order? Let me help. The management uncle, noticing Zhou Ke's indecision, promptly snatched the menu from him, marking several expensive items with a flourish. Waiter, we're ready to order. He swiftly handed the completed order to Xiaya, fearing that Zhou Ke might change his mind if he hesitated even for a second. Zhou Ke merely smiled, for he was not lacking in funds. As they awaited their meal, Zhou Ke glanced around, absorbing the lively atmosphere. Nice shot. What a play. Suddenly, the restaurant erupted in applause. This is how our Chinese players do it. Let them see how we play basketball. Even Xiaya, carrying dishes to customers, gazed at Zhou Ke on the screen with admiration and awe. In the heart of the restaurant, the television replayed the NCAA Sweet 16 match. Zhou Ke was leading the University of Texas in a fierce comeback. Excitement filled the air as patrons gathered around the screen, cheering for Zhou Ke. Great shot. The crowd erupted once more as Zhou Ke sank a three-pointer amidst tight defense. Sir, your dish is ready. At that moment, Xiaya approached Zhou Ke with a smile, holding a plate. But as she raised her gaze to meet Zhou Ke's, her heart skipped a beat. With a strong nose and deep-set eyes, his face rivaled that of a Hollywood star. What truly took her breath away was how strikingly similar this handsome young man was to the spirited player on the television screen. Wow, Zhou Ke, this meal is on you, right? Look how well you're playing. Shouldn't you treat me? The management uncle casually remarked, picking up a chicken leg. Who would have thought you were this impressive? His words, though unintentional, drew the attention of the entire restaurant, which had been buzzing with excitement just moments before. Now fell silent. The next instant, almost every pair of eyes turned towards Zhou Ke, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Have you never seen anyone eat a chicken leg before? Why are you all staring at me? The management uncle looked bewildered, glancing around at the stairs, clutching his chicken leg tightly, fearing others might covet it. Sir, are you Zhou Ke? Xiaoya inquired, her lips slightly parted in surprise, her tone tinged with anticipation. Facing the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhou Ke calmly set down his chopsticks and nodded simply. Chapter 8. Let the ball speak. A small gesture suddenly stirred the large restaurant into a cacophony of excitement. You are Zhou Ke. Suya and Apos. S breath quickened, her delicate fingers nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. An overwhelming tide of emotion surged within her. He was far more handsome than on television, and she yearned to witness his prowess on the court. In her mind and Apos, S.I., she envisioned Zhou Ke sprinting across the basketball court while she cheered him on from below. Unconsciously, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, rendered all the more enchanting under the dim, golden light. Upon receiving Zhou Ke and Apos' acknowledgement, the previously subdued patrons, engrossed in their meals, suddenly flocked towards him like bees to honey. Zhou Ke, that last three-pointer was truly spectacular. What a fine young man, bringing glory to our Huaxia. This meal is on me. The crowd encircled Zhou Ke, leaving no room for even a fly to pass through. Everyone, please remain calm. Today, I am in high spirits. All expenses are on the house. Consider it a small token of welcome for young Master Zhou. From the back of the crowd, Su Yang exclaimed excitedly. Xiaya, let and Apos, let's not keep tabs today. Let and Apos, let's indulge ourselves in food and drink. Young Master Zhou, we look forward to your next visit. Su Yang expressed with great enthusiasm. Thank you, Boss Su, for the splendid hospitality today. I shall remember it. Zhou Ke replied with a smile. Haha, aside from that, I hope young Master Su will inform me ahead of time about the matches, so I can prepare to watch in the mud pit. Su Yang joked lightly. Indeed, indeed. Before Zhou Ke could respond, Sia hurriedly interjected. Midway through her sentence, she caught Zhou Ke's gaze, her voice softened, and her face turned crimson as she lowered her head, too shy to continue. Certainly, haha. See you another day. Zhou Ke glanced at Suyu from the corner of his eye before turning and jogging away. Be careful on the road. In the United States, at the University of Texas Gymnasium, inside the executive office of the sports team, loud arguments could be heard through the thick door. Tang, I absolutely refuse to agree to this decision. We cannot place the fate of the team in the hands of some unknown newcomer. Moreover, one game cannot possibly be a true representation. I will not consent to him being in the starting lineup. Old Jason took a drag from his cigarette and continued, furthermore, he is merely a Huaxiao player, hardly deserving of our trust. He does not possess the capability to step onto the court. Father is right, in the last match, he likely relied solely on luck. Sitting nearby, Jason seized the moment to chime in. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he continued with a sarcastic tone. You must realize he has not played a single game prior to this. Who would place their faith in such a player? The renowned coach Don Hawkins believes in him. Could there be other factors at play? The father and son duo harmonized their critique. Upon hearing this, all the executives turned their skeptical gazes towards Don Hawkins, their eyes filled with doubt. Vice President, what does a player's background have to do with their performance? We should only evaluate based on their abilities. Don Hawkins was furious. He did not wish for a talented player to be overlooked. We should not bring personal biases onto the court. Don, the vice president, has a point. This matter requires further deliberation. Other executives began to apply pressure on Don Hawkins. Morning light streamed through the window into the room. Zhou Ke was drenched in sweat, surrounded by a scattering of training equipment on the floor. Done. Thud. Zhou Ke took a deep breath and placed the dumbbells onto the ground. The floor trembled slightly under the impact. After completing his morning training, Zhou Ke slung his backpack over his shoulder and jogged towards the gymnasium, though there was still one day left of his 3-day break for Zhou Ke. This was the perfect time to strive quietly and excel. Oh, is that not our team's star player? Zhou Ke, the star. What winds blow you here? The moment Zhou Ke stepped into the gym, he was met with sharp mockery. What? Realizing your talent is lacking, are you attempting to compensate through hard work? You know. The early bird catches the worm, right? Jason wore a sneer, his expression brimming with disdain. Good morning. In the face of Jason's provocation, Zhou Ke did not even glance his way, calmly striding towards the basketball hoop. What a performer. Seeing this, Jason spat contemptuously on the ground. I hope you can maintain that calm demeanor during the game. Meanwhile, he was already plotting in his mind. Holly, gather everyone. We must not miss this spectacle. After hanging up the phone, Jason coldly watched Zhou Ke, who was engrossed in his training. Suddenly, a basketball was hurled at Zhou Ke with force. Zhou Ke barely sidestepped the ball, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This gaze. A chill ran down Jason's spine. But he quickly reassured himself. What is there to fear? He is merely a worthless servant to me. Not a bad reaction, Zhou. With that, Jason threw another basketball at Zhou Ke, this one clearly aimed to hit him. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Ke replied with indifference, extending his right hand to catch the speeding ball effortlessly, then raised it for a three-pointer. Swish. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Oh, very nice. Everyone, applaud, applaud. At some point, a large crowd had gathered in the gym. Jason feigned disgust, clapping his hands. However, I am quite curious, Zhou. Jason's tone dripped with scorn. Will your luck hold up in a 1v1? I remember your strokes of fortune during the top 16 matches. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in laughter. Oh, but I did manage to lead the team to the top 8 through luck. Zhou Ke replied calmly, his words cutting sharply like a knife. Much like his playing style, striking at the heart of the matter. You. Clearly, Zhou Ke's retort struck a nerve, nearly breaking Jason's composure. After all, it was during that time that coach Don Hawkins had substituted Zhou Ke for him. So what? You are merely my substitute. And do you think you will have another chance like that? Jason sneered, his expression smug. During high school, I visited your huaxia. And I recall there being no basketball courts, right? Oh, wait, there were courts, but they were just used for drying blankets, weren't they? Chapter 9, The Morning Street Ha Ha Ha. As soon as the words fell, Holly immediately burst into laughter, eager to showcase himself before Jason. Is this truly huaxia? It's simply laughable. They think they can play in the NCAA. Before he could finish, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhou Ke's eyes as he shot a disdainful glance at Jason. As for Holly, Zhou Ke entirely ignored him. After all, who would care about a barking dog? Yet, it is precisely such huaxia players who could easily overwhelm you. Zhou Ke's tone was calm, deliberately elongating the pronunciation of huaxia. The aura he emanated sent chills down people's spines. Hiki. Holly, despite only catching a glimpse of Zhou Ke, felt a sudden cold sweat trickle down his spine. His speech becoming slightly disjointed. Just you? However, remembering his backing from a powerful ally, and that his opponent was merely a benchwarmer who rarely saw playtime, Holly's confidence surged. His tone returned to its previous arrogance. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of Jason, so he won't have to dirty his hands. Such a splendid opportunity to flatter, Holly could not let it slip by, for he was indeed here for this purpose. FK man, Holly. Give this kid a thorough beating. Buddy, I implore you, but I hope you'll go easy on him. Don't leave him traumatized. Ha ha ha, show no mercy. And make him cry. Below, the crowd began to cheer wildly. Some had already taken out their phones and cameras, ready to capture the moment. Of course, these spectators had been prepped by Jason well in advance to witness Zhou Ke's embarrassment. However, whose embarrassment it would turn out to be remained uncertain. Come on, you dog. Allow me to teach you a lesson. As they stepped onto the court, Holly immediately began his incessant trash talk. You are utterly pathetic. Zhou Ke remained unfazed, not even sparing Holly a glance. What the hell? Are you joking? Soon you will understand my prowess. Saying this, Holly tossed the basketball to Zhou Ke, his eyes glinting with both disdain and anger. After all, it was infuriating to be looked down upon by a player who rarely even made it off the bench. This is your chance. Make the most of it, as it will be your first and last opportunity. Too bad. Zhou Ke accepted the basketball without hesitation, uttering a cryptic remark that left Holly bewildered. Nevertheless, he would soon comprehend the meaning behind that too bad. Ready? I will break through to your right. Zhou Ke held the ball, his tone tinged with mockery, as if he were an adult teasing a child. Come on. Holly's words barely left his mouth when Zhou Ke exploded into a swift first step, as if crossing a morning street, leaving Holly in his wake and charging down the right side. Bang! Facing an unguarded hoop, Zhou Ke leaped into the air, executing a thunderous axe dunk. The rim emitted a mournful cry under the force of impact. The first shot concluded effortlessly, catching Holly completely off guard. After completing the dunk, Zhou Ke deliberately turned back, casting a meaningful glance at the stunned Holly. That look mirrored Holly's condescending gaze perfectly. Zhou Ke excelled at returning the favor in kind. Come on. What I say, sneak attack. Bring it on. Zhou Ke smirked dismissively, gesturing toward Holly's right side, saying, This time, it's still your right. This time. Holly chose not to respond but instead focused intently on his defense, monitoring Zhou Ke's every move. Thump, 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 thump. Zhou Ke rhythmically dribbled the ball. And even without any threatening movements, the oppressive aura he exuded was nearly suffocating Holly. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Ke accelerated, charging fiercely toward Holly's right. Hiki. Sensing the momentum, Holly quickly shifted his footing to the right, attempting the same old trick again. He believed he had seen through Zhou Ke's strategy. However, just as he lowered his center of gravity and began to move right, Zhou Ke executed a dramatic crossover, shifting the ball to his left. Yet, after completing the change of direction, Zhou Ke did not dash toward the basket as before. Instead, he slowed his pace, granting Holly an opportunity to catch up. Seeing this, Holly immediately forced his weight to shift left, trying to halt Zhou Ke's advance, not wishing to be humiliated by this so-called weakling twice in a row. But, as he began to pivot left, he started to grasp the meaning behind Zhou Ke's earlier remark, too bad. As his weight transitioned left, Zhou Ke's lips curled into a slight smile before he executed another exaggerated left-handed crossover, transferring the ball back to his right. At this moment, Holly's mind was in turmoil, his body acting independently, his legs colliding with one another. Bang! Indeed, he resembled an inexperienced dancer, clumsily performing on the court, ultimately falling to the ground in a disgraceful heap. In that instant of falling, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Ke, who wore a benevolent smile, leisurely running past him. Then, right before his eyes, Zhou Ke slammed the ball into the hoop. Clang! Another fierce axe dunk. It seemed today was a calamity for the basket of the University of Texas. Holly, I believe I just reminded you that I would break through from your right side. Zhou Ke approached Holly, extending his hand with a harmless smile. Keep going. Holly, clearly enraged, swatted Zhou Ke's hand away. This time, I want to let you score easily. Once again, it's the right. Zhou Ke felt a playful spirit rise within him, having been in America for quite some time. He had played around in a while. As his words fell, Zhou Ke executed a three-threat fake shot, easily lifting Holly's spirits. Buddy, I said right side. Don't be afraid. I want to shoot. Observing Holly leap high, Zhou Ke kindly reminded him. Shut your mouth. However, the well-intentioned warning was met with disdain as Holly took no heed. Zhou Ke shook his head helplessly and then performed another identical three-threat fake. Unsurprisingly, Holly fell for it again, leaping high. Buddy, you are quite stubborn. Shut up. Holly glared with fiery eyes, fixated on Zhou Ke's movements, silently vowing never to jump again. The next moment, Zhou Ke mimicked the same three-threat motion. Chapter 10. Deception and Warfare in the United States. At the basketball court of the University of Texas, what was supposed to be a holiday has turned into a bustling arena filled with spectators. On the court, as Zhou Ke feigned a move, Holly curled his lip in disdain, adopting an expression of indifference. 3 times? You think you can deceive me thrice with the same trick? Dream on. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Ke raised his hand and launched a three-point shot right before Holly's eyes. Holly had no time to react, watching helplessly as the ball soared towards the hoop. Thud. The ball struck the backboard with a resounding impact before sinking into the net. As the ball nestled within the hoop, Holly's dark complexion turned ghostly pale, his eyes seething with fury as they bore into Zhou Ke. If looks could kill, Zhou Ke would have been reduced to mere dust by now. Observing Holly's exasperation, Zhou Ke allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips, then gestured towards Holly with a triumphant 3-0 sign. The youth lacks martial ethics. You promised to take the right route, yet you shot. Holly's anger flared. Humiliated before so many witnesses, feeling the weight of his dignity crushed under repeated mockery. In the words of our Chinese culture, this is the essence of strategic deception. Zhou Ke replied with a calm demeanor. He had never bothered to reason with rogues. Holly began, but was abruptly cut off. Enough. A voice called from behind. Holly turned to see who it was and immediately retreated, though the resentment and defiance in his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ke. On the sidelines, Jason wore a grim expression, his teeth clenched in frustration. He stepped forward, removing his jacket. Hey, folks, that yellow-skinned kid is in for it now. Jason won't hold back. Haha. Oh, Jason, don't be too rough. I fear you won't be able to cover his medical bills, someone remarked, aware that Jason was the best forward on the team. As Jason approached Zhou Ke, he whispered in his ear, not bad, you now qualify to hold my shoes. But that's all you'll ever do. He exaggerated the words hold my shoes, his face etched with disdain. How about we speak with the ball? Zhou Ke replied with a playful tilt of his head, tossing the ball into Jason's hands. Humph. Jason scoffed. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to handle the ball. As he finished speaking, Jason received the ball and lunged towards Zhou Ke's right side. Although they played the same position, Jason's physique appeared significantly more imposing, every muscle taut and visible. Zhou Ke recognized Jason's intent to use his physicality to overpower him. It was a common assumption that Asian players often lacked in physical confrontation. However, Zhou Ke was anything but typical. So you prefer physical confrontation? He mused, facing Jason's aggressive advance with calm composure, unperturbed and resolute. Jason, misinterpreting Zhou Ke's stillness as a lack of awareness, felt a rush of arrogance. You're done for. I've already chosen your hospital. With that, Jason raised his elbow, aiming directly at Zhou Ke's abdomen, a blatant attack meant to incapacitate. He charged like a raging bull, intent on bulldozing through. Folks, get ready to film this. Others, be prepared to call an ambulance. What? My God. On the court, Holly, who had just been reveling in his perceived dominance, froze in disbelief. Put your phones down. Stop filming. The entire gathering was captivated by the unfolding spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. For in that moment, the seemingly unstoppable Jason collided with an immovable force. The sheer impact nearly sent him sprawling to the ground, while Zhou Ke remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. As if he were an unyielding mountain standing against a tempest. The scene resembled a heavy tank barreling towards an SUV, only to have the tank itself stumble while the SUV remained unscathed. Jason, upon regaining his balance, looked up to find Zhou Ke before him, a figure of divine strength. His elbow having no effect against Zhou Ke's muscular arm. How is this possible? He thought, disbelief coursing through him. Before he could process the event, Zhou Ke spread his arms wide, trapping Jason like a hawk ensnaring its prey, leaving him with no room to maneuver or retaliate. Under Zhou Ke's immense pressure, Jason felt suffocated, a sense of despair washing over him. Reluctantly, he summoned all his strength to attempt a jump shot against the relentless defense. Unlike Jason's frustration, Zhou Ke maintained an air of tranquility, appearing effortlessly at ease. In midair, Jason leaped, ball in hand, preparing for a challenging mid-range shot. The instant the ball left his fingertips, a colossal hand emerged before him. Moments later, smack. A thunderous block sent the ball soaring away. Put those phones down. Hey, everyone. Stop filming. Holly shouted, his duty as a sycophant momentarily overtaken by shock. Yet, not all present were Jason's supporters. Many were simply there to witness the unfolding drama. OMG. I can guarantee that block was the most astounding I've ever seen. Did that kid just leap into the air? I didn't see him bend his knees at all. He shot up like a spring. The electrifying atmosphere ignited as the crowd erupted in awe, showering praises upon the momentous block, each word striking Jason like a dagger. His once arrogant countenance now pale and devoid of color, Jason's bloodshot eyes fixated on Zhou Ke, filled with a burning desire for vengeance. Now it's my turn to attack. Chapter 11. The Jester is me. As I made my advance on the basketball court, Zhou Ke strolled leisurely, gripping the ball with one hand, exuding the essence of that renowned figure in the league. This time, it was once again your right side. Oh. Zhou Ke's tone was light, laced with a hint of provocation. Buddy, you don't genuinely believe that just because you managed to block a shot, you are my rival. Do you? Jason, though seemingly defiant, had trembling legs that betrayed his inner thoughts. You cannot get past me. To the right. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Ke, like a gust of wind, darted towards Jason's right side with an explosive quickness. I knew it. Jason disowned the move instantly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he swiftly slid his feet to the right. Compared to Holly, Jason and Oppo's speed was indeed superior. Alas, today he faced Zhou Ke. The moment Zhou Ke noticed Jason's lateral movement to the right, he swiftly shifted his weight and raised his hand as if to take a three-pointer. Having learned from Holly's lesson, Jason dared not underestimate Zhou Ke's three-point capability, immediately raising his center of gravity to attempt to interfere with Zhou Ke's shot. After all, he had already been astounded by Zhou Ke's feints while watching from the sidelines. Faced with Jason's outstretched hand, Zhou Ke barely flinched, his fingertips showing no hesitation as he smoothly released the basketball. Is this all you've got? I can't even reach it with my elbow. The ball soared over Jason's head, tracing a beautiful arc in the air above the Texas University gymnasium. Swish. The sound of the net was crisp and melodious, bringing a wave of delight to the audience, except for Jason. For this shot, Zhou Ke had scored right in Jason's face, defying his defense. Anyone else would likely find it hard to smile. 1 o'clock, Jason, not only did I seize the ball, but Zhou Ke began, but suddenly smiled silently, merely giving Jason a thumbs up. Don't get too cocky. Let's see how long your luck can last. Jason retorted grimly, gritting his teeth. Don't challenge me with your luck. This time I will show you what true defense is. Thanks for the lesson. Thanks for the lesson. Zhou Ke clasped his hands, smiling as he bowed slightly. This time, it will be the right side again. With that, thump, thump. Zhou Ke rhythmically dribbled the ball, his eyes fixated not on Jason, but solely on the hoop. Thump. Suddenly, Zhou Ke unleashed a thunderous move, feigning an acceleration to penetrate. Jason's legs quivered, almost causing him to stumble. Buddy, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Zhou Ke smiled, kindly reminding the sweating Jason. Shut your foul mouth. No matter how good you play, you are merely my substitute. Oh no. Jalen's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had thought of something amusing, his previously sullen face breaking into a smug grin. You don't even deserve to be a substitute. No matter how well you play, you only deserve to watch me from the sidelines. Zhou Ke paused for a moment, already guessing half of what was coming. However, he did not dwell on it too much, for he firmly believed that gold will shine no matter where it is. Texas University may not cherish me, but there will be a place for me. So what? You ultimately cannot change the outcome of being trampled beneath my feet. Before his words faded, Zhou Ke suddenly launched into a rapid first step, resembling a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. At that moment, he completely disregarded Jason, his eyes solely on the hoop. All he aimed to do was slam the ball into that damn basket. Only in doing so would he justify the diligence of his training. Jason, alert to Zhou Ke's sudden advance, quickly moved to intercept. Thump. A deafening sound echoed through the court, akin to a heavy weight crashing onto the floor. Amazing. Oh my. Hey, buddy, the cheers. Please let me know this is real. God, did you put that yellow-skinned kid in a jersey? I'm beginning to doubt my eyesight. Following the astonished gazes from the crowd, one could see Jason collapsed on the ground like a sickly horse. In the confrontation, Zhou Ke had effortlessly sent Jason flying, as if he were a mere piece of paper, lacking any resistance. In contrast, Zhou Ke emerged from the clash unscathed, lifting the basketball to soar like a superhero for a thunderous dunk. Boom. The ball was forcefully slammed into the net by Zhou Ke. The rim shook violently, yet remained steadfast. Hey, anyone else want to come up? Hey, guys? Zhou Ke, after completing his dunk, wore a graceful smile as he inquired. Jason, I believe the only thing you did right today was to find a hospital in advance. With that, Zhou Ke blew a kiss to the fallen Jason. After a while, a throng of medical personnel dressed in white arrived at the arena, lifting a stretcher. Zhou Ke, this is not over. On the stretcher, Jason clutched his stomach in agony, glaring at Zhou Ke with eyes full of resentment. I hope the hospital you've chosen is adequate, wishing you a speedy recovery. Zhou Ke smiled, waving goodbye to Jason. Truly a heartless victory. On the stretcher, Jason had not anticipated that he would be the jester in today's performance, having called so many spectators, only to find them laughing at his expense. On the internet, a forum dedicated to discussing the NCAA tournament exploded with a short video. In just 12 hours, it garnered over 100,000 comments and thousands of shares. Hey, I can hardly believe this video. I question its authenticity. Oh God, this guy cannot be a player from Huaxia. I've been to Huaxia, but I didn't see any basketball courts. Zhou Ke, folks, I have never heard of this kid. It's him, the savior of Texas University in the Sweet 16. It's this kid. I recognize him. On the forum, the video showcased the duel between Zhou Ke, Holly, and Jason that day. The video culminated in Zhou Ke effortlessly sending Jason, who was significantly larger, soaring, followed by a breathtaking superhero dunk. Zhou Ke, I cannot forsake such an outstanding player. Gazing at the video of Zhou Ke, Don Hawkins pondered deeply, resting his chin in thought. Zhou Ke, I wonder when I will be able to witness your match. In just a few words, her anticipation was palpable. In a small room, Suya's eyes brimmed with admiration and adoration, nearly overflowing from the screen. The little deer in her heart seemed intoxicated, bumping around wildly. The dim, yellow light of the desk lamp cast a gentle glow on her cheeks, revealing a faint blush. Chapter 12. The Elite Eight begins. In the absence of rouge, a daughter's visage blushes solely for her beloved, though devoid of cosmetic enhancement. Her cheeks radiate a natural hue, reminiscent of a ripened apple, exquisite and irresistibly alluring. As the three-day holiday unfolds at a measured pace, the team reconvenes for their training match. Precisely on schedule. The venue, the basketball arena of the University of Texas, where the Texas Longhorns, typically immaculate in their formation, appear somewhat disheveled today due to the absence of one player. What? Is this how you all choose to rest? It seems we may as well forego breaks altogether. Coach Don Hawkins sternly admonishes his players, his demeanor unusually grave. Just moments before, the results of the NCAA tournament's quarterfinals had been announced, revealing that the Texas Longhorns will face off against the formidable Georgia Tech. This news weighs heavily on the Longhorns, for Georgia Tech is a notoriously challenging adversary. Their junior star, Stephen Marbury, single-handedly dismantled his opponents in the previous match, scoring an impressive 30 points against a Connecticut team laden with defensive prowess, including Ray Allen. Even while being closely guarded, Marbury's scoring ability remains fearsome. Following the game, his remarks have only heightened the anticipation surrounding each of Georgia Tech's subsequent matches. Sighing deeply as he reviews the players' statistics, Hawkins realizes that none on his roster possess the capability to contain Marbury. In past encounters, his defensive strategies have crumbled under Marbury's relentless offense, leaving every coach exasperated. For the Longhorns to secure victory in this quarterfinal, the ability to restrain Marbury will be pivotal. With only 4 days left to devise a plan, Hawkins' thoughts inevitably drift towards Zhou Ke, who is diligently training alone. Reflecting on Zhou Ke's performance from the previous game and the footage he had viewed, Hawkins recalls the remarkable attributes of the 201 centimeters tall player with a 221 centimeters wingspan and unparalleled athleticism. While the authenticity of that video remains uncertain, Zhou Ke's tangible contributions in the last match warrant a chance. At this moment, Hawkins resolves to grant this boy from afar a complete opportunity. 3 days later, Suya contemplates whether she should reach out to him. Will it disturb him? As she clutches the hard-earned ticket in her hand, her face betrays no joy. Instead, she fixates on her phone, oscillating between hope and disappointment. Later that night, Zhou Ke returns home to find his training equipment strewn about. After a quick shower, he lies in bed, pondering whether Suya will attend. The memory of her elegant, deep-set eyes lingers in his mind. Hesitating for a moment, he retrieves his phone. Ding. Ding, ding. In a haze, Suya's phone begins to vibrate. Groggily, she glances at the screen, recognizing the name that inspires both excitement and trepidation. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she steels herself to answer the call. Hello? Zhou Ke's gentle voice flows through the receiver, causing Suya's cheeks to flush crimson. Is there something you need at this late hour? The question hangs in the air, imbued with anticipation. I have a game tomorrow night at Georgia Tech's arena. Will you come? I will. She interjects eagerly before he can finish. I've already secured a ticket. I will definitely be there. Her exuberance radiates as if fearing Zhou Ke might withdraw his invitation. Then rest well. I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye. After hanging up, Suya's cheeks remain flushed as she clutches her ticket tightly. On March 25th, in the United States, the Georgia Tech arena brims with anticipation, the atmosphere electric. The first match of the NCAA Elite Eight is set to commence in mere moments. Georgia Tech's ascent to this stage is inextricably linked to their ace player, Marbury, who has repeatedly risen to the occasion, leading his team to victory. When at an advantage, he is the executioner, quelling any hopes of a comeback from opponents. When at a disadvantage, he is the team's savior, reversing the tide of defeat. Today, facing a Texas team devoid of star players, Marbury boldly declares pregame. I will score 40 points in this quarterfinal. The arena, predominantly filled with Georgia Tech supporters, buzzes with excitement at his proclamation, the atmosphere thick with tension. Dawn. What are you doing? An irate old Jason rebukes Hawkins, his dissatisfaction palpable. Helping the team secure a victory, Hawkins replies calmly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhou Ke. who was making his starting debut. Zhou, play freely, but keep an eye on that guy. During warm-ups, Hawkins shouts encouragement. I believe in your potential. Zhou Ke nods confidently in response. Zhou Ke is well aware of Stephen Marbury's formidable reputation, an NCAA all-star guard, a scoring machine, and a nightmare for defenders. Yet, for him, this represents an opportunity. Victory belongs to us. This will not be our end. I will bring the trophy back to Georgia. Across the court, Marbury passionately engages the home crowd, intensifying the electric atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NCAA Elite Eight. Let us introduce the two headliners, Georgia Tech and the University of Texas. The winner will advance to the NCAA semifinals. Let us eagerly await this match. As the commentary builds anticipation, the NCAA Elite Eight is poised to commence. Chapter 13, Confronting Marbury, a Clash of Titans. In the United States. At the Georgia Institute of Technology's gymnasium, the NCAA Elite Eight tournament is in full swing. The University of Texas is facing off against Georgia Tech. From afar, the fervent cheers of the fans resonate, creating an unending wave of sound. If Zhou cannot keep pace with his opponent on the perimeter, he will allow him to penetrate inside, where he can be ensnared by a double team. Just before the game, Coach Don Hawkins approached Zhou for a brief word of encouragement. Rest assured, there is no need for such concerns. Zhou Ke met Coach Hawkins' gaze with unwavering confidence. Stephen Marbury will not breach my defenses. Seeing Zhou's self-assured demeanor, Coach Hawkins chose to remain silent. He had defied the odds to place Zhou in the starting lineup, and thus, he must fully trust the savior who had led the team to the Elite Eight. Meanwhile, in the stands, Siyu watched Zhou Ke warming up with palpable excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You must give it your all today. As the warm-ups concluded, the starting five for both teams took to the court amid the fervent cheers of their supporters. This monumental clash was about to unfold. The starting lineup for the University of Texas appeared different than usual. Indeed, they had chosen to feature Zhou Ke, a player of exceptional prowess on both offense and defense, in the starting role. In the Sweet 16 match, Zhou had come off the bench and, wielding his dominance on both ends of the court, successfully led Texas to a remarkable comeback against a formidable opponent, advancing them to the Elite Eight. However, it was merely one game. Many players showcase phenomenal performances in a season, which does not necessarily indicate their overall capability. Zhou's display in the Sweet 16 had begun to elevate his profile. Yet the public remained skeptical of him, even after he had triumphed over Wake Forest University, which boasted the legendary Tim Duncan. Nevertheless, Zhou paid no heed to the doubters. He understood that actions on the court would speak volumes. For him, the NCAA was merely the beginning. His aspirations reached far beyond this stage. On the court, the players took their positions for the jump ball. The referee stood at center court, tossing the basketball high into the air above the Georgia Tech gymnasium. The game commenced. The Georgia Tech center, leveraging his height advantage, tapped the ball into Marbury's hands. Boom. Upon receiving the ball, Marbury surged forward with the swiftness of a gale. Undeterred by the defenders in his path, he executed a lightning-quick crossover to the right, propelling himself forward as he aimed to slip past the defender on his left. This signature move had served Marbury well throughout his NCAA career, with only a handful of failures to his name. Yet today, on his very first attempt, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. Texas's defenders swiftly anticipated Marbury's trajectory, their long arms rising like barriers to intercept his path. Bang! Marbury reacted instantly, pulling back the ball to regain control while lifting his gaze to meet the resolute stare of Zhou Ke, the Texas defender. Marbury's initial advance was thwarted. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. On the sidelines, the Georgia Tech commentator wore an expression of astonishment. Zhou Ke's lateral quickness and astute defensive awareness had positioned him squarely in Marbury's way. The two players, one a seasoned scoring assassin and the other an emerging star from China, had clashed with sparks flying. As Marbury's advance faltered, he felt a stir of surprise within. He realized that this seemingly unheralded young man was not to be underestimated. Quickly regaining his composure, Marbury began to orchestrate the tempo, seeking an opportunity to attack. Abruptly, Marbury accelerated once more, driving towards Zhou's left side. As Zhou prepared to shift laterally, Marbury performed a deceptive pivot, switching the ball to his right hand. Zhou pursued swiftly, refusing to grant Marbury an opening. Sensing the pressure, Marbury executed a sudden stop and go, creating a sliver of space for his shot. In an instant, he leapt, unleashing a mid-range jumper. Crack! Just as the ball left Marbury's fingertips, Zhou, who had initially misjudged the defensive position, erupted from the sidelines, soaring to deliver a thunderous block. The ball was sent flying out of bounds. God, God, God. This emphatic rejection sent the crowd into a frenzy, with fans erupting in ecstatic cheers. Even some scouts present were taken aback by Zhou's extraordinary athleticism displayed in that moment. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the intricacies. Fans may have been captivated by the visual spectacle, but scouts recognized Zhou's extraordinary speed and leaping ability. They knew well the caliber of Marbury's offensive prowess, which could easily shine in the NBA. Yet, despite having created an opportunity, Marbury found himself thwarted by Zhou's timely intervention. The speed of Zhou's recovery was nothing short of remarkable. In the stands, scouts began jotting down notes in their notebooks. What impressed them was not solely his raw speed and physical attributes, but also his basketball IQ. The defensive read he made prior to the block was pivotal to his success. Marbury's offensive maneuvers had all been anticipated by this young player. As the scouts observed, Marbury too realized that this unassuming young man before him was indeed a defensive virtuoso. Faced with an opponent who matched his speed and had the advantage of reach and height, Marbury recognized that Zhou was a formidable gift prepared by Texas for him. But what of it? Marbury's competitive spirit ignited once more. The more formidable the defender, the more it highlighted his own legendary scoring ability, was it not? Ascending over stronger adversaries, using them as stepping stones, that was Marbury's ambition. His goal was to bring the championship trophy to Georgia Tech. On the court, as Georgia Tech prepared for an inbounds play, Marbury received the pass and immediately signaled for a pick. With the aid of a teammate's screen, Marbury narrowly evaded his defender and launched a mid-range shot. Chapter 14. The Collapse of the Grand Building. Alas, at this moment, a familiar giant hand once again reached out from the sky, nearly swatting the basketball away. Disrupted, Marbury's initial attempt failed, the ball striking the rim and bouncing out. The center from the University of Texas successfully secured the rebound and passed the ball to the guard, who advanced past half-court. During the transition from defense to offense, the Texas guard sought to initiate a fast break, charging towards the basket. However, he charged too deep and faced a double team, leaving him with no available shot space. In a moment of desperation, he could only make a hasty pass. Nearby, Marbury had been waiting for this opportunity as the Texas guard flung the ball towards the perimeter. Marbury pounced like a hungry tiger. Just as he was about to record a steal, a swift figure appeared above him, extending long arms to firmly grasp the basketball. The figure was none other than Zhou Ke, who had just delivered a resounding block to him. In the air, Zhou Ke's leap echoed the legend of the NBA basketball's deity, Michael Jordan. Zhou Ke soared, catching the ball with one hand, utilizing his extraordinary hang time to feint and draw the defenders from the wings. To contain Zhou Ke, the players on the perimeter left themselves completely exposed. Quick-witted, Zhou Ke adeptly transferred the ball to his teammate. The latter, finding himself unmarked within several meters, adjusted and smoothly sent the ball through the hoop. A three-pointer registered. 3 o'clock. Thanks to Zhou Ke's swift pass, the University of Texas transformed a blunder into a promising start. However, any team that has reached the Elite Eight cannot be underestimated. On the offensive end, Georgia Tech's Marbury was equally unyielding, immediately utilizing a double screen to score 2 points. The match had only just commenced, yet the intensity was palpable. On the Texas side, Zhou Ke orchestrated the offense and defense, managing both roles with aplomb. Compared to their opponents, the other players seemed worlds apart. Some were even unable to capitalize on easy scoring opportunities. The entire burden of the team rested on Zhou Ke's shoulders. The fierce battle continued, with both teams locked in a tight score. It wasn't until the final 2 minutes of the first half that Georgia Tech held possession. Marbury stood at the arc, preparing to attack. He called for a pick from the center, leveraging his size to shake off the defense. Dismissing the oncoming Texas defender, Marbury executed a slick change of direction, effortlessly leaving him behind. He then charged into the Texas paint, powering for the defense to score. Beep. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded. An additional free throw. At this critical juncture, Marbury showcased his prowess as a premier scorer. "This is me, Stephen Marbury. This is my style of play." After sinking the basket, Marbury triumphantly raised his arms and roared beside him. This 2-1 was like a fuse igniting the crowd, who erupted into deafening cheers and screams. "Folks, Georgia's ace. Pass that damn ball to Marbury. He'll put it in that damn basket." In the stands, scouts were equally astonished by Marbury's performance, a testament to his status as a top prospect in this year's draft. With the successful free throw, the previously taut score began to tilt in favor of Georgia Tech. At this moment, their momentum surged, filled with passion and energy. On the defensive end, before the Texas guards could advance the ball past half-court, Georgia Tech initiated a full-court press, accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the fans and the relentless pressure from their opponents. The Texas guard was stripped of the ball in the backcourt. He didn't even have a chance to make a pass. Boom. After completing the steal, Georgia Tech indulged in a display of flair. Marbury slammed the ball towards the hoop, leaping high for a spectacular one-handed dunk. With his audacious demeanor, Marbury's confidence soared even higher. He glanced back at Zhou Ke, his eyes seemingly declaring, "This is my show." 37-45. The previously narrow three-point margin suddenly widened to 8. In a 1-on-2 situation, Texas was left gasping for air, and the game seemed to foreshadow a potential collapse. On the sidelines, Don Hawkins watched anxiously, preparing to call a timeout to halt the opposing team's fervor. However, Zhou Ke waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. "What you initiate, I must retaliate personally." "Hey, pass the ball to Zhou Ke." Hawkins hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Zhou Ke's unwavering confidence, he chose to trust him. Furthermore, he decided to position Zhou Ke as the primary ball handler. Zhou Ke would transition from off-ball to on-ball. "Guys, just find your spots and wait for my pass." Zhou Ke encouraged his teammates. The opposing players, riding high on their momentum, immediately intensified their pressure as Zhou Ke received the inbounds pass. In the face of multiple defenders and the deafening crowd, Zhou Ke's expression remained calm and composed, exuding confidence. "Only 3? You think you can stop me?" With a slight smirk, Zhou Ke effortlessly sidestepped the first defender. Facing 2 more approaching defenders, he executed a smooth behind-the-back pivot, effortlessly leaving all 3 defenders behind in mere seconds. "And here comes my challenge." From the wing, Marbury advanced swiftly, arms outstretched, his sharp gaze fixated on Zhou Ke's every move. This marked the first direct confrontation between Marbury and Zhou Ke, with neither young man willing to concede. Thump, thump. Zhou Ke adjusted his dribble rhythm, eschewing any unnecessary words, launching into a rapid acceleration, feigning an attack down Marbury's right flank. Marbury, familiar with this tactic, anticipated Zhou Ke's path. Unfortunately for Marbury, he underestimated Zhou Ke. As his weight shifted to the right, Zhou Ke executed a swift behind-the-back move, transferring the ball to his left side. At this moment, Marbury's left flank was wide open, and he was caught off guard, helplessly watching Zhou Ke glide past him. Thump. Rising high against the defending center, Zhou Ke grasped the ball in one hand and unleashed a thunderous, soaring slam dunk. The Georgia Tech center below looked on in a mix of confusion and fear. Chapter 15. Zhou Ke's response. Advancing to the semifinals, Zhou Ke executed a breathtaking maneuver, effortlessly bypassing 4 defenders to complete a thunderous dunk. Why not 5? Because this was a spectacular in-your-face dunk, standing at an imposing 216 centimeters. This was indeed an extraordinary display. The commentator on the sidelines erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "He is soaring through the air." Not only the commentator, but the fans present were also astounded, leaping from their seats in disbelief. After all, this was a dunk over a towering 216 centimeters center. Such a display of athleticism would be remarkable even on the NBA stage, yet Zhou Ke achieved it with such ease on the NCAA platform. Perhaps this dunk served as Zhou Ke's response to Marbury's antics. The battle between these 2 young talents had officially commenced. "Zhou, magnificent play. This is how it should be done." Zhou Ke's teammates were invigorated by his electrifying dunk as the previous slump began to dissipate. "Defense, fellas." Zhou Ke remained calm after his dunk, for it was merely another day for him. The priority was to lead his team to victory. Meanwhile, his teammates on the bench were animatedly mimicking the stunning dunk that had just unfolded. After a turnover, Georgia Tech took to the offensive, with Marbury positioned at the top of the arc. This time, he opted against a screen, recognizing that the outcome of the game hinged on his matchup with Zhou Ke. A direct confrontation was inevitable. Thump, 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 thump. Marbury initiated his signature dribbling, and all eyes in the arena were riveted on the 2 competitors. The sound of the basketball echoed like a heartbeat, quickening the atmosphere. With a powerful move, Marbury attempted to shake Zhou Ke with a dramatic crossover, yet Zhou Ke's agile footwork allowed him to stay right on Marbury's heels, like a relentless shadow. After several failed attempts to create an opening, time began to dwindle, and in desperation, Marbury retreated, determined to challenge Zhou Ke head-on. However, before he could even release the ball, Zhou Ke deftly intercepted it. How could this be? As the ball slipped from his grasp, Marbury faltered. But before he could process what happened, a cacophony erupted from behind him. Bang! In retaliation, Zhou Ke raced down the court, slamming the ball emphatically into the hoop, followed by a soaring reverse dunk. This decisive act announced Zhou Ke's intent to dominate the game alongside the University of Texas. His astounding athleticism was on full display. Indeed, this was the consequence of provoking Zhou Ke. He resembled a vengeful avenger, ruthlessly attacking the Georgia Tech basket. Once again, the commentator was left agape, his mouth forming an O that could accommodate a fist. Scouts on the sidelines began feverishly jotting down notes, recognizing that Zhou Ke's incredible physical prowess made him an undeniable prospect for the upcoming draft. As the commentator aptly noted, Zhou Ke now resembled a vengeful reaper, wielding a scythe of destruction. With just 2 minutes remaining in the first half, Zhou Ke propelled the University of Texas on a relentless 14-0 run, successfully taking a 6-point lead at 51-45. As the half concluded, Zhou Ke led his team into the second half with a commendable advantage. "Boys, splendid work. This is how we play." Upon reaching the bench, Don Hawkins beamed with joy. "Let Zhou Ke handle the ball, and you all find good shooting positions. We must seize this victory." At that moment, the strategy of the University of Texas mirrored the NBA's 4 shooters around 1 star, showcasing Zhou Ke's tactical significance within the team. "Hey, stay focused," Georgia Tech's coach shouted at his seated players. "Let's show our confidence. This is the Elite 8. In the second half, we must contain that guy." He cast a determined gaze toward the opposite end of the court. The halftime break concluded swiftly, with both teams opting to maintain their lineups, unwilling to underestimate the gravity of the match. As the second half commenced, Marbury sought a screen and swiftly drained a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, signaling that Georgia was still in the fight. Nevertheless, Zhou Ke would not grant them any opportunity to build momentum. Receiving the inbounds pass, he surged forward, disregarding the defenders, and launched a response 3-pointer. Answer ball. This shot extinguished the last flicker of hope for Georgia Tech, effectively sealing the game in Zhou Ke's favor, setting the tone for the remainder of the match. In the following moments, under Zhou Ke's leadership, the University of Texas executed their strategy with precision, offering Georgia Tech no chances whatsoever. Despite Marbury's attempts to find openings, he ultimately found himself stymied by Zhou Ke's defense. As Texas mounted an unstoppable offense, the ambitious Marbury and his Georgia Tech squad ultimately fell short in the Elite 8. The final score read 98-78, a resounding victory for the University of Texas as they advanced to the semifinals. Though it was hard to witness, congratulations were in order for the University of Texas. Zhou Ke undeniably earned the title of MVP for this contest, with an impressive stat line of 33 points, 14 assists, 10 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. His performance was pivotal to the team's success. Furthermore, his defensive prowess against Marbury was crucial to their triumph. As the game concluded, the commentator offered a brief summary. In contrast, Marbury appeared overwhelmed on both ends of the court, finding himself unable to match Zhou Ke's intensity. His once celebrated speed proved ineffective against Zhou Ke, who towered over him in both height and wingspan. More critically, Zhou Ke seemed to operate in a realm unchallenged. None of Georgia Tech and Oppo's S5 players could hinder Zhou Ke and Oppo's relentless assault on the basket, merely watching as he soared and wreaked havoc upon their rim. Their key player, Marbury, was rendered ineffective, unable to replicate his former magic under Zhou Ke's watchful eye. This match, filled with breathtaking moments, revealed a new gem for the scouts, Zhou Ke. While some rejoiced, others despaired. In a corner of the bench, the aging Jason wore a disgruntled expression, feeling the heat of Hawkins' disapproving gaze. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a voice echoed with fury, "What a waste. Marbury, just a bunch of failures." Chapter 16. The Final Four, Not My Goal. At the Georgia Institute of Technology basketball court, the exhilarating match concluded with the University of Texas once again staging a remarkable comeback, triumphing over Georgia Tech and advancing to the NCAA semifinals with a resounding victory by 20 points. Prior to the game, it was perhaps inconceivable to imagine such an outcome. On the court, Marbury's eyes brimmed with resentment. His pre-game bravado now felt like a mere jest, as he found himself utterly overwhelmed by a fledgling talent from Huaxia. Both offensively and defensively, he was suffocated by Zhou Ke's prowess. With a heart full of reluctance, Marbury hesitated for a moment but eventually approached Zhou Ke, exchanging a few whispered words. "Congratulations, but I will seek vengeance," Marbury murmured. Through this encounter, he realized that this adversary could potentially become his lifelong rival. "Huh. I am always ready," Zhou Ke replied with a smile, "but I believe victory will be mine." While Marbury exhibited an indomitable spirit and exceptional confidence, he would never intimidate Zhou Ke. Revenge? It would likely only deepen the animosity. After their exchange, they embraced in a gesture of mutual respect. "I will be waiting for you in the NBA," Marbury said as he turned to leave. In his view, Zhou Ke had demonstrated the caliber to make it to the NBA. After all, he had never encountered a player who rendered him so helpless on the NCAA stage. Indeed, Zhou Ke responded with a smile. Given his current abilities, he felt entirely prepared for the NBA. Perhaps soon, he would stand upon the long-desired stage, leaving a profound mark. Simultaneously, in another quarterfinal match, the game concluded with the University of Massachusetts, under the leadership of defensive stalwart Marcus Camby, securing the other semifinal ticket from the upper bracket. They would face the University of Texas in 4 days on the semifinal stage, vying for the final ticket to the championship game. After leading his team to victory, Marcus Camby was brimming with enthusiasm. When confronted by reporters, he proclaimed, "My ambitions extend far beyond this. I will lead my team to the finals." Many UMass fans shared his confidence, believing their team could defeat the starless University of Texas and advance to the finals. After all, with a powerhouse like Camby guarding the paint, none dared to venture inside easily. However, they were unaware that the last person to boast in such a manner had already returned home. Joe, after consecutively leading your team to triumph over 2 championship contenders, what thoughts linger in your mind? A throng of ESPN and TNT reporters encircled Zhou Ke. Previously, many journalists had dismissed Zhou Ke's last performance as mere luck, attributing his sudden emergence to chance, and had refrained from interviewing him. Now, however, he had become the focal point of the press. "That is precisely what we ought to do, for we are not inferior to them," Zhou Ke replied with a calm demeanor, confidence radiating from his expression. "Moreover, our goals extend beyond this. I intend to lead the team to achieve something monumental." This statement was unequivocal. The semifinals were merely a stepping stone. His true aspiration was the championship. Such declarations stirred a significant uproar. Even Don Hawkins, standing nearby, felt a twinge of shock upon hearing them. Yet, under the spotlight, Zhou Ke's steadfast gaze conveyed an undeniable sanctity. After a brief pause, an ESPN reporter pressed on, "One more question. Zhou, are you truly a Huaxia native? Or do you harbor any secrets about your identity?" "I can assure you, I am a genuine Huaxia person. Not a trace of impurity," Zhou Ke asserted, articulating each word with clarity and conviction. Upon finishing, he turned and walked towards the players' tunnel. Such inquiries were never met with ambiguity. They were his principles, embodying the pride and honor he carried. 2 phrases, 2 questions, regarding the identity of a Huaxia player, undoubtedly became the most sensational news of the day. Within an hour, it dominated sports headlines, even eclipsing the NBA news of the day. Headlines read, "A rising star, Huaxia underdog strikes with power, superhuman dunk." The goal is not merely the semifinals, but the trophy. Was it arrogance or confidence? A clash of titans. The Huaxia newcomer obliterates Marbury. Accompanying images featured Zhou Ke conversing with Marbury. Overnight, the name Zhou Ke emerged in various sports magazines and forums across the nation. "Zhou Ke? I had never heard of him. Is he really a Huaxia player? Incredible. My God, I could watch that dunk a million times. I can hardly believe this is a freshman. He plays like Michael." As Zhou Ke's name began to create ripples in the American basketball scene, he spotted a familiar petite figure from afar. "Congratulations." As she approached, Sia beamed with delight. "After such a game, are you thirsty? Here." Blushing, she offered him a drink she had prepared in advance, her eyes sparkling yet shy, unable to meet his gaze. Looking at Sia, Zhou Ke felt as if he were a child savoring candy, her exquisite face adorned with a charming smile. "Thank you." He bent down to take a sip, so sweet. In this foreign land, Zhou Ke felt for the first time the warmth of someone's concern. In the past, he had only faced ridicule and contempt, as many viewed him through biased lenses. As he gazed at Suya, a wave of warmth washed over him. "Is it good?" Suya inquired eagerly. Upon seeing Zhou Ke nod, she erupted with joy. In her excitement, she rushed into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around him. She might not have realized the impact of her gesture. Standing at 1.7 meters, with a figure rivaling that of Hollywood's finest, her embrace was overwhelming for a young man in the throes of adolescence. Chapter 17. Attention from North Shore Garden Delicious. Zhou Ke managed to utter, suppressing the restlessness within. "I specifically chose this for you." She began, then suddenly felt an odd sensation, quickly realizing her reaction. Though she had yet to experience certain things, she had some understanding. "I'm sorry. I was too excited." Suya said as she immediately withdrew a step, her delicate face turning crimson to the neck, her hands fidgeting in uncertainty. Daring not to meet Zhou Ke's gaze. What's with the strong reaction? Is it because I just finished playing and smell bad? Zhou Ke teased, lifting his jersey to sniff it. No, perhaps I'm just used to it, haha. You young ladies must find this sweat odor unbearable. Haha. You should head back and take a shower, or else it will really stink. Suya burst into laughter, the earlier awkwardness dissipating instantly. Let us go home together. In the United States, North Shore Garden Gym. In a high-rise office, an elderly scout stood before the sofa, presenting a heap of data and analysis. General Manager. Here are the player statistics and performance analyses for the quarterfinals and the round of 16. Tim Duncan remained steadfast as a rock, yet regrettably, he had decided to enter the draft only after graduating from college. Seated on the sofa was a distinguished elderly man with white hair, none other than the legendary NBA coach, Red Auerbach. His coaching career is nothing short of a remarkable saga. Now serving as the general manager of the team, he tirelessly dedicated himself to the Celtics. As they conversed, Auerbach lit his iconic cigar and perused the documents before him. Tim Duncan and Stephon Marbury are both promising talents. However, the latter's temperament appears unsuitable for being a cornerstone of a team, and the former will not participate in this year's draft. Besides Tim and Steph, how is the investigation on the player I asked you to look into? Auerbach inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. Here it is. I have compiled all the data and information I could gather, the scout replied, presenting another document to Auerbach. The cover prominently displayed the words Zhou Ke Player Analysis. Opening the document, Auerbach took a puff from his cigar, remaining silent. To him, the distant land of China felt entirely unknown. Yet, this player from China could very well be a hidden gem, having successfully taken down both Tim Duncan and Stephon Marbury in 2 games. Zhou Ke dominated both ends of the court. Particularly against Marbury, his defense proved formidable, while his offensive talent was astonishing. I see. Auerbach waved his hand and murmured, "Where's the game footage?" At his request, the scout retrieved a DVD from the file. Undoubtedly, this disc contained content related to Zhou Ke. I have gathered all the game footage I could find, he stated. The video showcased Zhou Ke soaring above defenders, executing thunderous dunks, displaying his extraordinary physical prowess. Clearly, Auerbach was captivated by Zhou Ke's unparalleled athleticism. Moreover, Zhou Ke's confidence and control on the court were significant assets. Faced with double teams, his decision-making was always precise, and his defensive judgment flawless. This could truly be a treasure, my friend. After watching the footage, Auerbach's admiration was unmistakable. It is rare for a player to elicit such praise from him, underscoring his high regard for Zhou Ke. Keep a close eye on this intriguing individual and ensure you gather all relevant information. Check the schedule for his next game and arrange the flight tickets for me. If this young man enters the draft this year, we might just seize an opportunity to acquire him at a low pick. If we wait a few years, he will undoubtedly be the top pick. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ke was already attracting attention from others. In Texas, at the Dallas Mavericks American Airlines Center, General Manager Donnie Nelson remarked, "He is worth the risk." He understood that Zhou Ke's potential extended beyond the court. There was an untapped treasure behind him, China. As a businessman, Nelson had a keen sense for opportunity, recognizing not only the on-court benefits Zhou Ke could bring, but also the vast potential of his background. Meanwhile, in the executive offices of the New York Knicks, discussions regarding the young Chinese talent were also underway. Upon returning to school, Coach Don Hawkins wasted no time, not granting the players a moment's reprieve. Run. The entire Texas University team was preparing for the Final Four. However, unlike usual, there were many students gathered to watch from the sidelines. After last night's news, Zhou Ke had become a basketball star on campus. "Zhou, are you free this afternoon? Wow, you look even more handsome than in the magazine. Look, Zhou is looking at me." Ahaha. On the sidelines, a group of female students watched Zhou Ke train. As the practice session progressed, a sour smell began to waft through the air. All his teammates gazed at Zhou Ke with envy, as if they had bitten into lemons. "Zhou, you've become a big star." Coach Hawkins approached, chuckling in jest. "Haha, not quite yet," Zhou Ke replied nonchalantly, continuing to dribble the ball. To him, this was merely a small spark before a raging fire. Hearing Zhou Ke's remark, his already lemon-sour teammates felt their envy intensify. As a result, during practice games, they couldn't help but escalate their actions when facing Zhou Ke. However, this was also a reason they had yet to achieve prominence. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? They had just reached the Final Four, yet they celebrated as if they had accomplished everything, believing that the outcome of the remaining matches mattered little. But for Zhou Ke, this was merely a stepping stone toward a grander stage. Days flew by in training sessions. The highly anticipated semifinal was soon to commence. This time, it marked the first occasion Texas University would compete on its home court since the round of 16. Before the game, posters of Zhou Ke adorned the campus, and media outlets even created a poster featuring his previous remarks alongside those of Marcus, amplifying the excitement. With the build-up from various sources, the atmosphere had become palpably tense before the match had even begun. Chapter 18. A sudden turn of events. In the United States, at the University of Texas basketball arena, Don Hawkins is preparing for the final training session before the Final Four. Tonight, the team will face the formidable University of Massachusetts on their home court. Compared to the previous two teams, the University of Massachusetts is somewhat weaker. The absolute core of this team is naturally Marcus Camby, a defensive powerhouse who has earned accolades as the NCAA's best defender. However, in terms of offense, he pales in comparison to Marbury and Duncan. Yet, the dynamics of the game can shift in an instant. No match should be taken lightly. Don Hawkins has done extensive preparation for this game, as it presents a golden opportunity to reach the NCAA championship. The chance to create a miracle is at hand, and it must be seized with utmost diligence. Simultaneously, the semifinals in the lower bracket are also underway. The spirited Allen Iverson will be competing at his home court at Georgetown against the prestigious North Carolina basketball program. Under Iverson's leadership, Georgetown has surged into the Final Four. Following the elimination of Georgia and Wake Forest, Georgetown has emerged as the frontrunner for the championship title, particularly for Georgetown's core player, Allen Iverson. He has consistently overwhelmed his defensive counterparts in previous matches. This 183 centimeters dynamo, much like Zhou Ke, is carving out his own legend on the court, equally yearning for the championship and the chance to make history. However, North Carolina is no pushover. As a basketball powerhouse, they too are fervently pursuing the title, ensuring that this encounter will be a fierce battle. As night descends, the roar of the crowd from the University of Texas Sports Arena echoes like thunder from 100 meters away. The Final Four of the NCAA is about to commence. Will the University of Texas triumph and secure a spot in the finals? Or will the University of Massachusetts pull off an upset and advance? All will be revealed tonight. Indeed, I am aware that Zhou Ke, the player opposite me, is relatively unknown, yet he is exceptional. Nevertheless, my purpose here is the trophy. In the face of the University of Texas, who has just eliminated both Wake Forest and Georgia Tech, Marcus Camby remains resolute, declaring that his goal is the trophy, just as it was when securing a semifinal ticket. On the sidelines, numerous Massachusetts fans echo his sentiments, buoyed by their belief in their star player, Marcus Camby. We have faced many formidable foes and have experienced setbacks, but ultimately, victory has always been ours. Today will be no exception. Coach, I believe I am ready to play. Jason, having returned to the sidelines, confidently approaches Don Hawkins. Zhou, do not underestimate this match. The court can be unpredictable, so we must play with caution. Don Hawkins advises Zhou Ke without turning to face him. Marcus Camby is a formidable opponent. We must focus on ball movement. Previously, in a moment of crisis, Don Hawkins had entrusted Zhou Ke with the ball. However, it is clear that he has been won over by Zhou Ke's performance in the last game, completely entrusting him with the reins of offense and defense. No problem, Zhou Ke nods affirmatively. Zhou Ke has taken the time to familiarize himself with Marcus Camby and the University of Massachusetts. The reason this team has reached the Final Four is due to the defensive system built around Marcus Camby. An age-old adage in the NBA states that defense wins championships, underscoring the importance of a strong defense, and the University of Massachusetts is indeed a team that relies on ironclad defensive strategies. However, even the best shield cannot withstand a sharp scythe. Don, are you getting old? Did you not hear my son speaking to you? Suddenly, an ominous voice from the bench causes both Zhou Ke and Don Hawkins to feel a surge of unease. Old friend, what brings you here? Don Hawkins glares at the intruder. I have my reasons for being here. Old Jason dismissively glances at Zhou Ke, continuing, Jason, prepare to play. This is my team, and I am the coach. Don Hawkins angrily confronts old Jason. You have no right to interfere with my team. Oh, have you forgotten? Whether you are the coach of the team is for me to decide. Old Jason retorts coldly, his eyes narrowing at Don Hawkins. A thinly veiled threat hanging in the air. You. Don Hawkins is about to advance when Zhou Ke hugs him from behind. Coach, it's all right. Don Hawkins turns to Zhou Ke, forcing himself to calm down. You are jeopardizing the team and its hard work. My team, my choice, old Jason scoffs dismissively. Jason is set to play. All right, Dad. Jason strides past Zhou Ke in his warm-up gear, exuding an air of bravado. I told you, no matter how well you play, you will only be a substitute for me. As players begin their warm-up routines, the game is imminent. Where is Zhou Ke? Suya scans the audience, having searched diligently but found no trace of him. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupts from the crowd, a cacophony resembling a tidal wave of excitement. Look everyone. Oh, this is unbelievable. Even the commentators are taken aback, nearly leaping from their seats in astonishment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the legendary coach, Red Auerbach. It is a spectacle beyond belief. The renowned NBA coach has graced the NCAA Final Four with his presence. What could have drawn him here? I hope for an exhilarating match, but if I had to pick a winner, I would unhesitatingly choose the University of Texas, Auerbach states in response to media inquiries. Reason? There is none. It is merely my instinct. I wouldn't reveal my reasoning. Why provide an advantage to my competitors? Why not quietly benefit from drafting such a strong player? After concluding the interview, Auerbach settles into his seat. He peers at the players on the court, puzzled, as he fails to spot one particular figure. What is going on? Injured? Taking a break? Auerbach inquires of the veteran scout beside him. No. I just saw him on the University of Texas starting lineup moments ago. Let us wait and see. Upon hearing this, Auerbach leans back, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Meanwhile, on the bench of the University of Texas. Chapter 19, A Lesson in Blood. You are unworthy. Gentlemen, do you see that? That is Auerbach, the illustrious cardinal of the NBA. Jason, brimming with arrogance, boasted before the crowd, you all know why he is here. It is undoubtedly because of my father and me. This match will serve as my gift to him, a prelude to my entrance into the NBA. In front of everyone, Jason was utterly conceited, blinded by his own hubris. After delivering his boastful remarks, he mischievously smirked and cast a provocative glance at Zhou Ke nearby, as if to imply, the stage you have meticulously built will ultimately feature my performance. As the warm-up concluded, the starting five took their positions on the court. The atmosphere within the arena began to swell with excitement. The game was on the verge of commencing. Let us examine the starting players. First, we have the home team, the University of Texas. Observing the starting five from the University of Texas, the commentators were struck by a flurry of questions. Surprisingly, Zhou Ke, who had dominated the previous two games, was not among the starters. This unexpected decision raised eyebrows, given Zhou Ke's remarkable performance on both ends of the court. Perhaps this was a strategic maneuver by the University of Texas, utilizing Zhou Ke as a secret weapon? Another commentator attempted to rationalize the decision. However, such explanations clearly did not resonate with the fans present. As the starting players from the University of Texas took the court, the crowd quickly expressed their discontent over Zhou Ke's absence. What kind of absurdity is this? A player averaging over 30 points per game relegated to the bench? This must be a case of intoxication, exclaimed one fan. Has the University of Texas forgotten who brought them to this stage? Not only the fans and commentators, but even their opponents were taken aback, puzzled by the University of Texas's peculiar strategy, and concerned that their meticulously crafted defensive plans for Zhou Ke would go to waste. Amidst the overwhelming skepticism, Jason on the court interpreted the crowd's reactions as an enthusiastic welcome, wearing a broad grin. The sudden substitutions added even more intrigue to an already heated contest. The centers from both teams were poised at midcourt. As the fans roared, the referee tossed the ball high into the air, signaling the official beginning of the game. In the NCAA Final Four, the University of Texas would face off against the University of Massachusetts, led by the NCAA's best defensive player. During the jump ball, the University of Texas's center skillfully secured the ball from Jason's grasp. The University of Texas now had the opportunity for the first offensive play of the game. As Jason brought the ball across half-court, his center attempted to set a screen, but Jason waved him off, signaling his intention to go one-on-one, requesting space from his teammates. With his teammates creating room, Jason faced his defender, executing a series of flashy dribbles that proved utterly ineffective. The defender remained steadfast, even appearing to smirk. Failing to shake off the defense, Jason, perhaps emboldened by a misguided sense of confidence, launched a jump shot. This was hardly an opportune moment for such a shot. The commentators were taken aback by Jason's choice, recognizing it as an ill-advised decision, one that could easily be deemed a surrender of possession, except for one person. "Good shot, son," shouted old Jason from the sidelines, a solitary green amidst the chaos. In an instant, reality confirmed the commentator's predictions. The ball had barely left Jason's hands when the defender from the University of Massachusetts leapt up, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball careening toward the backcourt. The wing player from the University of Massachusetts seized the opportunity, sprinting towards the loose ball. Before the University of Texas could recover, bang! Their basket echoed with a painful cry as the University of Massachusetts executed a thunderous dunk, taking the lead at 2-0. The University of Texas was met with a swift blow from their opponents. "Hey, are you all still asleep? Defense, defense. Do you not know how to defend?" Jason yelled furiously at his teammates after receiving an inbounds pass. This is the NCAA Final Four. If you don't want to play, then just go back to nursing. If it weren't for his teammates' lackluster defense, how could the opposing team have scored so easily? The other 4 players on the University of Texas looked at Jason's furious face, but for the moment, they could only endure. Once again, crossing half-court, Jason signaled for another one-on-one attempt against his opponent. The opposing defender, sensing Jason's intent, smirked disdainfully and waved him off, indicating he would not provide help. At that moment, the game appeared to devolve into a duel between 2 individuals. Thud, thud, thud. This time, Jason adjusted his rhythm, suddenly accelerating in an attempt to outmaneuver the defender with his speed, whether it was overconfidence or underestimating his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the ball that had been in Jason's possession was now racing towards his own basket, facing an unguarded hoop. The Massachusetts player relished the moment, showcasing his flair with a between-the-legs dunk right before the University of Texas fans. Bang! Less than 20 seconds later, the rim was once again subjected to a brutal assault. 4-0. Within a minute of play, the University of Texas had already succumbed to 2 fast break attacks from the University of Massachusetts. However, for the home fans of the University of Texas, the nightmare had only just begun. In the ensuing minutes of the first half, the University of Massachusetts transformed the game into a dunk contest and a 3-point shootout. Bang! Swish! Boom! The sounds that usually delighted these fans now pierced their hearts like daggers. 56-22. With the half yet to conclude, the deficit had ballooned to a demoralizing 34 points, a gap exceeding twofold. At that moment, the University of Texas resembled a lamb led to slaughter, allowing the players from the University of Massachusetts to feast at their expense. Chapter 20. A heart full of malice, schemes abound. The atmosphere within the sports arena at the University of Texas is one of despair for the Longhorns fans, while the supporters of the University of Massachusetts revel in ecstasy. With merely 2 minutes remaining before halftime, the University of Texas has been utterly dismantled by their opponents, rendered as defenseless as fish on a chopping board. With no glimmer of hope in sight, on the offensive front, nearly all the ball control rests in the hands of Jason, yet his performance is abysmal. 3 points, 0 assists, and 1 rebound, with a staggering shooting record of 1 out of 18. Such a catastrophic display. Furthermore, he persistently resorts to one-on-one plays, resulting in a mere handful of passes throughout the half. Without Zhou Ke's orchestration and firepower, the entire offensive strategy of the University of Texas is a chaotic mess. Defensively, they might as well have offered up their points on a silver platter. Any opposing player with the ball is virtually guaranteed to score. Why do I say this? Let us examine the statistics of the Massachusetts players. Marcus Campbell, 13 points, 3 assists, 11 rebounds. Starting point guard, 11 points, 8 assists, 1 rebound. Starting small forward, 10 points, 2 assists, 4 rebounds. In just the first half, 3 players from the opposing team have already reached double digits in scoring. It's important to note that this team is not particularly known for its offensive prowess. To have such a defensively strong team dismantle the Longhorns in this manner clearly indicates just how poor Texas's defense has become without Zhou Ke. They are nothing more than a disheveled assembly, easily scattered with a single charge. Do you even know how to play? Jason bellows at his teammates on the court, his frustration boiling over. Why do I have such incompetent teammates? Do you truly understand the game? Look at how the others play. Despite my brilliance, we still trail by so many points, all because of these utterly useless teammates. Little does he realize, this behavior is a cardinal sin for any team. He is wholly unworthy of leading this squad, be it in skill or any other regard. Following his outburst, during the next offensive possession, confronted with multiple defenders, he still opts to take a shot, only to clang it off the rim. The opponent snatches the rebound and swiftly transitions to offense, leading to yet another effortless dunk. This scene has replayed countless times during this match. However, this particular instance serves as the final straw, crushing any remaining hope for the Longhorns. Why is this person on the court, especially in place of Zhou Ke? It's as if he was born without a brain. Hey, buddy, do you realize how atrocious you are? You're like rotten meat that turns one's stomach. The commentator, unable to contain his outrage, lets loose in his critique. Jason's actions finally ignite a wave of anger from the crowd. Get off the court. Get off the court. The chorus of shouts reverberates through the Texas arena, the decibel level surpassing that of the cheers for Auerbach's entrance. It is evident how fervently the fans wish for Jason to vacate the court. In light of this situation, the elder Jason's face turns a shade of purple as he finds himself at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon Zhou Ke at the end of the bench. With a malicious intent, he strides over to Zhou Ke. You want to play? Now, I can offer you a chance. You can choose to enter the game or opt not to. Should you choose the latter, you will never step foot on the court again. Indeed, the adage holds true. One's appearance reveals much about their character. This elder Jason exudes cunning and deceit, and his corrupt nature aligns perfectly with his twisted visage. You said Zhou Ke would not play in this game. Don Hawkins interjects, rushing over to intervene. It's abundantly clear what the elder Jason intends. At this moment, the team is utterly decimated, not only trailing by a substantial margin, but also devoid of any morale. There is no hope for a comeback. Almost no one believes that a miracle can occur, and even if it did, it would likely come too late for the University of Texas. His intention in bringing Zhou Ke onto the court is merely to shift the blame for this critical loss onto him, to clean up his son's mess. Such a tactic is undeniably malicious. He can choose not to play. I'm not forcing him. The elder Jason scoffs, casting a dismissive glance at Don Hawkins, before turning his attention back to Zhou Ke, awaiting his decision. For him, regardless of Zhou Ke's choice, he emerges as the victor. Zhou Ke lifts his chin, surveying his surroundings with a yawn. Noticing Don Hawkins shaking his head, signaling him not to agree to play, Zhou Ke responds with a confident smile. He then rises and declares, "Tell your dear son to observe closely how one ought to play basketball. Is that understood? I look forward to your performance." A smirk of triumph curls at the corners of the elder Jason's lips. Observing Don Hawkins' anxious gaze, Zhou Ke reassures him, "Fear not. I have promised to make a significant impact. I am not one to break my word." With that, Zhou Ke strides confidently into the trap. As he walks onto the court, the image of a certain basketball deity, Michael Jordan, flashes through Don Hawkins' mind. Poor kid. Congratulations on your opportunity to clean up my mess. Best of luck to you. The elder Jason sneers as he passes Zhou Ke, not missing the chance to taunt him. Thank you for your blessing. Your abysmal performance only serves to highlight my greatness, does it not? Zhou Ke retorts, casting a sidelong glance at Jason. And you've ensured that both the NCAA and NBA will remember just how terrible you are. That has quite a legacy, isn't it? No. It should be a stench that lingers for eternity. With that, Zhou Ke puffs out his chest and steps onto the court. Haha, I hope you can still smile later. Jason grits his teeth in frustration, his face darkening. It's Zhou Ke. It's Zhou Ke. He has stepped onto the court. The commentators can scarcely believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Just when everyone thought Zhou Ke would remain sidelined for the entire match, he appears. Even if he stands on the precipice of disaster, risking a catastrophic fall, he remains undeterred. Chapter 21. Igniting Hope, a Glimmer of Survival? In the United States, at the basketball arena of the University of Texas, the NCAA Final Four matchup between the University of Texas and the University of Massachusetts is underway. As the final 2 minutes of the first half approach, the University of Texas makes a pivotal adjustment. It is Zhou Ke. Yes, it is indeed Zhou Ke. Why has he just now taken the court? The moment Zhou Ke steps onto the floor, a spark of hope ignites in the eyes of the fans. However, their optimism quickly dissipates upon glancing at the scoreboard, which displays a daunting point deficit. Why has he only just entered the game? With such a significant gap, how can they possibly catch up? Do they truly regard Zhou Ke as a deity? He is merely Zhou Ke, not Michael Jordan. Do they comprehend the magnitude of this deficit? It is just over 2 times. Most fans have already surrendered to the inevitability of defeat, considering the overwhelming point spread. Furthermore, the opposing team is currently on fire. Even if Zhou Ke were to take the court, it would be challenging for him to withstand the onslaught. The majority believe that Zhou Ke's insertion into the game is merely to absorb blame. The genuine prospect of victory appears exceedingly slim. Zhou Ke, you must strive. In the stands, Suya gazes at Zhou Ke with a worried expression. On the other side, Auerbach watches Zhou Ke with a mix of surprise and disappointment. The surprise stems from witnessing the unparalleled confidence radiating from Zhou Ke's demeanor. The disappointment arises from Auerbach's belief that Zhou Ke's self-assuredness may be excessive. A single player cannot reverse such a substantial deficit, especially against a tenacious team like the University of Massachusetts, where conceding points is easy, yet scoring is arduous. Whether met with skepticism or support, Zhou Ke remains unfazed by the opinions surrounding him. At this moment, his sole desire is to secure a ticket to the NCAA championship. As he enters the game, the University of Massachusetts possesses offensive possession. Defense team. We still have a chance. Zhou Ke encourages his demoralized teammates upon his arrival. A chance? Do you really believe there is still hope? The Massachusetts player scoffs, dismissing Zhou Ke's optimism. He swiftly sidesteps his defender and accelerates towards the basket. Faced with an impending block, he effortlessly pivots away. The Texas player, having been shaken off, is disinclined to pursue, resigned to the belief that hope is lost. With this defense, how can we hope for a comeback? As he approaches the seemingly unguarded hoop, he prepares to unleash a thunderous dunk. However, this time, fortune does not favor him. In a blink, a shadow emerges from the previously open wing, extending its long arm. Like a mighty hand descending from the heavens, Zhou Ke forcefully swats the ball down. Without granting the Massachusetts players a moment to react, Zhou Ke swiftly dashes towards the front court. Boom. The sound of the backboard reverberates as he executes the first block of the half. Transitioning seamlessly from defense to offense, Zhou Ke achieves this in under 30 seconds. A familiar formula, a familiar sensation. This is Zhou Ke and Oppos' prowess. The home commentator, having remained subdued throughout the game, finally erupts in excitement, leaping from his seat. Zhou Ke, well done. Keep it up. This is the strength of the University of Texas. The fans, previously despondent, now wave their arms and legs in exuberance, releasing pent-up frustration from the first half. Incredible speed. Auerbach exhales a plume of smoke, his eyes gleaming with delight. Such defensive and transitional speed is surely commendable even in the NBA. Moreover, he is merely a 19-year-old freshman, his potential boundless. Beyond the cheering fans, Zhou Ke's dunk serves as an awakening bell for the Texas supporters, lifting their spirits from the depths of despair. Defense. Defense. Stay alert. We cannot falter. Following his dunk, Zhou Ke quickly returns to defense, continually urging his teammates. Stick to the strategy, team. On the sidelines, although Zhou Ke has just scored, the Massachusetts coach remains vigilant. He immediately cautions his players, we cannot underestimate this guy. After all, Zhou Ke's performances in the prior games warrant respect and caution. As Massachusetts initiates an inbound play, the ball is pushed past half court, leveraging Marcus Camby's high screen to escape Texas's defense. However, he does not rush his shot. Instead, he plays patiently, waiting for Camby to roll to the basket before delivering the ball. Confronted with Camby's solid positioning, Texas and Oppos' center struggles to establish his place, merely watching as Camby positions himself to score. In a critical moment, that familiar figure reappears. Zhou Ke, like a swift dragon, emerges from seemingly nowhere. Utilizing his remarkable leaping ability, he snatches the ball right above Camby's head. Texas's starting guard seizes the opportunity, sprinting down the court. Zhou Ke, with a keen eye, passes the ball with pinpoint accuracy to his teammate on the fast break, who scores effortlessly. Yet another textbook display of defense and offense. 2 consecutive defensive stops, followed by a quick counterattack resulting in points. Zhou Ke has been on the court for but a minute, and his impact is immediate. Is Zhou Ke destined to don the mantle of savior once more, akin to his performance in the Sweet 16, rescuing the University of Texas? Magician. May I call you the Chinese magician? Such an exquisite pass deserves a place among the top 10 plays. The commentators ignite with fervor, lavishing praise upon Zhou Ke. The once despondent home crowd erupts in fervent cheers once more, scoring 4 points in quick succession. While it may seem a mere drop in the ocean against such a vast deficit, it nonetheless rekindles a flicker of hope among the supporters, dispelling the despair that had enveloped them moments before. Perhaps survival from this dire situation is not an impossibility. Chapter 22, a last-minute dunk. The dawn of a comeback. In the grand arena of the NCAA Final Four, the University of Texas reignited its fervor for victory. At this pivotal moment, Zhou Ke emerged as the savior of the University of Texas, single-handedly anchoring the team on the precipice of despair. Below the cliff, the entire squad of the University of Massachusetts exerted every ounce of effort to drag Texas into the abyss. On the court, Massachusetts capitalized on Marcus Campe's dominance in the paint, successfully scoring 2 points beneath the basket. Following this play, Zhou Ke responded with vigor. Receiving the ball from the inbound, he traversed half the court, calmly searching for his rhythm amidst the opponent's zone defense. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhou Ke executed a step-back three-pointer that pierced through the air. The deficit shrank by another 3 points. Watching the team's lead erode gradually, the head coach of Massachusetts felt a surge of anxiety. Although the gap remained significant, if this momentum persisted, a reversal seemed inevitable. Thankfully, little time remained in the first half. As the timer approached its conclusion, the players of Massachusetts prepared to run down the clock, hoping to deny Texas another opportunity to score. For Texas, every second was invaluable. To bridge such a considerable gap, they needed the most efficient means of scoring and could not afford to let their opponents waste time. After all, time was not on their side. Get in there, boys. Attack. Don Hawkins' impassioned voice resonated for the first time in the players' ears during the match. Inspired by Hawkins' rallying cry, each player immediately adopted a determined stance, pressing fiercely against the ball handler from Massachusetts. Confronted with this fervent pressure, the Massachusetts ball handler momentarily faltered, eager to pass the ball quickly. Spotting a teammate on the wing calling for the ball, he acted impulsively, launching it toward him. However, this entire sequence had already been anticipated by the lurking Zhou Ke. As the ball left the player's hands, Zhou Ke surged forward like a flash. Racing against time, he counted down, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0, 5 seconds, 0 boom. Just as the timer hit 0, Zhou Ke exploded upward, soaring like an eagle, and slammed the ball into the basket with tremendous force. Beep. Almost simultaneously, the buzzer signaling the end of the half echoed throughout the arena. Once again, Zhou Ke stood tall, executing a spectacular last-second dunk. Unbelievable. This was simply astounding. His speed was like a bolt of lightning. The commentators could no longer contain their excitement, leaping from their seats. Hands cupped around their mouths as they exclaimed. From the steal to the dunk, Zhou Ke took barely 2 seconds. He is truly a phenomenon. Not only the commentators, but the fans in attendance were equally astonished. Their expressions mirrored that of witnessing an extraterrestrial marvel. He should be drug-tested. That speed is beyond human capability. Zhou Ke, if not for basketball, could surely conquer the 100-meter dash. Zhou Ke was like a walking dynamite, perpetually igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Since his entry into the game, the cheers had scarcely subsided. He was a magnet for attention, captivating the gaze of every fan present. Do not let the kid get the ball. We must suffocate him, they urged. If he gets it, we must pressure him relentlessly. Everyone, swarm him. Do not give him a moment to shoot. During the halftime intermission, the head coach of Massachusetts glanced over at Zhou Ke with a slight frown. Campe, be ready to help defend. We cannot allow this kid an easy shot. He instructed Marcus Campe. Understood, coach. I will lock him down, Campe replied confidently, patting his chest. As the recipient of the NCAA Defensive Player of the Year award, he and many others regarded him as an exceptionally effective defender and rim protector. This was the source of his unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, the Texas bench was once again ignited with a desire for victory. Boys, I think we have not lost this game yet. Don Hawkins declared passionately before all the players. I believe we have just discovered the key to winning. Feed the damn ball to Zhou Ke. Our task is to create space for him to shine. In this timeout, Don Hawkins deviated from his usual tactics, opting instead to unleash Zhou Ke's individual brilliance. Yes, the players echoed in unison. No way, no way. Could they really believe they could stage a comeback? Amid this electrifying moment, a nauseating voice broke through the excitement. With such a large deficit, do you really think you can win? Are you deluding yourselves into thinking this kid is your savior? Old Jason scoffed, puffing on a cigar. His disdainful words bore no weight, as he was well aware that if not for his inept son, the team would not be in such dire straits. And you? Do you truly believe that scoring a couple of points has elevated your worth? Old Jason sneered, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he glanced derisively at Zhou Ke. Faced with the derision of this old man, Zhou Ke remained stoic, his expression one of indifference. He had no desire to engage with such a pedestrian individual. Responding would only sully his dignity. Do not concern yourself with Zhou Ke's worth. He is leagues ahead of your son. Indeed. Absolutely. However, Zhou Ke's teammates felt a surge of indignation at old Jason's antics. It seems the world is filled with the same kind of crows. I am eager to see what waves you rabble can stir. Old Jason contemptuously surveyed the group before turning away in arrogance. Once this game concludes, you all better get lost. Beep. The halftime break swiftly concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Massachusetts gained possession for the first attack of the second half. Chapter 23, the pinnacle of personal heroism. The guard from the University of Massachusetts skillfully carried the ball across half-court, his gaze incessantly scanning for the positions of his teammates. Upon returning from the break, they played with greater cohesion and patience. After several passes, the formidable Marcus Camby found himself with a chance to dominate beneath the basket. As the star player of the team, he would not squander such an opportunity, executing a deceptive spin move as if to shoot. The inexperienced center from the University of Texas was easily faked out. Seizing the moment, Marcus Camby confidently surged up. Beep. The referee's whistle rang out. To make matters worse, the ball danced around the rim before rolling into the net. Marcus Camby successfully completed a 2-1. Standing at the free throw line, he calmly converted the additional shot, helping his team secure a promising start to the second half. This was certainly not welcome news for the University of Texas. The live commentary provided an astute analysis of the unfolding situation. This 2-1 was like a thunderous blow to the University of Texas. It might extinguish their momentum for a comeback. Oh my mistake, folks. The Texas center cradled his head, filled with regret. It's all right. Maintain that positive spirit. Zhou Ke reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. We need your enthusiasm. With that, Zhou Ke dribbled to half-court, and as soon as he crossed the midline, two defenders from the opposing team rushed towards him. They were aggressive and relentless, offering Zhou Ke no space to shoot. In the face of this tight defense, Zhou Ke remained remarkably composed, his eyes scanning for a breakthrough in the positions of his teammates. However, the two defenders, noticing Zhou Ke's reluctance to drive, pressed in even closer. Did they underestimate him? A glint of determination flashed in Zhou Ke's eyes as he deftly executed a dramatic crossover, creating space between him and the defenders. With a clear shot in sight, Zhou Ke did not hesitate, launching the ball from the logo with pinpoint accuracy. But this was just the beginning of Zhou Ke's spectacular performance in the second half. Soon, he was slicing through defenses with drives and jump shots, raining down three-pointers with unrelenting precision. Amidst the chaos, he observed the court with keen insight, assisting his teammates seamlessly. In a moment, he was a force to be reckoned with, unstoppable and formidable. The renowned ironclad defense of the University of Massachusetts was rendered almost helpless against Zhou Ke's prowess. Regardless of how they adjusted their defensive tactics, Zhou Ke seemed to possess an uncanny ability to send the ball into that wretched hoop. The display of dominance from the University of Massachusetts in the first half was met with an equally fierce retaliation from Zhou Ke in the second half. Marcus Camby, the core of their defense and the NCAA's best defensive player, had already lost count of how many times Zhou Ke had dunked on him in the paint. After such a performance, the University of Texas had remarkably narrowed the score to single digits. The seemingly impossible miracle was about to unfold in the home arena of the University of Texas. Today, it seemed that divinity had donned Zhou Ke's jersey. The fans and commentators alike were astounded by Zhou Ke's effortless scoring abilities. They spared no effort in their praises, for Zhou Ke was deserving of every commendation at that moment. As the score gap diminished, the head coach of the University of Massachusetts finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He called for a somewhat belated timeout, hoping to cool down Zhou Ke's unstoppable rhythm. With this timeout, he had no strategies left to contain Zhou Ke. He could only hope that Zhou Ke's touch would falter after the break. Zhou Ke had effectively halted the University of Massachusetts. The commentators remarked, "I believe this timeout could have been called earlier." Indeed, I concur. It seems that the intention was to temper Zhou Ke's extraordinary shooting prowess. It remained to be seen if Zhou Ke could maintain his incredible form after the timeout. The analysts were spot on. On the bench, the coach was orchestrating his players. We must stall for time, do you understand? Time is on our side. Besides the timeout, he had another tactic, the art of delay. If they could run down the clock before Texas caught up, they could still secure their victory. Soon, the timeout concluded. The game resumed. Zhou Ke received the inbounds pass, and once again, the defenders from the University of Massachusetts swarmed him. Although their efforts were not particularly effective, their strategy remained consistent, tight coverage on Zhou Ke. Facing near-constant double-teaming, Zhou Ke skillfully threaded the needle, delivering the ball to an open teammate at the top of the arc. The latter, true to form, adjusted and calmly sank a three-pointer, further narrowing the gap. The score was now 78-84. The University of Texas trailed by merely 6 points. In this critical moment, the players from the University of Massachusetts exerted every ounce of effort, fiercely contesting on the offensive end. For the remaining time, both teams battled intensely, exchanging blows with no one conceding ground. But everything came to a head in the final 3 minutes of the second half, when Zhou Ke found himself beyond the three-point line, poised to shoot after faking his defender. In response, Marcus Camby swiftly lunged forward, attempting to deliver a resounding block and redeem himself. As Camby's massive hand approached, Zhou Ke felt no fear. He resolutely took the shot despite the looming defense. The ball sailed smoothly, nearly grazing Camby's fingertips. Crack, beep, swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Simultaneously, the whistle blew. Zhou Ke completed a 3-1. This shot struck like the scythe of death, deeply piercing the hearts of the University of Massachusetts fans. As the ball nestled into the net, a hush fell over the arena, only to be shattered moments later by the thunderous cheers of the crowd. On the court, Zhou Ke confidently converted the free throw. 85-84. For the first time in the game, the University of Texas had taken the lead. The opportunity to create a miracle and make history lay before them. God, my fault. Watching Zhou Ke sink his free throw, Marcus Camby looked utterly defeated. He clutched his head in anguish, staring incredulously at the scoreboard. Chapter 24. A historic turnaround. However, on the court, there were individuals whose expressions were far more dismal than those of the players from the University of Massachusetts. What on earth? How could this be possible? Jason and his son stared at the scoreboard, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Did the world really change while they merely dozed off? Yet the scoreboard before them confirmed the reality. This was no dream. At that moment, their faces resembled that of spoiled liver, a ghastly shade of purple and green. Their lips trembled slightly, filled with a mixture of anger, hatred, and bitterness. The match was not over yet. What was there to be so smug about? Instantly, the two transformed into fervent supporters of the University of Massachusetts, standing at the sidelines, cheering passionately for their team. However, no amount of shouting could alter the outcome of this game. A 50-point lead had been overturned. Any team or player would struggle to withstand such a blow. The players from the University of Massachusetts had long since lost their composure and fighting spirit. On both offense and defense, they could not withstand the relentless assault from Zhou Ke. Ultimately, they abandoned their final resistance, succumbing to a staggering 50-point turnaround at the hands of the University of Texas. 99-88. The University of Texas achieved a historic moment in NCAA history, right in front of their home crowd. MVP. As the game concluded, the arena erupted with chants of Zhou Ke's name. His performance undoubtedly merited the adulation from the fans. Throughout the match, Zhou Ke, coming off the bench, amassed an astonishing 44 points, 16 assists, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. With his extraordinary individual prowess and leadership spirit, he successfully guided his team to this remarkable comeback against the University of Massachusetts, securing their ticket to the NCAA finals. Zhou Ke, the creator of history. He inscribed an indelible mark in the annals of NCAA. This was simply an unbelievable event. Perhaps something one would not even dare to dream about, yet Zhou Ke accomplished it. It was indeed Zhou Ke's prowess that spared the University of Texas from a humiliating defeat on their home ground, culminating in this historic comeback. Congratulations to Zhou Ke and the University of Texas. It is regrettable that the journey for the University of Massachusetts ends here. But gratitude must be extended to all their players. It is thanks to them that we witnessed such a thrilling showdown today. The commentator summarized the match, the essence of which was simply, Zhou Ke was phenomenal. As for the defeated University of Massachusetts, all players stood frozen on the court. Before the match, they had contemplated the possibility of losing, but they never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Marcus stood on the court, unable to regain his composure for an extended time. His mind was flooded with images of Zhou Ke soaring through the air, executing thunderous dunks, particularly that pivotal 3-1. It had become his nightmare. Though they lost the match, they remained a respectable adversary. Yet, some who emerged victorious became the greatest jesters of the game. They would be forever etched on the NCAA's dishonor board, serving as a warning for future generations. If you are unworthy, do not pretend. As the game concluded, a throng of media swarmed around Zhou Ke, preventing even a mosquito from squeezing through. Zhou, though you are merely a freshman, just 19 years old, your skills evidently reach NBA levels. Will you consider entering the draft in a few years? An ESPN reporter nearly thrust the microphone into Zhou Ke's face. Well, perhaps, but not necessarily. Maybe I will decide after the finals, Zhou Ke replied after a moment of contemplation. In truth, He had not given serious thought to this year's draft. This answer left the reporters with boundless speculation. After winning the match, what were his thoughts on the upcoming finals? Meanwhile, a strikingly attractive TNT reporter handed Zhou Ke the microphone, posing her question. The championship, Zhou Ke replied confidently, casting a glance at the reporter as he stated those three words. This moment was captured by the journalist present. His confident demeanor and utterance mirrored that of Allen Iverson, who was simultaneously being interviewed on the other side. At that moment, Iverson, living up to expectations, triumphed over the formidable North Carolina University, aiding Georgetown University in securing another ticket to the finals. During his media interview, he remained just as confident, rebellious, and spirited. My purpose in this competition is the championship. I am here for that. 2 photographs, 2 statements, 2 rising stars. A fierce battle. After concluding the media interviews, Zhou Ke proceeded toward the players' tunnel. Before he could spot a familiar figure, he was abruptly intercepted. Joe, your playing style reminds me of someone. Before him stood an elderly man with white hair, puffing on a cigar, gazing at him with admiration. Who are you? Zhou Ke paused, momentarily dazed, before a face flashed in his mind. Red Auerbach, the legendary coach. The old man neither responded nor denied it, taking another puff of his cigar before continuing, Do you not wish to know who I speak of? Not really. Zhou Ke firmly replied, his gaze resolute. I am myself. I am not a shadow of anyone else. I am the first Zhou Ke. After hearing Zhou Ke's words, Auerbach looked at the young man before him, feeling a sense of astonishment. Countless individuals take pride in being the successors of Jordan. Yet this young man possessed an extraordinary aura. All right, Joe, here is my number. Call me if you ever need anything. Auerbach handed Zhou Ke a business card before turning to leave, muttering to himself, an intriguing young man. Boston, perhaps this is a splendid place. Zhou Ke gazed at the business card, murmuring to himself, Congratulations, MVP. He tucked the card away and took a few steps forward when that familiar figure appeared before him, accompanied by a familiar, melodious voice. He saw her rushing towards him, tears streaming down her face, leaving streaks on her cheeks. Without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. Why didn't you play in the first half? I thought something had happened to you. Suya's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of tears. Embracing Suya, Zhou Ke could distinctly feel her sobs. I'm fine, you silly girl. Zhou Ke gently stroked Suya's head, his tone tender and affectionate. I haven't even won you over yet. How could I let anything happen to me? As he spoke, Zhou Ke reached out, delicately wiping away the tears at the corner of Suya's eyes. You sure have a sharp tongue. Chapter 25, The Clash of Yellow and Green. Beyond the court that evening, the entirety of American sports news was dominated by Zhou Ke, as countless media outlets rushed to report on this historic match. Particularly noteworthy were Zhou Ke's post-game remarks, which incited rampant speculation among the media. Are Chinese players truly aiming for the top? Or is it mere bravado? Is the championship merely a stepping stone? Or does the NBA itself beckon as his ultimate goal? The legendary architect of history, Zhou Ke, the Yellow Jordan. Even esteemed sports networks like ESPN and TNT placed Zhou Ke at the forefront of their headlines. Throughout the night, American sports journalism was ablaze with the exploits of this yellow-skinned Chinese prodigy, heralding a burgeoning storm across the nation. Some enthusiasts even hastily crowned Zhou Ke as the heir to Jordan's legacy. Online, a segment of fans extolled Zhou Ke's virtues. If I were the team's manager, I would unhesitatingly select Zhou Ke with the first overall pick. This young man is nothing short of the yellow-skinned Jordan, with an extraordinary physical prowess of historic proportions. I wager that should Zhou Ke enter this year's draft, he would undoubtedly be a top 3 pick. However, others voiced concerns that Zhou Ke's game relies excessively on his physicality, which may not translate well to the NBA's pace and poses significant injury risks. Meanwhile, in Boston, Massachusetts, at the North Shore Garden Arena, the team executives engaged in fervent discussions. The large screen displayed Zhou Ke's statistics and game footage. Clearly, the expressions on the faces of the Celtics management revealed their satisfaction with Zhou Ke's displayed talents and capabilities. Yet, Auerbach took a deep drag from his cigarette, his tone laden with concern. I'm afraid our interest in Zhou Ke may not be unique. The apprehension of the Red Auerbach was not unfounded. Although the Celtics currently languished at the bottom of the league standings, their chances for a high draft pick were slim, given the presence of several other teams with worse records. If fortune favored them, the Celtics might secure a top 5 draft position, but they could not guarantee that Zhou Ke would not be snatched away by a higher pick. However, lacking a high draft pick did not preclude the Celtics from acquiring one through other means. Should the Celtics resolve to make significant trades, a top draft selection could very well be within their grasp. Trading present talent for future potential might not be a feasible strategy for the Celtics. But for another team in the league, it could be an enticing proposition, their old rivals, the Los Angeles Lakers. This season had been disappointing for the Lakers. Despite the return of their core player Magic Johnson, he no longer possessed his former prowess. Although the Lakers remained competitive in the Western Conference, boasting all-stars like Divac and Ceballos, they were merely treading water. Winning a championship with the current roster was improbable without bolstering the team. The free agency market had long since dried up for suitable additions, and even if they did enhance the roster, their championship odds remained bleak, likely only reaching the level of the Western Conference Finals. The once glorious purple and gold brigade was gradually losing its luster. In response, then general manager Jerry West was preparing to embark on a rebuilding phase to restore the Lakers dynasty. Significantly, this year's draft class was already being hailed as exceptionally talented, with media speculating it could usher in an era of change and future dominance. Consequently, many teams were willing to embrace poor performance to secure high draft picks, hoping to land their desired players. In this context, Zhou Ke's phenomenal performance in the NCAA naturally made him a focal point for various teams. While the Lakers had not explicitly shown interest, one could not discount the possibility of them swooping in at the last moment. For Jerry West was a seasoned veteran in these matters. Thus, the Celtics' hopes of acquiring Zhou Ke without a high pick seemed increasingly tenuous. The rivalry between these two teams transcended the court. Upon returning home, Zhou Ke opened his phone to find a flurry of missed calls and unread messages. Undoubtedly, these communications were from various teams reaching out to him, with intentions easily discernible. However, as he perused the messages and missed calls, Zhou Ke refrained from responding, for he had already firmly resolved his future. The NCAA Final Four had concluded, and this miraculous match had monopolized sports media across the nation for several days. Numerous factors contributed to this phenomenon, but the most compelling reason was undoubtedly Zhou Ke's staggering 50-point comeback performance. Notably, the team he had vanquished was none other than the championship favorite, the University of Massachusetts, including the earlier elimination of the University of Texas and Georgia Tech. Zhou Ke had sent 3 championship contenders packing, all of whom featured prominent players well known in the NCAA. Among them, Tim Duncan was already being touted as the next year's first overall pick, while Stephon Marbury was also a prime candidate for this year's draft. The explosive Marcus Camby was likewise projected to be a top 3 selection. Yet, Zhou Ke had effortlessly turned these formidable players into mere stepping stones on his path to success. Now, Zhou Ke was indisputably the hottest name in the tournament. Especially during the Final Four, he showcased a jaw-dropping scoring ability, single-handedly dismantling the defensive strategies of the University of Massachusetts. In this instance, Zhou Ke had become a nightmare for defenders. Furthermore, his achievements extended beyond this performance. He had led the University of Texas to the NCAA championship final, marking the first time in many years that the Longhorns had reached such heights. This astonishing display propelled Zhou Ke into the limelight, making him the darling of sports media across the nation. This rising star from China even graced the front page of the Dallas Morning News. Remarkably, this was the first time a Chinese player had ever appeared on that publication. Zhou Ke, the Chinese sensation, was crafting a legend. Below the headline was an image capturing Zhou Ke's breathtaking dunk from the Final Four, perfectly illustrating his current stature in the hearts of fans and media alike. Chapter 26. This moment, that moment, now, you cannot move me. University of Texas, USA. At this point, Zhou Ke had ascended to the status of a universally recognized superstar. As he traversed the campus, he was invariably surrounded by a throng of admirers, enjoying the treatment befitting a Hollywood icon. However, Zhou Ke found himself devoid of leisure, as the head coach, Don Hawkins, was conducting additional training for the entire team. Before commencing the extra practice, he first showed the players a video of an NCAA match, the semifinal battle between Georgetown University and the University of North Carolina. Joe, what are your thoughts on these two teams? Don Hawkins inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Ke. Georgetown relies solely on Allen Iverson's individual prowess. As for North Carolina, they've already lost, so I have little to comment, Zhou Ke replied nonchalantly. To him, the objective remained the same, securing the championship, regardless of the opponent's identity or intentions. He had already dispatched 3 championship contenders and would not hesitate to send off another. You remain ever so confident, remarked Don Hawkins, as he turned to play the video. Yet, this particular adversary would not be easily dealt with. It was evident from his tone that he harbored concerns about their interior game. Georgetown had surged through the lower bracket, achieving nearly all victories by double digits. In every contest, they established an early lead and maintained it until the final whistle, never granting their opponents a glimpse of advantage. Their dominance on the court appeared to far surpass that of the University of Texas, which explained why, despite Texas's impressive performances, many still believed Georgetown would clinch the championship. From tactical arrangements to player performances, Georgetown was undeniably deserving of the high expectations placed upon them. Furthermore, like Texas, this marked Georgetown's inaugural appearance in the NCAA finals, and they, too, yearned to hoist their first-ever championship trophy, regardless of who emerged victorious in this final showdown. It was destined to be a historic clash. Faced with such formidable opposition, Don Hawkins naturally needed to prepare thoroughly. As he scrutinized the video, he diligently took notes, focusing on the opponent's strategic maneuvers. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke's gaze was fixated on one individual, Allen Iverson. This diminutive player, standing at a mere 183 centimeters, navigated the court with the grace of a sprite, leaving defenders bewildered. Those towering opponents were rendered almost helpless, struggling to locate the hoop under Iverson's dazzling display of skill. Moreover, Iverson exhibited a commanding presence on the court, far surpassing any players Zhou Ke had previously encountered. "Coach, please assign Allen Iverson to me," Zhou Ke stated confidently after watching the video. "Huh?" Don Hawkins paused, somewhat taken aback by Zhou Ke's assertiveness. "Zhou, Allen is no ordinary small player. The Iverson we saw in the video makes it look effortless to take on larger opponents. While your speed is commendable, facing someone as agile as Iverson may still pose challenges." "I am not just any tall player, Coach," Zhou Ke replied, his tone brimming with self-assurance. After surveying the other players present, Don Hawkins ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Ke's request. His decision stemmed not only from Zhou Ke's evident confidence but also from the realization that, apart from Zhou Ke, he was unsure who else could effectively guard Iverson. As the team strategized, an unpleasant voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Still formulating strategies? You can no longer do so, for from this moment on, you are no longer members of this basketball team." Old Jason, puffing on a cigar, looked down at the group with an air of arrogance. "Please vacate the basketball court." Old Jason held his head high, facing the crowd with his nostrils flared. "What is the matter? Are you not moving? Do I need to summon security?" Noticing the player's reluctance to comply, a sly glint flickered in his eyes. "If you wish to stay, I can offer you a chance, but there is a condition. Expel Zhou Ke from the team, and you may continue your training unimpeded." After making his demand, Old Jason began to count down, pressuring the players to line up. Observing the discomfort among his teammates, Zhou Ke stood up with a smile. "It has been a pleasure playing alongside you all. I hope you continue to strive for the championship." With that, he turned to leave. "If I am not welcome here, I shall find my own place elsewhere. Those who fail to recognize their fortune may one day find themselves begging for my return." As if someone had overheard Zhou Ke's unspoken thoughts, a sudden voice rang out. "I wonder who dares to expel our superstar." The crowd turned to see a kindly yet incensed elder, the principal. "Principal, what brings you here?" Old Jason immediately approached, like a dog eager for praise. "You could have come without bringing anything." Yet, the principal barely acknowledged him, instead carrying a bouquet of flowers directly toward Zhou Ke. "Joe, congratulations. Thanks to you, our school has reached the NCAA finals for the first time." "Thank you, Principal," Zhou Ke replied with a smile as he accepted the flowers. Just then, a group of female fans, who had been waiting during practice hours, arrived, each holding flowers and marching triumphantly into the gym. "Old fool, take a good look. This is Zhou's charm, and you dare to expel such an outstanding student from our school?" They hurled insults at Old Jason without restraint. "From now on, the team is entirely under Coach Don's purview. You may focus on your own duties and no longer interfere with the team." Having spoken, the principal turned to Zhou Ke with a warm smile. "I won't disturb your training any longer. I believe the championship is ours." With that, he prepared to depart. "Are you not leaving?" The principal's voice grew firm as he observed Old Jason still frozen in place. "Very well," Old Jason replied, his tone laced with resentment. Yet he had no choice but to comply. "Goodbye." Zhou Ke waved gently at the retreating figure of Jason, a smile gracing his face as he expressed his bittersweet sentiment. Chapter 27. The grand finale, it has arrived. After bidding farewell to the esteemed Jason, the entire team could not help but beam with joy. Subsequently, they returned to their routine and resumed training. However, from this day forth, a young girl appeared consistently in the corners of the gymnasium. On April 1st, in the United States, even the grandest of basketball competitions, the NBA, had no game scheduled. The sole reason being, today marks the NCAA Finals of 1996. The highly anticipated championship will commence tonight at the Georgetown University Arena. Hours before the match, the venue was already a cacophony of cheers. Filled to capacity with fervent fans eagerly awaiting this momentous occasion, the NCAA championship. All present were filled with anticipation for the thrilling contest that the two teams would present. Commentators, fans, and scouts alike were convinced this would be a visual feast. The atmosphere was charged as two enthusiastic commentators roared with excitement. Undoubtedly, this much-anticipated showdown would be broadcast live across the nation. Among the audience were several NBA stars, including the prominent Scottie Pippen, sitting in a prime location, and a youthful Kobe Bryant, accompanied by his father, who wished to impart the experience of NCAA basketball to Kobe, dissuading him from bypassing college for the draft. Additionally, the former star player from Georgia Tech, Stephon Marbury, who had been eliminated by Zhou Ke, was also present to witness the event. Today, these young athletes might one day grace the NBA court again as all-stars, becoming the face of the league and taking charge of its future. Let us introduce the main characters of today's spectacle. First, the home team, Georgetown University. Amidst the enthusiastic shouts of the commentators, the players of Georgetown began to enter the court from the player tunnel. As the first player emerged, a wave of deafening cheers erupted throughout the arena. From Georgetown University, standing at 6 feet tall, the point guard, Allen Iverson. Undoubtedly, Iverson was the brightest star of the evening. Responding to the cheers of the fans, he raised his arms, reveling in the adoration. Now, let us welcome the dark horse, the University of Texas. Following the entrance of the Georgetown players, the Texas players began to take the court. In comparison, the cheers were noticeably quieter, only slightly louder than when Zhou Ke entered. The championship is ours. We shall not falter. Before the game commenced, the Georgetown head coach rallied his players with fervent shouts, "Let us seize what rightfully belongs to us." In unison, the players led by Iverson echoed the sentiment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Don Hawkins similarly shouted to the Texas players, "Who does victory belong to? Us." The players responded in unison, with fists raised. The players were filled with exuberance. This match represented the most crucial and memorable moment in their basketball careers thus far. They had no other recourse but to give their all. The supporters of both teams were fervently cheering each other on. However, it was evident that the cheers for Georgetown overshadowed those for Texas, as they were playing on home turf, enjoying both geographical and emotional advantages. As the roar of thousands of fans filled the air, the starting five from each team took to the court. The Texas team, centered around Zhou Ke, featured four players known for their defensive prowess and shooting ability, creating a constellation of talent. Conversely, Georgetown's lineup revolved around Allen Iverson, with his four teammates excelling in defense and pick-and-roll plays. Both teams were led by a single star. On the grand stage of the finals, all 10 players focused intently on the coveted trophy. As the centers positioned themselves at midcourt, this highly anticipated game was about to commence. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, officially signaling the beginning of the match, perhaps bolstered by the home court advantage. Georgetown's center successfully tapped the ball to Iverson. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson surged toward the front court with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind. Yet, he sensed a shadow trailing behind him. Before the Texas defenders could position themselves, Iverson had already reached the three-point arc. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, rising for a three-point shot to secure a crucial opening score for Georgetown. However, in the blink of an eye, just before Iverson released the ball, an unexpected figure emerged before him. With a swift motion akin to an eagle taking flight, Zhou Ke soared, aiming to swat the ball from Iverson's grasp. Realizing the imminent danger, Iverson refrained from shooting, barely managing to pass the ball to a teammate in the paint upon landing. "Oh my!" the commentator exclaimed in astonishment. "It's Zhou Ke." He thwarted Allen's initial attack with remarkable speed. The unexpected brilliance of Zhou Ke's defense took everyone by surprise. Underneath the basket, Georgetown's center hastily received the ball but rushed the shot, causing it to circle the rim before bouncing out. Texas's center secured the rebound, promptly finding Zhou Ke and delivering the ball into his hands. In the rapid transition, Zhou Ke advanced with breathtaking speed, surpassing even Iverson's earlier burst. It was almost surreal. Mirroring Iverson's earlier move, Zhou Ke rushed to the top of the arc, halted abruptly, and faked a three-point attempt. Behind him, Iverson sprinted to catch up, leaping to deliver a block from behind as Zhou Ke prepared to shoot. Yet, Zhou Ke had noticed Iverson's defense from the corner of his eye. As Iverson soared high, Zhou Ke executed a deft pump fake, leaving Iverson off balance. With astonishing court vision, Zhou Ke adjusted and launched a three-pointer, the ball slicing cleanly through the net. 3. The crowd erupted. Texas had secured the first points of the game. The prodigious Zhou Ke had arrived, illuminating the court like a beacon of hope. Chapter 28. A cataclysmic clash of Mars and Earth on the court as Zhou Ke skillfully maneuvered to sink a three-pointer. Allen Iverson felt the stirrings of competitive fervor within him. With each offensive and defensive exchange, Zhou Ke ignited Iverson's desire for victory. As Iverson brought the ball up the court, he spotted Zhou Ke stationed at the arc, defending with determination. With a grand gesture, Iverson signaled to his teammates that he intended to take the matter into his own hands. He was eager to teach this young challenger a lesson in what it meant to be the pinnacle of NCAA point guards. Zhou Ke, fully understanding Iverson's intent, waved his teammates off, signaling them to refrain from providing assistance. If it was a battle that Iverson sought, then a battle it would be. The atmosphere in the arena surged to new heights as the crowd erupted in cheers. Standing in anticipation of the showdown between these two titans, Iverson launched into action with no embellishments, executing a dramatic left-handed crossover before darting swiftly towards Zhou Ke's right side. This signature move had left countless defenders bewildered in the past, and it was destined to be his lethal weapon in the NBA. Fans often remarked that while the world knew Iverson would attempt to drive from the right, stopping him was an entirely different matter. However, he had underestimated Zhou Ke's lateral speed and defensive acumen. Zhou Ke extended his long arms and swiftly slid into position on Iverson's path, his right hand reaching out like a ghost to swipe at the basketball. In a split second, Iverson reacted with lightning speed, pulling the ball back between his legs to regain control. For the first time, his proud, deep-set eyes met the gaze of his defender, Zhou Ke. The commentator's astonished voice echoed through the arena, noting that someone had successfully matched Iverson's initial step. From the Sweet 16 to the finals, no player had been able to keep pace with Iverson in a one-on-one situation, making this moment all the more remarkable. Zhou Ke's impeccable defensive judgment and rapid lateral movement had effectively thwarted Iverson's penetration. The intensity of the match, barely in its second round, was already exhilarating. The head-to-head speed duel between these two lightning-fast players fostered immense anticipation for the remainder of the game. Back on the court, Iverson realized if he couldn't get past Zhou Ke, he would have to outmaneuver him. He maintained his rhythm, executing a series of deceptive shoulder fakes and intricate footwork that left spectators in a daze, unable to predict his next move. Suddenly, Iverson pivoted unexpectedly, shifting to Zhou Ke's left side, seizing a fleeting opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he halted, gathered the ball, and launched a shot towards the hoop. As the ball soared from his fingertips, a colossal hand descended from above, emphatically swatting the shot down. "Oh my God!" The crowd leaped to their feet, erupting in screams and cheers. Even Scottie Pippen, seated in the stands, was taken aback, covering his mouth in disbelief, as a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. While the fans were captivated by the sheer visual spectacle of Zhou Ke and Oppo's block, Pippen recognized the extraordinary athleticism that had propelled it. He knew all too well what a misfire on such a block entailed. Iverson had crafted an excellent shooting opportunity through his exceptional ball handling skills. Yet he succumbed to the fate of being blocked. "This kid's jumping ability is simply phenomenal," Pippen marveled. As many had noted, Iverson now fully acknowledged that this young opponent was indeed formidable, truly worthy of being his rival. However, Iverson thrived on facing strong adversaries. The stronger the opponent, the more his survival instincts ignited. He shared this sentiment with Zhou Ke, understanding that defeating the strong was the path to becoming even stronger himself. As Zhou Ke completed the block, his keen eye surveyed the court like a radar, quickly locating his teammates. He then launched the ball with precision into the hands of a rushing teammate, who effortlessly drove to the basket and executed a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 5-0. The University of Texas had swiftly seized control, racking up 5 points in a row. Yet Georgetown University was no pushover. During the transition, Iverson capitalized on a teammate's screen and responded with a three-pointer that pierced the net. Nevertheless, Texas continued to build momentum, with Zhou Ke's quick passes igniting the team's scoring rhythm, coupled with his own aggressive drives and shots. Texas's offense flowed seamlessly, boasting an impressive shooting percentage. Conversely, while Iverson and Oppo's offensive prowess remained undiminished, his passing abilities were less effective, leaving his teammates uninvolved. The entire offensive load rested squarely on Iverson and Oppo's shoulders, with the other four teammates resembling mere screens set for him. Under these circumstances, both Iverson and Zhou Ke played the entirety of the first half. Allen Iverson amassed an impressive tally of 20 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, while Zhou Ke's performance was even more astonishing, with a staggering 23 points, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. With Zhou Ke illuminating the court, Texas maintained a lead of over 8 points, concluding the half at 47-39. This was undoubtedly a spectacle rivaling that of the NBA, with both players epitomizing the essence of a singular star. Indeed, it was evident that Texas's singular star possessed a broader skill set, excelling not only in scoring but also in playmaking, as his teammates gradually found their rhythm. The commentators astutely assessed the unfolding dynamics on the court. Back on the bench, Iverson gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead like pearls. The intensity of the match demanded that he shoulder the entire offensive burden, posing a significant challenge to his endurance. "Allen, why don't you take a breather at the start of the second half?" Georgetown's coach suggested, ready to allow Iverson some recovery time. Yet before the coach could finish, Iverson firmly rejected the notion. "This is the finals, coach. I cannot sit idly on the bench while my team competes." His eyes radiated determination as he gazed at his coach. "We aim to bring home the trophy, don't we?" With that, Iverson steadied his breathing and glanced at the scoreboard. With the team trailing, how could the sole core of the squad afford to rest? Chapter 29. A defense that shrouds the sun. Observing the resolute Iverson, the head coach of Georgetown University chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, across the court, Don Hawkins of the University of Texas erupted with fervor, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, victory is within our grasp. I believe each of you will become creators of history. They cannot defeat us. Coach, perhaps we should reconsider our offensive strategy." Zhou Ke suggested after taking a sip of water. "We cannot allow Allen Iverson to score at will. It poses a significant threat to us." Zhou's concerns were not unfounded, as Iverson had consistently posed a formidable offensive threat to the University of Texas. If left unaddressed, he would surely become a considerable liability. Don Hawkins pondered, stroking his chin. "I noticed this issue as well. Perhaps we can alter our defensive tactics. However, I have yet to devise an effective strategy to contain Iverson. Coach, allow me to lock down Allen Iverson. No matter what, everyone else should refrain from assisting." Zhou Ke declared with unwavering determination. "This is a critical moment. I am committed." The brief halftime intermission swiftly concluded, and both teams returned to the court. In the second half, neither team made substitutions. With the championship trophy within reach, both teams exhibited immense resolve and fighting spirit. It was evident that neither side would concede until the final moment. The commentators expressed their astonishment upon witnessing both teams opting to keep their core players on the court for such an intense matchup, remarking that both were prepared to give their all for this game. In the second half, Texas gained possession, seizing the first opportunity to attack. Zhou Ke received the inbound pass and rapidly advanced to the front court. The opposing defenders immediately pressed forward, refusing to allow Zhou the luxury of comfortable dribbling, let alone organizing and launching an offensive maneuver. However, Georgetown's defenders evidently underestimated Zhou's ability to handle one-on-one situations. Facing multiple defenders, Zhou's eyes narrowed, and with steely resolve, he executed a lightning-quick change of direction, effortlessly evading the first defender in his path. Undeterred by the desperate attempts of the pursuing defenders, Zhou charged forward, engaging in physical confrontation as he barreled towards the basket. At that moment, Zhou resembled a bulldozer with the throttle fully engaged, delivering a thunderous dunk with immense power. "Is this the power a human being should possess?" gasped the spectators in disbelief. "What have I just witnessed? This is beyond comprehension. I believe the league should conduct an investigation." The crowd was left in awe by Zhou's bulldozer-like slam dunk. Some fans were so astonished that they could only utter sounds of astonishment, struggling to articulate their thoughts. "Wow, this guy is like an unstoppable force. Unmatched strength." On the sidelines, the commentators were equally taken aback by Zhou's display. This dunk transcended their previous experiences, as they had never witnessed such a violent slam in NCAA history. This moment evoked memories for Pippen in the stands of the NBA's towering giant, Shaquille O'Neal. Such raw power was something he had only seen from O'Neal. Even Michael Jordan could hardly achieve such a dunk. This young man had truly made an impression on him. "Stay focused, boys," Iverson shouted to his stunned teammates. "This is nothing extraordinary. We can make even more spectacular plays." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Iverson had already brought the ball up to the front court, still facing Zhou's defense. Though he struggled to effectively isolate Zhou, the tactical game was fluid. Iverson deftly signaled for a pick. Utilizing the screen, Iverson swiftly maneuvered towards the interior, but this time, no defenders stepped up to assist. Zhou deftly navigated around the screen, quickly closing the gap to pursue him. Texas had altered their defensive strategy, seemingly determined to have Zhou shadow Iverson, even in the face of screens. As the commentators noted, this face-off was inevitable. On the court, Iverson repeatedly attempted to shake Zhou's defense using screens, yet Zhou always managed to slip around and reappear before him. As the commentators observed, in this direct confrontation, there was nowhere to hide. Perhaps for Iverson, His ability to breach Zhou's defense would dictate the remainder of the game. Thus, he resolved to confront Zhou head-on. Realizing this, Iverson waved off the screen, signaling his teammates to clear the space for his isolation play. Zhou mirrored the gesture, indicating his intent to defend him one-on-one. With everything in place, Iverson, fierce and succinct, exploded into action, executing a wide change of direction as he surged towards Zhou's right side. This time, his speed was even greater than before. Clearly, Iverson was going all out. Zhou, fully alert, focused intently on every move Iverson made. As Iverson prepared to speed past him, an electrifying moment occurred. Zhou's right hand, swift and ghost-like, appeared in Iverson's path. Before Iverson could react, Zhou intercepted the ball with a sharp slap. The ball slipped from Iverson's grasp, and Zhou, quick as lightning, seized control of the possession. Without hesitation, Zhou charged forward. Behind him, Iverson desperately chased after him. Bang! But it was too late. As Iverson reached the three-point arc, he helplessly watched Zhou soar before him, raising the basketball high to complete a ferocious dunk. The result of Iverson's pursuit was merely a clearer view of Zhou's slam dunk over his own basket. A thunderous dunk. Zhou had executed a steal and finished with a fast break dunk. Such grace and extension were nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 30. The Ascension of a New King. In the commentary booth, I have lost count of how many times I have been astonished as Zhou Ke springs from his seat, practically soaring through the air. I find myself questioning whether he has springs beneath his feet. The visual splendor of this dunk is worthy of a perfect score even in a slam dunk contest. Even more astonishing is that the young man who executed such a spectacular slam is a Chinese lad with yellow skin. Astonished? No, it can be described as sheer shock. Unbelievable. It is utterly inconceivable. Even Scottie Pippen, who has witnessed numerous grand spectacles and holds a championship ring, could not suppress his awe. This athletic prowess rivals that of Michael Jordan. Pippen, who stood alongside Jordan, is acutely aware of the level of athleticism Jordan possessed. For him to utter such praise underscores just how extraordinary Zhou Ke's dunk truly is. In contrast, the favorite to win, Allen Iverson, seemed less surprised. This moment can be seen as the definitive conclusion to their head-to-head matchup. Following this offensive display, Iverson began to lose his shooting precision, lacking the miraculous performance he showcased in the first half. Georgetown University could only watch in disbelief as the score gap widened. Ultimately, under Zhou Ke and Oppo's relentless assault, the game lost all suspense within just 5 minutes of the second half. This match, which many anticipated would be fiercely contested until the final second, was unexpectedly concluded prematurely by Zhou Ke. In just 5 minutes of the second half, Zhou Ke attempted only 6 shots yet amassed 15 points, along with 5 assists and 2 steals. Beyond the statistics, Zhou Ke's defensive prowess effectively neutralized Iverson, rendering the opposing team's star player completely ineffective during this brief span. With another three-pointer from Zhou Ke, the lead surged beyond 20 points, bringing his total to 41 points for the game. Georgetown's defense had been thoroughly dismantled. Zhou Ke single-handedly obliterated their interior and perimeter defense. Under Zhou Ke's leadership, the University of Texas swiftly concluded the game. Iverson found himself stifled on both ends of the court by Zhou Ke's relentless pressure. Seeing the match slip from their grasp, Georgetown's head coach substituted the exhausted Iverson, signaling a complete surrender. Don Haskins, noticing the opponent's capitulation, also opted to remove Zhou Ke, ushering in garbage time. No one anticipated that this seemingly evenly matched contest would devolve into a one-sided slaughter. The University of Texas displayed extraordinary dominance, or rather, Zhou Ke exhibited exceptional control. It is unfathomable to consider the energy he expended. At the very least, we know he had reserves, having played for barely more than a half. He scored 41 points on just 20 attempts. In this season, Zhou Ke fulfilled his promise with a remarkable performance. Zhou Ke became the first Chinese player in NCAA history to win a championship and the first to score over 40 points in an NCAA final. This remarkable feat was achieved without playing the entire game. Who knows what kind of astonishing performance he might have delivered had he played to the end. Zhou Ke completely seized the narrative. This night belonged to him. Perhaps NBA teams should add his name to their draft plans. He is more than deserving. After all, even the top draft prospect, Allen Iverson, fell to Zhou Ke. With the commentators singing his praises, the referee blew the final whistle. The University of Texas triumphed over the formidable Georgetown University with a score of 103-88, securing their first NCAA championship trophy and creating a historic moment. Breaking new ground. Amidst the jubilant cheers surrounding him, Iverson sat on the bench, his eyes glazed with disbelief. From the Sweet 16 to the finals, Iverson had exhausted every ounce of his energy. Yet, faced with the championship within reach, he found himself defeated by a remarkable freshman. His heart remained restless for a long time. However, a single thought pulled him from the depths of despair: revenge. With this thought in mind, Iverson navigated through the crowd to the Texas bench, approaching Zhou Ke directly. The two embraced in mutual respect. "Congratulations on winning the championship," Iverson whispered to Zhou Ke. "But I will reclaim it, just not in the NCAA." This match marked Iverson and Amp Oppo's swan song in the NCAA as he would enter the 1996 NBA draft. At that moment, Iverson was certain that Zhou Ke would also make it to the NBA. That would be his opportunity for revenge. Though he lost to Zhou Ke this time, he knew that in future competitions, the outcome could never be predicted. "What a pity. If you had faced me, there would have been one more runner-up," Zhou Ke retorted, striking at the heart of the matter, much like his performance on the court. In the United States, at Georgetown University's arena, the entire Texas team lifted the NCAA championship trophy. They had forged their own history, becoming the new kings of the NCAA. The duel between these two young men on the court was unforgettable, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating their future clashes. All eyes are set on the NBA for answers. This was a match that I will remember for a lifetime. Honestly, if our team had a draft pick, I would not hesitate to select Zhou Ke. After the game, Pippen openly praised Zhou Ke in a media interview, suggesting that this young man might be the next Michael Jordan. Upon hearing this from Pippen, the media erupted with excitement. Undoubtedly, this statement would dominate the headlines in the coming days. The second-in-command of the Bulls endorsing Jordan's potential successor is explosive news. After lifting the trophy, Zhou Ke made a pivotal decision in front of the media. He would enter the NBA draft this year. This news immediately electrified teams that had performed poorly in the previous season, prompting them to speculate on Zhou Ke's draft position and hoping to use their lottery picks to take a chance. After all, who wouldn't want to secure such an extraordinarily talented player? This was not a welcome development. In Boston, at the North Shore Garden, Auerbach watched the live broadcast. Taking a deep puff from his cigar, his expression tinged with melancholy. Chapter 31. New Challenges, Setting Sail. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the newly crowned king. In the Georgetown University Gymnasium, the atmosphere is electric. Just moments ago, the 1996 NCAA championship concluded, and the University of Texas has etched its name in history. Emerging as the new champion of the NCAA, the final showdown has reached its conclusion. The commentators and fans rise to their feet in applause. Let us once again celebrate the University of Texas for clinching the NCAA championship. Congratulations to them for hoisting the championship trophy. Perhaps before the Sweet 16, we never imagined that the University of Texas would surge through the ranks as a dark horse, let alone witness a team led by a player of Chinese descent making history in the NCAA. Everything has conspired to forge their own legendary narrative. Prior to the Sweet 16, everyone believed that the University of Texas was merely a participant. Teams like Wake Forest University, boasting Tim Duncan, Georgia Tech with Stephon Marbury, the University of Massachusetts with Marcus Camby, and Georgetown University featuring Allen Iverson were the favorites in the eyes of many. Yet, who could have anticipated that the one standing atop the podium would be an unprecedented young man with yellow skin, a player from China? From the Sweet 16, Zhou Ke navigated through formidable opponents, eliminating all championship favorites, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of victory. His performance was deserving of the title. "Joe, we did it big. We have won." On the sidelines, Don Hawkins embraced Zhou Ke with uncontainable excitement. "We are champions. We are the champions." Just as Zhou Ke proclaimed after the quarterfinals. "We aim for something grand." Now, as everything settles, they hold the trophy, standing on the highest podium, basking in their well-deserved cheers. This marks an end, yet also a new beginning. Zhou Ke and Amp Oppo's heart swells with emotion. His journey in America has been paved with sweat and relentless effort. He has finally taken his first step toward his dreams. Zhou Ke has always remembered the adage, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And now, it seems he has made a remarkable start. May you create your own legend once again at this new juncture. Don Hawkins tightly embraced Zhou Ke, his tone tinged with reluctance. "You are the most gifted player I have ever encountered. Your story is just beginning. I must express my gratitude to you. You have allowed me to experience this unparalleled honor." A radiant smile adorned Don Hawkins and Amp Oppo's face. As an NCAA coach, winning the championship is a dream cherished by many, with some dedicating their entire lives yet never reaching it. This championship fulfills Don Hawkins' coaching career without any regrets. Amidst the thunderous applause from fans, the NCAA's chief finally announced the champion of this season. The 1996 NCAA championship goes to the University of Texas. This is the first championship title in the school's history since joining the NCAA. Let us give a warm welcome to the new legend taking the stage. As the announcement was made, the members of the University of Texas ascended the podium, lifting their first championship trophy. On the podium, amidst the array of players dressed in black and white, the young man with yellow skin stood out vibrantly. Next, we shall announce the recipient of the Most Outstanding Player, MOP, award for this NCAA Final Four. The NCAA official continued. For the 1996 season, the MOP is awarded to Zhou Ke, a 201 centimeters forward from the University of Texas. From being the lone savior in the Sweet 16 to making his starting debut and defeating formidable foes in the quarterfinals, to dazzling everyone in the semifinals, he ultimately led his team to victory. Averaging over 30 points per game, with 10 assists, he was the absolute core of both the offensive and defensive teams, every opponent's nightmare. Zhou Ke's MOP award is well-deserved. No one dared to question it, except for that one unfortunate soul in the hospital. Dear God, may fortune smile upon us. Observing the triumphant Zhou Ke on the podium, Auerbach closed his eyes and prayed to the heavens. Perhaps this draft will alter the landscape of the league. Among the newly announced NBA draft prospects, there shines a constellation of talent. Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury, Marcus Camby, Ray Allen, Anthony Walker, including Zhou Ke, who just declared for the draft. This could be the most dazzling draft since 1984. Yet, amidst this plethora of talent, Auerbach's singular focus is on securing Zhou Ke. He sees boundless potential within this young athlete. Having clinched the 1996 NCAA championship and being named MOP, Zhou Ke stands proudly, holding both the championship trophy and the MOP trophy, brimming with confidence and ambition. His heart soars, and his aspirations reach for the skies. The next destination, NBA. From an unassuming beginning to sweeping across America, and now claiming victory in the heartland, Zhou Ke is poised to transform from an overlooked young man from China to the most sought-after new star in the sports world. Zhou, congratulations on securing your team's first NCAA championship. May I ask you a few questions? As Zhou Ke descended from the podium, eager reporters swarmed him, creating a tight circle around him. This season marked your first in college. Why did you choose to enter the NBA instead of honing your skills for another year in college? To many, Zhou Ke is still young, merely a freshman at 19. More than capable of refining his abilities in the NCAA for another year. Moreover, given his demonstrated talent, it's likely he would be a top pick next year. However, entering the draft now raises questions about whether his impressive performance was a product of sheer luck or genuine skill, potentially affecting his draft position. The games he has played offer scant evidence for teams to evaluate him. Prior to these 4 games, footage of Zhou Ke was virtually non-existent. Without waiting for Zhou Ke's response, Don Hawkins cast an expectant glance, eager to hear Zhou Ke's thoughts. If they could retain Zhou Ke for another year, the University of Texas would undoubtedly be in contention for back-to-back championships. The NCAA is no longer suitable for me, so I choose to take my talent to the NBA. Zhou Ke declared, each word resonating with strength and determination. I seek to embrace even greater challenges. Chapter 32. Pessimism surrounds predictions. The interview concluded as Zhou Ke turned to stride towards the player's tunnel. He was acutely aware that a familiar figure had likely been awaiting him for quite some time. As he caught sight of the petite and alluring silhouette rushing towards him, Zhou Ke opened his arms in warm embrace. Our grand champion, the MOP, welcome. Xiu dove into Zhou Ke's arms, her radiant smile eclipsing even his own joy. Despite standing at an impressive 170 centimeters with a figure that was nothing short of captivating, nestled in Zhou Ke's embrace, she appeared delicate and endearing. Come over to my house for dinner. My dad is watching the live stream and has surely prepared a feast for you. With that, Xiu clung tightly to Zhou Ke, playfully nuzzling against him, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. The moment was innocent. Yet the contact sent a wave of discomfort through Zhou Ke, akin to having a soft jelly pressed against his abdomen, shifting and squeezing in a way that was quite unbearable. All right, Zhou Ke conceded, shifting his posture slightly. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Seeing his reaction, Xiu instinctively reached out with her delicate hand toward his stomach. Just as her slender fingers were about to touch him, a voice interrupted. Zhou? Is this your girlfriend? Wow, she is absolutely stunning. Coincidentally, a group of teammates passed by, including Tang Harkins. Zhou, I know your girlfriend is a knockout, but this is a public space. Tang Harkins remarked, his tone laced with amusement. I happen to know a nice hotel nearby. Shall I recommend it to you? With that, the group ambled toward the locker room, casting curious glances back at the pair. In the United States, the 1996 NCAA season had drawn to a close, and Zhou Ke, freshly crowned NCAA champion, announced his intention to enter the upcoming NBA draft. From the moment of his declaration, he stood on the brink of potentially becoming the first player from Huaxia to be selected in the draft. While the certainty of his selection remained elusive, the courage and determination reflected in Zhou Ke and Oppo's eyes were unmistakable. However, for the University of Texas, the news was bittersweet. Just as they had uncovered a prodigious talent and secured a championship, their core player was poised to leap into the NBA, leaving a sense of loss in their wake. The prospect of encountering such a gem of a player again seemed distant, perhaps years away. Particularly for Coach Tang Harkins, there was a flicker of regret in his eyes, as he recognized that this exceptional talent was slipping away before he could fully utilize it. Nevertheless, he respected Zhou Ke's decision and offered his heartfelt blessings. With Zhou Ke's unexpected rise, the already fierce competition of the draft intensified. The Celtics, eager to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, began seeking trades to secure a top 3 pick for Zhou Ke. His draft stock was soaring, and the likelihood of acquiring him at a lower position had all but evaporated. To ensure they could confidently secure Zhou Ke, Auerbach initiated his plans. Dear God, may fortune favor us during the lottery. Fortunately, the Celtics' dismal performance last season meant that even if their trade efforts fell short, they still had a chance. As long as luck was on their side, they would at least secure a top 5 pick, significantly increasing their odds of acquiring Zhou Ke. The ascent of this legendary team hinged on this moment. However, the Celtics were not the only ones with eyes on Zhou Ke. The local team, the Dallas Mavericks, had been diligently gathering information about him, primarily intrigued by his commercial potential. If they could leverage Zhou Ke to penetrate the lucrative Huaxia market, the revenue generated would be immeasurable. Thus, they too sought to secure him in the draft. Moreover, the Philadelphia 76ers and the Los Angeles Lakers expressed interest in Zhou Ke. Particularly, Jerry West of the Lakers hinted at a willingness to trade current roster talent for a higher draft pick. With a strategic position, the Lakers were prepared to exchange even their all-star players. The Lakers had no untouchables now, and while their intentions remained unclear, it was evident that Zhou Ke was a primary target. Unquestionably, Zhou Ke had become a hot commodity in the draft, with ESPN experts predicting his selection to fall between the 5th and 8th positions, while a minority believed he could be chosen at the tail end of the lottery. Only a select few envisaged him landing in the top 3, attributing this to his youth and the limited conditions for observation. Upon arriving at Suyu's home, her family had prepared a sumptuous feast. Zhou Ke, come, eat this. These dishes are all specifically for you. As she spoke, Suyu deftly placed a delicacy into his bowl, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Congratulations on your championship. You've truly made us proud. Raising her glass, she toasted. Cheers. Cheers, Zhou Ke replied, savoring a sip of the fine wine, the delicate aroma cascading down his throat, offering a wave of delight. The exquisite Maotai from Huaxia was indeed invigorating. Setting down his glass, Zhou Ke surveyed the table, laden with delectable Huaxia cuisine. After days of feasting on American steaks and chicken breasts during games, the sight of such a lavish spread ignited his appetite, and he quickly polished off 2 bowls of rice. The delightful combination of fine wine, charming company, and delectable food was nothing short of heavenly. After their meal, the trio lounged on the sofa, watching television, where the NBA regular season matchup between the defending champion Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers was underway. The Bulls had achieved an impressive 70 wins and 9 losses this season. A victory in this game would allow them to further break the record for the most wins in a regular season. Just in their last game, the Bulls had secured their 70th win, surpassing the previous record held by the Lakers. Zhou Ke, how many wins do you think the Bulls can secure? Suyu inquired, glancing at the score on the screen. Given their current momentum, they seem destined to win the remaining games. Jordan is truly phenomenal, Zhou Ke mused. This season marked Jordan's first complete return, and he was once again delivering performances that left spectators in awe. It seemed he was declaring to other players in the NBA, this league still belongs to me. I share your sentiments. Chapter 33, The Lottery Ceremony begins. In response to Su Young and Oppo's inquiry, Zhou Ke responded with a calm demeanor. His thoughts were not fixated on the Bulls and Oppo's record or the game score, rather. He was captivated by every offensive and defensive move of Jordan on the court. Is this truly the basketball deity? In the subsequent play, the Bulls launched an offense, and Jordan deftly evaded his defenders, charging into the paint, undeterred by the throng of opponents. In midair, he collided with a defender, executing a pull-up that sent the ball through the hoop. 2 points scored. Once again, Jordan widened the score gap. This particular play was evidently a foul. Yet the referee remained silent, and Jordan seemed unfazed by such occurrences. Following the offensive play, he swiftly returned to prepare for defense. This scene planted a seed of anticipation in Zhou Ke's heart. Perhaps one day, he would confront this man on the court. With this thought, Zhou Ke felt no fear, but rather a surge of excitement. His choice to enter the NBA was precisely to challenge stronger adversaries, rather than lounging in comfort. He preferred to seize the moment of youth and test himself. This encapsulates Zhou Ke's basketball philosophy. It is better to challenge the strong, even in defeat, than to bully the weak, even in victory. On television, the match quickly reached its conclusion without any suspense. The Lakers were utterly overpowered by the Bulls. By the end of the third quarter, the game had lost all intrigue. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed at home with a score of 112-90 against the Los Angeles Lakers, marking their 71st victory and once again breaking historical records. Furthermore, it was highly probable that this history would be shattered once more in the next game. After watching the game, Zhou Ke intended to jog home for a refreshing shower, but as he stood up, Su Yang intercepted him. "It's getting late. Why not stay here tonight? My place is quite spacious. Besides, given that you've been drinking, it's not as safe outside as it is back in Huaxia," Su Yang said with a seemingly serious expression. However, Zhou Ke sensed something amiss, though he couldn't articulate it. Yet, given that his host had offered him a place to stay, leaving would seem impolite. "All right, then it seems I must trouble you, Uncle Su," Zhou Ke replied after a moment of contemplation. Despite his unease, they were both from the same hometown, and he was a large man. Surely Su Yang would not pose any threat to him. "Haha, you big star, don't worry. We want to eat you," Su Yang chuckled. Noticing Zhou Ke's hesitance, "I just feel a bit embarrassed." Zhou Ke smiled. Deep down, he had a premonition that something unusual would occur that night. Nevertheless, he decided not to overthink it. He had already agreed, so he would rest well. "You go take a shower first. I'll tidy up a bit," Su Yang said, clearing the dishes from the table. "The bathroom is on the second floor. You'll see it right away." "Thank you," Zhou Ke replied, then headed toward the bathroom on the second floor. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him and turned on the hot water, relishing the warmth as it cascaded over him. Just as he was enjoying his shower, the bathroom door creaked open slowly. A moment later, a shrill scream echoed from outside. "I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't see anything." Through the crack, Zhou Ke could faintly see Siyu standing at the door, her face flushed like the glow of the setting sun. She covered her rosy cheeks with her hands, her heart racing with excitement as images of Zhou Ke's muscular physique flooded her mind. Lost in thought, she inadvertently opened her eyes. Driven by an impulse, Siyu peered through the gaps between her fingers, her gaze falling upon Zhou Ke's physique. Coincidentally, Zhou Ke was also peering through the crack, their eyes meeting in an unexpected exchange. "You must believe me, I truly didn't mean to." Siyu attempted to justify her intrusion, or rather, to explain herself. I know. Deep down, you wanted to see. You can just say it," Zhou Ke nodded, indicating his understanding. After Zhou Ke spoke, Siyu surprisingly did not refute him. She simply stood there, lost in thought. It took her a while to regain her composure, realizing her faux pas. You go ahead and shower. I'll go help my dad downstairs." With that, Siyu quickly averted her gaze and dashed downstairs, her heart pounding incessantly. Even after reaching the lower level, the earlier scene lingered in her mind, causing her a restless night. In the United States, on April 20th, time continued to fly by. It had been many days since Zhou Ke clinched the championship. Meanwhile, following a season filled with competition, the NBA 1995-96 playoffs were set to commence today. Jordan ultimately led the Bulls to achieve a remarkable 72 wins and 10 losses, setting a record for the best regular season performance in history. With this historic regular season record in hand, they began their playoff journey. In the West, Hakeem Olajuwon was on a quest for a third consecutive championship. Would the Rockets' dynasty be realized? However, for the teams not entering the playoffs and for Zhou Ke, their focus was not on these matters, but rather on the upcoming lottery ceremony. 1 week later, on April 27th, the highly anticipated NBA playoffs would officially commence. Simultaneously, the draft lottery would take place as scheduled in the Times Square studio in Manhattan, New York. The 14 teams that did not make the playoffs sent their representatives to participate in the drawing. Even before the lottery began, Auerbach, watching the live broadcast from his office, was already anxious. He took a deep puff of his cigar, trying to calm his nerves. "Buddy, I hope you can draw the top pick with the hand of God." His assistant, witnessing Auerbach's unusual nervousness for the first time in years, thought it was remarkable. Even during the finals, Auerbach had never displayed such anxiety. Perhaps he truly desired to secure Zhou Ke. According to the rules, the Vancouver Grizzlies, as the team with the worst record, had the highest probability of obtaining the top pick. As a new entrant in the NBA, they had earned the last place through sheer performance. Besides the Grizzlies, the Philadelphia 76ers also had a significant chance of securing the top pick, having performed admirably last season, but ultimately losing to a rookie, thus settling for the second-best odds. The lottery ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 34. The lottery draw is complete, and the order is revealed. In the United States, the NBA playoffs for the 1995-96 season are in full swing. Concurrently, the NBA lottery ceremony has officially commenced at the signal of the event and Appos as host. The first to take the stage for the draw is the representative of the Vancouver Grizzlies, who approaches the podium with a radiant smile. With confidence, he swiftly retrieves a rolled-up slip of paper from the envelope. This slip possesses the highest probability of securing the coveted first overall pick. However, as the paper unfurls, the moment of truth reveals a prominent Arabic numeral 3. The representative's previously bright smile instantly freezes, had he not been in front of the cameras. One might have thought he would burst into tears. Despite having the greatest odds for the top pick, the Grizzlies find themselves with the third selection. It must be said, the representative of the Grizzlies is indeed experiencing a stroke of unfortunate luck. On the contrary, upon witnessing the Grizzlies' misfortune, the representative from the Philadelphia 76ers beams with delight. His expression seems to convey, "Young man, this is the consequence of your misdeeds. Karma has arrived." Ha! Once the disheartened Grizzlies representative steps down, the 76ers take their turn at the lottery. This evening, fortune smiles upon them as they successfully draw the first overall pick for the 1996 draft. Meanwhile, the newly established Toronto Raptors secure the second pick. The top three selections are now settled, with the Milwaukee Bucks claiming the fourth, the Minnesota Timberwolves the fifth, and the Boston Celtics, under the watchful eye of Coach Auerbach, receiving only the sixth pick. The remaining slots from 7 to 10 go to the Los Angeles Clippers, New Jersey Nets, Dallas Mavericks, and Indiana Pacers, respectively. The final three picks are divided among the Golden State Warriors, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Charlotte Hornets. Thus, all lottery picks have found their rightful owners, while the remaining selections garner little attention compared to the lottery zone. As the lottery ceremony concludes, the most notable figures in attendance are the unfortunate Grizzlies representative and the fortunate 76ers representative. We may have missed out on luck, but it is not a significant issue for us. We can still secure talented players with our current position. The Grizzlies representative comforts himself during an interview. After all, Michael was also the third pick in his draft year, and we all know his accomplishments. Conversely, the 76ers representative, radiating joy during his press interview, exclaims, "This is a favorable outcome. We have secured the first overall pick. This draft features numerous outstanding young talents. We have yet to finalize our choice for the top pick, but we are leaning towards a ready-to-play guard, with star player Jerry Stackhouse already on our roster. Acquiring another capable guard in the draft could provide us with the strength to emerge from the Eastern Conference. Nevertheless, we do not dismiss other exceptional players. As this draft boasts many enticing young prospects, the 76ers representative adds for the cameras. This statement clearly indicates the value of their first overall pick, which may also serve as a bargaining chip for trades. Following the lottery, the media quickly disseminates the news, prompting several teams to express interest after hearing the 76ers announcements. It appears that a tempest is brewing in the trade market. This storm is initiated by Boston, with Auerbach spreading the word of his team's keen interest in Stephon Marbury and Marcus Camby. However, this is merely a smokescreen orchestrated by the coach to divert attention to these players, allowing him to seize the opportunity to draft Zhou Ke. Moreover, beneath the smokescreen, Auerbach has already begun inquiring about offers from the 76ers. To demonstrate his earnestness in trading, he directly informs the upper management of the 76ers, "You may choose any player you desire." Yet, this generous offer is met with indifference, as the 76ers are uninterested in the cast-offs presented by the Celtics, promptly rejecting the proposal. However, one cannot fault the 76ers. They are in pursuit of genuine talent. While the Celtics roster consists of mere role players lacking even a borderline all-star, immediately contact the Toronto Raptors to inquire about their offer. Auerbach commands his assistant after facing rejection from the 76ers. "General Manager, our sixth pick is already quite decent. Surely we can still acquire Zhou Ke?" the assistant suggests, albeit reluctantly. While Zhou Ke appears to have immense potential, he has only played 4 games, and there are many uncertainties surrounding him. Additionally, Being a player from China may significantly diminish his value. I find it somewhat risky to use the 6th pick on him. One can easily detect the disdain in the assistant's tone when referring to Zhou Ke as a Chinese player. Such short-sightedness is truly lamentable, Auerbach retorts coldly. Zhou Ke's talent, at the very least, is all-star caliber. Just because you cannot see it does not mean other teams will be blind to his potential. With that, Auerbach promptly dials the Raptors management. Meanwhile, the 76ers, having just ended their conversation with Auerbach, receive a call from the Los Angeles Lakers. Undoubtedly, their aim is also the first overall pick held by the 76ers. After careful deliberation, Jerry West decides to take a gamble on Zhou Ke during the draft. The success or failure of the Lakers and Oppo's resurgence hinges on this pivotal moment. Driven by this determination, the Lakers present the 76ers with an enticing offer. The discussions between the 76ers executives and Jerry West unfold amicably. However, during the conversation, the once jovial demeanor of the logo man suddenly shifts as the 76ers impose a notably demanding condition. They require the Lakers to also part with one of their first-round picks from this year. This stipulation leaves Jerry West somewhat vexed. Before he can ponder the implications, the 76ers abruptly terminate the call as another team is attempting to reach them. As the 76ers representative previously indicated, this first overall pick is of immense value. To acquire it, teams must be prepared to make significant sacrifices. Otherwise, it remains unattainable. Chapter 35, The American Bullfight, a 1-versus-1 duel. As the beeping of the telephone resonated in his ears, Jerry West fell into a deep contemplation. Was it truly worth the peril to pursue Zhou Ke? In the early morning, Zhou Ke rose from his slumber, performing several hundred push-ups before commencing his daily grooming. Discipline had gradually metamorphosed into a habitual practice for him. Last night, while engaged in push-ups, he had turned on the television, cranking the volume to its peak, and subsequently retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. The former NBA star, Joe Bryant's son, Kobe Bryant, had announced his decision to forego college and showcase his prodigious talent in the NBA. If all proceeded without a hitch, he would become the 6th high school player in history to enter the NBA. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Ke felt a flicker of intrigue. This young man had the audacity to leap directly into the NBA right after high school. After contemplating this, Zhou Ke set down his grooming tools and reclined at the edge of his bed. Today, he abstained from training at the gym, not out of laziness, but because a significant match awaited him. On May 25th, during the 1995-96 season, the NBA Eastern Conference semifinals unfolded at the United Center, home of the Chicago Bulls, where the atmosphere was electrifying, filled with the thunderous roars of fans. The Bulls, led by Michael Jordan, faced off against the Orlando Magic, spearheaded by Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal and Oppo's Neal. This match was heralded as Jordan and Oppo's revenge. It was essential to note that in the previous season and Oppo's Eastern Conference semifinals, after a grueling 6-game battle, Jordan had been ousted by the Magic. Furthermore, following their victory over the Bulls, Magic guard Nick Anderson had infamously declared, "Number 45 can and Oppo's T-jump anymore." This statement infused the upcoming series with palpable tension even before it commenced. In this Game 1, the Bulls were brimming with determination, intent on avenging their past defeat. The Magic, despite being the visiting team, harbored no fear and aimed to conquer the basketball deity once again. However, once the game commenced, the Bulls showcased an overwhelming dominance, suffocating the Magic to the point of near breathlessness, ultimately securing a resounding victory by 38 points. The combination of Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal and Oppo's Neal suffered a humiliating defeat, instilling trepidation in the hearts of future opponents. It seemed as if the Bulls and Jordan were declaring the return of a nightmare through this single match. Having witnessed the game, Zhou Ke was invigorated, his hands itching to engage in some physical activity. He donned his attire and shoes, venturing outdoors. The weather was pleasant, with the sun shining brightly yet gently, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, an ideal setting for basketball. Approaching a nearby outdoor court, he spotted enthusiasts drenched in sweat under the sun. Upon closer inspection, a group of young men was engaged in a 1-versus-1 bullfight. American bullfighting emphasized efficient scoring over flashy dribbling, rarely showcasing the spectacle of excessive dribbling culminating in a missed shot. Typically, players would dribble a few times before concluding with a layup or a shot. Although most participants were amateurs, several were semi-professional players, resulting in a commendable overall skill level. If these players were to compete in China, they would undoubtedly dominate a school team. After observing 2 rounds from the sidelines, Zhou Ke could no longer restrain himself. "Hey, guys, may I join?" He inquired eagerly. Huh? The players turned their gazes toward him in unison. Uh-huh. You? A shorter African-American young man scoffed. Big guy. You must be Asian. Basketball is not your sport. It was evident from his disdainful expression that he held Zhou Ke in contempt. Perhaps due to the fact that they seemed oblivious to Zhou Ke and Appos' identity, likely because they could not afford a television. Danny, how can you say that? While it may be the truth, it's rather harsh, another burly young man chimed in, adding, if you make him cry and he runs back to his mom. You better watch out. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted around them. I'm not just Asian, I am a proud Chinese. Are you afraid? Zhou Ke replied with a calm demeanor, his tone icy. If you are afraid, just say so. With that, Zhou Ke turned to walk away. Hi. Chinese kid, let Appos' fulfill your wish and let you experience the taste of defeat. Danny hurled the ball towards Zhou Ke with disdain. You'll serve first, otherwise. You'll be left ballless and crying to your mother, little baby. Danny, don't scare the child, haha, take it easy. I hope this kid won't be traumatized. I've never seen a Chinese kid play before. Can he actually play? Onlookers eagerly fanned the flames of the situation, their voices dripping with condescension. Clearly skeptical of Zhou Ke and Appos' abilities. Thank you very much. Zhou Ke caught the ball, disregarding the surrounding chatter, and immediately adopted a perfect triple threat stance. Oh, look who's trying to mimic the pros. Are you a model or something? Just posing, Danny continued his taunts. I and Appos, LL at you. Swish. Before he could finish, Zhou Ke launched a flawless three-pointer. Were you about to say, and Appos, let me shoot, and Appos? He asked, raising his hand with a broad smile. Although his words lacked direct sarcasm, his expression was rife with mockery. Fortune favors you, Asian dude. Danny and Appos' expression soured. But aside from that shot, you want to get another chance. In Danny and Appos' eyes, Zhou Ke was merely lucky, having stumbled upon an early three-pointer while he had let his guard down. Come on, you want to have another chance to shoot. Danny tossed the ball into Zhou Ke and Appos' hands, delivering a menacing ultimatum. As Zhou Ke received the ball, he feigned a shot once more, adopting the same triple threat stance. Danny, without a second thought, leaned forward, intending to disrupt Zhou Ke's shot. Too easy to deceive. As Danny leaned in, Zhou Ke exploded with agility, executing a swift crossover into the paint. Boom. With no defenders in sight, Zhou Ke propelled himself off the ground, slamming the ball against the backboard before catching it for a thunderous two-handed dunk. Chapter 36. Is that it? Have you surrendered? Well, what is this? Am I truly fortunate enough that this ball dared to be dunked by me? Completing the slam dunk, Zhou Ke feigned disbelief, raising his hands in astonishment. You wait for me. Danny, suppressing his anger, declared, those last two shots were merely due to my lack of serious defense. Come on, Danny, can you handle it? You were just bypassed by a player from Huaxia, who then dunked it. Buddy, you and Appos, were you about to be embarrassed by a mere kid? The crowd below continued to stoke the flames. Shut your mouths. Just watch my performance. With that, Danny crouched slightly, lowering his center of gravity, an expression of utmost seriousness on his face. Ready? Zhou Ke asked with a smile, looking at Danny. Bring it on. Danny and Appos' complexion darkened, beads of sweat emerging on his brow as he focused on Zhou Ke, who held the ball. Watch that spot. I and Appos, LL shoot from there, Zhou Ke remarked nonchalantly, pointing to the free throw line. As he finished speaking, Zhou Ke fixed his gaze on the hoop, preparing to attack. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Ke executed two rapid crossovers, speeding towards Danny and Appos' right side. Danny, witnessing Zhou Ke and Appos' advance, found that his mind and eyes were the only faculties keeping pace with Zhou Ke and Appos' speed. Before he could even move his feet, Zhou Ke had already zipped past him like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ke had reached the position he had just indicated. Danny, this is for you. Before the words had fully left his lips, swoosh, a crisp sound of the net echoed in everyone in Appos' ears as the ball sailed through flawlessly. How? Is this possible? Danny gaped in disbelief, a surge of shock coursing through him. Wow, this kid has some talent. That speed is nothing short of lightning. After 3 consecutive shots, the crowd finally began to appreciate Zhou Ke and Appos' prowess, their earlier disdain fading. This must be sheer luck, right? A Huaxia player? I have my doubts. Perhaps this kid has consumed some sort of enhancing substance. Yet, Some individuals remained unable to shed their prejudiced perspectives. 3 o'clock. Danny, let me take over. Beside him, a burly man who had been stirring the crowd stepped onto the court, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Ke. Let me teach this punk a lesson. Will. Don and Amp. Oppos. T underestimate him. This kid is not easy to defend. With that, Danny exited the court, standing in a daze. The barrage of 3 consecutive shots had left him bewildered. Often caught off guard by how Zhou Ke had bypassed him, it caused him to question his own existence. On the court, Zhou Ke tossed the ball at Will and Amp. Oppos. S feet. In the spirit of reciprocity, you go first. Haha. Don and Amp. Oppos. T get too cocky. Will picked up the basketball, his eyes glinting coldly. Kid, you and Amp. Oppos. Re-in for a world of hurt. Will has trained at Michael and Amp. Oppos. S camp. The onlookers had little faith in Zhou Ke and Amp. Oppos. S ability to triumph over Will. After all, Will was a player who had nearly reached the NBA, his skills and physique placing him at the pinnacle among them. As the crowd swelled, a figure emerged, captivating attention. Hidden among the spectators, he scrutinized Zhou Ke, nodding thoughtfully. Boom. In the arena, Will received the ball and launched into a swift drive, employing no flashy maneuvers as he charged directly toward Zhou Ke and Oppos' right side. Clearly, he was confident in his physicality, aiming to confront his opponent. As Will approached, Zhou Ke displayed no fear, swiftly positioning himself in Will and Amp. Oppos' path. Will, undeterred, bore down on Zhou Ke with determination, showing no inclination to change direction or halt. Zhou Ke remained calm and steady, showing no signs of retreat. Boom. The two collided with a force akin to 2 speeding vehicles crashing together, generating a tremendous impact. Thud. Will was sent sprawling, clutching his waist in pain as he fell to the ground. To think that Will, with a physique nearly on par with NBA players, could be knocked back by a Huaxia kid? Surely, this must be a flop? Yet, judging by Will and Oppos' agonized expression, it seemed anything but. The crowd marveled at Zhou Ke and Oppos' remarkable physical prowess. The man observing from the sidelines could not help but express his admiration. The impact of Zhou Ke and Oppos' performance was overwhelming. Boom. Before he could fully process the moment, Zhou Ke delivered a thunderous block to Will. The ball was swatted away by Zhou Ke and Oppos' massive hand, soaring several meters away. This was a slam dunk from the Huaxia powerhouse. How does it taste? Unbelievable. No, too exhilarating. Witnessing this, many in the crowd covered their eyes in disbelief. The Huaxia player before them appeared almost extraterrestrial. At this moment, Will was utterly bewildered, wondering how he had been blocked after seemingly bypassing Zhou Ke and Oppos' defense. After 2 offensive attempts, one being sent flying and the other being blocked, he had lost the bravado he had displayed when he first entered the court. He even avoided making eye contact with Zhou Ke, staring down in disbelief. There and Oppos', no need to be so frightened. It will be over soon. Zhou Ke said with a faint smile. In the next 3 shots, I will show you how Huaxia players play. Although his demeanor seemed lighthearted, there was an underlying ferocity in his tone. With that, Zhou Ke stepped beyond the 3-point line and launched a shot. Swish. The 3-pointer was effortlessly made. For the second shot, Zhou Ke charged into the paint, springing lightly off his feet to execute a windmill dunk. For the third shot, Zhou Ke. I concede. Before Zhou Ke could even showcase his skills, Will raised his hands in surrender. He had lost the courage to defend against Zhou Ke. This person seems somewhat familiar. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed at Zhou Ke, exclaiming, I think I saw him in the news recently. He is Zhou Ke, the MOP of this season and Oppos' NCAA. Chapter 37, The Invitation of the Golden Agent. What? Could you repeat that? No way. How could MOP possibly be a Chinese player? This is absurd. ISN and Oppos. The championship supposed to belong to Allen Iverson? Shun and Oppos. TMP be awarded to Allen as well? Where is this coming from? In a baseball field in Texas, amidst the sea of black, there was a glimmer of yellow. The expressions of the audience were predominantly one of disbelief. Children, do you have a multitude of questions in your hearts? This young man is actually the new NCAA champion and MOP winner? Even if this Asian lad possesses remarkable skills, it is unfathomable that he could be the NCAA and Oppos' newly crowned MOP. One must remember that this year's NCAA was viewed externally as a battle of titans, with stars like Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury, and Marcus Camby. How could this young man with yellow skin possibly be chosen as MOP? While one could ride on the coattails of teammates to secure a championship, claiming MOP is an entirely different matter. Will, who was momentarily stunned, cast a sideways glance at Zhou Ke, his large eyes brimming with confusion. Although he had just been thoroughly outperformed by this young man, he still found it hard to believe that this impish fellow was indeed the MOP. However, upon reflection, being defeated by the MOP did provide him with a slight sense of comfort. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Zhou Ke chose not to respond. He was disinterested in defending himself. He merely wished to indulge in the game and had no intention of revealing his identity. This news was indeed true. Suddenly, a middle-aged African-American man spoke up from the crowd. He is indeed this year and Oppo's NCAA mop. Are you spewing nonsense? Is this Chinese lad a decoy? Someone prepared to retort, but upon catching a glimpse of the middle-aged man and Oppo's face, they quickly silenced themselves, their voices fading into nothingness. This man was none other than David Falk, the renowned NBA player agent. His clientele comprised at least a third of the stars in the league, many of whom were marquee players. Most notably, he was the agent of basketball legend Michael Jordan. He was hailed as the golden agent of the NBA, a testament to his formidable business acumen and vision. In the face of such an esteemed professional's announcement, the cacophony of doubt that filled the venue dissipated instantly. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, which lingered for a considerable time before someone finally broke the stillness with an exclamation. Is this young man truly the MOP? My goodness, has our American empire run out of talent? This revelation was astonishing. The MOP had been snatched away by a Chinese player, leading to serious suspicions of foul play behind the scenes. Despite the evidence before them, some individuals chose to remain oblivious, unable to shed their tinted glasses. In their view, Chinese players were incapable of even making an open shot. How could one possibly defeat a contender of the NCAA caliber and clinch the MOP title? There had to be some sort of conspiracy. However, true basketball enthusiasts offered Zhou Ke their most sincere praise. Hi, man, I knew you were extraordinary. I recognized your talent long ago. You are undoubtedly an NBA caliber player. That dunk was something only a select few could execute. Moreover, nearby foreign girls gazed at Zhou Ke with fascination, their eyes sparkling as they stared intently at him, their lips curling into smiles. Boys, he is simply stunning. Can I get your autograph? Uncertain if MOP had time that evening, one of the beautiful women boldly approached. With your incredible ability to break through defenses, I wonder if you could get past my tight defense. Surrounded by alluring women, their eyes filled with flirtation, Zhou Ke became the focus of their attention. Hello, Zhou. I am David Falk. David Falk maneuvered through the crowd, smiling as he approached Zhou Ke and extended his hand. Hello, Zhou Ke replied, reciprocating the gesture in a show of politeness. He was well aware of the stature of someone like David Falk. I have been following your NCAA games. You are the most gifted young player I have encountered. Your future is undoubtedly bright, David Falk remarked with a smile. The future NBA will surely have a place for you. Perhaps you could use a helping hand. David Falk was direct and to the point. His message was clear. I want to recruit you. In terms of talent assessment, David Falk's insight surpassed that of many scouts. He was convinced that this young Chinese player was indeed a gem worth nurturing. After contemplating David Falk's invitation, Zhou Ke smiled and responded, Thank you for your kind offer, but I am not considering that at this moment. Zhou Ke politely declined. Although David Falk was one of the most prominent NBA agents, he already represented an abundance of stars. Joining his roster would merely be a supplementary addition. With so many superstars, the skewed allocation of resources and attention posed significant challenges. Without sufficient exposure, Zhou Ke would struggle to make a name for himself in America, let alone be seen by fans back in China. When selecting an agent, he desired one who would treat him as the undisputed centerpiece, not merely as someone else's supporting cast. For now, Zhou Ke's sole focus was on playing well, unconcerned with external distractions. After all, he played for the sake of his dreams. Everything else was merely a secondary pursuit. Financial gains were inconsequential, as Zhou Ke was not in need of money. His purpose in coming to America was to step into the revered arena he had longed for and demonstrate that Chinese players could indeed inspire awe with their talent. He aimed to shatter the prejudiced perceptions held by others. Thus, Zhou Ke prioritized exposure above all else. Haha, I understand you have many thoughts at present, but you can fully trust in my capabilities. Perhaps I could mold you into the next Michael Jordan. This statement would entice 99% of players, after all. Who wouldn't want to become the next basketball deity? Unfortunately, Zhou Ke belonged to that 1% who would not be swayed. Apologies. But rather than becoming the second Jordan, I aspired to be the first Zhou Ke. Chapter 38, A Momentous Decision, The Key to the Treasure. Zhou Ke, exuding confidence, spoke in a calm tone, observing Zhou Ke and Oppo's resolute expression. David Falk and Oppo's His eyes flickered with a hint of regret as he withdrew a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Ke. This contains my contact information. Should you require my assistance at any point, do not hesitate to reach out. I look forward to our collaboration, David Falk remarked before departing, still hopeful. A prospect as promising as Zhou Ke was surely not one to be overlooked. Meanwhile, at the NBA headquarters in New York City, a group of executives engaged in fervent discussions, seemingly deliberating a matter of great significance. This could be an opportunity for us, stated then NBA President David Stern, his expression grave. That region harbors millions of basketball enthusiasts. The immense Chinese basketball market represents an uncharted treasure, a colossal asset for the NBA, and an exceptional chance to expand our influence. However, due to various reasons, the NBA had long been unable to tap into this wealth. Yet now, an opportunity had arisen. The young man in the video could very well be the key to unlocking this treasure. Following David Stern's gaze, the video showcased Zhou Ke in several NCAA games. Zhou Ke's emergence provided the NBA with a means to penetrate the Chinese market. How can we convey this news to China, across the vast ocean? Queried one executive. Indeed. At that moment, the coverage of the NBA was scant in China, let alone that of a collegiate league. Fans in China were largely oblivious to the fact that one of their compatriots had clinched the NCAA championship, with many unaware of what the NCAA even was. Thus, even with the key in hand, its efficacy was questionable if it went unrecognized. We must ensure that the content of this video reaches China. David Stern seemed to have made a resolute decision. Prepare me a ticket to China. On the other side of the ocean, leaders of the Chinese Basketball Management Center awaited at the airport. Why would the NBA president come here without cause? One inquired. To exchange basketball culture, perhaps, speculated Li Wei, then director of the Chinese Basketball Management Center. After a prolonged wait, a distinguished elderly man appeared, briefcase in hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Wei escorted David Stern and his party to their hotel. Mr. David, if you're interested in our basketball culture, I can arrange for you to watch a game this evening, allowing you to experience it firsthand, Li Wei offered with a confident smile. At that moment, Chinese basketball was at its zenith, with numerous national players in their prime. This year marked the establishment of the CBA, a time when Chinese basketball was bursting with vitality and dominance in Asia. Furthermore, with infrequent matchups against European and American teams, there was uncertainty regarding the relative strengths of both sides, which contributed to Li Wei's confidence. Please, take some time to rest, Li Wei said, turning to leave. David Stern sat on the bed, diligently preparing his materials. Undoubtedly, these documents contain statistics about Zhou Ke, with the most crucial items being 2 videotapes that recorded Zhou Ke's performances in the NCAA. After dinner, Li Wei and his companions took David Stern and his party to the basketball arena, where the CBA playoffs were underway. The venue was alive with the fierce battle between the top-seeded Bryant team and the second-seeded Guangdong team. The Bryant team boasted a roster filled with the finest players in China, akin to the Chicago Bulls of the CBA, and they were on a formidable winning streak. At first, David Stern was filled with anticipation, but as the game commenced, disappointment began to creep in. The players, when compared to their NBA counterparts, appeared significantly outmatched. Even the standout player of the game might only measure up to the level of an NBA rotation player, if that. This left David Stern perplexed. How had Zhou Ke emerged from such an environment? His explosive playing style and athleticism were anything but typical of Chinese players. However, this could be a promising revelation for David Stern. The NBA's entertainment value eclipsed that of the CBA, which bode well for future endeavors in penetrating the Chinese market. After the game, the group returned to the hotel. Thank you, Li, for allowing me to experience Chinese basketball culture. In return, I have brought some materials and videos. David Stern presented the prepared documents and tapes. Oh? Li Wei's expression turned quizzical. David Stern began to play the videotape in front of everyone. The footage showcased the thrilling NCAA Sweet 16 match. The two teams exhibited a fierce back and forth, and the visual spectacle was noticeably more captivating than the earlier match between Bryant and Guangdong. This isn't the NBA, is it? NCAA, I believe, is your collegiate league? Li Wei questioned, perplexed. I thought we were exchanging basketball culture. Is it appropriate to show us a college league game? Li Wei's demeanor shifted, his countenance darkening as he pondered whether the elderly gentleman was attempting to provoke. David Stern remained silent, engrossed in the unfolding game. Suddenly, the video displayed a shocking moment. Among the predominantly black and white players, a young man with yellow skin emerged. Is that an Asian? Li Wei inquired, puzzled. Indeed. And he is one of your compatriots. His name is Zhou Ke. David Stern adjusted his glasses as disbelief swept through the group. An even more astonishing scene unfolded in the video. Zhou Ke surged toward the basket, overpowering a stout defender for a thunderous dunk. Though it was merely a recording, the resounding echo of the rim reverberated through the air. What? Are you certain this is our Chinese player? Li Wei's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Zhou Ke on the screen, disbelief etched across his face. Before he could fully comprehend, Zhou Ke showcased his defensive prowess, delivering a spectacular block. The sheer height of his leap was enough to leave anyone astounded, his foot nearly grazing the opponent's abdomen. Observing Li Wei's astonished expression, a faint smile flickered across David Stern's lips. Do not be overly surprised. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of Zhou Ke's capabilities. Chapter 39. Fame soars. Chinese basketball fans go wild. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Ke showcased his remarkable talent in the video with a three-point shot from a distance that was simply extraordinary. Engaging in a 2-on-1 offensive maneuver, Zhou Ke demonstrated an exceptional prowess rarely witnessed in the CBA. Here are Zhou Ke's credentials for your perusal. David Stern, sensing the opportune moment, handed a document to Li Wei. Upon opening it, the data was unmistakably clear. Name, Zhou Ke. Height, 201 centimeters. Wingspan, 221 centimeters. However, what truly mattered were the final few words. Nationality, China. Is this information accurate? Li Wei gazed incredulously at the document in his trembling hands. It wasn't that he doubted China's ability to produce such talent. Rather, the disheartening realization that this exceptional individual had been discovered by foreigners instead of his own efforts left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing the conclusion of the video, I imagine you would no longer question me. David Stern fast-forwarded to the end. I am not merely an Asian, I am a proud Chinese. In the video, Zhou Ke responded to a multitude of reporters in impeccably standard Mandarin, each word resonating with the pride of being Chinese. At that moment, the office was filled with a mix of astonishment and a tinge of shame. To think such a promising talent had to be recognized by others was indeed a humbling realization. Zhou Ke's performance in the NCAA extended far beyond this. He not only led his team to claim the NCAA championship, but also made history as the first Chinese player to be named the MVP in NCAA history. This rising basketball star undoubtedly deserves recognition from countless Chinese fans. David Stern continued with palpable enthusiasm. Moreover, Zhou Ke has declared his intention to enter this year's draft, and numerous teams have shown great interest in this Chinese prodigy. I believe Chinese fans would be eager to witness their players achieving glory abroad. The barrage of groundbreaking news left Li Wei feeling dazed. A Chinese prodigy, NCAA champion, recipient of the NCAA Mop Award, and a highly sought-after player in the draft. Such overwhelming information came as a shock and stirred excitement. A genuine Chinese college student, thriving in a foreign land, had achieved such extraordinary feats. Just hearing the news ignited a profound sense of exhilaration within him. Lead director? Lead director? A colleague gently tapped Li Wei's shoulder, bringing him back to reality. In that moment of contemplation, Li Wei pondered the potential of utilizing Zhou Ke's achievements to showcase the uniqueness of Chinese basketball to the world. Li, the essence of my lengthy discourse is to express my hope that you facilitate live broadcasts of this year's draft or any games related to Zhou throughout China. David Stern finally articulated his intent. I find that feasible. Li Wei contemplated for a moment before readily agreeing. I will arrange for personnel to accompany you to New York. No, not just sending someone. I shall personally go. Li Wei's face radiated anticipation. As the head of the Chinese basketball administration, he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet this prodigy and witness firsthand the marvel that had captivated so many. Thank you, Li. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. David Stern was equally exhilarated. Perhaps, from this moment, a profound connection between this treasure and the NBA would be forged. That evening, CCTV 5, as usual, aired various sports programs. Why does today's basketball game seem different from the usual? A basketball enthusiast from Hebei province turned on the television, only to find that tonight's game was unlike any other. Why are all the players black? Where are the Asian faces? Did I tune into the wrong channel? Just as he was about to change the channel, Zhou Ke appeared on screen amidst a group of black and white athletes. Simultaneously, the commentator began to speak. This is a game from the NCAA College League in the United States, and what you are witnessing is our Chinese player, Zhou Ke. NCAA games? A Chinese player named Zhou Ke? The young man was taken aback, but fortunately, the commentator provided clarity. In less than a minute, he felt grateful for not having changed the channel prematurely. On screen, Zhou Ke was dominating the court, exhibiting an array of skills. Dunks, blocks, three-pointers, and jump shots. He executed every move that fans could dream of. Unbelievably impressive. My goodness, is this truly a Chinese player? This is beyond amazing. It felt as though this young man was soaring. The exhilarating dunks, coupled with the commentators' fervor, ignited a wave of excitement, making viewers yearn to hit the court themselves. Of course, beyond Hebei, basketball enthusiasts across China were simultaneously introduced to a new name, Zhou Ke. They learned that there existed a Chinese player with such explosive playing style. That night, the name Zhou Ke began to sweep through the Chinese basketball community like a whirlwind. Across countless basketball forums, discussions about Zhou Ke dominated the conversation. I can't believe we have such an incredible player emerging from China. It brings immense joy. This guy is astonishing. Those dunks are simply mind-blowing. The American college players were completely overpowered. I even heard whispers that Zhou Ke would be participating in this year's NBA draft, online and offline. Every basketball fan was engaged in fervent discussions. This name had permeated households like a staple of daily life. Lead director. This is truly remarkable. The assistant at the Chinese Basketball Administration exclaimed excitedly as he observed the soaring data on the computer screen. Look, just from last night's viewership. It has already surpassed our ratings from the past half-month. Li Wei, astonished by the figures displayed on the screen, realized this was achieved without any promotional efforts. Just imagine the impact if proper marketing were employed. Seizing the moment, he immediately summoned his team to begin promoting Zhou Ke's upcoming videos. By the next morning, CCTV5 had featured Zhou Ke in nearly every news segment. This unprecedented occurrence in Chinese sports was truly historic. There may never be another like it. Chapter 40. The Frenzy of the Agent Circle. Bill Laffey's ultimate choice. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, at the United Center in Chicago. The Seattle team succumbed to the relentless charge of the Chicago Bulls after a fierce battle. Under the dazzling performance of Michael Jordan, the Bulls clinched the sixth game of the finals. They triumphed over their opponents with a decisive 4-2 score, securing their fourth championship trophy. On the podium, Jordan raised the O'Brien Trophy high above his head, exuberantly gesturing to the fans as if to proclaim, "Your greatness remains unmatched." From that moment onward, he returned as the embodiment of a nightmare for the entire league. Despite a 2-year hiatus from the court, Michael Jordan remained an indelible specter in the minds of players. With the conclusion of the finals, the bustling season came to an end. The arena gradually returned to a state of calm, yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. The draft was approaching, and the free agency market was teeming with opportunities. Furthermore, Zhou Ke's sudden emergence disrupted the plans of numerous teams, triggering a seismic shift in the NBA agent community. It was unknown who leaked the video of David Fox's conversation with Zhou Ke online, but it instantly stirred a frenzy among NBA agents. No one questioned David Fox's acumen, for he was the agent of legends. Consequently, following the video's release, countless agents sought to recruit Zhou Ke into their ranks. The spectacle rivaled the fervor of the scramble for Jordan in years past. At dawn, while the sun had yet to rise, Zhou Ke had already completed 200 push-ups, preparing to start his day. However, upon finishing his morning routine and unlocking his phone, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. His inbox was inundated. With over 99 unread messages, the sheer volume bewildered him. The majority of these texts were self-introductions from various agents. "Joe, I am XXX. I have represented XX Superstar. Perhaps I would be a great choice for you. Dear Joe, I am the agent of XX Superstar, including XX among my clients. I believe choosing me would be an excellent decision, and our collaboration will surely be delightful. Joe, I have been following you since the top 16. Your talent is astonishing, and if fortunate enough to work with you, I believe you will become the next basketball deity." Gazing at the uniformity of these messages, Zhou Ke felt a wave of melancholy. In his view, these individuals were merely empty talkers, making grandiose claims and alluring promises without a shred of substance. Not one message articulated a credible plan for his NBA career, leaving him with a palpable sense of distrust. These agents appeared to be self-serving, luring players in only to siphon off their earnings for their own gain. Such behavior was all too common in the NBA agent sphere, yielding nothing but harm. Naturally, Zhou Ke remained unconvinced and resolute in his decision. Consequently, he selected all the messages and deleted them in one swift motion, effortlessly resolving the matter. Just as he eradicated the spam, his phone chimed once more. Another message. The incessant notifications were indeed torturous. However, this message seemed different from the previous drivel. Rather than an introduction, it presented a detailed plan outlining how to navigate Zhou Ke's NBA journey, create buzz around him, and analyze his skills and attributes. It was evident that considerable research had been conducted. The message concluded with a straightforward statement. These are my thoughts on your career trajectory. If you find them agreeable, it would be my honor to discuss this further in person. The sender signed off with the name, Bill Laffey. From the sincerity woven into the text, Zhou Ke felt a burgeoning fondness for Bill Laffey. This veteran agent had an impressive roster and abundant resources, but most importantly, he conveyed genuine intent. Perhaps he was indeed a worthy choice. In New York, amidst towering skyscrapers, Bill Laffey was intently focused on his phone screen, anxiously awaiting a response. His heart raced with trepidation, hoping his opportunity had not been snatched away. Ding! The screen illuminated, and a rush of delight surged within him as he opened his inbox. Yet, as he scanned the contents, the smile he had ready to express faltered. At XXX Gym, in celebration of our anniversary, effective immediately. A wave of excitement morphed into disappointment, nearly causing him to suffer a stroke. Taking a deep breath, Bill Laffey attempted to calm himself. Ding! Just as he regained his composure, his phone rang again. A call? Could it be Zhou? The flickering ember of hope reignited within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, sir. We are XXX Gym, and effective immediately, you can enjoy a 20% discount on our gym membership. No, thank you. Bill Laffey's expression darkened as he hung up. His normally amiable demeanor gave way to frustration as he muttered under his breath, "May your gym meet an untimely demise." However, before he could catch his breath, that infernal ringtone blared again. Just as the saying goes, misfortunes come in threes, Bill Laffey's patience finally reached its breaking point. He answered the call, his voice rising in anger. FCK off. Stop bothering me, I have no interest in your gym membership. Witnessing the usually genial veteran erupt in fury, his assistants dared not make a sound. After a tirade, when silence fell on the other end of the line, Bill Laffey continued his diatribe. You scoundrel, why don't you pitch your gym membership anymore? After a brief pause, a voice responded, Mr. Laffey. You truly have a sense of humor. I have no gym membership to offer. The rich, magnetic tone resonated in Bill Laffey's ears. I believe we should be discussing a contract, not gym memberships. Bill Laffey felt a jolt of exhilaration, his heart racing as he asked, Are you sure? Is this real? Through the phone, Zhou Ke could sense Bill Laffey's excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation. However, he soon regretted the expletives he had uttered moments earlier and quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, Zhou. That was not my intention. Those words were meant for the irritating telemarketers. A chuckle escaped Zhou Ke's lips, finding the old agent's spirited outburst amusing. Unbeknownst to him, his laughter sent Bill Laffey's heart racing uncontrollably. I reviewed your message, and your ideas may indeed hold merit. Zhou Ke retracted her smile and spoke. Really? Chapter 41. The draft has arrived. Bill Laffey could scarcely believe his ears. Though he appeared stunned on the surface, his heart was already brimming with uncontainable joy. I will do everything in the best possible way to assist you. Zhou, I will fly to Texas tomorrow. Fearing that this golden opportunity might slip away, Bill immediately instructed his assistant to prepare tickets for Texas. The following day, Bill Laffey appeared before Zhou Ke, impeccably dressed in a meticulously coordinated suit, his graying hair neatly styled. The care he took with his attire clearly reflected the significance he placed on this meeting. Upon their encounter, Bill first apologized for his previous crude remarks and then briefly introduced himself. Despite his inner excitement, he spoke in a calm demeanor, eschewing grandiloquent rhetoric in favor of presenting prepared data and materials, which included an overview of Zhou Ke's current technical attributes and future development prospects. In contrast to those agents who merely spoke eloquently, Zhou Ke appreciated this grounded and diligent approach. With a smile, Zhou Ke extended his hand to Bill Laffey before even opening the documents. Let us have a fruitful collaboration. Bill was momentarily taken aback, hardly able to believe the surreal moment unfolding before him. Once he regained his composure, he grasped Zhou Ke's hand with both of his excitement nearly beyond words, gripping firmly as if to ensure Zhou would not reconsider. Meanwhile, the negotiations between Auerbach and the Raptors proceeded remarkably smoothly. The two teams reached a verbal agreement. The Boston Celtics would offer their 6th overall pick along with their sole All-Star fringe player, Dino Raja, while also assuming a burdensome contract from the Raptors. Faced with such extensive demands, Cardinal Auerbach did not flinch, promptly agreeing. If he could leverage the 2nd overall pick to secure Zhou Ke, he would gladly relinquish the entire team for it. His singular objective was to acquire Zhou Ke during the draft, as he recognized value in Zhou that far exceeded a mere 2nd pick. In contrast to Auerbach's decisiveness, Jerry West exhibited hesitation. After much contemplation, he remained uncertain about trading away the 13th pick. To place the future of the team solely in Zhou Ke's hands was a leap of faith he was not yet ready to take. Just as he wavered, the Dallas Mavericks made an unexpected move. Owner Mark Cuban publicly declared that the entire Mavericks roster was up for selection if the 76ers were willing, including leading scorer Jamal Mashburn and All-Star Jason Kidd. Furthermore, Cuban expressed his willingness to part with the 9th overall pick in the first round. Such audacious offers indeed piqued the interest of the 76ers. The prospect of pairing Jason Kidd with Jerry Stackhouse in the backcourt, alongside a formidable forward like Jamal Mashburn, could solidify the 76ers' standing in the East. Moreover, acquiring a 9th overall pick for free was a remarkable opportunity. Consequently, the 76ers management felt they had struck a tremendous bargain. Swiftly agreeing to the terms, the two teams decided to finalize the trade later. This news sent shockwaves throughout the free market. Was Cuban out of his mind? Was a first overall pick truly worth so much? A team trading away an entire roster for a single pick? Was Cuban losing his touch? The consensus was that he had made a grave mistake, sacrificing the immediate strength and future of the team for a single draft choice. After securing the first overall pick, the Mavericks refrained from disclosing any information or hinting at which player they intended to select. However, most ESPN analysts speculated that the Mavericks were aiming to choose either Stephon Marbury or Allen Iverson with their top pick, despite both having faced defeat at Zhou Ke's hands. Additionally, ESPN experts predicted that, based on Zhou Ke's current performance, he would likely be selected at the tail end of the lottery. The teams most likely to draft Zhou Ke were anticipated to be the Golden State Warriors, holding the 11th pick, or the Cleveland Cavaliers with the 12th. Generally, experts held a skeptical view of Zhou Ke's draft prospects, as they found it hard to believe that a player from China could achieve success in the NBA, especially given that no Chinese player had yet set foot in the league. After signing with Bill Raffi, Zhou Ke underwent workouts with several teams in the lottery region under his guidance. Although each team praised Zhou highly following the workouts, none expressed a desire to select him. These teams preferred to gamble on a star rookie rather than take a risk on Zhou Ke with their high picks, as the draft boasted an abundance of standout talent, further amplified by Zhou Ke's remarkable emergence. The entire basketball community in the United States was keenly attentive to this draft. Beyond American shores, fans in China were equally eager, hoping for Zhou Ke to be selected at a high position, even to become the first ever Chinese player to be the top pick in NBA history. Amid the anticipation of thousands of fans, on June 22, 1996, the NBA draft officially commenced in East Rutherford, New Jersey. A new generation of outstanding basketball stars took to the stage, filled with dreams and hope for the future. The NBA, too, awaited them with eager expectation. As the host raised his voice in excitement, "Now, let us invite 20 players into our green room. From Georgetown University, Allen Iverson. From Georgia Tech, Stephon Marbury. From the University of Massachusetts, Marcus Camby. From the University of Connecticut, Ray Allen. From the University of Kentucky, Anthony Walker. And from the University of Texas, our Chinese player Zhou Ke." Alongside these illustrious collegiate athletes, a high school player, Kobe Bryant, also slipped into the green room. As Zhou Ke entered the green room, the broadcasting studio erupted with joy, and Li Wei was beside himself with excitement. Countless fans in China watching on television shared in this exuberance. At that moment, Zhou Ke embodied the hope of all Chinese basketball enthusiasts. Chapter 42. The weeping young fan. Zhou Ke does not deserve this draft position. Tonight, the viewership of CCTV5 in Huaxia skyrockets. What is this green room? It sounds quite impressive. Zhou Ke, you must be selected. Countless fans eagerly gather around their televisions, chanting, "He must be chosen. He must be chosen. I bet Zhou Ke will undoubtedly be in the top 3. If not, I will eat my words." The hopes of the entire village rest upon this moment. The scene shifts back to America. Perhaps feeling the gaze of countless Huaxia fans, Zhou Ke, seated in the far corner of the green room, experiences his heart racing for the first time. "Do not be nervous, my boy. I believe in you," said Tang Hawkins, patting Zhou Ke's shoulder. Outside the green room, then NBA Commissioner David Stern steps onto the stage. "Welcome to everyone present. Looking at these remarkable young talents, I can almost foresee the brilliance of the NBA in the future." Upon finishing his remarks, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupts from the audience. Among the crowd, Auerbach, cigar in hand, wears a smug expression, waiting to reap the rewards. Just days prior, the Celtics had secured a trade with the Raptors, obtaining the 2nd overall pick. Meanwhile, the Mavericks, holding the 1st overall pick, showed no interest in Zhou Ke. Thus, acquiring Zhou Ke was not merely a matter of good fortune. Let us commence tonight's draft. With the formalities concluded, David Stern officially announces the start of the draft. No sooner had he spoken than an assistant approached the stage, handing him an envelope. This envelope contained the details for the 76ers' first overall pick. However, the selected player would be traded down to the Mavericks for their 9th pick along with 2 all-star caliber players. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators and countless fans watching on television, David Stern skillfully opened the envelope. Upon seeing the name inscribed within, the seasoned Stern, accustomed to high-stakes moments, hesitated for a second before announcing, in the 1996 NBA Draft, the first overall pick by the Philadelphia 76ers is Zhou Ke. Hailing from the University of Texas, standing at 201 centimeters, with a wingspan of 221 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms. This Huaxiao player has played as a small forward and led his team to an NCAA championship, being named the most outstanding player. Let us congratulate Zhou Ke. He becomes the first Huaxiao player to be the number 1 pick in NBA history. Before Stern could finish his announcement, a thunderous cheer erupted from East Rutherford, New Jersey, where Zhou Ke hailed from. This may not be a prudent choice. It is an overly bold attempt. Zhou Ke's draft position will not be low, but he certainly does not merit the first overall pick. He has played too few games for us to make a comprehensive judgment. The Mavericks' choice is excessively risky. Furthermore, Texas is one of the regions in the U.S. most affected by prejudice. Why would a team pay such a hefty price to select this Huaxiao player? This young man with yellow skin, even though he has captured the NCAA championship and MOP in their eyes, Zhou Ke does not deserve the top pick solely due to his skin color. The Mavericks' choice caught all fans off guard, leaving so-called ESPN prediction experts utterly humiliated. Following the uproar, the venue fell into a hushed silence. Both the commentators and the drafted rookies appeared bewildered. The Mavericks went to great lengths to secure the first overall pick, only to select Zhou Ke? This seemed utterly unjustified. Management, please rescind this dreadful decision. It is simply unacceptable. In the audience, some extreme Mavericks fans stood up, vocally expressing their outrage. Even as security escorted them out, they continued to rant. No, Zhou Ke. We cannot select Zhou Ke. Hi, this is an atrocious choice. In Texas, a child watching the selection burst into tears upon seeing the team's decision. This young man with yellow skin does not deserve such a high price. This choice is simply dreadful. Not just this child, but Mavericks fans watching the live broadcast were equally stunned. Moments later, they began to vocally berate the team's management, venting their frustrations. Meanwhile, Auerbach sat in stark contrast to the crowd and Oppo's reaction, his face ashen, sitting in silence. He did not even notice when his cigar slipped from his hand. He had calculated every possible outcome, yet he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by the Mavericks. He had deployed smokescreens, only to realize he was the one left in the dark. The fool was me. Hearing the fans' disdain for Zhou Ke, Auerbach's mind was flooded with expletives. If you don't want him, you can give him to me. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Ke donned the 76ers cap. At that moment, thoughts of retirement began to creep into his mind. After all the struggles, it felt like he had drawn water with a bamboo basket, an exercise in futility. Who could withstand such a blow? Number one. We are number 1. Across the ocean, in the CCTV5 studio in Huaxia, Li Wei leapt from his chair. This is not merely a historic moment for the NBA. It is a monumental event for Huaxia basketball. To hell with the meat grinder. Zhou Ke is incredible. Zhou Ke, for this number 1 pick, I will be your fan for life. At this moment, Huaxia fans erupted in ecstasy, for they had witnessed the first Huaxia player to become the number 1 pick in NBA history. Congratulations, Zhou Ke. Tang Hawkins, seated beside Zhou Ke, stood up and embraced him warmly, offering his best wishes. I hope you can showcase your true self in the NBA. Thank you, Coach, Zhou Ke replied, gratitude evident in his eyes. Had it not been for Tang Hawkins' discovery of his talents, he might still be sitting by the water cooler at the University of Texas. Had Tang Hawkins not placed his trust in him under pressure, perhaps Zhou Ke would never have had this opportunity. After a moment of silence, the fans erupted into fervent applause for Zhou Ke. Young man, congratulations. David Stern embraced Zhou Ke, saying, I believe you will become a source of pride for Huaxia, as countless fans will be watching your performance. I will, Mr. Commissioner, Zhou Ke replied with a smile. Yet, deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps from this moment onward, Zhou Ke would carry not just his own dreams, but also the hopes of countless basketball fans from Huaxia. Chapter 43, The Prejudice in People's Hearts is a Great Mountain. In the year 1996, during the NBA draft held in the United States, Zhou Ke emerged remarkably, being selected as the first overall pick, thereby disrupting the pre-established plans of subsequent teams. The Boston Celtics, holding the second pick, upon losing Zhou Ke, had no choice but to salvage their situation by acquiring Allen Iverson. This diminutive player from Georgetown, standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 75 kilograms, became the shortest second overall pick in history. Witnessing the first two picks being Zhou Ke and Iverson, the representative of the Memphis Grizzlies felt a surge of delight within. In an era dominated by towering centers, where four elite big men were at their zenith, it seemed astonishing that someone would overlook a quality player like Marcus Camby. Surely, such a decision was foolish. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to select, they undoubtedly chose the most formidable interior player of the draft, Marcus Camby, hailing from the University of Massachusetts. Camby stood at 211 centimeters and weighed 107 kilograms, boasting commendable rim protection skills. Thus, the top three picks of the 1996 season were finalized: Zhou Ke from the University of Texas, Allen Iverson from Georgetown University, and Marcus Camby from the University of Massachusetts. While Zhou Ke's selection was unexpected, the other two were anticipated outcomes. The Milwaukee Bucks, holding the fourth pick, faced a dilemma between Ray Allen and Stephon Marbury. Ultimately, they chose to trust the explosive athleticism of Marbury. When David Stern announced Marbury's name as the fourth pick, disappointment was evident on his face. For the competitive Marbury, the draft was also a contest, and once again, he found himself overshadowed by Zhou Ke. Following this, the Minnesota Timberwolves seized an opportunity, selecting Ray Allen with the fifth pick, forming a talented duo with Kevin Garnett. Provided that Allen realized his potential, this combination was poised to carve out a significant presence in the Western Conference. In a trade, the Raptors, having secured the sixth pick, were pleasantly surprised to acquire a player brimming with talent, Antoine Walker. Coupled with the near all-star Dino Raja sent by Boston, this trade appeared overwhelmingly favorable for the Raptors. While the Celtics faced considerable loss, the remaining picks from 7th to 13th passed without much fanfare: Lorenzen Wright, Chris Kittles, Samaki Walker, Eric Dampier, Todd Fuller, Vitaly Potapenko, and high schooler Kobe Bryant. Among them, Bryant's selection sparked some excitement. This 18-year-old high school player might indeed possess extraordinary potential. However, just after the Hornets drafted Bryant, sensational news broke. The Los Angeles Lakers were willing to exchange their near all-star Vlade Divac for Kobe straight up. Swapping a young near all-star for an 18-year-old rookie seemed unfathomable. The Hornets management, overwhelmed with joy, accepted the offer without hesitation. Was Jerry West and Mark Cuban perhaps under some spell? Their decisions and trades were simply absurd. Perhaps, from this moment forth, we could refer to them as the outrageous brothers, as the crowd jested. As Kobe stepped off the stage, the lottery selections of this draft had been entirely revealed. This draft, indeed, garnered immense attention, with frequent sensational news aligning perfectly with its high profile. Once concluded, the trading frenzy commenced, with the most notable transaction involving the 76ers and the Mavericks. According to prior agreements, Zhou Ke and Samaki Walker exchanged teams, with the Mavericks also sending Jamal Mashburn and all-star Jason Kidd to Philadelphia. Despite being anticipated, the actual trade ignited a fresh wave of excitement in the arena. Commentators and analysts unanimously agreed that the 76ers had emerged as the clear victors in this deal. A first overall pick netted the 76ers an all-star caliber guard and additional promising talent in Jamal Mashburn and Samaki Walker. This roster was undeniably poised for ascendance. Conversely, the Dallas Mavericks not only relinquished their leading scorer and all-star, but also forfeited their draft rights, merely acquiring a player who had participated in 4 games, Zhou Ke, whose success remained uncertain. With their current lineup, the Mavericks appeared destined for another lackluster season. It was no wonder that Dallas fans expressed their outrage. They felt thoroughly cheated. I still cannot fathom why Cuban sought to acquire Zhou Ke. I can almost envision a future where Dallas monopolizes the number 1 picks. Criticism of Cuban persisted until the draft's conclusion. In the studio of CCTV 5. Upon witnessing Zhou Ke being traded to the Dallas Mavericks, Li Wei's previously uplifted smile began to fade. He understood all too well how unwelcome Chinese players were in Dallas. The prejudice in people's hearts loomed like a great mountain, casting doubt on whether it would hinder Zhou Ke's journey in the NBA. Yet, in an effort to console Chinese fans, Li Wei donned a smile and addressed the camera, stating, "The Dallas Mavericks are a young team, merely 16 years old. And it is precisely such youthful teams that are suited for a player like Zhou Ke, brimming with potential. Moreover, since the Mavericks' inception into the NBA, they have yet to hoist the O'Brien Trophy. Perhaps Zhou Ke will replicate his NCAA success in the NBA and lead them to their first O'Brien Cup. Should Zhou Ke manage to lift the franchise's inaugural O'Brien Cup, the mountain of prejudice in people's hearts would surely be shattered. Nevertheless, Li Wei's greatest concern remained whether Zhou Ke would receive playing time. The Mavericks roster included several ball-dominant players, potentially impacting Zhou Ke's tactical role. If a player lacks guaranteed playing time, it is akin to a swordsman without his sword or a marksman without his gun. In such circumstances, how could Zhou Ke create history and dismantle the prejudices that clouded people's minds? Chapter 44. Do you wish to use me as a cash cow? Not a chance. In a familiar little restaurant in Texas, a large crowd of Chinese gathered in front of the big screen. Look, look. This young man is my sister Suya's boyfriend. Su Yang exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms to introduce him to the onlookers. What do you think? My sister has good taste, right? Dad. Suya, who was tidying up the table, suddenly turned crimson. However, she did not retort. Instead, she lowered her head, blushing, her eyes secretly glancing at Zhou Ke on the television screen, revealing a hint of strange emotions. As the draft concluded, everything seemed to return to calm. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents continued to surge. Just a day later, another shocking piece of news rocked the American basketball world. The legendary NBA coach, Red Auerbach, announced his retirement. How could this iconic figure, known for creating countless legends and nurturing numerous stars, retire in such a low-key manner? The news came as a complete surprise, leaving many in disbelief. What? The Red Auerbach has retired? Is this real? I saw him at the draft just yesterday. The announcement of his retirement soon stirred waves across the nation. NBA players and coaches expressed their sorrow. Magic Johnson stated, I believe this is a tremendous loss for the NBA. We have lost the greatest coach in history. Michael Jordan added, he was one of my most respected coaches. And I feel deeply saddened by his departure. Phil Jackson, known as the Zen Master, also expressed his condolences for his old rival. He was my most respected opponent. It is a pity I won't have the chance to face him again. With Zhou Ke making history as the first Asian player to be the top pick. And now Red Auerbach's sudden retirement, this season, before it even began, was already filled with unexpected turns. In Dallas, Texas, in an office, a secretary looked at Mark Cuban, who was reclining in his chair, and asked, Boss, is it worth such a heavy price just to get this Chinese kid? I don't know if it's worth it, but I am certain we will make a significant profit, Cuban replied. As a businessman, he primarily considered the benefits, especially since Zhou Ke had the potential of being a great asset. Trading a top pick for a money-making machine with a 4-year shelf life, surely that's a worthwhile deal? Pouring a glass of champagne, Cuban swirled it gently and said, You must realize, we are not just selecting Zhou Ke. We are also gaining the support of millions of Chinese fans, which is an enormous fortune. Our team has been at the bottom for too long. Why not maximize our interests? Moreover, Zhou Ke's talent is evident. If he lives up to his potential, it would be a win-win situation, even if he doesn't. It's no concern. Next season we could aim for Duncan with the top pick. Cuban took a sip of champagne, smiling slightly, embodying the essence of a shrewd strategist. Simultaneously, the collaboration between David Stern and Li Wei deepened, having tasted success during the draft. Both parties sought to strengthen their partnership and enhance the connection between the NBA and Chinese fans. Dearly, it is a pleasure to see you again, David Stern said, his face beaming with a smile as he shook Li Wei's hand firmly. The broadcast of this draft was a tremendous success for both of us. I believe we will not abandon such a promising venture. Indeed, Li Wei responded promptly. We should deepen our cooperation. We don't want to miss any of Zhou Ke's remarkable games, and neither do the fans. Thus, they reached an agreement, marking the moment when the NBA officially opened the doors to the Chinese market. In the United States, on July 2, 1996, the NBA's free agency period commenced. The trades made during the draft began to materialize. Allen Iverson boarded a plane to Boston, where he might become the new leader of the Celtics. Meanwhile, the chilly Minnesota welcomed a new ally, Ray Allen, who would now support the Timberwolves' king, Kevin Garnett. In Los Angeles, an 18-year-old boy appeared on the team's practice court, his eyes filled with determination and competitiveness. However, the happiest team that day was undoubtedly the 76ers. With just one top pick, they had transformed into a formidable force in the East. With Jason Kidd orchestrating the plays and Jerry Stackhouse scoring, the team was brimming with youthful energy, and its future appeared bright. Meanwhile, at the Texas airport, Zhou Ke seemed to receive little attention from the team. Only a handful of people came to greet him, far from the reception one would expect for a high-priced top pick. Accompanied by a few individuals, Zhou Ke entered Cuban's office. Welcome, Zhou, to the Dallas Mavericks. Cuban turned and smiled. Thank you, Zhou Ke nodded. Observing Cuban's somewhat plump figure and shrewd eyes, he sensed the man was a cunning strategist. There in Opos, There's no need to look at me with suspicion. You must believe you deserve this top pick, Cuban said, pouring half a glass of champagne and gazing deeply at Zhou Ke. Thank you for your trust, Zhou Ke replied with a faint smile, though it lacked warmth. Upon meeting Cuban, an instinct told him that Dallas might not be his true destination. They were likely more interested in something else he could offer. After a brief exchange, accompanied by Bill Duffy, Zhou Ke signed his rookie contract. As the top pick, his contract could not be less than $3 million. Ultimately, to demonstrate his sincerity, Cuban offered Zhou Ke a 4-year, $9.5 million contract. You are the future of Dallas. We believe in you. Cuban's eyes sparkled with determination, a hint of smug satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. This seemingly generous rookie contract concealed ulterior motives. Binding Zhou Ke for 4 years with $9.5 million would yield profits far exceeding that amount. I'm sorry, but I believe the people of Dallas do not like me, Zhou Ke stated firmly, showing no interest in such a lucrative offer, resolutely refusing it. Do you wish to use me as a mere tool for profit? I'm afraid you're mistaken. Chapter 45, The Cardinal's Swift Return? Just for Zhou Ke. Crash. The wine glass in Cuban's hand shattered on the ground, the rich champagne spilling everywhere. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Zhou Ke would make such a choice. Ha ha ha, Joe, I still hope you can think this through. This matter is not trivial. Cuban feigned calmness, wiping his hands, his tone turning grave. If you feel the contract is insufficient, we can negotiate. Having acquired such a potentially lucrative asset with immense difficulty, Cuban was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Before Cuban could finish his sentence, Zhou Ke promptly replied, I simply do not wish to be treated as a mere tool for profit. There can be no collaboration between us. Zhou Ke's tone was unassuming, yet his resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Joe, do you understand the consequences if you refuse to sign this contract? After a brief pause, Cuban's expression darkened, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He continued, half smiling, if I do not let you go, this year no NBA team will be able to sign you. With that, Cuban approached Zhou Ke, patting his shoulder with earnestness. Do not jest with your future. When soft measures failed, he resorted to intimidation. You young players are not so easily swayed by simple threats, are you? Unfortunately, he was mistaken once more. Threaten me? I'm sorry, but the person capable of threatening Zhou Ke has yet to be born. Zhou Ke replied with a calm smile, his demeanor unruffled. I can wait a year. After a year, I will still be the top pick. But your team, in that year, will likely gain nothing. Zhou Ke remained unfazed by Cuban's threats. Even if Cuban sought to undermine him, he could always return to the University of Texas for another year, and surely Don Hawkins would wholeheartedly agree. Winning 2 consecutive NCAA championships and honing his skills was entirely acceptable for Zhou Ke. What was paramount for Zhou Ke was the knowledge that Cuban would not truly follow through with such threats. As a cunning businessman, Cuban prioritized profit above all else. Engaging in actions that would harm his own interests was something a shrewd man like him would never entertain. Cuban's Mavericks had invested such a significant price in this draft. To end up with nothing would be a monumental loss for him. Joe, since we have reached this point, you certainly will not have a change of heart, Cuban said with a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he chuckled coldly. If that is the case, let us part ways amicably. When have we ever parted ways amicably? This is goodbye. Zhou Ke's words hung in the air as he turned to leave. Watching Zhou Ke's retreating figure, Cuban's eyes reflected a mix of ferocity and helplessness. All he could do was cut his losses and trade Zhou Ke. The news of Zhou Ke's potential trade was released. At that moment, the free market had just settled down after a tumultuous wave. One of the 4 great centers, Shaquille O'Neal, had reached the end of his contract after the season. He hoped the Magic would provide a fixed salary contract, but was met with an incredibly insulting offer, for years for $54 million. Moreover, the Magic's management had gone so far as to diminish O'Neal's defensive skills, even conducting a public opinion poll to drive down his price. Such actions infuriated O'Neal, yet he still granted his former team one last chance. However, he received a response from the Magic's general manager stating, "We cannot offer you a larger contract, as that would disappoint Penny." Ultimately, the big shark O'Neal, thoroughly disillusioned, resolutely decided to leave the Magic and test the waters of the free market. Once the news broke that the big shark was testing the free market, the previously calm atmosphere erupted into excitement. Ultimately, the purple and gold team, thanks to Jerry West's remarkable maneuvering, successfully acquired O'Neal. Just as everyone thought the chaos had settled, within half a day, news of Zhou Ke's trade emerged. Upon hearing this news, Jerry West, who had just moments ago been celebrating the acquisition of O'Neal, felt his smile freeze on his face. Perhaps we could trade the shark again. West cast a peculiar glance at O'Neill, who had just signed his contract. Meanwhile, in Boston, Auerbach returned to his former office, gazing at the medals on the wall that symbolized his honors, feeling a wave of nostalgia. This place might be his last visit. While Auerbach was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "General Manager, are you inside?" came the voice of his assistant. "Donnie, I am no longer the general manager," Auerbach replied, opening the door. "I have told you many times, I am no longer the general manager. Cuban wants." Before Auerbach could finish, Donnie gasped for breath, hurriedly speaking. Cuban? Upon hearing Cuban's name, Auerbach felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Had it not been for this old man suddenly swooping in and snatching Zhou Ke away, he would have secured Zhou Ke long ago. "Do not mention him to me. I never wish to hear that name again." Auerbach's words hung in the air. "Cuban. He wants to trade Zhou Ke." Donnie finally managed to catch his breath and blurted out. "Immediately, right now? Contact Cuban." Before Donnie could respond, Auerbach rushed toward the Celtics' upper management office, leaving Donnie behind, bewildered. Didn't we just agree never to mention that name again? However, he dared not delay, promptly dialing a number to Dallas. After a series of discussions, the Celtics and the Mavericks reached an agreement. The Celtics traded Allen Iverson and a protected first-round pick in next year's draft to acquire the coveted Zhou Ke from the Mavericks. Hanging up the phone, Auerbach took a deep breath from his cigar to calm his excitement. His hands trembled slightly, exhilarated that Zhou Ke was finally within reach. Though the price to acquire Zhou Ke was steep, sacrificing not only immediate players but also draft picks, the end result was favorable. With Zhou Ke, the hope for the Celtics' revival was reignited. Auerbach firmly believed that this exceptionally talented young man from China would achieve great things. Not to say that Zhou Ke alone could hoist the O'Brien Trophy, but he could undoubtedly lead the team out of the mire and into playoff contention. In order to avoid any further delays, Auerbach immediately dispatched someone to purchase plane tickets, taking along the contract and cash to fly to Texas. Chapter 46. Celtics. Zhou Ke is connected. In a luxurious hotel in Texas, at the entrance of the VIP room. "Hello, Zhou. The general manager has been waiting for you inside." The Celtics head coach, M.L. Carr, greeted Zhou Ke with a warm smile as he approached. In stark contrast to the management of the Dallas Mavericks, Zhou could distinctly sense the sincerity of the Bostonians. "Apologies for the delay, there was some traffic," Zhou said with a courteous bow. "Shall we go in?" M.L. Carr said, pushing open the door. "Welcome, Zhou, our #1 draft pick." The moment the door swung open, the room radiated an air of opulence. In the center of the room, Auerbach, with a cigar in hand, wore an unmistakable smile. Although his hair had turned gray, he appeared vigorous, his face beaming with delight. "After so long, I can finally speak with you face to face." Observing Zhou Ke standing before him, Auerbach appeared calm, yet within, a tempest of excitement brewed. It felt akin to coveting a goddess for ages, only to finally bring her home after numerous twists and turns. One word, exhilarating. "Haha, I am equally honored that Portland chose me," Zhou Ke replied with a smile. In the presence of Auerbach, every player would undoubtedly feel a surge of joy, for he is undeniably one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. His unprecedented 8 consecutive championships will forever be etched in the annals of the sport. Collaborating with such a coach, Zhou Ke felt genuinely enthusiastic, as Auerbach might become his mentor in the NBA. In this mutual admiration, the two engaged in a delightful conversation. After a while, Auerbach sensed it was time to address business. "Zhou, I believe you will be the future of our team, and there will absolutely be a place for you in that future." With that, Auerbach retrieved a contract from his drawer. Without needing further explanation, Zhou Ke recognized it as his rookie contract. Upon examining it, he found a 4-year deal worth $12 million, with the 4th year being a player option. Such a rookie contract was unprecedented in NBA history. Though Zhou Ke was not financially desperate, the contract undeniably demonstrated the Celtics' sincerity. Auerbach observed Zhou's expression intently, his own face betraying a hint of anxiety as he fidgeted with his hands. When a smile broke across Zhou's face, Auerbach's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, felt a slight relief. There was hope. Seeing Zhou smile, Auerbach seized the moment, opening the drawer to present a stack of cash, 10 inches thick, before Zhou. "Zhou, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I sincerely hope you will accept it." "Haha, there's really no need," Zhou replied. placing the contract down and returning the stack of cash to Auerbach. For Zhou, money was inconsequential. It was Auerbach's genuine demeanor that mattered. Initially, Zhou's gesture was intended to be kind, but it inadvertently startled Auerbach, causing his heart to race, fearing Zhou might be dissatisfied with the contract. No, please. You must accept this small token. He immediately stood up, pushing the cash into Zhou's hands, refusing to take it back. If Zhou continued to decline, Auerbach might have even added more cash. Ultimately, Zhou, unable to resist Auerbach's insistence, reluctantly accepted the money. He then signed his name on the contract. From this moment on, Zhou Ke was officially connected with the Boston Celtics. This legendary team, once at the pinnacle of the sport, might be poised to return to greatness. Gazing at the contract, despite the clear terms written in black and white, Auerbach remained incredulous. Had he truly secured Zhou Ke? Goodness, am I dreaming? At that moment, Auerbach was overwhelmed with joy, a level of happiness that surpassed even the thrill of his 8 consecutive championships. The following day, a headline in the New York Times ignited a stir within the NBA community. Allen Iverson and Zhou Ke swap teams. Boston Celtics Zhou Ke is connected. Accompanying the text was a photograph of Zhou and Auerbach embracing. Thank you, the Cardinal. Thank you, Celtics. Thank you. Upon the news breaking, Dallas fans erupted with excitement, as if celebrating a holiday. Wow. Thank you, Cardinal. On behalf of all Dallas fans, I salute you. Auerbach may have tarnished the Celtics, but I appreciate him for saving the Mavericks. Cheers resonated throughout Dallas, with the atmosphere suggesting the Mavericks had just clinched a championship. ESPN analysts seized the opportunity to criticize Auerbach. Is this how the legendary coach Auerbach operates? As Zhou Ke's affiliation was confirmed, the free agency market began to settle, with teams solidifying their rosters. The Bulls emerged as championship favorites, retaining their core players, including Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. As long as Jordan remained, the Bulls would continue to be a formidable force, eyeing another crown. Additionally, the Lakers, having acquired O'Neal, began to show promise for the upcoming season, while the 76ers, benefiting from a lucrative trade, significantly bolstered their strength. In comparison, the Celtics roster appeared somewhat lackluster, comprising role players and a rookie Zhou Ke. The team boasted not a single all-star caliber player. The collective salary of the entire team amounted to less than that of Jordan alone. Such a lineup left Boston fans feeling despondent, reinforcing their belief that the Cardinal had indeed aged and should consider retirement. This season's misguided trades were nothing short of disastrous, leading to yet another year of mediocrity. Furthermore, the Celtics had even traded away their first-round pick for the following year to the Mavericks. Rising from the ashes seemed a distant dream. Media outlets chimed in, generally pessimistic about the Celtics' prospects. Predictions circulated that the Celtics would finish at the bottom of the league, with some forecasts suggesting they would win no more than 10 games in the upcoming season. The ever-vocal Charles Barkley went so far as to declare on a program, "The Celtics will plummet into the lottery zone next season. Zhou Ke, I bet this kid won't score more than 10 points in his debut. If he does, I'll kiss a donkey's backside." Chapter 47. Boast if you must, but not in my presence. In Huaxia, at the central office of CCTV. What? Cardinal has made a significant move to acquire Zhou Ke? The news of Zhou Ke's trade has reached Huaxia. In the office, Li Wei's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, "Is this news accurate?" "Absolutely," replied the assistant beside him, equally exhilarated. The trade to the Celtics was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune for Zhou Ke. The atmosphere in Boston would certainly not be as biased as in Dallas. Furthermore, the Boston Celtics are, to date, the most prestigious franchise in the NBA. Not only do they boast the highest number of championships in the league, but they also have an unrivaled 8 consecutive titles. With a legendary coach like Cardinal guiding him, Zhou Ke's future appears exceedingly bright. Li Wei, who had previously harbored concerns for Zhou Ke, now felt entirely at ease. After all, joy is best when shared. That evening's news was once again dominated by Zhou Ke. In America, the lengthy off-season had arrived. There remains a considerable amount of time until the commencement of the new season. Many players seized the opportunity to unwind, indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Take, for instance, the flamboyant Rodman. Yet, there are also players who, even during the off-season, remain entrenched in the gym, diligently preparing for the upcoming season, like Karl Malone. For Zhou Ke, the hedonistic lifestyle felt somewhat monotonous, while the summer league lacked sufficient challenge. Hence, after some deliberation, Zhou Ke decided to join a summer training camp. Such camps are often organized by prominent star players to supplement their income. Legends such as Jordan, Barkley, and Olajuwon have all established their own summer training camps. Each star brings a unique style, reflecting their individual approaches to training. After careful consideration, Zhou Ke ultimately chose Jordan's camp, as Jordan's skill set is the most comprehensive and aligns seamlessly with Zhou Ke's own style. Perhaps he could enhance his back-to-basket skills during this training camp. At 4 a.m. in Texas, dawn was just breaking, gently tearing through the darkness. On the desolate streets, Zhou Ke hurriedly made his way towards Jordan's training camp. Aside from homeless wanderers, there was not a soul in sight. "Hey, buddy, get up and defend." At the training camp, a host of stars were engaged in a one-on-one American-style showdown. On the court, while Jordan was not visible, Reggie Miller was seen hurling trash talk at the young Iverson. Clearly, Zhou Ke was not the only one opting for the summer training camp. Proud Iverson could not let this go unanswered, charging forward in a swift move, his right hand lunging toward the basketball. But his impulsiveness played right into Reggie Miller's hands. In the instant Iverson lunged, Miller executed a quick crossover, leaving Iverson behind. Before Iverson could react, Miller halted abruptly, launching a shot. Swish! The basketball glided smoothly from Miller's fingertips, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before perfectly sinking into the hoop. "Hey, kid, that's not how you play basketball. Remember, haste makes waste," Miller taunted, waving at Iverson. Iverson, visibly frustrated, could only retreat to the sidelines, pondering his next move. With a proud tilt of his head, Miller's tone dripped with arrogance as he asked, "Now, who's next?" After a brief silence, a loud voice broke through. "Let me teach you a lesson, old man." Following the voice, Marbury's defiant figure emerged, striding confidently toward Miller. However, Miller merely turned his head, not bothering to meet his gaze, and with a dismissive glance, retorted, "You cocky brat, boast if you must, but don't do it in front of me, or you'll regret it." Then, Miller feigned a drive. Marbury, seizing the moment, lowered his center of gravity, extending his long arms, eyes fixed on Miller's every move. Yet, the moment Marbury bent his knees, he regretted it. Miller, exploiting the opening, jumped and took a shot. Clearly, the release was too sudden. Marbury was caught off guard, and Miller had already completed the shot. Swish! The ball once again arched beautifully into the net. "Hey, baby, did you see that? Scoring over you is that simple." Without missing a beat, Miller turned to the surrounding rookies and shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to step up?" The court fell silent. The most formidable rookies, Iverson and Marbury, had been effortlessly dispatched, leaving the others intimidated and unwilling to challenge. Observing the silence, Miller's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a corner. "Hey, you." "Yes, you." Miller pointed to the only young man with yellow skin in the crowd. "I hear you're the #1 pick. Get over here. Let us see what you've got. I want to know if you truly have what it takes to be the top pick." All the stars fell silent, their eyes collectively turning toward the direction Miller indicated. They soon realized that in the unassuming corner, Zhou Ke was sitting alone on the ground. Zhou Ke? What is he doing here? Shouldn't he be visiting relatives in Huaxia? The players present were filled with confusion. "Me?" Zhou Ke, feeling the weight of their gazes, slowly rose. "Yes, you. I've seen your games. Let us see what this so-called genius is really made of." Miller, having heard the term genius countless times, was eager to see if Zhou Ke could live up to the hype. Miller approached Zhou Ke and forcefully pulled him onto the court. All eyes were now on Zhou Ke, eager to see if he could withstand Miller's assault, especially Iverson and Marbury, who were keen to gauge the difference between themselves and Zhou Ke. On the court, having taken his place, Zhou Ke wasted no time. He picked up the ball and tossed it to Miller. "You're the veteran. You go first." "Huh." Miller was momentarily taken aback. "Good kid, rather bold. I'll teach you a lesson shortly." Without hesitation, Miller seized the ball and prepared to attack. Zhou Ke immediately lowered his stance and closed in. Seeing Zhou Ke's posture, Miller intended to employ the same strategy he had used against Marbury. However, he clearly underestimated Zhou Ke's height, reach, and remarkable athleticism, just as he prepared to rise. Chapter 48: A Grand Gift for the Elder. Suddenly, in the sky, a pair of colossal hands appeared, obscuring the sun. These hands, reminiscent of the Buddha's palm, descended upon Reggie Miller, who found himself akin to the Monkey King trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, with no escape in sight. Smack! The resounding slap struck the volleyball with a dull thud. As soon as Zhou Ke entered the scene, he presented the elder with a remarkable gift, a volleyball hot pot. This young man's leaping ability was astonishing. After landing, Reggie Miller's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. After years in the NBA, he had been blocked by a mere rookie who had never even played a single game. Such humiliation was intolerable for the proud Reggie Miller. Since the ball was knocked away, it was still Reggie Miller's possession. This time, he was determined to reclaim his dignity from the previous round. Boom, boom, boom. Beyond the three-point line, Reggie Miller eyed Zhou Ke with apprehension, his expression far from the earlier disdain. In contrast, Zhou Ke remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. After adjusting his rhythm, he positioned himself at the three-point mark. Reggie Miller suddenly accelerated, executing a wide-angle change of direction, attempting to drive past Zhou Ke on his right. Despite his previous defensive success, Zhou Ke dared not relax against a star of Reggie Miller's caliber. As soon as he noticed the opponent's movement, he quickly matched his pace, denying Reggie any opportunity. Seeing Zhou Ke shift his weight to the right, Reggie Miller swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, creating a sliver of shooting space. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered the ball, leapt, and released it. The sequence flowed seamlessly, and the speed was remarkable. Truly, he was a star unafraid of Jordan. Yet, Zhou Ke was no novice. Bolstered by his explosive athleticism, he leapt from the ground, extending his massive hand in an attempt to once again block Reggie Miller's shot. Just as Reggie released the ball, Zhou Ke's hand reached above his head. What on earth is this? Reggie Miller was taken aback, astounded by the young man's seemingly inhuman leaping ability. This possession almost ended with yet another block against him. Fortunately, Reggie shot quickly enough to narrowly escape Zhou Ke's impending rejection. However, the hurried release resulted in a complete miss, the ball soaring out of bounds. What a close call. Upon landing, Reggie Miller let out a sigh of relief, internally reflecting, "I nearly fell victim to this young upstart's antics again." Alas, watching the ball fly out of bounds, a flicker of regret crossed Zhou Ke's eyes. He had missed the timing for a perfect jump, failing to deliver another block to the elder, which was indeed a pity. "It seems you possess some skill. Now, it is your turn to attack, young man." With that, Reggie Miller nervously tossed the ball to Zhou Ke. Though his tone remained firm, fear was evident on his face. After all, Zhou Ke's displayed talent was simply extraordinary. Once he passed the ball to Zhou Ke, Reggie Miller lowered his stance, preparing for defense. He aimed to prevent this young man from scoring. The crowd erupted in excitement, with the loudest cheers coming from Marbury and Iverson. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, the competition continued. The younger player would not hold back. Zhou Ke received the ball, immediately preparing for an offensive strike, reverting to the classic triple threat stance. Reggie Miller's defense, while competent, did not pose a significant challenge in the NBA. Thus, Zhou Ke felt little pressure. Ironically, it was Reggie Miller who appeared to be under immense strain. With a feigned shot, Zhou Ke sent Reggie Miller off balance. The moment Reggie lost his footing, Zhou Ke seized the opportunity, exploding into action. His movements were as fluid as a dragon, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the basket. Bang! Moments later, the rim let out a mournful cry. The ball was lifted high by Zhou Ke's hands before being forcefully slammed into the hoop. Hearing the thunderous sound behind him, Reggie Miller finally reacted, his mind flooded with questions. What just happened? Is this speed even humanly possible? At the instant Zhou Ke launched into action, Reggie was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how he was left behind. The entire sequence unfolded before him, yet he could not even discern the movement. Again, despite this, Reggie Miller had no choice but to press on. A proud NBA star. He had been blocked twice by a rookie, and now he had been dunked over. The loss of face was monumental. If word spread, it would become a laughingstock. Would my illustrious reputation be tarnished? Surely, he must have been lucky, and I was merely careless. That young man took advantage of my unpreparedness. He clapped his hands, re-establishing his defensive posture, his expression gravely serious. However, when he looked up, he saw Zhou Ke wearing a relaxed, indifferent look. "Elder, I hope you are prepared because I shall continue." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Ke began to dribble, altering his rhythm. This time, Zhou Ke abandoned the triple threat stance, offering the elder a new approach as a sign of respect. Against Reggie Miller's defense, Zhou Ke continually shifted his pace and steps. To keep up with Zhou Ke's tempo, Reggie Miller swayed left and right, resembling a clumsy duck. Just as Reggie began to adapt to Zhou Ke's rhythm, the latter abruptly retreated, stepping beyond the three-point line. Reggie Miller's mind was once again filled with questions. Why retreat when he was so close to the three-point line? As the best shooter of the era, Witnessing Zhou Ke's choice left Reggie astonished, filled with disbelief. Is this how one shoots a three-pointer? Can this actually go in? In that moment of confusion, Zhou Ke stood beyond the arc and swiftly released the ball, his hands moving like a blade. Before Reggie Miller could regain his composure, the ball soared toward the basket with precision. Upon snapping back to reality, Reggie could only watch the ball's trajectory, praying it would miss, for he had no other recourse. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena as the ball found its mark. Zhou Ke triumphed over Reggie Miller in their 1v1 duel, leading 2-0. As the ball swished through the net, the entire venue fell silent. Those who had previously mocked Zhou Ke now found themselves speechless. What kind of play was that? Three-point retreat? Was it luck? Or was it skill? Chapter 49. The gift of a champion in the summer training camp of the United States. Within the realm of Jordan, all present stood in awe, their minds inundated with endless questions. Claps echoed through the air, gradually pulling everyone from their astonishment. Following the sound of applause, realization dawned upon them. Michael was also in attendance. Nice ball. Reggie, I witnessed your defeat at the hands of this young lad. Michael Jordan approached Reggie Miller with a mischievous smile. Though Reggie seethed inwardly at Jordan's taunt, he could not refute it, for he had indeed been outmatched by Zhou Ke. With a heavy heart, Reggie resigned from the court, casting a reluctant glance at Zhou Ke, as if to declare, in future competitions, I shall repay you in kind. However, Zhou Ke's gaze was equally sharp, seemingly responding, await your reckoning. With Reggie Miller exiting the scene, Zhou Ke now stood as the reigning champion on the court. Jordan, having observed the unfolding events, felt an irresistible urge to test Zhou Ke's prowess against the young talent who had outperformed Reggie on both ends of the court. Before Jordan could voice his intent, a confident voice interjected, "Let me take my turn." The crowd turned to see the youthful Kobe Bryant, his face radiating confidence and pride, striding onto the court with purpose. "Allow me to be your adversary. Understand that in one-on-one situations, I can surpass any competitor here." Zhou Ke smirked slightly, preparing for the impending confrontation. Kobe lowered his center of gravity, keenly watching Zhou Ke's every move. In the face of Kobe, Zhou Ke exhibited a calm demeanor, feigning a right-side drive. Kobe, entirely focused, reacted swiftly, positioning himself in Zhou Ke's path. Yet, Zhou Ke's maneuver was merely a ruse. Instead of advancing right, Zhou Ke executed a smooth retreat, creating a substantial gap between them. Sensing danger, Kobe's competitive spirit surged, compelling him to accelerate toward Zhou Ke. However, he was unprepared for Zhou Ke's resolve. With fierce determination, Zhou Ke met Kobe's advance head-on, leaping for a clean shot. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud, then gracefully sank into the net. Frustration ignited within Kobe as he watched Zhou Ke score effortlessly. Again, he exclaimed, retrieving the ball and passing it to Zhou Ke, readying himself defensively. Unbeknownst to him, as he focused intently on Zhou Ke, he too was under Zhou Ke's watchful gaze. Zhou Ke seized the ball, executing a deceptive feint that compelled Kobe to draw close. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ke burst past Kobe, racing toward the right side with extraordinary speed, the sound of rushing wind accompanying him. Kobe attempted to accelerate in pursuit, but his body lagged behind his instincts, as if rooted to the ground. With a single stride, Zhou Ke evaded him, launching into the air before the unguarded hoop for a powerful slam dunk. The rim trembled under the force of his dunk, nearly shaking loose. "Hey, buddy, don't shatter my hoop," exclaimed Jordan, along with Marbury and Iverson, who leapt in astonishment. The visual impact of Zhou Ke's dunk was overwhelming. Observing Zhou Ke soar through the air, Jordan caught a glimpse of his own youthful prowess reflected in the performance. With 2 consecutive scores, Zhou Ke had thoroughly dominated Kobe on the offensive front, executing each move with striking efficiency and simplicity. "Defense is not my forte. Dare you pass me the ball so I can attack?" Kobe's pride was stung, having ruled the high school basketball scene for so long without facing such a challenge. Seeing the youthful Kobe, Zhou Ke chuckled and tossed the ball back to him. "Since you've made such a request, how could I refuse?" At the three-point line, Kobe initiated an offensive maneuver. Zhou Ke lowered his center of gravity, extending his tall, muscular arms. Kobe, adopting a classic triple threat stance, quickly realized his efforts bore no fruit. He charged toward Zhou Ke's right side, seeking an opportunity to catch him off guard. Unfortunately, his current speed and strength were insufficient against Zhou Ke's prowess. Zhou Ke simply matched his pace, applying just enough resistance to render Kobe uncomfortable, forcing him to remain outside the key, dribbling for openings. With a sudden burst of speed, Kobe attempted to exploit a moment of weakness. Yet, before he could accelerate, Zhou Ke appeared in the anticipated path of his attack, deftly reaching for the ball. In desperation, Kobe reverted to a pullback move, retaining possession. However, he refused to concede defeat, persistently altering his rhythm until he finally found a sliver of space. With no hesitation, Kobe leaned back for a jump shot, determined to avoid the fate that had befallen Reggie Miller. As the wind whipped around him, Zhou Ke soared into the air, his hands poised to intercept the ball. At the release, the ball slipped from Kobe's fingers, soaring upward. With a thunderous clap, Zhou Ke descended like a beast, snatching the ball mid-flight. This emphatic block served as Zhou Ke's testament to his status as the top draft pick, elucidating why Auerbach had invested so heavily in him. His innate talent justified every accolade and expectation placed upon him. Chapter 50. If it's a battle, then let it be. What do I have to fear? Bang! Zhou Ke intercepted the basketball, standing before Kobe like a sovereign before a city. This imposing aura even sent a shiver through the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, who stood nearby. The other players could only rejoice inwardly, thankful they weren't on the court, lest they embarrassed themselves. Kobe's expression was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that his shot would be blocked. At the moment of release, Kobe brimmed with confidence, believing it to be an excellent opportunity. He had even enhanced his backward lean. Yet, the outcome was tragically disappointing, rather than a mere miscalculation in timing. It was the outrageous defensive prowess of Zhou Ke that left him astounded. Zhou Ke's vertical leap, speed, and wingspan were simply extraordinary. Had any other defender been present, they could only watch helplessly as Kobe's shots soared into the hoop. Once again, Zhou Ke's formidable presence awakened in Kobe the realization that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. However, if Kobe were to concede defeat, he would no longer be Kobe. He was ever ready for the challenge. Zhou Ke, not one to back down, declared his intent to dominate the game until Kobe yielded. Moreover, he granted Kobe the offensive opportunity. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Ke entrusted the team to Kobe and swiftly moved to engage him. This time, having learned from his previous encounter, Kobe wasted no time in launching a quick attack before Zhou Ke could close in. However, Zhou Ke's lateral speed was not something an ordinary player could contend with. Without a doubt, he once again positioned himself in Kobe's path. In contrast to his earlier hesitation, Kobe handled the situation with remarkable composure, executing a shoulder fake to simulate a drive. Yet, in reality, it was a retreat, using his own tactics against him. This was the essence of Kobe's character. I shall employ your method to vanquish you. As Zhou Ke recognized Kobe's retreat, he realized his misjudgment. Armed with the experience of his prior rejection, Kobe, after stepping back, added a significant backward lean for good measure. He took his shot, with a clear line of sight. Zhou Ke did not abandon his defensive stance, but instead lunged forward with a powerful stride. His astounding physical attributes were on full display. In midair, Zhou Ke resembled a majestic eagle, extending his long arms in a bid to block the shot. The basketball was set to ascend when bang. It never had the chance to take flight, crashing down instead. In an astonishing display, Zhou Ke executed a dramatic block. This is my defensive style. Come on, sweet baby. After completing the volleyball-style rejection, Zhou Ke raised his arms in triumph, letting out a triumphant roar. OMG. This was utterly brutal. On the sidelines, Allen Iverson was taken aback. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of acceptance regarding his own finals loss to Zhou Ke. SHT. The ball had been thwarted, and Kobe shrugged in frustration. However, the repeated blocks did not dishearten him. Instead, with each setback, Kobe's competitive spirit ignited even further. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Ke, determined to defeat this formidable opponent. Bring it on. Let the offense commence. Basketball is a game that grows more exhilarating with each play, igniting passions anew. Zhou Ke, filled with fervor, shouted. On this offensive play, Kobe eschewed any elaborate theatrics, receiving the pass and launching a quick three-pointer. Zhou Ke leaped with all his might, his fingers poised for another block. A feint. In that instant, Jordan observed with astonishment from the sidelines, thinking to himself, this kid-ass fake is astonishingly convincing. I might fall for it too. As Jordan marveled, Kobe withdrew his shooting motion, evading Zhou Ke with precision. Without hesitation, he charged toward the basket with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. For the first time, Kobe shook off Zhou Ke's defense, facing an unguarded hoop. He leapt, poised to deliver a thunderous slam. With a whoosh, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Yet, just as Kobe was about to complete his dunk, he sensed an overwhelming pressure behind him. But at that moment, Kobe was like an arrow released from a bow. There was no turning back. With no option but to score, he raised his arm and struck. Bang! Behind him, Zhou Ke soared like a speeding race car. He leapt high, extending his massive hand to intercept the ball destined for the hoop. The basketball, meeting Zhou Ke and Appo's formidable palm, ricocheted off the backboard. Oh my, this is simply unbelievable. On the sidelines, Jordan's mouth fell agape. Despite his many years in the NBA, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary chase-down block. This time, invigorated, Zhou Ke did not pass the ball to Kobe, but seized it himself, charging beyond the three-point line. Kobe, unfazed by the recent rejection, quickly pursued him. However, it was too late. His efforts were merely for show. Beyond the arc, Zhou Ke unleashed a cold-blooded shot that rang true. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with a crisp sound. Subsequently, Zhou Ke offered Kobe no respite, entering a dazzling offensive mode. Three-pointers, pull-ups, fadeaways, drives. His repertoire was akin to a basketball encyclopedia. A relentless barrage brought the score to 24-0. To all observers, the one-on-one duel seemed devoid of further purpose. The match was over. It was time to move on. Zhou Ke ceased his offensive onslaught, surveying the exhausted Kobe. No, it is not over yet. I have not conceded defeat. Kobe's eyes burned with determination as he caught his breath. Such an indomitable spirit was his innate trait. If he surrendered so easily, how could he ever achieve greatness? The two locked eyes for a moment, and Zhou Ke tossed the ball to Kobe, signaling for the match to continue. If it's a battle, then let it be. What do I have to fear? No matter how many times, the result will remain the same. The ensuing round mirrored the previous one, with Zhou Ke showing no mercy on offense, pushing the score to 24-0 once again. Even so, not a flicker of submission crossed Kobe's gaze. All right, let's call it a day. I humbly request your support, your votes, and all forms of encouragement. My deepest thanks to all the generous supporters. Chapter 51, The Single Core Leadership. Our backs concerns on the court, Jordan stood between the two players, catching his breath. Kobe, with his hands resting on his knees, remained silent. Having dominated high school basketball for years, he had never faced such a humbling defeat. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. Was this the caliber of a first overall pick? Was this truly the gap between him and the top draft pick? His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ke. Jordan, standing in the middle, first complimented Zhou Ke. Kid, your talent is remarkable. I look forward to our matchup. Although the new season had yet to commence, Jordan found himself eager to face Zhou Ke after witnessing his performance. Teaching young players a lesson was one of his favorite pastimes. He then praised Kobe. That fake you pulled today? Even God would be fooled. Observing the two young talents before him, Jordan couldn't help but reflect. The future of the NBA might very well belong to them. However, for now, the present was his. Just wait. I will reclaim my victories in the NBA. Kobe declared with pride before leaving. Always ready to engage, Zhou Ke responded with an innocuous smile. Upon reflection, how many had said this to him? Just moments ago, two had already done so, Kobe Bryant and Reggie Miller. Adding to that were Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury. Even before stepping onto the NBA stage, he had garnered so many eager challengers. Yet, why should Zhou Ke feel daunted? Only under the faint glimmer of the morning star can the sun's brilliance truly shine. As Zhou Ke departed the training camp, he dribbled the ball, enhancing his ball handling skills. In the United States, a renowned basketball website showcased a brief video that went viral. Within an hour of its upload, it amassed over 200,000 views and was shared thousands of times. That evening, the short clip circulated wildly across the nation, depicting Zhou Ke's exploits at Jordan's training camp earlier that day. In the video, Zhou Ke executed a thunderous dunk over Reggie Miller with his left hand, while simultaneously delivering a ferocious slam over Kobe with his right. Just as Zhou Ke had begun to settle back into obscurity, he once again became the center of national attention. Isn't that the rookie first overall pick? What day is it? Is this some kind of April Fool's joke? Surely it can't be real. Reggie Miller is an all-star caliber player, one of the top 20 in the NBA. Perhaps I must retract my previous criticisms of the Celtics. Their judgment appears astute. Boston may not be as terrible as we presumed, and this trade might not be as disastrous as it seemed. Witnessing Zhou Ke's astonishing performance, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The happiest among them was the Celtics' Auerbach, whose approval of Zhou Ke's display silenced his critics. Those who had doubted him felt the sting of embarrassment. Envy is a constant in this world. Countless fans reevaluated their perceptions of Zhou Ke, the young talent from China brimming with potential. All would soon be revealed in the upcoming season. Time passed swiftly. The off-season, already brief, was nearing its conclusion. Amid the eager anticipation of fans, the 1996 to 1997 season was about to commence, signifying the arrival of the much-anticipated 1996 rookie class to the NBA stage. Concurrently, teams were wrapping up their roster enhancements. On the surface, it seemed the Celtics had incurred significant losses in their trades with the Raptors and Mavericks. However, a closer analysis revealed a calculated gamble, the wager on Zhou Ke's potential. Beyond that, the trades had shed high-cost, underperforming players, thus providing ample salary cap space for future improvements. In a sense, they had successfully offloaded undesirable contracts. Nonetheless, Auerbach was not prepared to hastily strengthen the team. Despite his belief in Zhou Ke's talent, the NBA was rife with examples of prodigies who faded into obscurity. For this reason, Auerbach decided to observe the team and Oppo's performance for a while before determining what reinforcements were necessary. Admittedly, this approach might limit the acquisition of premium role players. However, Auerbach was not focused on immediate championship aspirations. His primary objective was to nurture Zhou Ke and develop new talent. In Massachusetts, at the North Shore Garden in Boston, the team commenced training in anticipation of the new season. Outside the arena, a throng of reporters gathered, eager to speak with Zhou Ke. Given the viral video that had captivated the nation during the off-season, it was clear they had come with a singular purpose, to interview him. As Zhou Ke entered, the crowd of reporters buzzed with excitement. As the newly minted NBA first overall pick, inquiries flooded in. Why did you not participate in the Summer League? What motivated your choice to attend Michael's training camp? Can you explain the viral video that swept the nation during the off-season? An ESPN reporter thrust a microphone toward Zhou Ke, firing off a barrage of questions without allowing him a moment to respond. Explain? Why would I need to explain? Zhou Ke pondered, bemused. Was it necessary to justify a dominant performance? Should he establish a studio solely for explanations? Is it really you in the video? A reporter queried. A question that seemed rather foolish. With a calm smile, Zhou Ke replied, "Do you have any questions?" The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the crowd awaited his response. Even though some time had passed since the video, the moment Zhou Ke confirmed his identity, gasps of astonishment echoed through the venue. After all, the ferocity of his dunks and blocks left a lasting impression. And regarding your first question, are you certain you want me to answer? Zhou Ke inquired, maintaining his polite demeanor. Before the ESPN reporter could comprehend Zhou Ke's implication, he seized the microphone, stating with serene composure, "The Summer League is simply uninteresting and devoid of challenge." His words plunged the previously lively crowd into stunned silence, as they were filled with exclamation points of disbelief. This rookie was undeniably audacious. The reporter who had just posed the question stared at Zhou Ke in disbelief. Having interviewed numerous NBA stars, including the legendary Jordan, he had never encountered such unabashed confidence. Thank you for all the support. Chapter 52, A Modest Trial, Pre-Season. In Boston, Massachusetts, at the North Shore Garden Arena, the confidence radiating from Zhou Ke's composed gaze indicated the seriousness of his response. His tone was light, yet it carried an air of arrogance that was hard to ignore. "Are there any further inquiries?" he inquired with a smile, observing the stunned expressions of those around him. "If not, I shall commence my training." Just as he prepared to turn away, a striking ESPN reporter, dressed provocatively, caught up to him. "I have one more question," she said. "During this off-season, many teams have made significant improvements, yet the Celtics seem to remain stagnant. Does this suggest that the team is opting for a rebuild this season? This season has seen a plethora of exceptional rookies entering the league, enhancing overall competitiveness. Meanwhile, several teams have bolstered their rosters. In contrast, the Celtics have settled into a state of quietude since acquiring Zhou Ke, displaying a lack of competitive vigor." "Well, that is a matter for the team's management," Zhou Ke replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I trust they will address any issues, while my focus is on performing well and treating each game with utmost seriousness." He continued, "Excuse me, dear reporter, do you possess the ability to foresee the future?" The reporter momentarily appeared perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" "If not," Zhou Ke responded with a gentle chuckle, "why suggest that our team is bound for a rebuild? Is there a sign forbidding the Celtics from entering the playoffs? One must maintain a respectful caution towards the unknown, he elaborated. While the current roster may seem lackluster on the surface, there remains ample room for improvement as the season progresses. Addressing minor issues will undoubtedly pave the way for playoff contention. Winning the championship is not an impossibility. With that, Zhou Ke turned away, eager to immerse himself in training, unwilling to squander further time on what he deemed a trivial interview. Meanwhile, within the media realm, Zhou Ke's statements ignited a firestorm of discussion. The NBA had seen its share of stars and top draft picks, yet none so uniquely confident as this rookie, whose every response dripped with self-assurance, perhaps bordering on hubris. Whether this confidence is justified or not will soon be revealed in the upcoming season. As the team adjusted to one another, the new season loomed on the horizon. Before it commenced, a brief NBA preseason would be held to facilitate the rookies' transition from NCAA to NBA. On October 5, 1996, the NBA preseason officially began. Although the head coach had hoped Zhou Ke would abstain from participating to avoid unnecessary risks, Zhou was eager to warm up before the new season, wishing to offer a token of appreciation to the long-awaiting fans from Huaxia. As news of this spread, media outlets began to fervently promote the upcoming game, which was not only Zhou Ke's inaugural NBA appearance but also his first representing the Celtics, coupled with his earlier confident declarations. The anticipation surrounding this preseason matchup soared to unprecedented heights, rivaling even the NBA Finals in excitement. Across the ocean in Huaxia, the interest in this game rivaled that of the domestic audience. Fans eagerly marked their calendars, from NCAA to summer training camps, and now to the preseason. Zhou Ke's presence guaranteed an unparalleled level of attention. In just a small summer league and preseason game, Zhou Ke's involvement elevated the intrigue to new heights. All signs pointed to David Stern's inner conviction. This young man would wield an immense influence on the NBA. 2 days later, on the preseason stage, the Boston Celtics faced off against the San Antonio Spurs. What was initially a simple preseason game transformed into something extraordinary due to Zhou Ke's presence. Before the game even commenced, the arena was filled to capacity, boasting attendance surpassing that of some lesser NBA teams during their regular season games. This was all thanks to Zhou Ke. With bated breath, the North Shore Garden Arena welcomed the long-awaited preseason game, ignited by the fervent commentary echoing throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the preseason opener. Today we witness the home team, the Boston Celtics, take on the visiting San Antonio Spurs. Now, let us welcome the players onto the court. Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke. Amidst the deafening cheers as Zhou Ke stood in the player tunnel, he discerned a familiar voice, Mandarin. It appeared that many Chinese fans had gathered in the audience. Among them were several familiar faces, their shouts ringing the loudest, filled with pride as they waved banners inscribed with Chinese characters in support of Zhou Ke. The atmosphere was electric. As the home team players began to enter amidst the cheers, the commentators exclaimed, "Everybody, let us hear it. Welcome the stellar players of Boston." With the crowd's eyes fixated, Zhou Ke was the first to step onto the court, clad in his number 16 jersey, brimming with youthful confidence and a radiant smile as he graced the preseason stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the first player to take the court is the talented rookie from Huaxia, the season's top draft pick, Zhou Ke. Let us eagerly await what this prodigy will bring to the game. The commentator rose in excitement, his voice booming, "Go, Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke." The crowd exploded with fervor, their admiration for him palpable as they waved their support signs with abandon. At that moment, the fans could hardly find words or actions adequate to express their overwhelming exhilaration. Chapter 53, The Seamstress of the Court, Weaving Threads. Subsequently, the players from the visiting Spurs began to take the court one after another. The audience responded with a soft rustle of applause, which paled in comparison to the thunderous cheers that greeted Zhou Ke upon his entrance. Although it was merely a preseason game, the Spurs boasted a commendable lineup, primarily composed of NBA rotation players. For instance, Chuck Parsons and J.R. Reed were formidable forces on the Spurs bench. Even in away territory, the Spurs approached the game with a sense of pride and determination to succeed. As previously stated, the objective was to neutralize that young man. No sooner had the words left their lips than the collective gaze of the Spurs players was directed toward Zhou Ke on the opposite end of the court, including that elderly gentleman seated in the corner. The reason the Spurs fielded such a strong lineup for this preseason match was not solely to secure victory. In stark contrast to the Spurs, the Celtics roster, aside from Zhou Ke, consisted mainly of players struggling to find their footing in the NBA. Amidst the cheers of the fans, all players took to the court. Above the North Shore Garden, the electronic scoreboard displayed the starting five for both teams. What? Why is Zhou Ke playing at the shooting guard position? The audience gasped in astonishment as they gazed at the screen. It should be noted that from the moment Zhou Ke made his NCAA debut and clinched the championship, he had always played the small forward position. Was there an error in the display? However, after a brief moment, the commentators clarified, the display was indeed correct. Zhou Ke was set to compete as a shooting guard today. In truth, this was not Zhou Ke's intention. The team's current roster was somewhat lacking. Auerbach could only allow Zhou Ke to acclimate to the shooting guard position during preseason, lest they struggle to assemble a complete lineup when the new season commenced. With the anticipation of the crowd building, the centers from both teams proceeded to the tip-off. To everyone's surprise, the Celtics center managed to tip the ball directly into Zhou Ke's hands. The Boston Celtics had secured the first offensive possession of this preseason opener. This attack would be orchestrated by Zhou Ke himself. Zhou Ke swiftly pushed the ball past half-court, just as he stepped over the midcourt line. The Spurs defenders converged upon him. Was this how Zhou Ke was to be treated? Facing immediate half-court pressure? Given such high regard, he felt compelled not to disappoint. Undeterred by the NBA-level defense, Zhou Ke feigned a shoulder shimmy, effortlessly creating space. With a burst of speed, he left his defender in the dust, leaving them grasping at air. On the wing, Chuck Parsons and J.R. Reed quickly shifted to double-team Zhou Ke. The two hulking figures stood before him like an impenetrable wall, arms outstretched, denying him any chance to penetrate. But did they think he would be deterred? Zhou Ke executed a sudden stop, feigning a shot. Seeing this, Parsons and Reed quickly extended their arms, lunging at him in an attempt to defend. However, Zhou Ke's feint was merely a ruse. In the instant they lunged forward, Zhou Ke sprang into action, darting past them and charging towards the basket. Damn! Both J.R. Reed and Chuck Parsons cursed internally. They attempted to recover in vain, only to watch Zhou Ke soar and slam the ball into their own basket. The rim reverberated with the thunderous impact of his powerful dunk. With a flourish that showcased his unique style, Zhou Ke scored the first points of the game. This was not only his first point of the match, but also the inaugural point he scored while donning the Celtics jersey. This was the moment. Below, Chinese fans leaped with excitement. From the front court to the back court, Zhou Ke demonstrated a fundamental truth. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. Yet, this dunk merely signified that the night's spectacle was just beginning. With the change of possession, the Spurs took to offense. This team, renowned for its emphasis on teamwork, exhibited a selfless style of play, with players constantly moving and passing, seeking scoring opportunities. After several passes, a chance for a three-pointer emerged at the top of the arc. The Spurs guard received the ball and, without hesitation, launched a pull-up three, eager to respond in this possession. Unfortunately, while confidence is commendable, he failed to account for Zhou Ke lurking nearby, ready to provide defensive support. Why? Bang. Because that was precisely why. As he shot, Zhou Ke appeared before him in a flash. His enormous hands snatched the ball from the Spurs guard, completing a jaw-dropping block. The sound of the ball being swatted away echoed loudly, as if Zhou Ke had crushed it with his sheer power. Without giving the audience a moment to react, Zhou Ke seized the ball with one hand and executed a full-court pass. The ball soared through the air like a missile guided by a targeting system, landing perfectly in the hands of a fast-breaking teammate. The latter, receiving Zhou Ke's instant assist, wasted no time and delivered a ferocious dunk of his own. With one offense, one defense, and one assist, Zhou Ke displayed his prowess in ball handling, defense, and court vision. He was a true beast, dominating both ends of the court while uplifting his teammates. The commentator gaped in awe, momentarily at a loss for words to describe Zhou Ke's extraordinary talent. This was understandable. Having commentated on countless preseason games, encountering a player like Zhou Ke, a veritable enigma, was an unprecedented experience. In less than a minute since the opening tip, the Celtics, under Zhou Ke's leadership, had completed two spectacular dunks. It seemed that this long pass assist had ignited Zhou Ke's playful spirit, as he transformed into the seamstress of the court. With deft precision, he orchestrated the team's offense, transforming their stagnant play into a torrent of fluid movement. In another possession, Zhou Ke effortlessly evaded two defenders, charging towards the basket. According to the script, everyone expected him to soar for yet another thunderous dunk. Everything appeared to be unfolding according to plan. Zhou Ke rose to jump over the defenders, arm extended, ready to unleash. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Chapter 54. The Messenger from Hell, a Permeating Fear. In the United States, at the North Shore Garden Arena in Boston, a grand detective drama, "Where did the basketball go?" is unfolding. On the court, amidst the ongoing match, the basketball bizarrely vanishes before the eyes of tens of thousands. Without any forewarning, it mysteriously disappears under the scrutiny of the crowd. Not even a single camera captures its fleeting presence. Every spectator, wide-eyed, is engulfed in a myriad of questions. Where has the ball gone? Even the referee is poised to blow the whistle for a timeout. Suddenly, a crisp, melodious swish resonates through the arena. From beyond the three-point line, the Celtics point guard, with no defenders in sight, launches a shot that finds its mark. At that moment, the previously missing basketball reemerges spectacularly before the crowd's astonished gaze. What just transpired? Why did the ball appear at that precise location? The commentators, taken aback, stumble over their words, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable event. Is this sorcery or mere illusion? With all these questions lingering, the large screen finally presents a replay. The footage plays once, twice, thrice. But despite watching countless times, the audience cannot decipher how the ball traversed from Zhou Ke's hands to the three-point line. Though bewildered, the game continues. The Spurs are on offense once more. And this time, J.R. Reid, a marginal NBA player, requests the ball. In this preseason stage, he embodies a presence akin to Duncan Robinson. His teammates, without hesitation, deliver the ball to him with a bounce pass. Upon receiving the ball, J.R. Reid charges into the paint, oblivious to Zhou Ke, who is keenly observing him like a predator. The Celtics center appears as an unyielding wall before him, easily overpowering him. Feeling confident, J.R. Reid spins for a little hook shot. Is this a guaranteed score? As the ball leaves his hands, a smile dances on J.R. Reid's lips. However, before that smile can fully bloom, it is frozen in place. In midair, the basketball soars upward like the rising curve of J.R. Reid's smile, but it never reaches its zenith. With astonishing speed, Zhou Ke seems to defy gravity, soaring and pinning the ball against the backboard just before it could slip through the hoop. Following his remarkable block, Zhou Ke swiftly secures the rebound, without a moment's hesitation. Launching a fast break towards the opposing end, Spurs players spring into action, attempting to catch up. Yet before they can reach half-court, bang! The rim emits a mournful cry. Zhou Ke dashes to the free throw line, seeking his rhythm, and then ascends. With the grace of a rocket igniting into the sky, he delivers a one-armed dunk. I would advise the Boston management to inspect the rim after this match, for Zhou Ke's dunk is nothing short of ferocious. How did I miss that? Why did Zhou Ke, in the blink of an eye, soar from the backcourt to the rim? What just happened? The expressions on the audience's faces are beyond mere astonishment. Zhou Ke's speed, power, and leap seem otherworldly, entirely uncharacteristic of humanity. Hey, look, that's my son-in-law, exclaims a fervent spectator in the stands. Dad. He hasn't even approached me yet. Suya, initially exhilarated, blushes deeply at her father's remark. You could always reach out to him. Su-young grins. Siyu starts to retort but is swiftly interrupted by Su-young. If you don't act fast, look over there. Following Su-yang's gaze, she spots a cluster of stunning women, their features striking, casting longing glances at Zhou Ke. Their tongues playfully tease their lips as they unabashedly call out, Zhou, my baby. Come break through my defense. Let me witness the strength of your offense. I hope you perform just as fiercely here. The yearning in their eyes implores Zhou Ke to dribble past them and conquer their defenses. Oh, how utterly captivating. Suddenly, the previously speechless commentator leaps from his seat once more, one hand covering his mouth while the other points incredulously at the court. Following his gesture, the crowd witnesses Zhou Ke dunking over the towering 203 centimeters Chuck Parsons. At that moment, Zhou Ke embodies a harbinger of dread, instilling unparalleled fear in his adversaries. Zhou Ke, the harbinger of death on the court. Each basket not only seals the fate of the game but also shatters the confidence of his opponents, extinguishing their fighting spirit. Within just a quarter, Zhou Ke has rendered the match devoid of suspense. 22-2. This is nothing short of a massacre. The Spurs players could scarcely believe that their aspirations to secure a foothold in the NBA have crumbled in this preseason debacle, utterly overwhelmed. Before the game, they had believed this would be an exceptional opportunity to showcase their skills. They envisioned scoring 40 or 50 points, hoping to earn more playing time from the coach. And yet, they have been dismantled, like a disorganized band, utterly annihilated by the Celtics under Zhou Ke's leadership. It is worth noting that this Celtics team, aside from Zhou Ke, consists of players who struggle to even find a place in the NBA. Yet under Zhou Ke's orchestrations, they exhibit formidable aggression. It can be said that Zhou Ke has elevated his teammates, previously lacking offensive prowess, to the ranks of NBA starters. On the defensive end, Zhou Ke stands as an imposing fortress, an insurmountable mountain that the Spurs players cannot scale, no matter their efforts. However, while the team on the court faces utter disarray, the elder in the corner seems to have anticipated this outcome, remaining eerily unfazed. His profound gaze remains fixated on Zhou Ke, as if contemplating something significant. Chapter 55, The Sky is the Height of the Strong. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs found themselves engulfed in despair. They could perceive no glimmer of victory, only an endless abyss of darkness and fear. Meanwhile, Boston's relentless advance continued unabated. At the onset of the second quarter, Zhou Ke once again invigorated the entire court, igniting the atmosphere with a series of breathtaking alley-oops and dunks. The North Shore Garden echoed with the resounding cheer of his name, Zhou Ke, the eternal god. Simultaneously, within a Chinese internet CAF, a group of young enthusiasts huddled around computers, exclaiming in excitement. Despite the absence of a live broadcast on national television, these ardent basketball fans, who adored Zhou Ke, devised various means to witness the game. We, too, can dunk like this. Mom, I want to play basketball. I want to dunk. Zhou Ke's dazzling displays profoundly impacted the youth watching from their screens. The aspirations of these young Chinese basketball enthusiasts began to take root, destined to one day flourish into towering ambitions. Returning to the North Shore Garden, American fans were equally captivated by Zhou Ke's extraordinary performance. The arena reverberated with chants of his name, transforming the game into a personal showcase for Zhou Ke. As the score gap widened, the contest lost all suspense, allowing Zhou Ke to clock out early after just 2 quarters. This preseason game was, without a doubt, the most astonishing in history. Amidst the crowd's fervent cheers, the commentator's voice trembled as he proclaimed, "This newcomer from China, Zhou Ke, has delivered an exceptional performance that will be etched in history. If you are unaware of just how astounding this game was, allow me to enlighten you." Another commentator reviewed the first half statistical performance of both teams. "Now, let us focus on Zhou Ke," he stated, his hand trembling slightly as he pointed out Zhou Ke's stats. In 2 quarters, he shot 15 times, making 12. Without any free throws, Zhou Ke effortlessly amassed 29 points. Even beneath the camera's gaze, Zhou Ke's visage exuded ease. Not a bead of sweat graced his brow. Beyond this remarkable scoring efficiency, Zhou Ke also delivered 11 assists on offense, while contributing 5 blocks, 3 steals, and 9 rebounds on defense, 4 of which were offensive boards. Zhou Ke single-handedly orchestrated the Boston Celtics organization, offense, and defense. Furthermore, these statistics merely represent the first half. They shattered numerous preseason records, the highest-scoring Chinese player in preseason history, and the most assists by a player in a half in preseason history. If this momentum continues, there is no doubt that Zhou Ke will create even more historical records following this game. However, these elusive records seem to hold little importance to Zhou Ke. His purpose in participating in the preseason was simply to provide fans with a moment of joy. Statistics were of little consequence. As the half concluded, Zhou Ke did not return to the court, leaving his impressive stats as they were. "Everybody, let us once again applaud Zhou Ke." The commentator rallied the fans to offer a thunderous ovation for Zhou Ke on the bench. Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke. The name resonated throughout the North Shore Garden, and it was evident that all fans present were utterly mesmerized by Zhou Ke's performance. With dunks that left spectators breathless, monumental blocks, and 3-pointers that pierced the air, every shot was a contender for the top 10 highlights. His luxurious stats of 29 points, 11 assists, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 3 steals were enough to leave one in awe. Even though this was merely a preseason game, incomparable to actual NBA matches, Zhou Ke's displayed talent and ability were nothing short of breathtaking. Frankly, my anticipation for the upcoming season has grown immensely, as I yearn to witness Zhou Ke's prowess on the NBA stage. A new prodigious talent has emerged, and in this game, Zhou Ke showcased his #1 draft pick potential to the fullest. Just this single match has sparked boundless imagination regarding Zhou Ke's future. Should he adapt to the rhythm of the NBA, the title of Rookie of the Year will undoubtedly be his. Both commentators shared a remarkable consensus. Given Zhou Ke's exhibited competitiveness, he is unquestionably the prime candidate for Rookie of the Year. However, the answer to this question hinges on the responses of others. Allen Iverson, who swapped teams with Zhou Ke, has become the new leader of the Dallas Mavericks, wielding unrestricted offensive freedom this season. He joins forces with the formidable Stephon Marbury and the Grizzlies' cornerstone, Marcus Camby. Moreover, let us not forget the gentlemanly sharpshooter Ray Allen, stationed in Milwaukee, and the 18-year-old prodigy, Kobe Bryant, who harbors a desire for revenge against Zhou Ke. These equally gifted individuals will not relinquish their claim to the Rookie of the Year title without a fight. This game merely served to ease Zhou Ke into the tempo of the upcoming NBA, yet his performance suggests we may have been overly concerned. After the match, Celtics coach M.L. Kerr remarked during a press conference, "For the next preseason game, I believe there is no need to have Zhou Ke participate in such trivial contests." Upon hearing this, fans at home expressed their dismay. A preseason without Zhou Ke would undoubtedly lack excitement. However, the Celtics are also considering Zhou Ke's well-being. Having already proven himself, sustaining an injury in an inconsequential game would be a regrettable outcome. As the reporters concluded their interviews with M.L. Kerr and approached the Spurs bench, they noticed that the once-seated veteran had mysteriously vanished. In the aftermath, this game became the focal point of media attention. Sports Illustrated, the Chinese prodigy awakens. Executing a stunning block, delivering long passes to teammates with precision. A force to be reckoned with. The New York Times, the unstoppable Chinese #1 draft pick. An extraordinary talent akin to a cheat code. Soaring through the skies, wreaking havoc beneath the basket. The sky is the height of the strong. The Pioneer Daily, the devil from the depths, Zhou Ke. A breath-stealing, death-defying dunk. The tailor of the court, threading the needle to enliven the entire team. Major media outlets clamored to report on Zhou Ke as the spotlight of American basketball shone brightly upon him. Chapter 56, a clever strategy to strike from afar. What is there to boast about? It is merely a preseason game, not an official NBA match. To start bragging after just a preseason game? One might think a championship was won. It is truly an overreaction. I fail to see what merits such celebration. It is just a preseason game. I could do it too. No matter how well one performs, it cannot silence the critics. Some Dallas fans continue to deceive themselves, unwilling to acknowledge the excellence of Zhou Ke, clinging to their misplaced pride. The NBA preseason is fervently underway, yet since Zhou Ke announced his withdrawal from participation, the excitement surrounding it has diminished. The once crowded North Shore Garden Arena now witnessed a sparse audience. However, another preseason match garnered noteworthy attention. In Minnesota, at the Target Center. This year's 4th overall draft pick, Stephon Marbury, dazzled with a remarkable 41 points and 5 assists, leading his team to victory over the Toronto Raptors and outshining fellow rookie Antoine Walker. In a post-game interview, Marbury issued a challenge to Zhou. I want to tell Zhou that the Rookie of the Year award will not be handed over easily. If you have what it takes, come and take it. Such pointed remarks rekindled memories of the rivalry between the two during their NCAA days. This new season promises intriguing matchups between the Timberwolves and the Celtics. As the preseason neared its conclusion on November 8, 1996, the attention of basketball fans across the nation turned to the miraculous venue of last season, the United Center in Chicago. With a record of 72 wins and a championship title, Michael Jordan was undoubtedly the basketball deity, the unquestionable ruler. Standing at the center of the court, amidst the roaring applause of thousands, Jordan delivered his remarks. Subsequently, NBA Commissioner David Stern presented championship rings to the entire Bulls team. Gazing at his 4th ring, Jordan felt an inexplicable void. One finger remained unadorned. Thus, this season was ripe for securing his 5th championship. The path to defending the title would begin tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This season, the Timberwolves are formidable contenders. Driven by their desire for victory, the team's core, Kevin Garnett, is flourishing in his prime, and they have also welcomed the prodigious rookie, Stephon Marbury, who recently scored over 40 points in the preseason. His potential is immense. The matchup of Chicago Bulls versus Minnesota Timberwolves, featuring Garnett and Marbury against the Bulls trio of stars, promised to be a fierce battle. With the award ceremony concluded, the first game of the new season commenced in Chicago. As the game unfolded, fans quickly realized that this Bulls team was beyond the reach of mere mortals. The triangle offense of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman overwhelmed the Timberwolves, leaving them struggling to respond. Whether due to tactical issues or team chemistry, Marbury and Garnett showed little synergy throughout the match. Offensively, it was either Marbury or Garnett going solo, lacking any semblance of coordinated strategy. Such an approach appeared fragile against the reigning champions. By halftime, the Timberwolves exhibited alarmingly low scoring efficiency. The score stood at 59-41. The reigning champions had effortlessly established a nearly 20-point lead. In the ensuing match, the Timberwolves failed to find their rhythm, while the Bulls showed no mercy, swiftly sealing the game with a decisive run. The final score was 103-85, marking the Bulls' first victory on their quest to defend their title. Among the Bulls trio, Jordan and Pippen both scored in double digits, with Jordan tallying 29 points and 7 assists, while Pippen contributed 22 points and 4 assists. Rodman secured 15 rebounds. The prowess of this Bulls team continues to instill fear. Although Garnett produced a commendable 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, it was not enough to avert defeat, as no other teammate managed to reach double figures. Particularly disappointing was Marbury's performance. Starting the game, he shot 3 for 12, finishing with just 8 points, 3 assists, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Such statistics, when compared to his previous preseason success, were bound to disappoint. However, one must not lay the blame solely on him. After all, he was up against the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. As a rookie making his debut, his performance was still commendable. After the game, despite Marbury's struggles, the media shifted their focus to Zhou Ke, who had yet to play. This is the caliber of NBA competition. Therefore, preseason performances ultimately lack significance. Given Marbury's underwhelming display, one could only wonder how Zhou Ke, who had shone brightly in the preseason, would fare. Reclaim your praises. Preseason games hold no weight. Perhaps Zhou Ke is not as formidable as you perceive. I have long asserted that preseason games lack substance. Just look at Marbury's performance. Zhou Ke is even less noteworthy. Upon reading such reports, Zhou Ke could only exclaim in disbelief. The game had yet to begin, and already he was being judged. Marbury's poor debut had nothing to do with Zhou Ke. Such indirect criticism is utterly absurd. However, the true test of Zhou Ke's abilities would soon reveal itself. The league understood the fans' eagerness to witness Zhou Ke in action, prompting them to arrange the schedule accordingly. Following the Bulls vs. Timberwolves opener, the Boston Celtics were set to play. Moreover, David Stern had orchestrated an intriguing matchup. The Celtics would host the Indiana Pacers at their home court, the Garden. The memories of summer camp matchups still fresh. The league had directly set up Celtics vs. Pacers. Zhou Ke vs. Reggie Miller. This matchup was bound to ignite intense rivalries and heightened anticipation. In Boston's North Shore Garden, the Celtics prepared for their season opener against the formidable Indiana Pacers, who were eager to capitalize on the Celtics' perceived vulnerabilities and secure a strong start to the season. The pregame tensions were palpable, with the atmosphere charged with animosity even before the match commenced. Don't ask me that damn question. Just watch the game tonight. I will show that kid what the NBA is all about. Reggie Miller, filled with intensity, addressed reporters, further fueling the fiery atmosphere. Chapter 57, The Battle of Vengeance? Bring it on. The North Shore Garden Arena in Boston, USA. Another focal match on the opening day of the NBA is about to commence. Reggie Miller made a fiery statement during the pregame interview. For this match of retribution, Reggie Miller and his Pacers will undoubtedly give their all, vowing to avenge their past defeats. Reggie? He is an exemplary veteran, yet this opening game will belong to us. Similarly, during the pregame interview, Zhou Ke smiled as he responded, "Everyone knows I have triumphed over him before, and this game will be no different." Though he smiles, there's a hidden edge that is truly intimidating. Welcome, esteemed guests. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With the live commentary igniting the atmosphere, the audience erupted in waves of cheers. The Boston Celtics, the NBA's premier powerhouse and 8-time champions, boast a fan base that is second to none in the league. The fervent cheers surged like a relentless tide. This summer, we welcomed our own #1 draft pick, Zhou Ke from China. The NCAA champion and recipient of the Come-Up Award has left an indelible impression during the NCAA and preseason games, especially with that signature, ferocious dunk. Tonight marks the debut of this Chinese prodigy on the NBA regular season stage, and it will be his first test. Let us eagerly anticipate his performance this evening. The commentators simultaneously fixated their gaze upon Zhou Ke, the first Chinese #1 draft pick in NBA history, and the inaugural Chinese Come-Up recipient. He's the man that the legendary coach Red Auerbach has long dreamed of. Can he continue his extraordinary performances on the NBA regular season stage? The answer will soon be revealed. From the central television station, this is CCTV 5. I am your host Su Jiqing, welcoming you to tonight's live broadcast. Meanwhile, across the vast lands of China, at the CCTV Broadcasting Center, executives like Li Wei are gathered in the studio. Tonight, we will provide a comprehensive live broadcast of the game between the Boston Celtics and the Indiana Pacers, where our draft pick will represent the Celtics. For our viewers at home, let us gather in front of our screens to support our pride, Zhou Ke. We all hope for Zhou Ke to deliver a flawless performance in his debut, showcasing his remarkable talent. We wish for him to maintain his preseason form and play to his unique style and level. Across China, from the octogenarians to the toddlers, countless fans are glued to their screens, all eager to witness Zhou Ke's first game. Everyone is filled with anticipation, hoping that this Chinese talent can make a name for himself in the distant land of America. Returning to the game, the Pacers, led by Reggie, have arrived with formidable intent. Let's take a look at their starting lineup for tonight. As introduced by the commentators, the large screen above the North Shore Garden Arena began to display the Indiana Pacers starting 5. Reggie Miller, Rick Smits, Antonio Davis, Dale Davis, and Chris Mullin. This Pacers team is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with in the league. For years, they have been a formidable contender in the NBA. All teams, including the mighty Chicago Bulls, dread facing them in the playoffs. If you encounter them, you will be in for a tough battle. As the introduction of the Pacers' starting five concluded amidst thunderous applause, the electronic scoreboard began to unveil the Boston Celtics starting five for this match: Zhou Ke, Brett Sabo, Frank Brickowski, D. Brown, and Alton Lister. Unlike the preseason arrangement, Zhou Ke will take the court as a small forward in his debut. On the surface, the Celtics lineup seems promising. Yet that is merely an illusion. Most of these players are castaways and drifters in the league. Zhou Ke is still a rookie who has yet to step onto the court. Compared to the Pacers lineup, the disparity is glaring. One could say the paper strength is from entirely different dimensions. However, Zhou Ke has always relished the challenge of overcoming stronger opponents. As the warm-up concluded, both teams took to the court, ready for battle. The centers approached the midcourt, preparing for the tip-off. With a whistle, the referee tossed the ball high into the air of the North Shore Garden Arena. The game officially began. On the Pacers' side, Antonio Davis effortlessly tapped the ball into Reggie Miller's hands, granting the Pacers the first defensive opportunity of the match. Reggie Miller brought the ball past half-court. He refrained from rushing into an attack, instead waiting for his teammates to position themselves before orchestrating the offense. Assessing the defensive placements, Reggie Miller signaled for a pick, then stepped back to launch a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. As the most formidable three-point shooter before Zhou Ke emerged, Reggie Miller opened the game with a flawless three-pointer, marking the first points of the match for his team. After sinking the three-pointer, Reggie Miller turned to Zhou Ke and called out, "Hey, rookie, this is my gift to you for your NBA debut. I hope you will appreciate it." This was the style of play in that era, both lethal and psychologically daunting. "Nice gift, thank you," Zhou Ke replied with a smile, advancing while countering. "It seems the veteran has a short memory. You've forgotten your old wounds." Psychological warfare? Challenging Zhou Ke on this front. Reggie Miller may have picked the wrong opponent tonight. Bring it on. He nearly erupted at Zhou Ke's retort, cursing vehemently. After the summer training camp's bullfighting video leaked, he had endured relentless teasing from his teammates all summer long. Zhou Ke certainly knows which buttons to press. "Today, I shall teach this arrogant young man a lesson." As Zhou Ke crossed half-court, Reggie Miller aggressively pressed up against him. Unlike bullfighting in basketball, even if you get beaten, you have teammates to back you up. With that assurance, Reggie Miller's defense became particularly tenacious. He leaned forward, ready to intercept Zhou Ke's ball at any moment. "Come on, young blood, why not attack?" Reggie Miller remained glued to Zhou Ke's side, his incessant trash-talking never ceasing. "Little pup, I'll let you shoot. Why don't you take that shot?" Chapter 58, The Chariot of Huaxia Zhou Ke. "Even if you wanted to shoot, you wouldn't succeed." Before Reggie Miller could finish his sentence, Zhou Ke boldly launched a three-pointer right in his face. As the ball soared, Zhou Ke confidently turned away, already retreating to defend. Trash talk was merely a verbal spar. When it came to bravado, Zhou Ke was in a league of his own. Swish. The ball sailed through the net right before Reggie Miller's eyes. 3-3. The Celtics responded. "It's a ball." Roar. Truly, this was a battle between rivals. Without hesitation, Zhou Ke provided a fierce counter to Reggie. The showdown between these two stars, old and new, would undoubtedly determine the outcome of this match. The commentators exclaimed passionately, "It seems Reggie should not underestimate this rookie." On the court, Zhou Ke, with his imposing shot, left Reggie Miller's face darkened, his earlier confidence shattered. Zhou Ke's sudden shot had taken Reggie by surprise. He hadn't had time to react before the ball sailed over his head and into the basket. This made him realize that he could not afford to be careless in defending against Zhou Ke. Receiving the inbounds pass, Reggie Miller brought the ball across half-court. He signaled for a screen with a raised finger. Utilizing the double screen from Dale Davis and Antonio Davis, Reggie found space beyond the arc once more. He lifted his hand, poised to take another three-pointer. Nearby, Brett Sabo immediately leaped forward, attempting to contest the shot. Yet, the moment he jumped, he regretted his decision. Reggie merely feigned a shot, effortlessly faking him out. With his defender gone, Reggie adjusted slightly and launched another three. Swish. Another three-pointer. Reggie Miller showcased his sharpshooting prowess the moment he entered the game. 6-3, the Pacers, bolstered by Reggie Miller's three-point barrage, were taking control early in the match. On the sidelines, Celtics coach M.L. Carr wore a frown. The team's defense was in disarray. They were utterly unable to counter the Pacers' pick-and-roll. Both of those three-pointers had come off screens that provided ample shooting space. "You cannot contain me. This is the NBA. You simply cannot defend against me." As the three-pointer went in, Reggie Miller's trash talk echoed around. Don't get discouraged, guys. Just leave him to me, focus on the others. Following the inbounds, Zhou Ke encouraged his teammates with a smile. No need for help defense, I can handle him one-on-one. Brown brought the ball across half-court, scanning his teammates before confidently passing it to Zhou Ke. Whoosh. Receiving the pass, Zhou Ke faced Reggie Miller's one-on-one defense, executing a lightning-fast first step to easily evade him. He charged straight into the paint. Under the basket, Antonio Davis, the Pacers' interior powerhouse, would not allow his opponent to score easily in the paint. As Zhou Ke barreled in, Antonio quickly moved to meet him. His imposing figure loomed like a solid wall, leaving no gap for Zhou Ke to exploit. Simultaneously, the help defenders, Rick Smits and Dale Davis, converged rapidly. Zhou Ke appeared cornered, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Yet, the more desperate the situation, the more exhilarated Zhou Ke became. Without a hint of hesitation, he accelerated, challenging Antonio Davis head-on. As he neared the baseline, Zhou Ke leapt, swinging his arm towards the basket. Antonio Davis, standing at 206 centimeters, was not to be trifled with. He would show no mercy to this challenger. With a powerful leap, he reached out, aiming to block Zhou Ke's shot. The two clashed mid-air. In the next instant, Antonio felt as if he had been struck by a speeding tank. He was sent flying. Bang! Zhou Ke completed the confrontation in mid-air, decisively slamming the ball through the hoop. Antonio was knocked back, stumbling several steps before managing to regain his balance. He stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that he had been overpowered by a rookie. Amazing. It was astonishing to think that he had just been bested by a newcomer. As Antonio Davis tumbled away, the commentators gasped in amazement. OMG, Zhou Ke's ferocity was akin to a war machine. In the next play, the Pacers pushed forward rapidly, seeking to capitalize on the transition. Reggie Miller sprinted to the corner, seeking an open three, raising his hand for the ball. Pacers guard Travis Best executed a swift bounce pass to Reggie. Upon receiving the pass, Reggie adjusted and prepared to shoot another three. Just as he was about to release his third three-pointer of the match, a familiar figure in a number 16 jersey appeared before him. Zhou Ke. You can't guard me. Rookie. Reggie Miller bent low, lowering his center of gravity, dribbling while fixing his gaze on Zhou Ke. Meanwhile, subtle movements of his fingers indicated his intent. Beware of the ball in your hands. Zhou Ke positioned himself aggressively, his defensive stance poised for action. With piercing, determined eyes, he focused intently on the ball in Reggie Miller's hands. Thud. As Reggie dribbled, he suddenly changed his rhythm, darting to Zhou Ke's right. Zhou Ke immediately reacted, sliding his feet to intercept Reggie's path. Bam! Just as he took a step, a massive figure blocked his way. It was Rick Smits. Standing at 224 centimeters and weighing 113 kilograms, he completely obstructed Zhou Ke's route, leaving no room for maneuver. Utilizing Rick Smits' exceptional screen, Reggie Miller surged toward the basket. Unfazed by Frank Brickowski's defense, he executed a graceful spin, easily shaking him off. With Zhou Ke's defense absent, the remaining players appeared to Reggie as mere obstacles. Wasn't it just a matter of diving in for an easy dunk? Sidestepping the defenders, Reggie leaped skillfully for a layup. Just as the ball left his fingertips, brushing against the backboard and heading toward the hoop, a flash of yellow streaked by. A hand, seemingly out of nowhere, swooped over him. Not again. Reggie thought as he caught sight of Zhou Ke in the number 16 jersey soaring before him. His smile had yet to blossom before it was snuffed out. Slap. Chapter 59. I am not only the top scorer but also a leader. Such a familiar scene. The same location, the same individuals, the same posture, the same emphatic block. The only differences are the time and place. This is indeed the NBA arena. In the air, Zhou Ke soared like a hawk, extending his talons to emphatically swat the basketball against the backboard. The rim trembled under the tremendous force of the impact. Oh my goodness! Was that a monumental block from beyond the three-point line? Is this truly the speed possessed by humankind? Within the arena, the deafening cheers of fans and commentators eclipsed even the sound of the swaying hoop. Both commentators leapt from their seats simultaneously, incredulously repeating, "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Undoubtedly, Zhou Ke's block is a guaranteed spot in the top 10. What on earth was he on? Witnessing the succulent opportunity slip away while he became merely a backdrop for a rookie highlight reel, Reggie Miller seethed with frustration. He even caught a glimpse of Zhou Ke mid-air, smiling at him. That exquisite expression seemed to convey, "Hi, old man, this is my gift to you." Where did he even come from? I had completely eluded Zhou Ke's defense with a screen, yet how did he catch up? Not only did he catch up, but he also jumped faster than the ball flew, which is utterly absurd. Just as Reggie Miller stood there, baffled and unable to comprehend, Zhou Ke secured the rebound. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, and executed an extraordinary long pass, delivering the ball right into the hands of D. Brown on the fast break. The latter received it and instantly scored, turning the tide of the game. 6-7. Zhou Ke was akin to a magician. His passing was remarkably inventive. First, he hit a response three-pointer, then delivered a monumental block, followed by a full-court assist to a teammate. Can you tell me, is this the performance of a rookie making his debut? 3 offensive plays. 2 highlights. This is what superstar players could scarcely achieve. The Pacers returned to the offensive end. This time, Reggie Miller was cautious. He certainly did not want to be a mere backdrop twice in one game. He patiently searched for opportunities beyond the arc, ultimately leveraging the advantage in the paint to deliver the ball to Rick Smits. Despite the Celtics and Oppos, Frank Brickowski defending with all his might, it proved ineffective. The latter easily scored 2 points using his height and wingspan, helping the Pacers regain the lead. 1 score for you, 1 for me. The game appeared to remain tightly contested, yet unbeknownst to anyone, it was merely the calm before the storm. As Zhou Ke reached the offensive end, after several rounds of probing, he discerned the opponent's defensive strategy. Essentially, Reggie Miller pressed closely while 3 others provided support, just past the half-court line. Facing Reggie Miller's tight defense once more, Zhou Ke, having already grasped the opponent's defensive tactics, executed a deceptive burst of speed to effortlessly shake off Reggie Miller. The 3 supporting defenders, noticing Miller had lost his position, quickly adjusted their footing, ready to assist. With the 3 defenders drawn in, Zhou Ke made a concealed behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball to D. Brown, who was stationed in the corner. With the Pacers' defense essentially captivated by Zhou Ke, D. Brown found himself completely unguarded. Standing in an open space, he took a moment to adjust, inhaled deeply, and then launched a three-pointer. However, perhaps due to insufficient skill or lack of rhythm, this shot, reminiscent of a practice ball, sailed too far. The basketball soared over the rim, heading directly for the opposite corner. Under the hoop, Dale Davis and Antonio Davis had already positioned themselves for the rebound, waiting to capitalize. Just as the ball was about to land in their hands, a glimpse of a figure clad in green zipped above them. It snatched the ball from the grasp of the 2 towering giants, both over 205 centimeters tall. But that was not the end. After claiming the ball, the figure in green effortlessly spun it in both hands and delivered a thunderous dunk right over their heads. Observers could see the number 16 emblazoned on the back of the jersey of the flying figure, Zhou Ke. Hey, buddy, nice pass. After completing the dunk, Zhou Ke flashed a thumbs up at D. Brown, offering encouragement. Perfect positioning. Nice ball. D. Brown grinned back, returning the gesture, turning a turnover into an assist. Who wouldn't be elated? Did Zhou Ke have wings on his back? Why did it feel like he was soaring? Gravity seemed to hold no sway over Zhou Ke. One could imagine Newton himself would be shaken to his core. Witnessing Zhou Ke's explosive talent, the Boston fans erupted, waving their arms and roaring with excitement. The glory of the green team may have reignited from this very moment. Zhou Ke's dunk was not merely a display of athleticism. It sounded the clarion call for an aggressive resurgence. With his encouragement, the group of benchwarmers, who seldom saw court time, transformed into a confident and fierce unit. Over the next 4 minutes, they unleashed a 14-6 run. The score surged to 28-19, just 1 point away from a double-digit lead. Beep. Sensing the urgency, Pacers head coach Larry Brown hastily called for a timeout. This trajectory could not continue. In the stands, the 2 commentators wore expressions of disbelief, wide-eyed and staring at each other. It was simply inconceivable. What had we just witnessed in these 4 minutes? A group of bench players completely overwhelmed the Pacers? One commentator blinked in disbelief. It was indeed hard to fathom. These players, under Zhou Ke's influence, had displayed tremendous prowess, and Zhou Ke had undoubtedly emerged as the leader of this team. The other commentator chimed in, "Let us not forget, he is but a rookie in his first year. Basketball is not an individual sport, and the NBA is certainly not a one-man show. Yet, it necessitates a rightful leader to ignite the passion and fervor of the team. Every team requires an undeniable leader. Zhou Ke possesses an extraordinary aura destined for such a role." Prior to the game, everyone believed the green team was merely a ragtag group. Yet, under Zhou Ke's guidance, this rookie and 4 castaways had halted the formidable Pacers at the end of the first quarter. Bravo. This is how it should be played. They cannot defeat us. Chapter 60. The heavens did not bear Zhou Ke. The basketball world of Huaxia remains engulfed in perpetual night. Upon returning to the bench, Celtics head coach M.L. Kier clapped his hands in encouragement. Let us continue this strategy in the ensuing match. Zhou Ke will be responsible for assists. The other players must find their positions and be prepared to receive the ball at all times. Within less than a quarter, Zhou Ke had completely earned ML.K's trust. On the other side of the court, the atmosphere among the Pacers was tense. We cannot allow this to continue. We must not let that young man play so comfortably. It is detrimental to us. Larry Brown, the then head coach of the Pacers, wore a grave expression. This match was pivotal for the team this season. Losing to the Celtics, a team composed of remnants, would not bode well. In response to Larry Brown's concerns, the entire Pacers team fell into silence. None daring to speak up. No one was willing to say, "Let me guard Zhou Ke." Even the usually arrogant Reggie Miller was rendered mute at this moment. Zhou Ke's offensive maneuvers were simply too perplexing. His myriad of attacking styles and unpredictable quick passes left Reggie Miller at a loss for how to counter. "All right, fellows. Let us commence double-teaming that young man," Larry Brown resolved, as if making a momentous decision. "From this point on, we cannot allow him to dribble freely. Not even in the backcourt. If no one can guard him one-on-one, then I shall double-team him to the end." After devising the strategy, Larry Brown cast a cold glance at Zhou Ke on the opposite bench, silently vowing, "You shall find it difficult to escape." The timeout soon concluded, and the players returned to the court. Perhaps the timeout proved effective, as the Pacers successfully executed their first defensive play after returning, finally breaking a scoring drought that had lasted several minutes. However, the true test of their strategy would come in the next defensive possession. Following their offensive success, the Pacers did not rush to transition defensively. Instead, they surrounded Zhou Ke with a swarm of players, denying him even the opportunity to inbound the ball. My heavens, what sort of tactic is this? 4 players are double-teaming one man. Is this the Pacers' welcome gift to the new #1 draft pick? The commentators, having witnessed the Pacers' strategy, expressed their astonishment, noting that they had never seen such a targeted approach in all their commentary experience. Before the ball had even crossed midcourt, they began to apply a 4-man press on Zhou Ke. The 4 robust defenders encircled him, constricting his space to an almost negligible degree. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Zhou Ke remained unfazed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As he smirked, he suddenly accelerated, akin to a high-performance car flooring the gas pedal, bursting forth in an instant. The 4 defenders exchanged bewildered glances. Where did he go? After a moment of stunned silence, they sprang into action, chasing after him with all their might. Utilizing his explosive speed, Zhou Ke successfully broke through the encirclement, as D. Brown at the baseline seized the opportunity to pass the ball into his hands. As Zhou Ke received the ball, the 4 defenders trailed closely behind. "You have no escape," they thought. Escape? Why would I need to escape? Zhou Ke's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He feigned a momentary halt, enticing the pursuing defenders to charge at him. As they closed in, Zhou Ke executed a sudden stop-and-go, leaving the chasing Pacers player utterly bewildered and several feet behind. With a swish, the net above rippled in response. Zhou Ke successfully sank a fast-break three-pointer. The ease with which he made the shot and the nonchalance on his face spoke volumes. The 4-man press seemed to have had no effect on him. The shot was made with such effortless grace, it was akin to Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a mere trifle. This three-pointer signaled the ineffectiveness of Larry Brown's strategy. Good heavens, he just left 4 players in the dust. The heavens did not bear Zhou Ke. The basketball realm of Huaxiao remains shrouded in eternal night. Zhou Ke is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in cheers across Huaxia, with fans gathered around their televisions, elated by the spectacle. They shouted at the screen with fervor, as if they were present in the arena, rallying behind Zhou Ke. Double team him. Keep doubling. Is that all you've got? Why not send 5 at him? Seeing a Huaxiao player shine on the international stage brought a sense of vindication to the fans. If there were any doubts about the caliber of play in NCAA and preseason matches, this was undeniably a genuine NBA contest. And the opponent was a formidable team like the Pacers. Who now dares to claim that Huaxia can only play small ball? Big ball? We excel at that too. Back at the North Shore Garden Arena, Larry Brown, who had been smirking just moments before the timeout, now bore a displeased expression. It was as if he were suffering from an upset stomach without tissue. His face was ashen. This is utterly absurd. How on earth did that go in? Surely the intensity was too light. You must defend with more vigor. Your efforts resemble those of a women's team, soft and feeble. Can you not apply some strength? On the sidelines, Larry Brown bellowed at his players. Following his commands, the Pacers displayed a noticeable increase in intensity during the ensuing plays. In an era defined by physicality, as long as a foul was not glaringly obvious, a more aggressive approach was tolerated by the referees. Moreover, The fact that the player being fouled was a yellow-skinned Huaxia athlete meant the referees overlooked Zhou Ke's stature. In yet another offensive possession, facing the double-team defense, Zhou Ke executed a simple yet elegant crossover, effortlessly slipping past Reggie Miller. Do you consider me a mere street? Is this how casually you pass by? At that moment, Reggie Miller's disposition shifted subtly. He turned and reached out to grab Zhou Ke. If you treat me like a road, then I shall cause you to crash. Reggie Miller's eyes were fierce as he gritted his teeth, tightly gripping Zhou Ke's arm. His expression suggested he wished to wrench Zhou Ke's shoulder from its socket. However, his frail physique appeared insignificant against Zhou Ke's strength. Zhou Ke, unfazed, continued his momentum, pushing through Reggie Miller as he charged towards the paint. Chapter 61. A light rain and clear skies. Bang. With Reggie Miller hanging on him, Zhou Ke plunged into the crowd and executed a powerful dunk. Once again, he forcefully scored 2 points. Reggie Miller's frail form was utterly no match for Zhou Ke. It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, with no chance of success. As Zhou Ke completed his dunk, the sheer force sent Reggie Miller flying across the court. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground. Lying there, Reggie Miller's face turned a deep shade of embarrassment, realizing that his attempts to thwart Zhou Ke had backfired. Not only did he fail to stop Zhou Ke, but he also found himself tossed aside. This left him utterly humiliated. However, the referee's whistle remained conspicuously silent. Such an obvious foul went unpunished, and no call was made for a 2-1. After all, who could blame him for being a player from Huaxia? I truly admire this referee for his dedication. Even with impaired vision, he remains committed to his job. This game could be aptly titled The Vanishing Cornea. On the sidelines, the home crowd erupted in boos, rallying behind Zhou Ke. Yet, Zhou Ke paid no heed to the unjust officiating. Resorting to mere words was never his preferred method of resolution. Instead, he chose to respond through action. Poor Pacers, they would soon pay the price for his prowess. In the defensive round, Reggie Miller pushed the ball past half court. At the baseline, Rick Smits once again reached out for the ball. Reggie Miller quickly executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball to Rick Smits under the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Rick Smits attempted to leverage his height and wingspan to overpower the interior defense. Just as he turned to shoot, a pair of relentless long arms descended upon him, swatting the ball down with ferocity. It was Zhou Ke, number 16. My goodness, his help defense was astonishingly swift. Not only did he possess extraordinary physical attributes, but he also exhibited top-tier basketball intelligence. He had anticipated Rick Smits's next move perfectly. The commentators showered Zhou Ke with praise, captivated by his prodigious athleticism, oblivious to the fact that his basketball IQ was equally unparalleled. The timing of his help defense was impeccable. Securing the steal, Zhou Ke surged towards the front court. Behind him, Reggie Miller quickly responded, sprinting to catch up. He did not wish to witness Zhou Ke wreaking havoc on the basket once more. During the fast break, Zhou Ke's peripheral vision caught sight of the pursuing Reggie Miller. Too slow. A faint smile graced Zhou Ke's lips as he effortlessly lifted his hand from the logo position, launching a three-pointer. As the ball soared through the air, Zhou Ke turned away, raising his hands in celebration. The basketball glided above the North Shore Garden for what felt like an eternity. All eyes were fixed on the flying sphere. Crossing half-court, swish. The delightful sound of netting echoed in everyone's ears. Tired of merely dunking, he decided to showcase some flair. Number 2 one call. Then he would simply score a three-pointer himself. Moreover, this logo 3 was just the harbinger of an impending storm. In the next defensive possession, Zhou Ke carried the ball straight into the heart of the defense, accelerating as he prepared to charge toward the paint. The defenders quickly lowered their centers of gravity, shifting their feet toward the interior. Bang! The next moment, without giving them a moment to react, Zhou Ke executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble, seamlessly retreating beyond the three-point line. Swish! Another three-pointer. This retreating three-pointer reminded Reggie Miller of a previous, unpleasant encounter. Once again, this man, under his own defense, hit a step-back three, piercing through his pride. Wow, what an innovative move. I had never witnessed such a technique in an NBA game before. The fluidity of his step-back three was mesmerizing. He was truly an artist on the court, showcasing astonishing creativity. Such a style of play had never been seen before Zhou Ke. After his successful step-back three, the Pacers managed to score 2 points through their inside advantage. However, these meager 2 points paled in comparison to Zhou Ke's barrage of three-pointers, failing to impede the tempest that was about to unfold. In the ensuing offensive series, Zhou Ke hit three-pointers consecutively for 4 possessions. Logo 3, step-back 3, contested pull-up 3, and a bow and arrow 3. In the vast, clear skies of Boston, the North Shore Garden was enveloped in a downpour. This deluge of three-pointers extinguished the flickering hope of the Pacers. In the final possession of the first quarter, Zhou Ke once again held the ball, positioning himself in the area that instilled dread in the hearts of Pacers players. Thump, 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 listening to the rhythm of Zhou Ke and Oppos' dribbling. Reggie Miller felt his heart race. Whether from exhaustion or anxiety, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The other defenders, including Antonio Davis and Dale Davis, gritted their teeth, their expressions taut as drawn strings. Bang! Zhou Ke suddenly surged forward, an accelerating change of pace aimed at Reggie Miller's right side. The moment he made his move, the other defenders quickly spread their arms, ready to assist. I know it's this side. Reggie Miller gritted his teeth, straining to move laterally to his right. Yet, he leapt too soon. In the instant his feet began to shift right, Zhou Ke executed a pullback, smoothly transferring the ball to his left. Oh no! Reggie Miller immediately recognized the danger and attempted to pivot left. However, his legs betrayed him, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. Regaining possession of the ball, Zhou Ke retreated a bit to the three-point line, casting a glance at the fallen Reggie Miller. Zhou Ke flashed a disarming smile, then raised his gaze to the clock. Finally, before Reggie Miller, he gently flicked his fingers, launching a three-pointer. As the ball left his fingertips, it soared toward the basket. Beep! The timing was perfect. Swish! Moments later, the sound of the net was accompanied by the referee's whistle. Zhou Ke had landed a buzzer-beater three-pointer. 5 consecutive possessions with three-pointers. Who could withstand that? The whistle had already blown, yet the entire Pacers team remained frozen on the court, gazing at the swaying net. It seemed they had yet to comprehend. This buzzer-beater three-pointer had utterly bewildered them, severing the last thread of hope for the Indiana Pacers. Zhou Ke had plunged a fatal dagger into the hearts of the Pacers players, draining the final drop of blood from their hopes. Chapter 62. The Opening Victory and the Avenging Reggie Miller. The Pacers expended their last bullet, but alas, they could not withstand the onslaught. Perhaps this match will set the tone for the season, as Zhou Ke, like a harbinger of death, harvested victory from this contest. As the commentators noted, the Pacers would not rise to any great heights in the subsequent games. Ultimately, the Celtics maintained a commanding lead of over 20 points on their home turf. The final score read 128-101. With the final whistle, the match concluded, heralding the Celtics' triumphant start to the new season under Zhou Ke's leadership. Meanwhile, the fiercely determined Reggie Miller and his Pacers could only swallow their bitterness in defeat. Though the game had ended, the legend of the night was far from over. The commentators, gazing at the statistical records, found themselves at a loss for words. Let us examine Zhou Ke's statistics, and you will understand why. In this match, Zhou Ke achieved a remarkable triple-double with 41 points, 15 assists, 11 rebounds, 3 steals, and 5 blocks. It is worth noting that since the NBA's inception, apart from the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, no rookie has ever scored over 40 points in their debut. Yet, Zhou Ke accomplished this feat, etching his name in history with his inaugural appearance. Moreover, Zhou Ke is the first rookie in history to attain a 40-point triple-double in his debut. His performance tonight justified his status as the first overall pick. In fact, there has never been a rookie as formidable as Zhou Ke. He shattered all doubts with his debut performance, bringing great satisfaction to the legendary coach Red Auerbach, who had faced criticism for his recent trades. They say I'm old, that I've lost my edge, he mused. But look at this performance. Who dares say I'm past my prime? This time, I'm on top of the world. At the North Shore Garden in Boston, the fans erupted into a frenzy. Such a rookie, what more could one desire? The Celtics are poised to reclaim their former glory today. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of China, countless basketball enthusiasts poured into the streets, chanting zealously, "Zhou Ke is amazing. Zhou Ke is incredible." Every corner echoed with this beautiful refrain. Let us extend our congratulations to Zhou Ke for his triumphant debut. He has risen to his own challenge, making this night unequivocally his own. In the Huaxiao broadcast studio, the faces of Li Wei and his colleagues were aglow with joy. Zhou Ke's debut was outstanding. He demonstrated to basketball fans around the world that he is a deserving first overall pick. Now, let us return our focus to the North Shore Garden in Boston. We were defeated by a rookie, lamented Pacers head coach Larry Brown during an interview, forcing a smile. However, we did have opportunities to win this game. We simply made too many errors that need rectifying. We will secure victory in the upcoming matches. With that, Larry Brown turned to leave. But the persistent reporter halted him once more. Do you have any comments regarding Zhou Ke's historic debut? Larry Brown shot a cold glance at the inquisitive reporter and replied icily, he is an excellent player. With that, he departed without a backward glance. It was an unfortunate moment, as anyone could see that the Pacers had been thoroughly outmatched by Zhou Ke alone. In the first game of the new season, being reduced to a mere backdrop for a rookie's achievements was a bitter pill to swallow, especially for the competitive Reggie Miller. I will remember this grudge. You shall pay for it, he vowed as he exited the players and oppos tunnel, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Ke amidst the crowd. Remember, you were surrounded by the league and oppos, as finest passers and facilitators. All you need to do is find your position and make the shot. On the other hand, D. Brown, inspired by Zhou Ke, delivered his career-best performance with 24 points and 3 assists, figures that were once unimaginable for a player of his caliber. Playing alongside Zhou Ke is a true joy, he remarked, praising his teammate. Brown's commendation was not unwarranted. Zhou Ke's performance warranted all the accolades. Without a hint of exaggeration, Zhou Ke is the most exceptional rookie I have ever seen, bar none, he declared. It is difficult to fathom a rookie possessing such leadership and personal prowess, showcasing his best abilities while uplifting the entire team. Coach ML Kyle also expressed unabashed praise in front of the media. Going forward, Zhou Ke will further dictate the team's play. I believe there is no one more deserving of this role than him. At that moment, Zhou Ke found himself surrounded by microphones from ESPN, TNT, and a host of other sports media outlets. After all, he was indeed the star of the evening, the architect of history. Zhou, first of all, congratulations on your debut victory. Given the numerous records you've set, what are your thoughts on this achievement? Winning against a formidable opponent in such a decisive manner, will this bolster your confidence for the upcoming games? In your matchup with Reggie Miller, you decisively outperformed him. Do you feel you have reached all-star caliber? There was a notable foul committed by Miller during the game, yet the referees did not call it. What are your thoughts on that? A barrage of questions rained down upon him like a relentless machine gun. Historical records? I've never paid much attention to those things. My goal is to lead the team to victory. As for breaking records, it was merely a fortuitous accident. Zhou Ke answered the first question without hesitation. Rather than relying on statistics to validate his abilities, he preferred to showcase his excellence through victories. Chapter 63. This is Versailles literature. What could possibly be more significant than winning, even if history records it? However, after achieving victory, it is not without merit to embellish the moment. By chance? Accidentally? Casually? Upon hearing this, the reporters nearly choked on their disbelief. Decades of NBA history shattered by your mere inadvertence? Countless players have borne the label of stat padders in their quest for records, yet for you, it becomes an accident? One must remember, just next door, Marbury was shooting frenziedly, ultimately failing to score even 20 points. How can it be merely an accident for you? Yet, as the reporters pondered, they realized, this is indeed Versailles literature. A blatant display of ostentation. Yet, it is hard to refute. In this match, it truly was difficult to discern the extent of Zhou Ke's efforts. Standing before the reporters, there was not a bead of sweat to be seen on his brow, his demeanor relaxed and effortless. Before the reporters could recover from their shock, Zhou Ke continued, regarding Reggie's foul, as long as the referee does not call it, then it is good defense. Zhou Ke smiled gracefully. My task on the court is to play well, not to concern myself with the referee's duties. His response astonished all the reporters present. Is this the utterance of a rookie? Not only did he answer the question, but he also adeptly sidestepped all traps, leaving the media with no fodder for sensationalism. Furthermore, he exhibited a magnanimity and spirit. Unmistakably a person destined for greatness. More importantly, was this not yet another instance of unintentional bravado? Another wave of Versailles. Just as the group of reporters began to comprehend, Zhou Ke had already walked toward the players' tunnel amidst the cheers of the crowd, perfectly concluding his debut. That night, after the game, the name Zhou Ke soared to the top of the national trending list. Across various forums, discussions erupted about this prodigious talent from China. Who said Zhou Ke could not adapt to the pace of the NBA? Open your eyes and see. Could the Cardinal predict the future? This trade was nothing short of a windfall. Zhou Ke single-handedly dismantled the entire Pacers team. I have long asserted that this young man possesses the makings of a superstar. That deluge of three-pointers left me drenched. While praise flowed, so too did skepticism. Some merely sought to criticize without basis. Can one truly laud a single game? It was hardly evident how he performed today. Was he not merely riding on D. Brown's coattails? It was clear that the Celtics' victory stemmed from the Pacers' underperformance. What connection did he have? Surely not. Surely not. In 1996, must one garner a 40 to warrant such accolades? The comments section reeked of jealousy. In addition to Zhou Ke, another NBA star graced the trending list. Indeed, that would be Charles Barkley. Barkley, have you found the donkey yet? If not, I can assist in your search. Charles Barkley, you shall become the first man to know what a donkey's rear end tastes like. Charles Barkley. Perhaps kissing a donkey's backside is not such a terrible thing. Oh, I can hardly wait to witness it. For a 2-digit donkey kiss. Shouldn't a 40 merit at least 2 kisses? Good heavens, just the thought is exhilarating. Beneath Barkley's post, a flurry of messages erupted. The memories of netizens are potent. They recall that night of the draft. If Zhou Ke could achieve double digits in his debut, I shall lightly kiss a donkey's backside. Barkley, in an interview, spoke boastfully. In stark contrast, upon reading the comments below, he felt a wave of regret. Had he known Zhou Ke would deliver such a phenomenal performance, he would never have uttered such foolish words. However, there is no turning back once the arrow is released. It is too late for regrets now. Some mischievous fans even sent a donkey to Barkley. They left a note saying, "I hope to see Barkley kiss his donkey on television." The following morning, as dawn broke, the sports world across America was dominated by news of Zhou Ke. Countless newspapers nationwide clamored to report on Zhou Ke's miraculous performance from the previous night. Today America, the Chinese prodigy's debut. 40. Records are secondary, victory is his true aim. The Washington Post. If the referee does not call it, it is good defense. The vision of the Chinese prodigy. Pyramid Daily. Zhou Ke. The light of China. The first ray of brightness in the long night of Chinese basketball. Numerous mainstream American publications prominently featured Zhou Ke on their covers. The sales of these papers were exceptionally robust, outshining their competitors. Many newspapers sold out quickly, indicating a high demand. This illustrates why Cuban went to great lengths to secure Zhou Ke. He is not merely a money tree, he is a veritable gold mine. Such immense market influence is comparable only to that of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Behind this influence lies the vast and potential market of China. This is a splendid opportunity to expand our reach. Bill Laffey prepared a cup of coffee and placed it before Zhou Ke, then produced a stack of newspapers. Each paper prominently featured Zhou Ke on the cover. Setting down the coffee and newspapers, Bill Laffey glanced at Zhou Ke and continued. We can leverage this exposure to significantly enhance our influence. Many things will naturally fall into place. For instance, sneaker contracts, endorsement deals, and off-court commercial advertisements. A star's value is not solely defined by their on-court performance. Their off-court commercial value is where their true worth lies. Without commercial value, even the best players will go unnoticed by the media. Do you have any plans? Zhou Ke picked up the coffee, gently blowing on it, and inquired. I prepared a plan last night. Please take a look. As Bill Laffey spoke, he produced a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Ke. Without even discussing the content of the proposal, the thickness of the materials indicated Bill Laffey's diligence. Haha, that won't be necessary. You can handle this entirely on your own. Zhou Ke trusted Bill Laffey wholeheartedly. Money is not an issue. Our primary consideration is exposure. I have faith in your plan. Having said that, Zhou Ke took a sip of coffee. It seems Zhou Ke made the right choice in selecting his agent. Great. Bill Laffey momentarily paused, then put away the documents, his face glowing with gratitude as he looked at Zhou Ke. The trust Zhou Ke bestowed upon him was something he had never experienced with other players. Chapter 64. The Walking Spotlight in the United States. In the city of Portland, Oregon, at the headquarters of Nike, numerous major shareholders were engaged in serious discussions. Time was of the essence. To prevent a recurrence of past events, preparations for the future were imperative. Bowerman, one of the founders of Nike, lit a cigar and gazed solemnly out the window. Outside, towering buildings stood tall, their surfaces reflecting the sun's brilliant light. From this vantage point, one could behold the most exquisite views of Portland. It was an exceptional location. Yet it appeared increasingly precarious. Several competitors, like Converse, Adidas, and the upstart Reebok, were eyeing this position with great interest. They were aggressively signing star players in the free market, with Adidas having captured nearly all the top talents in the league. They had long coveted Nike's advantageous standing. Bowerman had no intention of relinquishing such a splendid view to anyone else. Meanwhile, at the home ground of the San Antonio Spurs, the Alamo Dome, the Spurs players had commenced their training early, as they were set to face their first game of the new season that evening. This small town, just a tiny speck in the United States, was usually devoid of attention and exposure, tranquil and unassuming. The Spurs, based here, received similar neglect. Often overlooked without much fanfare or recognition. The team lacked a prominent legacy, having never claimed a championship title, and even with the presence of two well-known stars. Dominique Wilkins and David Robinson, they remained largely unnoticed, in a state of desolation. To put it bluntly, it was a place where not even a bird would drop its droppings. However, as the sun began to set, an unusual scene unfolded. The town was flooded with fans, and the Alamodome was illuminated by the spotlight of the entire nation. That night, the Alamodome would witness one of its most vibrant evenings ever. For today, a prodigy had arrived at the arena. In their opening game, the Celtics, led by Zhou Ke, had soundly defeated the Pacers, marking a triumphant start. Zhou Ke not only shattered several records but also delivered multiple breathtaking highlights. In their second game of the season, they were set to play their first away match in San Antonio. That evening, the typically quiet Alamodome was already packed with eager fans, many of whom had come solely to catch a glimpse of Zhou Ke. The scene was almost unbelievable. Zhou Ke's influence was astonishing. The Spurs home commentator looked on in shock at the crowd. The Alamodome has never been this lively in my memory. It was noteworthy that this obscure location had one of the lowest attendance rates in the league, being one of the least frequented arenas in the NBA. Situated in a remote area with sparse population, few fans would come to watch games, and those who did were typically die-hard Spurs supporters. Yet tonight, the spotlight above the Alamodome was blinding. Thanks to Zhou Ke, the arena was aglow, but perhaps the lights were not meant for him. For the opponent they faced this evening would be formidable. Let us welcome the players of the San Antonio Spurs. As the announcer's voice rang out, the home team began to enter the arena, greeted by the thunderous applause of their loyal supporters. The Spurs would not suffer the same fate as the Pacers, for they had one of the league's premier centers, David Robinson. As one of the finest rim protectors in the NBA, he possessed remarkable physique and athleticism, making this the no-fly zone of San Antonio. Indeed, Robinson's defensive prowess would pose a significant challenge for Zhou Ke, and Wilkins would also present a considerable dilemma for the Portland team. In the commentator and Oppo's view, the Pacers and Oppo's defeat stemmed from their lackluster interior defense. The Spurs, featuring Wilkins and Robinson, would face a rookie and 4 substitutes. It seemed quite advantageous. Additionally, the Spurs boasted the guidance of the esteemed coach Popovich, who would undoubtedly impart valuable lessons to the young Zhou Ke. The Spurs roster this season was nothing short of luxurious, with Robinson among the elite centers and Wilkins as a prolific scorer. Robinson, often mentioned alongside O'Neal, Ewing, and Olajuwon as one of the 4 great centers, was a force to be reckoned with. Wilkins, known as the human highlight film, possessed exceptional athleticism and frequently showcased his dunking prowess. Beyond these 2 core players, the remaining Spurs starters were of high quality. Such a lineup could easily overshadow the Celtics, who appeared to be playing on an amateur level. As the Spurs players took the court, the Celtics, now entering as the visiting team, followed suit. It was evident that the Celtics players were somewhat anxious during their first away game, lacking their usual confidence, except for one player, the young man in jersey number 16, who radiated self-assurance. As both teams began their warm-ups, the electronic screen in the Alamodome displayed the starting lineups for the evening. San Antonio Spurs starters: David Robinson, Avery Johnson, Dominique Wilkins, Sean Elliott. Head coach, Popovich. Boston Celtics starters: Zhou Ke, Brett Sabo, Frank Brickowski, D. Brown, Alton Lister. Head coach, M.L. Carr. This game marked the Spurs' season opener, and they were determined to give their all, deploying their strongest 5 players. The Celtics maintained the same lineup as in their previous game, with no adjustments made after their victorious start. Let us dominate these guys. David, show them the true strength of the Spurs. It's time for revenge. Let us make this game a blowout. As warm-ups concluded, both teams took to the court, and the fans erupted into cheers. It was undeniable that these fans had remarkable memories, recalling how Zhou Ke had led the Celtics to a resounding victory over the Spurs in the preseason. They recognized an overlooked narrative. This game was indeed a rematch. Chapter 65, The Fish That Swam into the Net in the United States. At the Alamodome in San Antonio, a typically quiet arena is now filled with an uproarious cheer, resonating like a tidal wave. On the court, David Robinson and Alton Lister stand at opposite ends of the center line, their eyes fixed intently on the referee's basketball. With a sharp whistle marking the commencement of the match, the ball soars into the air from the referee's hands. In unison, both players leap with great vigor towards the ball. With superior athleticism, David Robinson effortlessly swats the ball into the hands of Wilkins, securing the first attack for the Spurs. Wilkins cautiously advances the ball past half-court. Faced with Zhou Ke, he refrains from a hasty move, opting instead to pass to Avery Johnson positioned at the 45-degree angle. Johnson exhibits remarkable patience, facilitating a series of passes until the ball lands in the capable hands of David Robinson beneath the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Robinson confronts Lister's defense with poise, executing a feigned spin followed by a graceful left-handed layup that finds its mark. The four prominent centers are not merely names. Robinson, renowned for his diverse offensive repertoire, delivers a lesson to his opponent. The score stands at 2-0, with the Spurs asserting dominance right from the start, claiming the first blood of the game. Indeed, the Spurs exemplify the essence of team basketball through their offensive strategy. The fluidity of their passes ensures that the ball consistently finds the most suitable recipient. The commentators on the sidelines extol the Spurs' offensive execution, praising their coordination, organization, and the presence of superstar talent. This Spurs team is indeed formidable. Just as the commentators suggest, the Spurs' passing and movement rank among the league's elite, bolstered by an extraordinary presence like David Robinson in the paint. Their offense flows seamlessly, akin to a fish thriving in water. However, the more formidable the opponent, the more it ignites Zhou Ke's competitive spirit. Transitioning to offense, Zhou Ke swiftly dribbles past half-court, seeking to exploit the gaps during the transition phase for a fast break. Yet, the Spurs' defensive players position themselves rapidly, establishing a tight zone defense to constrict Zhou Ke's penetration into the paint. Such defensive intent is unmistakable. They invite a long-range shot rather than a drive. Undeterred, Zhou Ke rises for a three-point attempt. Wilkins quickly steps forward, his long arms stretching toward Zhou Ke and Appos' head, denying him a comfortable shooting space. Standing at 203 centimeters with an impressive wingspan, Wilkins looms over Zhou Ke like a colossal eagle, its wingspan enveloping him. Yet, to Wilkins' surprise, Zhou Ke remains undaunted, resolutely launching his three-point shot despite the significant interference. In a critical moment, the ball glides smoothly from Zhou Ke's hands, grazing past Wilkins' fingertips. The ball strikes the center of the backboard before cascading into the net, a remarkable three-pointer. The score shifts to 2-3 as Zhou Ke responds emphatically, propelling the Celtics into the lead. This shot seems to convey a message to the Spurs: do not underestimate us. Wilkins and Appos' defense was impeccable. Perhaps it was just Zhou Ke's fortunate stroke. Unfazed by this moment, the Spurs maintain their rhythm as Avery Johnson receives an inbounds pass and swiftly pushes the ball into the front court. Facing the defensive D. Brown, he signals for a screen, prompting Robinson to step up and set a solid pick. Utilizing the screen, Johnson breaks free from his defender, charging toward the paint with remarkable speed. Alton Lister scrambles to provide help defense, but his movements are sluggish, allowing Johnson to easily slip past him. Simultaneously, Robinson, after executing the screen, quickly rolls towards the basket. D. Brown, lacking the stature to impede Robinson, watches helplessly as Robinson soars towards the hoop. With a flick of his wrist, Johnson lofts the ball high into the air. The rim reverberates as Robinson slams it home. The score now reads 4-3. As the Spurs execute a breathtaking team play, showcasing an exhilarating alley-oop. You cannot stop us. Following the spectacular dunk, Avery Johnson turns to the Celtics, exclaiming, "This won't be the last highlight." The synergy of the Spurs is fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a well-orchestrated performance. The crowd erupts with excitement, waving their flags in fervor. Yes, this is how it should be. Let us dominate these opponents on our home turf. The fans rise in unison, rallying behind the Spurs, their fervor palpable as they seem poised to capture the Celtics. Amidst the fervent cheers, the Celtics, save for Zhou Ke, appear somewhat rattled, their hearts racing. Attack, my friends. It's nothing. We can do this. Zhou Ke encourages as he receives the sideline inbounds pass. With the recent experience fresh in his mind, Zhou Ke advances quickly into the front court. This time, Wilkins is more tenacious in his defense, his long arms darting between Zhou Ke's hands, ready to pounce on any misstep. Yet he forgets Zhou Ke's remarkable first step, characterized by its swiftness. Zhou Ke feints with his right shoulder before executing a rapid crossover, effortlessly escaping Wilkins' left side. Wilkins reacts quickly, attempting to close the distance. As Zhou Ke charges toward the paint, Popovich, the Spurs coach, smirks knowingly. "You've taken the bait, Joe." As Zhou Ke bypasses Wilkins, an astonishing sight unfolds. No defender comes to provide support against him. Previously, at least 3 players would have converged to trap him. Regardless of their schemes, Zhou Ke remains undeterred, propelling himself into the lane like a fierce tiger. Underneath the basket, as Zhou Ke barrels forward, the Spurs' defense forms a funnel, resembling a net eagerly awaiting fish to ensnare. At this moment, Zhou Ke, surging toward the hoop, embodies the very essence of the fish that swam into the net. Chapter 66, The Fishing Net? Torn to shreds. A flawless defensive strategy. Truly, Popovich is remarkable. Every move of the opposing team seems to be anticipated by him. Oh, what exquisite defensive tactics. In this moment, Zhou Ke resembles a fish ensnared in a net, with nowhere to escape, completely at their mercy. The commentators are effusive in their praise for Popovich's defensive strategy. Not only has he effectively double-teamed Zhou Ke, but he has also severed his passing lanes, with David Robinson stationed right beneath the basket. Zhou Ke finds himself utterly helpless. Yet there remains a flicker of hope. Another commentator chimes in. The only option left is to directly challenge David Robinson at the rim. But is that even feasible? Both burst into laughter, a laugh tinged with condescension and scorn. A rookie daring to challenge David Robinson? Preposterous. The legendary center, known as the Admiral, possesses explosive athleticism. To attempt such a challenge would be akin to inviting disaster. Popovich's tactics are simply brilliant. Their expressions reveal an undeniable admiration for him. Through meticulous analysis of Zhou Ke during the preseason, Popovich crafted a defense specifically tailored to counter him. Observing the previous game, he further refined his strategy. This approach, dubbed the Lock Zhou strategy, underscores his respect and apprehension towards Zhou Ke. The scene shifts back to the court. As Zhou Ke charges forward, Spurs defenders converge upon him, intent on trapping him completely. Surrounded on all sides, each defender strategically obstructs Zhou Ke's line of sight and passing routes. This vast net is about to ensnare its prey, leaving Zhou Ke with no avenue of escape. However, Popovich has overlooked one crucial detail. Zhou Ke never intended to flee. A fishing net? Then I shall tear it apart. Unfazed by the impending trap, Zhou Ke accelerates towards the basket. Seeing the oncoming Zhou Ke, David Robinson halts momentarily before lunging forward. His powerful arms bulge with muscle. Faced with one of the four great centers, Zhou Ke remains undaunted, showing no signs of hesitation. His mind echoes a singular thought: I thrive in the presence of the elite. With a thunderous leap, Zhou Ke springs into the air, raising the ball high above his head as he aims for the basket. Dream on. Simultaneously, David Robinson leaps with all his might, his colossal hand swiping towards the ball. Determined to teach Zhou Ke a lesson. A rookie attempting to dunk over me? Is he too arrogant, or simply underestimating the prowess of David Robinson? How dare he disregard the legends of the game? In midair, the two collide, one poised to dunk, the other reaching to block. The clash of their energies is palpable. Block. 1. Just as they are about to collide, Robinson's enormous hand is poised to swat Zhou Ke's ball away. This block is destined to succeed. Yet, as Robinson strikes, he finds himself grasping at nothing but air. Zhou Ke twists in midair, soaring over Robinson's head, and with all his strength, slams the ball into the hoop. As Robinson stands dumbfounded, the resounding echo of the rim reverberates throughout the Alamodome. The basketball crying out in agony as it quakes from the impact. The ball plunges through the net, and Zhou Ke lands gracefully. With a serene smile, he glances at the Spurs bench, as if to say, hello, your net is torn. 4. 5. Zhou Ke scores again, and the Celtics reclaim the lead. Staring in disbelief at Zhou Ke, David Robinson realizes he has just been dunked on by a rookie, a player from China, no less. The mighty Admiral, one of the four great centers, has been outdone by a novice. The blow to Robinson's pride is akin to a high school student being bested by an elementary schooler. He stands frozen, struggling to comprehend what just transpired. Meanwhile, the two commentators, who moments ago praised Popovich's tactics, fall silent, their eyes wide with shock as they process the scene. The very words they had spoken linger in the air, only to be met with Zhou Ke's audacious display. The slap of reality comes swiftly. As Zhou Ke's gaze meets Popovich's, the coach's smirk dissipates instantly. He realizes he has underestimated Zhou Ke, failing to regard him as a mere human being. No, he should not have viewed Zhou Ke as an ordinary player at all. This strategy was crafted for a human opponent. Yet Zhou Ke might as well be an extraterrestrial. The ball's triumphant entry into the basket silences the crowd, extinguishing the cheers of Spurs fans in an instant. The arena falls into a hushed stillness. After several seconds, the spectators finally regain their senses, their minds flooded with questions, erupting into astonished murmurs. What just happened? How is it possible for him to adjust midair? Shouldn't he be inspected? Though Zhou Ke's dunk was spectacular, the Spurs, being a formidable team, maintained their offensive rhythm. Avery Johnson brings the ball past half-court. Positioning himself at the top of the arc faced with D. Brown's defense, he employs a familiar tactic, seeking a screen from David Robinson. This time, he shakes off Brown, preparing to penetrate the lane, but suddenly, a figure emerges before him. It is Zhou Ke, wearing jersey number 16. Their eyes lock, neither willing to back down. With rapid dribbles, Avery Johnson suddenly shifts gears, driving towards Zhou Ke's right side. Goodbye, rookie. A smirk of confidence graces Johnson's face as he glances at Zhou Ke. Yet, Zhou Ke mirrors his expression, unfazed. Avery Johnson dismisses Zhou Ke's reaction, believing the rookie to be outmatched by his skill. Without hesitation, he charges towards the basket. "I'll show you a dunk." Just as he crouches to unleash a thunderous slam, he is met with an unexpected sight. As he drives inward, his teammates at the baseline begin retreating. Could they be celebrating my dunk prematurely? Surely that must be it. Chapter 67. The Rookie. This is the intensity of the NBA. In the next moment, he leaped high, swinging his arms to smash the basketball toward the hoop. "Where is my ball?" With a resounding bang, Avery Johnson's right hand struck the rim heavily. Yet his hands were empty. He had missed the ball entirely. The basketball had long been intercepted by Zhou Ke, who had stealthily snatched it away. Just as Avery Johnson attempted a feint, Zhou Ke's long, robust right hand accurately predicted his dribbling path. With a casual flick, the basketball was in his grasp. Bang! As Avery Johnson landed, his own basket was once again assaulted with a deafening thud. The camera shifted to the front court, where Zhou Ke executed a phantom-like steal, charging toward the front court with Wilkins desperately trailing behind. Despite Zhou Ke's fast dribbling, Wilkins could only watch as Zhou Ke's figure gradually disappeared toward the basket. Zhou Ke soared upward, rotating his arms, swinging the ball in a wide arc, his gaze almost level with the hoop. With a spectacular windmill dunk, the ball thundered through the rim. This dunk was nothing short of ferocious. The ball echoed as it was slammed into the hoop. 4-7. The Celtics had extended their lead to 3 points. As the gap widened further, though still within acceptable limits, the two commentators, who had been animated moments ago, fell into silence. The Spurs fans on the sidelines gradually cooled down as well. Beep. Below, Popovich, sensing the Celtics gaining momentum, called a timeout without hesitation. It could be said that the game had scarcely begun before Zhou Ke forced a stoppage. A three-pointer, 2 thunderous dunks. Zhou Ke had single-handedly accounted for all of his team's points. In addition, he had contributed a steal on defense, converting it into a score. On the Spurs bench, Popovich yelled at Avery Johnson, "Use your head while playing. If you can't think on the court, I believe the bench is more suited for you." After being scored on twice in quick succession, Popovich vented his frustration at Avery Johnson. Such a defensive breakdown leading to a fast break significantly impacted the team and Oppo's morale and rhythm. If they couldn't end Oppo's, he contained Zhou Ke on defense and remained silent on offense, the Spurs would undoubtedly suffer in their first game. My fault. After being reprimanded by Popovich, Avery could only lower his head in acknowledgement. Refusing to admit his mistake would surely result in a chilly reception from the old man. While enduring the scolding, Avery Johnson cast a fierce glance toward the opposite end of the court. He realized he needed to take action to deal with this rookie. "Zhou Ke, this is how it is. We need you to unleash your aggression." The camera shifted to the Celtics bench. ML Kyle first praised Zhou Ke, then pointed out the team and Oppo's defensive issues. "We need to limit David Robinson. He can score, but it must not come too easily. We need to ensure he pays a price for every point." David Robinson possessed a diverse array of offensive techniques in the paint, making it nearly impossible to fully contain him, but they could certainly make him work hard for his points. However, how to exhaust him? ML Kyle furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a strategy. "Coach, let Brett and Frank assist Alton. I will handle the perimeter offensive players." Just as ML was grappling with the dilemma, Zhou Ke suddenly interjected. "It is indeed challenging to completely shut down David Robinson in the paint, but every time he attempts to score, he must contend with 3 players over 2 meters tall. This is no trivial matter." ML Kyle's eyes lit up. Zhou Ke's insight was spot on. If they couldn't stop him, they could certainly tire him out. But with just you and D. Brown on the perimeter, that might be a bit difficult. "Don't worry, coach. Just ensure D. Brown takes care of his assignment, and I'll handle the rest," Zhou Ke replied calmly, his tone exuding confidence that inspired reassurance. Beep. The timeout quickly came to an end, and both teams returned to the court, having devised their strategies. Avery Johnson received the inbound pass and was taken aback to find himself unguarded. "No one is defending me? Why is everyone crowded in the paint? How dare they disregard me like this?" A wave of indignation surged within Avery Johnson. If he was being ignored, he would prove them wrong. Resolving to make a statement, he accelerated to the arc, preparing to shoot a jumper. Suddenly, he spotted the familiar figure before him. Once again, Avery Johnson faced off against Zhou Ke. What would be the outcome this time? Would Avery pass the ball, or would he attempt to score again? As the tension between the two players escalated, the commentators sprang back to life. "Rookie, are you here to defend me now?" Avery Johnson smirked, relishing the perfect opportunity for revenge. "Heaven has a path you do not tread. Hell has no doors, yet you charge in." Just as he had been longing for a chance to duel, This rookie had delivered himself right into his hands. He smirked, sneeringly stating, "You better brace yourself." Enough with the chatter. Let the ball do the talking. Zhou Ke dismissed Avery's provocation with a calm demeanor, simply responding, "I prefer to let my game speak for itself." Before Zhou Ke's words could fully register, Avery Johnson pressed the accelerator to the floor. He charged toward Zhou Ke with an acceleration almost identical to the last time. The difference this time was that he had no feint. He barreled straight at Zhou Ke. Seeking confrontation? A guard actively challenging a forward? A 190 centimeters Avery Johnson facing off against a towering 201 centimeters Zhou Ke? Though his opponent was a rookie, the disparity in physical attributes was glaring. This was akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Avery Johnson sprinted forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Zhou Ke. "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." This is the intensity of the league. As the two collided, taking advantage of the angle, Avery Johnson unleashed a fierce elbow toward Zhou Ke's abdomen while simultaneously targeting his knee with a swift lift. This dual assault aimed to incapacitate Zhou Ke for the season. "Farewell, young rookie. I shall visit you in the hospital." Chapter 68. Not a steal, but a heist. San Antonio, Texas, within the Alamodome. The San Antonio Spurs are fiercely battling against the formidable Boston Celtics. Is the so-called NBA-level defense merely a display of petty tricks? Avery Johnson believes his movements are subtle. Yet every action has been keenly observed by Zhou Ke. With a cold smile, Zhou Ke thinks, "You enjoy playing rough? Very well, I shall indulge you." However, being tough does not equate to being foolish. Receiving an elbow to the chest would be unwise, and Zhou Ke has his own methods to counter. Just as Avery Johnson's iron elbow is about to strike Zhou Ke, he slightly sidesteps, evading the blow effortlessly. Dodged? Coward. Avery Johnson sneers, seeing Zhou Ke evade him. Seizing the moment, he accelerates, seemingly leaving Zhou Ke behind. Yet, as he prepares to advance, he suddenly feels as though something has latched onto him, preventing any further movement. Confused, Avery Johnson turns to see Zhou Ke's chilling smirk. Following Zhou Ke's arm downwards, he discovers that Zhou Ke and Apos' long limbs have ensnared the basketball in his grasp like a vice. Attempting to snatch the ball from him, Avery Johnson feels belittled by this rookie's audacity. How could someone like him possibly take the ball from my hands? What a delusion. With a roar, Avery Johnson summons all his strength to yank the ball back. Yet, it feels as if the ball is nailed to the floor. Zhou Ke and Apos' grip is as steadfast as an anchor, leaving Avery Johnson sweating profusely, yet the ball remains unmoved. Observing Avery Johnson and Apos' comical struggle, Zhou Ke snorts, denying the referee an opportunity to call for a jump ball. With a slight exertion of his waist, Zhou Ke lifts the ball from Avery Johnson's embrace. A steal? No. It is more akin to a heist. Zhou Ke has effectively wrested the ball from Avery Johnson's clutches. Is this what NBA-level confrontation entails? It is indeed intense and robust. With the ball now in his possession, Zhou Ke does not rush into an attack. Instead, he turns back, smiling at Avery Johnson, delivering his response. Watching Zhou Ke retreat with the ball, Avery Johnson is engulfed in rage. Am I truly being looked down upon by a novice? What does he mean by that? Before Avery Johnson can fully comprehend Zhou Ke's words, the Celtics, under Zhou Ke's influence, score again, widening the gap. Is this fellow raised on beef? What an absurd display of strength. Oh my. Zhou Ke is nothing short of a bandit on the court, while Avery Johnson stands as a defenseless lamb. The commentators are once again astonished by Zhou Ke's extraordinary performance. Previously, they had never witnessed such a steal. With this basket, Boston's lead has expanded to 5 points, gaining a significant upper hand. The Spurs have failed to score for 3 consecutive possessions, while the Celtics, inspired by Zhou Ke, consistently capitalize on fast breaks. Pass the ball more, fellas. Spurs coach Popovich shouts from the sidelines. Perhaps his words have had an effect, as Wilkins receives a quick pass from Avery Johnson and successfully sinks a mid-range shot, halting the Spurs slump. After delivering the assist, Avery deliberately circles in front of Zhou Ke, making his intentions clear. What? Trying to outdo my passing? In the face of this provocation, Zhou Ke has never known fear. On the Celtics' offensive end, D. Brown brings the ball up the court and quickly finds Zhou Ke, delivering it into his hands. Beyond the three-point arc, Zhou Ke assesses the Spurs' defensive formation. Wilkins is assigned to guard him, with Sean Elliott providing right-side support and Avery Johnson on the left. After gauging the situation, Zhou Ke feigns a jump shot, easily deceiving Wilkins, and then charges left, intent on confronting Avery Johnson. Once again, the two are at odds, but can Avery Johnson reclaim his honor? As a competent NBA starting guard, He certainly possesses the capability to do so. Yet, Zhou Ke can assure you that such a possibility is non-existent. In a duel with me, Zhou Ke, you will only lose more. At the top of the arc, Zhou Ke holds the ball, facing the basket. After a series of crossovers, he has fully seized the rhythm of the offense. With a sudden change of pace, Zhou Ke pretends to drive past Avery Johnson on the right. You won't get past me. Avery Johnson strains every muscle, determined to thwart Zhou Ke's advance. Simultaneously, he extends his right hand, attempting to steal the ball. Just as he is about to make contact, Zhou Ke performs a quick retreat, evading the steal and creating space. In that moment, Zhou Ke could easily take a shot. However, he opts for a feigned hesitation, projecting an image of uncertainty. As expected, seeing Zhou Ke pause, Avery Johnson hastily accelerates, lunging forward. But just as his front foot leaves the ground, Zhou Ke executes another crossover and slips past him. Avery Johnson wishes to recover. But he is not a bird. He cannot change direction in midair. He can only watch helplessly as Zhou Ke drives towards the basket. Underneath the hoop, David Robinson stands poised, eyes fixed on the advancing Zhou Ke, determined to reclaim his pride. Should Zhou Ke dare approach again, he will not only be denied a block, but will also be knocked to the ground. Zhou Ke will not score over me again. Boom. Faced with David Robinson once more, Zhou Ke shows no inclination to evade, soaring into the air like a firework. In mid-flight, Zhou Ke even performs a flamboyant behind-the-back maneuver. Chapter 69. A dazzling display of skill. It turned out to be an elbow pass. This flamboyant maneuver sent David Robinson, who was positioned under the basket, into a furious rage. A rookie, indeed, had shown a complete lack of self-respect. How dare he perform such antics right in front of him? The title of one of the four great centers is not just for show. As Zhou Ke faced the incoming David Robinson, he leaped without hesitation, extending his enormous hand to swat at Zhou Ke. At that moment, the audience, commentators, and cameras all focused intently on the action unfolding. Faced with Robinson's formidable block, Zhou Ke showed not the slightest inclination to evade. Instead, he boldly aimed his hand directly at Robinson's. Was this arrogance beyond measure? Was he really attempting to deliver a challenge to the inevitable block? Everyone in the arena, including Robinson, found Zhou Ke's decision perplexing. This was surely a recipe for being swatted. Robinson's thoughts echoed the crowd's sentiments. Damn it, that insufferable rookie. David Robinson brought his mighty hand down with force. But to his astonishment, he felt no familiar impact. What was happening? As he peered closer, he realized with disbelief that there was no ball in his hand. Where had it gone? Even the cameramen were bewildered. The cameras had been trained on the action the entire time. Zhou Ke had once again performed a magic trick, prompting suggestions for the league to investigate him for seemingly playing with an unfair advantage under the guise of passing. Suddenly, the ball appeared, outside the three-point line. Near D. Brown, unguarded and with ease, he sank a three-pointer. What the hell? How did that ball end up in D. Brown's hands? What had transpired? Could someone explain this? In the stands, the two commentators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Yet, the scoreboard confirmed the reality of the situation. That moment brought back memories of Zhou Ke's magical display during the NCAA, which still captivates fans, becoming one of the iconic assists in NCAA history. However, the mystery surrounding how Zhou Ke executed that play remains unresolved, a true enigma in NCAA lore. What on earth had just happened? Only the footage could provide clarity. The on-site cameramen and technical crew swiftly coordinated nearly 100 camera angles, finally uncovering the secret behind the pass. Moments later, thousands of fans focused their attention on the electronic screen in the Alamo Dome, where the replay of Zhou Ke's instantaneous pass was being shown. The enigma was finally unraveled. In the video, Zhou Ke leaped, feigning a behind-the-back dunk. Yet, it was precisely during this feint that he executed the quick pass, utilizing his body as a shield. He slyly concealed the ball behind him, then with a gentle elbow flick, he sent the ball sailing beyond the three-point line. Everyone's gaze was fixated on his flamboyant gesture, oblivious to the fact that he had already passed the ball. Unbelievable. An elbow pass. This innovative maneuver was simply brilliant. Amazing indeed. His creativity surpassed even that of the legendary Magic Johnson. Oh my goodness. So that was how he passed. It was evident that this would undoubtedly be a top 10 play. Even in the visiting arena, fans erupted in a chorus of astonished cheers. This play was simply breathtaking, a true spectacle on the court. Let us take a moment to appreciate just how formidable Zhou Ke was during this offensive sequence. He first deceived Avery Johnson, then outsmarted David Robinson, culminating in that extraordinary elbow pass. Zhou Ke's offensive prowess was overflowing. Moreover, on the defensive end, Zhou Ke was equally a towering presence in the minds of the Spurs players. For the first time, the two commentators lavished praise upon Zhou Ke. His skills had won them over. After absorbing the cheers from the fans and commentators, let us redirect our attention to the court. As Zhou Ke transitioned back on defense, he casually brushed past Avery Johnson. Johnson's face was a picture of frustration, lips pressed tightly together in silence. Defense, offense, and even passing, he felt utterly outmatched. In truth, Avery Johnson had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Zhou Ke. Yet, his nightmare was far from over. On the defensive end, Zhou Ke immediately called for a high pick-and-roll, seeking a matchup with Avery Johnson. It was not personal. He had merely heard that Johnson might be feeling defiant. At the top of the arc, Zhou Ke held the ball, casually glancing at the defensive Avery Johnson, only to notice something alarming. His legs were quivering uncontrollably. The relentless education on both ends of the court had gradually sapped the pride from Avery Johnson, and now, facing Zhou Ke, the sweat pouring from his brow was a testament to his inner turmoil, fear, and trepidation. Had he known this would be the outcome, perhaps he would have reconsidered his approach. The higher he once soared, the harder he now fell. However, Zhou Ke showed no signs of mercy. Ignoring Johnson's presence, he raised his hand for a three-pointer without hesitation. The once confident Johnson, now stripped of his defensive vigor, dared not challenge Zhou Ke, fearing yet another humiliating feint. The number of times he had been outmaneuvered could easily fill a highlight reel. Swish. Zhou Ke launched a pinpoint three-pointer from beyond the arc. It was a lethal shot, both destructive and demoralizing. As the first quarter drew to a close, Zhou Ke's relentless assault widened the gap between the two teams. With that three-pointer, the score reached 33-21, marking the first double-digit lead. Open your hands. This is no mere scrimmage. On the sidelines, Popovich was incensed upon witnessing Avery Johnson and Oppo's lackluster defensive effort. In his eyes, being unable to guard or being faked out was acceptable, but losing one and Oppo's intensity was unforgivable. Yet, Avery Johnson was so thoroughly rattled by Zhou Ke that he lacked the courage to step up defensively. To protect Johnson's confidence, Popovich promptly substituted him out. In a regular season game, allowing the starting point guard to be mentally shattered was simply unacceptable. Chapter 70. The connection with Zhou Ke. The higher he throws, the higher he can soar. If I am not mistaken, the Spurs have substituted Avery Johnson. After being thoroughly overwhelmed on both ends of the court, Popovich has finally made a change, replacing Avery Johnson with Vinny Del Negro, though it remains uncertain whether this will bring about a transformation for the Spurs. On the sidelines, Zhou Ke smiled and waved goodbye to the dejected Avery Johnson as he walked towards the bench, who returned in silence, his head hung low. After such a long tenure in the NBA, he found himself utterly defeated by a rookie. Just the thought of every confrontation with Zhou Ke sent waves of dread through him. This undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to his confidence. Witnessing Avery Johnson and Oppo's crushed demeanor, Popovich felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from further criticism, fearing it might lead to a complete mental breakdown. However, for Avery Johnson, the silver lining in this unfortunate situation was that he was finally substituted out, escaping the torment. Furthermore, he might soon find a fellow teammate equally questioning their existence on the court. As it turned out, the situation unfolded precisely as Avery Johnson had predicted. With Vinny Del Negro's entry, it was merely a change of players, with Zhou Ke now targeting a new victim. Under Zhou Ke's stellar performance, the Celtics launched a 7-2 run. As the first quarter concluded, the Celtics held a 14-point lead, 38-24, as they entered the second quarter. During the break, Popovich found himself in a quandary. The strategies he had meticulously arranged had proven ineffective against Zhou Ke. It was becoming increasingly difficult for any player to contain him on the defensive end. Suddenly, Popovich had a flash of inspiration. A bold idea emerged. If it was indeed challenging to restrict him, why not simply allow him to score alone, severing his connection with his teammates? Although this strategy carried substantial risk, the Spurs could not afford to continue playing as they had in the first quarter without making adjustments. Otherwise, they would surely suffer their first defeat of the new season on home soil. In such a predicament, why not take a leap of faith? If the defense could alleviate some issues, there was no need to worry about the offense, especially with David Robinson providing support beneath the basket. Perhaps reversing the situation was not an impossible task. Our offense is commendable, and our defense is decent, yet there are areas for improvement. David Robinson draws too much defensive attention, leaving their perimeter shooters too comfortable. This is something we need to address. On the other end of the court, ML Kyle was sketching a circle on the tactical board in the paint. In the second quarter, they would undoubtedly focus on leveraging David Robinson, as that was their sole avenue to create opportunities, and they had to contain him at all costs. Coach, perhaps I can take on the responsibility of guarding David. Zhou Ke, having taken a sip of water, continued, this way, we 1T need 3 players to double-team him, and consequently, the perimeter 1T be left too exposed. You intend to single-cover David Robinson? Upon hearing Zhou Ke's suggestion, ML Kyle was momentarily taken aback, his tone tinged with disbelief. It was not that he doubted Zhou Ke, but rather that Admiral Robinson was notoriously challenging to handle if he were easy to manage. He wouldn't rank among the elite centers. David Robinson might be the least distinctive among the top 4 centers. He lacks the sheer power of Shaquille O'Neal, the footwork of Hakeem Olajuwon, or the finesse of Patrick Ewing. Yet, he is the most versatile in terms of offensive skills, be it post moves or mid-range shooting. He can effortlessly find the hoop. More crucially, he stands over 10 centimeters taller than Zhou Ke, and height plays a pivotal role in the battles within the paint. Let us give it a try. How will we know without testing it? Zhou Ke set down his water, his tone calm yet brimming with confidence. ML Kyle surveyed the Celtics lineup and realized that apart from Zhou Ke, there were no other viable options to contain David Robinson. The intermission concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. The Spurs held the offensive rights for the first possession of the second quarter, with Vinny Del Negro bringing the ball up. David Robinson stepped forward to set a quality screen, then quickly rolled to the basket. Seizing the moment, Vinny Del Negro delivered a swift bounce pass to David Robinson. Upon receiving the pass, Robinson took 3 steps, then leapt towards the basket with the ferocity of a descending tiger, projecting an imposing aura. This high-quality pick-and-roll was the Spurs and Oppos' go-to tactic, often yielding favorable results. Just as David Robinson was about to execute one of his signature dunks, a flash of the player in the number 16 jersey appeared before him. Zhou Ke's hands moved like a specter, swiftly cutting off Robinson's opportunity before he could react. With a resounding smack, Zhou Ke executed a steal. It was Zhou Ke. Once again, he was everywhere. Zhou Ke successfully intercepted the ball from David Robinson. The commentators on the sidelines were once more astonished by Zhou Ke's performance. A rookie had just stolen the ball from David Robinson. After the steal, Zhou Ke swiftly passed the ball to D. Brown, stationed beyond the arc. Brown received the pass and sprinted towards the front court. Zhou Ke rushed in closely behind, and together they surged towards the Spurs half. The Spurs players could only stand frozen in disbelief, unable to mount a defense in time. D. Brown reached the basket and launched the ball high into the air. But perhaps due to the speed of his approach or excessive force, it seemed destined to sail over the backboard. A turnover? Was that a miscue? Who could catch something thrown that high? A miscue? Not at all. Let me tell you who can catch it. With a mighty leap, Zhou Ke soared into the air, akin to a jet taking flight, and grasped the seemingly unreachable ball. With a thunderous slam, he emphatically dunked the basketball into the hoop. What is this? Is he leaping high enough to pluck stars from the sky? Goodness, I clearly saw him nearly grazing the rim. An astounding connection. One dared to throw, and the other indeed caught it. As the second quarter commenced, the Celtics continued their fiery momentum from the first quarter, initiating the sequence with an emphatic dunk. Chapter 71. Dare to try and perish. This is how it must be done. They cannot guard against you. Joe, maintain that aggression. On the sidelines, ML Kyle fervently waved his arms. As Zhou Ke entered the court, he unleashed a barrage against the Spurs, a thunderous dunk that utterly crushed their momentum. This was not good. Although I cherish San Antonio and the Spurs, I could not help but marvel at that play. Nevertheless, the resilient Spurs did not choose to surrender. On the offensive end, Zhou Ke focused on defending David Robinson. After being suppressed throughout the first quarter, Wilkins finally found an opportunity for a one-on-one. Receiving a pass from Vinny Dinate, Wilkins executed a rapid drive, feigning an attack into the paint. Frank Brickowski, who came to help, was too slow and was easily bypassed. Wilkins advanced to mid-range and made a confident shot. It seemed he was declaring to Zhou Ke and the Celtics that the Spurs had not conceded defeat. Remember our defensive strategy. Stick to it, shouted Popovich from the sidelines. After delivering his command, his gaze returned to Zhou Ke, dribbling the ball. I am eager to see just how great your potential is when unleashed. What tricks has this old man devised? Regardless of his fancy tactics, not even the arrival of Jesus himself can stop my quest for a consecutive victory tonight. With the ball in hand, Zhou Ke swiftly advanced to the front court, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Why has no one come up to apply pressure? Observing Vinny Dinate stationed at the three-point line, Zhou Ke felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, As soon as I crossed half-court, wouldn't they start double-teaming me? Since they are not, I shall make them pay. Standing on the Spurs' home logo, Zhou Ke raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. The ball soared, a perfect arc traced against the dome of the Alamo Dome. Swish. The ball cleanly brushed through the net. The logo three-pointer has arrived. However, it seemed the Spurs had anticipated this outcome, showing no signs of surprise, and immediately initiated a defensive counterattack. Vinny Dinate quickly brought the ball up the court and sent a long pass directly to David Robinson under the basket. David Robinson received the ball, his back to the hoop, with Zhou Ke defending behind him. This was their first direct confrontation. The other Spurs players seemed to understand the situation and pulled back to the perimeter, creating space for the two to engage in a one-on-one. You can't guard me, kid. Your fingers can't even reach my arm. David Robinson scoffed, his towering height of 216 centimeters and wingspan of 224 centimeters providing him a significant advantage over Zhou Ke. Only trying will reveal the truth. Zhou Ke replied calmly, showing no fear. Dare to try and perish. You will soon pay for your arrogance. Just because I can't stop you defensively doesn't mean I can't explode offensively. In his familiar territory, David Robinson brimmed with confidence, eager to reclaim the ground he had lost. Before he could finish his thought, Robinson exploded into action, squatting low to exploit his height advantage and overpower Zhou Ke. Having battled muscular giants like Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone in the paint, he would not take a rookie lightly, especially not one with inferior physical attributes. Yet in the next moment, David Robinson was met with an unexpected resistance. Zhou Ke stood firm, unyielding as a mountain. Robinson, incredulous, pushed against him several times, but to no avail. Zhou Ke's lower body strength utterly overwhelmed him. This terrifying force made Robinson's back feel a chill. How could this rookie possess such incredible power? What does it matter if I am strong? Basketball requires intelligence. Realizing brute strength wouldn't work, David Robinson attempted a deceptive half-turn for a hook shot. In terms of offensive techniques in the paint, he would claim the second spot, with no one daring to claim the first. Yet he underestimated Zhou Ke's ability to see through his every move. Damn it. The continuous fakes not only failed to create any shooting space, but also left Robinson disoriented. As the shot clock ticked down, it seemed Zhou Ke would force him into a violation. With no other options, David Robinson resorted to a dream shake. Seizing a momentary window, he managed to create a sliver of space for a shot. The opportunity presented itself as David Robinson went for a low layup to finish. 2 points to crack. Just as the ball left his hands, a yellow flash suddenly surged forward. Accompanying it was a swift, thunderous slap. The ball, barely airborne, was snatched from the air by Zhou Ke's outstretched hand. David Robinson was denied by Zhou Ke's defense. The speed of his reaction was unbelievable. Although I had witnessed his speed in the NCAA in preseason, this was against the Admiral, David Robinson. Zhou Ke had once again activated his Reaper mode. Is this game destined to be harvested by Zhou Ke? The two commentators by the sidelines were utterly captivated by Zhou Ke's performance. Which fan wouldn't admire such a star? On the court, David Robinson stood frozen, a chill creeping up his spine as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. What just happened? I clearly had him faked out. When did he close in on me? Having tested the waters and found them favorable, David Robinson felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he was met with Zhou Ke's innocuous smile. Damn. The fire of indignation flared within David Robinson. Let us go again. The ball had been swatted away. Yet the Spurs retained possession. David Robinson, undeterred, backed up and signaled his teammate to clear out. He was determined to take on this rookie, the great center. The Admiral, David Robinson, could not accept being denied by a mere novice. Bring it on. I am not afraid of you. Facing David Robinson's renewed challenge, Zhou Ke stood resolute, ready to engage. Whether on offense or defense, Zhou Ke had never known fear. Chapter 72, The Untouched Record of the Divine City. In the United States, at the home of the San Antonio Spurs, the Alamo Dome is alive with fervor. The atmosphere reaches a crescendo as fans wave their shirts and roar in unison. David, dominate this kid. This is your territory. One mistake does not define you. Overpower him. Dunk over him, David. The ecstatic Spurs fans scream, with some overly enthusiastic supporters even shedding their shirts, dancing wildly in celebration. The gaze of thousands of fans, along with the dazzling laser lights, is fixed on the fierce clash between Zhou Ke and David Robinson. I'm placing my bets on Zhou Ke. We've just witnessed his extraordinary physical prowess. It's historic. A faction of Spurs fans, captivated by Zhou Ke's performance, begins to cheer for him instead. This is the respect that a true champion deserves. It is not bestowed by others, but earned through one's own efforts. The tension on the court escalates to its peak. The sound of the bouncing ball echoing like the heartbeat of David Robinson. Suddenly, like a bull ready to charge, Robinson gathers his strength and barrels into the paint. Faced with the oncoming force of Robinson, Zhou Ke shows no fear and stands his ground. If you want to confront, then confront. Come on, baby. Robinson leaps, aiming to dunk over Zhou Ke. The two collide midair with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of their clash causes Robinson to teeter, on the verge of losing his balance. However, the true challenge lies before him, Zhou Ke. In the face of this confrontation, Zhou Ke remains unyielding. Standing tall like a deity before Robinson, his massive hands swoop down upon the basketball in Robinson's grasp, resulting in a resounding crack that reverberates throughout the arena. The uproar from the crowd drowns out the sound of the impact, and for several seconds, the Alamo Dome is engulfed in stunned silence. Moments later, cries of exhilaration erupt. The arena bursts into a frenzy, the atmosphere reaching a boiling point. Can you believe it? I certainly cannot. The commentators exchange bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Who would dare to believe this? It's utterly incredible. The fans' cheers continue to echo for several seconds before gradually subsiding. But the temperature of the crowd is not the only thing cooling down. The momentum of the Spurs has been shattered. After this pivotal moment, the Spurs, who had fought valiantly throughout the first quarter, finally break under pressure. In stark contrast, the Celtics surge forward, their momentum akin to a relentless tide. If they lose their drive, it would surely signal defeat. The Spurs exemplify this truth as Wilkins misses a mid-range shot, concluding a torturous offensive sequence. Little do they know, this was merely the beginning of their trials. Zhou Ke resumes his spectacular display, launching a barrage of unreasonable three-pointers and thunderous dunks. By halftime, the score is 68-33, a staggering 30-point deficit, signaling a potential blowout. In less than half a game, Zhou Ke has filled the stat sheet: 31 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. Remarkably, there are still minutes left before halftime, and he has already amassed a score that others might not achieve in an entire game. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Popovich waves his hand decisively, substituting all the starters. Before halftime has even arrived, he concedes defeat. Witnessing the Spurs' withdrawal, MLK also refrains from exploiting the situation, opting to field an all-bench lineup. And the game officially enters garbage time. Zhou Ke's statistics remain at this impressive tally. In this season opener for the Spurs, they have been utterly outclassed by Zhou Ke in just one half. This marks the largest halftime deficit in the history of the Spurs. It is hard to accept, yet it is the undeniable truth. Zhou Ke's individual score is nearly equal to the entirety of the Spurs' points. Even with the formidable David Robinson, the Spurs find themselves overwhelmed and vanquished in just 2 quarters. The commentators are at a loss for words to convey their astonishment, if not sheer terror. The torturous ordeal for the Spurs finally comes to an end. However, it must be said that apart from Zhou Ke, the Celtics roster seems barely capable of competing even against a developmental league team. The Spurs bench manages to narrow the gap to 13 points. The final score reads 123-110, with the Celtics claiming their second victory of the season. This also marks their first away win of the year. Prior to the game, no one had high hopes for this green team, yet they have proven their critics wrong in spectacular fashion against the formidable Western powerhouses San Antonio Spurs. Led by David Robinson and Wilkins, they exhibited remarkable prowess, clinching the game in less than half a match. This is an extraordinary contest. OMG. Although I had anticipated this outcome, I still find it hard to believe. Meanwhile, one of the commentators hands over a piece of information, clutching the document. Both commentators and oppos' hands tremble involuntarily, as if they are holding something revolutionary. Zhou Ke, the prodigy from Huaxia, he has once again created a miracle. In less than half a game, he has recorded 31 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. It is yet another game scoring over 30. He has become the highest scoring rookie in NBA history for a half, achieving this milestone faster than any other athlete. Even the legendary Michael Jordan never touched this record. We are witnessing the birth of a legendary player. This prodigy from Huaxia is hard to fathom, even with the undeniable evidence in hand. I still question whether this is a dream. Another commentator interjects. Before the game, we harbored doubts about Zhou Ke and his team, attributing their previous victory to luck. However, Zhou Ke has demonstrated with his skill that this is his true capability. In just one half, he has achieved such a remarkable feat. Who knows what terrifying results might ensue if he battles until the final moment. Chapter 73. This is called high emotional intelligence. In merely the first 2 games of his career, Zhou Ke has unequivocally showcased his exceptional talent. No one can fathom the sheer terror that a fully unleashed Zhou Ke can evoke. In these 2 matches, he shattered 2 records, an achievement that even the basketball deity Michael Jordan never attained. Zhou Ke is embarking on the first steps of his legendary journey in his own distinctive manner. If, after the last game, some still questioned Zhou Ke and Oppo's prowess by attributing it to luck, those doubts have been decisively silenced. Despite being an away game, the fans in attendance showered Zhou Ke with fervent applause, not for any other reason but for the visual feast he provided. I have nothing to say. Our strategies failed to manifest as intended, and that is the root of our defeat. After the match, Coach Popovich expressed his exasperation to reporters, admitting, "Yet I firmly believe my tactics are sound. The issue lies with Zhou. He does not play like a rookie at all." The fact that Popovich would utter such words speaks volumes about the Zhou Ke inspired during the game. We were vanquished by a rookie. It is as simple as that. Next time, I will not allow this young man such comfort. With those words, Popovich strode towards the players' tunnel. Please, do not ask me that question, my friend. Did you not see? I simply could not contain that young man. Avery Johnson and Oppo's expression contorted in agony upon hearing Zhou Ke and Oppo's name. I feel unqualified to comment on him. As you witnessed, I was utterly defenseless. The reporter, undeterred by Johnson and Oppo's evident discomfort, pressed on, who, in your opinion, can possibly guard Zhou Ke? I do not know. Hey, buddy, I just said. Do not ask me that question again. With that, Avery Johnson, visibly pained, turned and hurriedly left the scene. This game will indelibly mark his NBA career. For he was thoroughly overwhelmed by a rookie. He is a remarkably gifted young man, but that is where it ends. Similarly, during his interview, David Robinson expressed his indignation. Next time we meet, I will show this young man what it means to be seasoned. Although Robinson was clearly overwhelmed by Zhou Ke and Oppo's performance in this match, he still felt compelled to assert his pride. After all, who would disregard the stature of one of the league and Oppo's legendary centers? As the Spurs players dispersed, the cameras turned to the victorious Celtics, who celebrated their consecutive wins. Our strategy is to ensure Zhou Ke receives the ball comfortably, allowing him to execute and score that wretched basketball. Coach ML Kerr appeared elated, having transformed the team from last season and Oppo's underperformers to a formidable force this season. It is evident that our tactical arrangements were entirely appropriate. The results speak for themselves. He is the engine and mastermind of our offense, as well as a stalwart on defense. We have witnessed Zhou Ke's outstanding performance. If we wish to secure more victories, we must entrust greater responsibility to Zhou Ke. He will provide us with the right answers. Following these 2 games, ML Kerr seems to have discovered the formula for success. Let Zhou Ke take charge. Let him dominate. Let him control the ball. In essence, just pass the ball to Zhou Ke. Kerr's remarks unmistakably conveyed a message to reporters from this night onward. Zhou Ke is the team's singular deity, despite Zhou Ke's undeniable excellence. The decision to hinge the team's future upon this young talent after just 2 games is a gamble that left the journalists astonished. Playing alongside Zhou Ke is a delight. He can deliver the ball into your hands effortlessly at any moment, aiding teammates in scoring. When the team finds itself in distress, unable to score, Zhou Ke reveals his capabilities and leads us to victory. In short, as long as Zhou Ke is on the court, we shall not taste defeat. Post-match, D. Brown has become an ardent admirer of Zhou Ke, his admiration surpassing even that for Jordan. That elbow pass today left D. Brown utterly captivated. During interviews, he lavished every conceivable compliment upon Zhou Ke. Yet, these interviews were merely appetizers. The main event was yet to unfold. Zhou, this is your 2nd game. Your first away game, and you delivered a historic performance while breaking records yet again. What are your thoughts? After a barrage of questions, the reporters fell silent, collectively awaiting Zhou Ke's response, eager to hear what pearls of wisdom the master of Versailles would bestow upon them tonight. Thank you for acknowledging the records I have broken. However, to be frank, I have not given them much thought and possess no particular feelings about it, Zhou Ke replied, his tone unperturbed. Here it comes again. The familiar Versailles charm. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's response, the reporters immediately began scribbling in their notebooks. As for the second question, I believe there is no basis for comparison. The opponents I face and the teammates I have are different. These factors cannot be disregarded. Zhou Ke continued, showcasing his high emotional intelligence. This question was clearly a trap laid by the reporters. No matter how he responded, he would inevitably face criticism. If he answered poorly, He might even incur the wrath of seasoned fans. However, based on the statistics, your performance surpasses that of Michael's. Does this not imply that your abilities exceed his? A reporter, undeterred by Zhou Ke's eloquence, sought to provoke further discussion. Can a player's abilities truly be measured solely by statistics? Zhou Ke retorted, maintaining his composure amidst their probing. Chapter 74. Hesitation leads to defeat. When questioned by Zhou Ke, the reporter was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a rookie? His responses were more astute than many seasoned veterans, leaving no room for error. Are there any further questions? Yes. A female journalist promptly retrieved a small notebook from her bag, and Zhou Ke glanced over to see it densely filled with inquiries. Dismayed, he internally chastised himself for not simply exiting the scene. During the first quarter, you focused on Avery Johnson on both offense and defense. What was the rationale behind this? Throughout that initial period, Zhou Ke had consistently matched up against Avery Johnson, which certainly raised questions in the minds of the reporters. Did you perceive Avery Johnson's defense to be the weakest on the Spurs? Targeting a single player generally implies a belief that their defensive capabilities are lacking. Was there a personal vendetta at play? No. Zhou Ke promptly refuted, smiling as he elaborated. After every basket, Avery Johnson seems eager to showcase his prowess. As if to convey to me, the rookie, what true NBA competition entails. There is a saying in China, and oppos. Courtesy demands reciprocity. And oppos. So, you understand. Zhou Ke raised an eyebrow in jest. A seemingly innocuous gesture that sent chills down the spines of all present reporters. This rookie was formidable. The appropriate response to provocation was to overshadow one's opponent. Seizing the moment while the reporters were still in shock, Zhou Ke made a swift exit. With so many questions left unasked, was he planning to linger indefinitely? By the time the crowd regained their composure, they found Zhou Ke had vanished without a trace. In Dallas, at the American Airlines Center, Allen Iverson faced the press with a defiant glint in his eye, brimming with confidence. Why such assurance? Just moments earlier, under Iverson and Oppos' leadership, the Mavericks had achieved a stunning upset against the formidable Utah Jazz, a team considered a strong contender for the championship this season. Iverson, the rookie, had single-handedly scored 35 points and provided 5 assists, leading his team to a narrow 112-109 victory over the Jazz. The Mavericks had thus commenced their season with a promising start. Joe? He is indeed impressive. But I will assert to everyone that I am still the one deserving of the number 1 pick, Allen Iverson. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine on the NBA stage. Undoubtedly, Iverson was declaring war on Zhou Ke. After suffering defeats to Zhou in the NCAA and the draft, this time, Iverson was determined to retaliate fiercely. As for the Rookie of the Year, please inform Zhou that I will not relinquish it easily. Meanwhile, news from the Minnesota Timberwolves was equally promising. Stephon Marbury had finally erupted in his second career game, showcasing his lethal scoring ability with 26 points and 4 assists. Joining forces with Kevin Garnett to dismantle the Golden State Warriors. Who said the Rookie of the Year belonged to Zhou Ke? I have yet to agree. After the game, Marbury also threw down the gauntlet to Zhou Ke. The best rookie is reserved for the most exceptional rookie, and that is undoubtedly me. With both old rivals simultaneously challenging Zhou Ke, the tension had ignited fiercely even before the season had fully unfolded. That night, Zhou Ke once again dominated the headlines. His remarkable performances over the past 2 games had propelled him to a level of popularity rivaling that of Michael Jordan, making him the most discussed sports figure in Boston. Beyond the United States and Boston, across the ocean in China, a wave of excitement had also surged. Zhou Ke and Oppos' influence was steadily expanding. As Zhou Ke and Oppos' popularity soared, Nike finally ceased hesitating and reached out to him with a lucrative 3-year contract worth $1,000,000 plus $3,000,000. If Zhou Ke were to make it to the All-Star game in the future, he would receive the remaining $3,000,000. What do you think of Nike's offer? I suggest we don and Oppos. To consider it for now, Bill Rafferty stated, presenting a host of data. This level of sincerity is frankly beneath us. Are they trying to treat me like a child laborer? Zhou Ke scoffed, ignoring the offer entirely. This level of respect is rather insulting. However, we can utilize this information. Understood. Bill Rafferty nodded in agreement. Soon, news began to circulate among fans. Did you hear? Zhou Ke rejected a Nike endorsement deal worth $20 million over 4 years. Is that true? I heard it was $20 million for 3 years. Perhaps we can no longer afford to wait. In Europe, at the Adidas headquarters, Herbert Hainer, then vice president of Adidas, lit a cigar. Hesitation leads to defeat. We cannot allow them to get ahead of us. We have already secured several stars. If we can also acquire this rising star, our future will be bright. Contact him immediately. In the United States, as Zhou Ke and Oppo's record-breaking streak continued, another explosive piece of news erupted across American media. Renowned sports brand Adidas expressed interest in signing Zhou Ke for 4 years at $40 million, nearly $10 million per year for endorsement. A rookie, just a rookie, commanding an endorsement fee that far surpassed many NBA superstars. Moreover, Adidas intended to launch a personal signature shoe for Zhou Ke, promising him a 10% stake in the profits. The offer was overflowing with sincerity. Seeing Adidas extend such a generous contract, numerous NBA stars transformed into envious commentators. Hey, Adidas, if you could offer me such terms, I would endorse you for a lifetime. Scottie Pippen quipped on Twitter. Are you all insane? This is merely a rookie. Charles Barkley chimed in, only to regret his words moments later, realizing he should not have meddled in Zhou Ke and Oppo's affairs. Buddy, you shouldn't and Oppo's concern yourself with Zhou Ke. You should first deal with your own issues. Where and Oppo's your mule? Why has and Oppo's that been resolved yet? Can and Oppo's you handle it like a man? Have you not received my mule? It has been days. As Barkley posted a tweet, he was immediately inundated with backlash from netizens. What do you think, Zhou? Bill Rafferty inquired, gazing intently at Zhou Ke, awaiting his response. Chapter 75. This is the true NBA. There's no need to rush, Zhou Ke remarked, lifting the champagne from the table and taking a delicate sip. This proposal still falls short of my expectations. Short of expectations? Bill Laimbeer's ears perked up at this assertion. You must realize you are merely a rookie, having played only 2 games. This contract is akin to Jordan's. If he weren't your agent, he would have certainly shouted, "What are you thinking?" However, seeing the unwavering confidence in Zhou Ke's eyes, Laimbeer understood that he was not jesting. Very well, let this matter rest for now. You handle your affairs. I have some matters to attend to, Zhou Ke stated before turning to leave. Handle it? How am I to handle this? You're rejecting such a substantial contract. Laimbeer was drenched in sweat. How could he deal with a player who dismisses such a lucrative offer? After years in the agent business, encountering someone as audacious as Zhou Ke was an unprecedented experience. After 2 days of games, the team found itself with a brief respite, having achieved consecutive victories. MLK had granted everyone a day off to celebrate. The North Shore Garden was eerily quiet, lacking its usual vibrant atmosphere. Yet, amidst the silence, the rhythmic sound of a basketball echoed through the empty arena, where the number 16 jersey glistened with sweat. Thud, 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 swish. A three-pointer swished through the net. The empty hall reverberated with the crisp sound of the net. Whoosh, whoosh, swish. A flawless 100 out of 100. Tears soaked through his number 16 jersey. Even in this rare moment of leisure, he could not afford to rest. Finally stepping into the hall of his dreams, he must leave a mark. Otherwise, what would be the point of this journey? 2 consecutive victories were merely a stepping stone, not his ultimate goal. Swish, swish, swish. Each three-pointer sliced through the air. The resounding swish captivating every basketball enthusiast. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone jolted Zhou Ke from his reverie. It was Suya calling. As he glanced at the screen, he paused for a moment, realizing he had missed them during his time in Boston. Hello, Zhou Ke, her gentle voice flowed through the receiver, sending a wave of warmth through him. Zhou Ke, is that you? Why are you silent? I'm here. The signal was poor, he quickly replied, regaining his composure. Are you enjoying your time in Boston? Are you finding the food agreeable? Do you feel lonely? Do you? Suya's tone was filled with concern. Her voice slightly choked with emotion. Do you miss me? She inquired, her voice a blend of inquiry and hope. Do you? Came Suya's voice again. Zhou Ke stood still for a moment, slowly lowering the phone from his ear, disbelief washing over him as he turned around. You little rascal. You arrived here without inviting me for a meal? You thought you could escape once in Boston? Zhou Ke, your favorite dish is here, she teased. It and Oppo's, it's been so long. I and Oppo's, missed you. In that succinct exchange lay a multitude of unspoken emotions, the weight of countless days apart. Zhou Ke could see the glistening tears in Suya and Oppo's eyes. Yet she strove to smile, determined not to let him witness her sorrow. Uncle, Suya, Uncle Yang, why are you all here? Having arrived alone in America. Zhou Ke had never felt so lost as he did in that moment, as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing, frozen in place. Zhou, how could you forget about me? Orbach emerged, a cigar in hand, wearing a broad smile. Zhou, no wonder you're so talented. You've been quietly working hard while we were oblivious, and now you've surpassed us, Haven T you? You've been sneaking in extra practice, and now I've caught you. Suddenly, the entire team materialized before Zhou Ke. You all? Zhou Ke was taken aback. Happy birthday, Zhou. Happy birthday. Young man, happy birthday. Today, I will treat you to a meal. Our team MVP, happy birthday. Birthday? He had completely forgotten. With daily practices and training, the day had slipped his mind. But how did they know? Zhou Ke turned his gaze to Orbach. I didn't secretly investigate. Your information is quite clear, Orbach replied, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Besides, I sent someone to bring your girlfriend here. I didn't inform you beforehand, as I wanted to surprise you. Upon hearing Orbach refer to her as Zhou Ke's girlfriend, Suya's face flushed a deep crimson, her shyness evident. How did you know? Zhou Ke asked, curious. Don't forget, I am the cardinal. My perception is quite sharp. During your NCAA days, you were always seen with her in the player's corridor, weren't you? Orbach exuded a sense of satisfaction, puffing out a cloud of smoke. I've known all along. You thought you could keep it a secret? Indeed. Zhou, it's rather ungracious of you to hide such a beautiful girlfriend. Are you not going to treat us to a meal? The Celtics team chimed in unison. No. At that moment, Zhou Ke felt something wet trickle down the corner of his eye. This is the true NBA. Not only is it filled with passion and inspiration, but it is also a place rich in camaraderie. Come on, everyone. Today the meal is on me. Let us go out and celebrate. Zhou Ke exclaimed, tossing the basketball aside and striding towards Suya, grasping her delicate hand tightly in his, as they made their way out of the arena. Following closely behind, Suya's eyes shimmered with countless emotions. I will never miss a single game of yours, she declared, gazing up at Zhou Ke, who towered over her. Her eyes brimming with affection. You rascal, you finally invited me to dinner. I won't let you off easy today. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 76. Please intensify our collaborative efforts. In the offices of CCTV Sports, excitement filled the air. Boldly, our decision this time is undoubtedly correct. Just 2 games. And the viewership brought by Zhou Ke rivals that of an entire quarter from last year. Yao Jian, then deputy director of the Huaxia Television Bureau, was brimming with enthusiasm. His hands trembled with excitement as he examined the data. Indeed, I never expected Zhou Ke to possess such immense potential. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it to promote Huaxia basketball on the world stage. Li Wei shared his palpable excitement. No one anticipated that Zhou Ke would attract such a vast fan base. Across Huaxia, who hasn't heard of the young man playing in the NBA? Boldly, you make a valid point. We must expedite our collaboration with the NBA. This is our chance to promote Huaxia basketball. Meanwhile, in the office of the NBA headquarters in the United States, David Stern scrutinized the figures presented by his assistant. Disbelief etched across his face. Are you certain these figures are accurate? Absolutely. I verified them multiple times, his assistant assured, patting his chest confidently. Initially, upon receiving this data, he too was incredulous. Who would have believed that a mere debut could surpass the viewership of last year's Game 1 of the finals? Moreover, Zhou Ke's performance in 2 consecutive games had consistently eclipsed that of the finals. It was simply unheard of. No one else could elevate the regular season's excitement to such heights. This is merely the beginning. We must persist, David Stern reasoned, regaining his composure. He understood that what they had seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg of a vast treasure trove in Huaxia. If they could effectively harness Zhou Ke's potential, the Huaxia market held limitless possibilities. They must proactively enhance their collaboration with Huaxia. As he contemplated Zhou Ke's boundless potential, a bold idea began to take root in Stern and Oppo's mind, though he recognized it was still premature. During the break in Boston, the NBA regular season continued unabated. That evening, 2 highly anticipated games unfolded, the first being the Los Angeles Lakers, who had secured the formidable Shaquille O'Neal during the off-season, facing the Orlando Magic. Even before the game commenced, speculation ran rampant, particularly regarding O'Neal's revenge against his former team. The Magic had shown considerable disrespect towards O'Neal during the off-season, which ultimately led to his departure for the prestigious Lakers. With the addition of the high school rookie, Kobe Bryant, the Lakers were now a formidable force in the West. Conversely, the Magic, having parted ways with O'Neal, had solidified their roster around Anthony Hardaway, maintaining a robust lineup. They had opted not to offer O'Neal a suitable contract in order to preserve Hardaway, who was heralded as Jordan's successor. At the Staples Center, thousands of fans eagerly awaited the showdown of revenge. Expectations of a closely contested match quickly dissipated as the Lakers surged to an 8-0 lead right from the outset. The Magic struggled to score, managing their first points only in the 3rd minute through Hardaway's mid-range shot, but it was insufficient against the Lakers' momentum. O'Neal, facing his former team, showed no mercy, dominating the paint with 4 powerful dunks in the first quarter alone, effectively dismantling the Magic's interior defense. By the end of the game, O'Neal had amassed a staggering 38 points and 18 rebounds, leading the Lakers to a resounding 108-82 victory over the Magic. In contrast, Hardaway struggled with his shooting, finishing with just 22 points and 4 assists. O'Neal's performance was a statement. Magic, you made the wrong choice. On the Lakers side, another bright spot emerged in the form of Kobe Bryant, who, in limited minutes, contributed 9 points and 5 assists, showcasing his considerable potential. This first game indicated that the Lakers' off-season acquisitions had been remarkably successful. Meanwhile, the Magic's management seemed to have made a grievous error by letting go of a player of O'Neal's caliber. No, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to showcase myself. I'm merely playing normally, O'Neal remarked during a post-game interview, exuding confidence. I've always been in this form, yet some believed I didn't deserve a max contract. What do you think now? Who would argue that a player with 38 points and 18 rebounds isn't worthy of a max deal? His gaze drifted toward the Magic's bench, leaving little to interpretation. Neal and Oppo's interview was nothing short of ruthless, first dismantling his former team and then subtly mocking them, illustrating how the off-season had clearly affected him. At 9 o'clock, Zhou Ke and his companions had just finished a lavish dinner and were gathered to watch the game. How could he not be strong? He is one of the 4 great centers, known as the Big Shark, a force that can shatter the rim. The Celtics watched O'Neal's relentless dominance with envy, especially Brett Sabor, who was practically drooling. If I had that kind of physical prowess, I wouldn't have been bullied by David Robinson in the last game. However, he felt fortunate. Although he lacked O'Neal's physique, he had a teammate like Zhou Ke, who ultimately redeemed their losses. That rookie in LA, number 8, seems promising. The Red Priest exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, casting an approving glance at the explosive-haired Kobe Bryant. Chapter 77, Relying Solely on Physicality? I admire his indomitable spirit. Zhou Ke smiled, reminiscing about his one-on-one match against Kobe. This young man, despite his other shortcomings, possesses an admirable tenacity that is hard to overlook. However, Zhou Ke and Oppo's focus was far from the game. Rather, the sensation of Suya and Oppo's body pressing against his back was quite distracting. Who among the eager and spirited young men could withstand such a sensation? The management of the Magic must be suffering from a lapse in judgment. Letting go of Shaquille O and Oppo's, Neal, what were they thinking? D. Brown remarked while munching on sunflower seeds. It and Oppo's incomprehensible that they wouldn't and Oppo's offer a max contract to a center of his caliber. Indeed, O and Oppo's, Neal is extraordinarily formidable. I wouldn't and Oppo's want to face him. Frank Brikowski confessed, his expression reflecting genuine fear. Witnessing O and Oppo's, Neal and Oppo's monstrous power, no one wishes to encounter such a behemoth in the paint. I believe it and Oppo's unnecessary, after all. ISN and Oppo's David Robinson one of the top 4 centers as well? Zhou Ke has successfully matched him. Suddenly, Alton Lister, who had been silent, spoke up. No one expected him to burst forth with praise for Zhou Ke when he finally decided to speak. The rest of the group thought, how careless. This kid is defying the unwritten rules. While they continued to extol O and Oppo's, Neal, this young man took a contrarian stance, showering Zhou Ke with accolades. A swift move that caught everyone off guard. The others quickly caught on, joining in to laud Zhou Ke. Exactly. Who cares about the top 4 centers when Zhou Ke can easily handle them? As the game concluded, the broadcast shifted to another match featuring the rookie sensation, Allen Iverson, leading his team against the reigning champion, the Chicago Bulls. In this game, Iverson showcased his unparalleled ball handling skills, successfully faking out Jordan twice before sinking mid-range shots. Although the Mavericks ultimately fell short against the champions, Iverson and Oppo's performance was enough for the media to sing his praises. With 26 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals. Coupled with his dazzling moves against Jordan, it was more than sufficient. I was incredibly nervous facing Michael. He is the best player in the world. But I managed to do it. Scoring against my favorite player was an unbelievable experience. After the game, Iverson radiated excitement during his interview with an ESPN reporter. Who wouldn't he be thrilled after such a performance? Despite being overshadowed, he commanded the spotlight throughout the match. Jordan, on the other hand, delivered a dominant performance, amassing 35 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds with ease. Iverson is a promising young talent with immense potential. Currently, I regard him as the strongest rookie. During the interview, Jordan expressed his admiration for Iverson, yet labeling him the top rookie while neglecting Zhou Ke seemed rather unjust. Clearly, the reporter caught this discrepancy and seized the opportunity to ask, "You consider Allen Iverson the finest rookie? Yet many argue that Zhou Ke has set rookie records in his first 2 games. What are your thoughts on Zhou?" Zhou? To be honest, that kid is incredibly talented. But he relies too heavily on his physical attributes, Jordan candidly stated. "You must understand, he is of Asian descent and plays solely based on physicality. I've observed him. And he consistently utilizes his physical gifts without any finesse. I do not endorse such a style of play." The implication was unmistakable, a lack of skill. Merely relying on physicality could lead to fragility and injury. As for Jordan's skepticism regarding Zhou Ke, opinions may vary. "Hey Zhou, did you hear that? They say you lack technique," Auerbach chuckled, amplifying his voice in front of the television. Zhou Ke merely smiled and shrugged. "There is nothing to explain. Words are futile. The best response lies on the court, where one can showcase their true abilities." Following the 2 games, ESPN announced the next nationwide broadcast, the Boston Celtics hosting the Utah Jazz. The Jazz's dynamic duo had underperformed in their previous match, suffering an unexpected defeat at the hands of rookie Allen Iverson's Mavericks. This opening loss was difficult for them to accept, making this game crucial. They were determined to avoid consecutive losses. Conversely, the Celtics had demonstrated remarkable competitiveness in their first 2 matches, making this game equally significant for them as they sought to maintain their winning streak. Will the Boston Celtics secure their 3rd consecutive victory? Or will the Jazz refuse to succumb to defeat, claiming their first win? Let us await the outcome. Zhou Ke, the singular force against the Jazz's dynamic duo. Well, this promises to be a formidable challenge. The head coach surveyed the Celtics team, ultimately focusing on Zhou Ke. The challenge has returned, with Karl Malone, a muscular powerhouse, standing in his way. "Haha, does that mean I can finally showcase my skills?" Zhou Ke responded with a faint smile. Undoubtedly. This was a direct retort to Jordan's earlier statement. On November 14th, ESPN's nationwide broadcast turned its attention to Boston. Tonight we'll witness a clash of talents, a contest of muscle against muscle. As the game approached, the commentators began their pregame hype. Malone and Stockton, one an offensive juggernaut and the other a master playmaker, stood as a formidable duo capable of challenging the Bulls trio. The Jazz arrived in Boston with unwavering determination, intent on claiming victory. On the other hand, the Celtics had already secured 2 consecutive wins in the new season. Rookie sensation Zhou Ke displayed historic physical prowess and exceptional passing ability. Can Zhou Ke once again demonstrate his passing finesse against the league's leading assist maker? Can he showcase his previous ferocity against the league's most powerful forward? All of this awaits our anticipation. He is a promising young man, but I must say, tonight, no one will stop us from achieving victory. In the pregame interview, Karl Malone confidently declared before turning to warm up. His resolute gaze revealed an undeniable thirst for victory. After all, as last season's Western Conference 3rd-place team, it would be unacceptable for them to lose twice in a row to a rookie-led squad. The opening victory of the new season is on the line tonight. Chapter 78, the weekend postman is off duty. Upon hearing Karl Malone's pregame interview, Zhou Ke felt a sense of belittlement. It seemed that Malone, following the Mavericks' unexpected defeat, was eager to take out his frustrations. Indeed, he appeared to underestimate both Zhou Ke and the Celtics. Despite Zhou Ke's historic performances in the prior 2 games, the condescension was palpable. After all, the opposing team boasted 2 All-Stars and a bench filled with scoring powerhouses. The starting lineup consisted of established names in the league, hardly inclined to regard a rookie supported by 4 role players as a formidable threat. I cannot fathom why a team without a single victory would believe they could triumph over a squad that had achieved 2 consecutive wins without tasting defeat. During the pregame interview with ESPN, no one anticipated Zhou Ke and Oppo's audacious response against such a formidable adversary. After delivering his remark, he immediately immersed himself in training, opting to let his performance on the court speak for itself. The pregame banter escalated tensions further, as both sides exchanged increasingly brash declarations. This young man from Huaxia certainly seemed to be underestimated. As the Jazz and Oppo's dynamic duo warmed up, they shared an unspoken agreement to teach the rookie a lesson. The matchup between Karl Malone and Zhou Ke, 2 titans clashing, raised questions about whether Zhou Ke would maintain his fluidity on the court tonight. For Zhou Ke, this evening posed a significant challenge, as did the Celtics' interior defense. Their ability to withstand the Jazz's onslaught on both ends of the court would determine their chances of victory. In the stands, Two commentators analyzed the unfolding situation as players from both teams prepared to take the court. The moment Zhou Ke stepped onto the floor, he was met with resounding cheers from the home crowd. In that instant, he embodied the hero of Boston, the sole hope for the new season. Truly deserving of the fans and Oppo's adulation. Accompanied by the crowd and Oppo's cheers, the electronic scoreboard displayed the starting lineups of both teams. For the Boston Celtics, Zhou Ke, Brett Sabo, Frank Brickowski, D. Brown, Alton Lister. Head coach, ML Keir. The previous two decisive victories led ML Keir to maintain the current lineup, 3 big men, 1 smaller player, with Zhou Ke orchestrating the play. For the Utah Jazz, John Stockton, Jerry Sloan, Brian Russell, Karl Malone, Greg Ostertag. On paper, the Jazz and Oppo's lineup was formidable, capable of competing with the Bulls' legendary trio, with each player possessing substantial talent, including superstars Malone and Stockton. As the two centers faced off at midcourt, the referee raised the ball, ready to commence the game. What caught the commentator's attention was Zhou Ke's audacity in seeking out Karl Malone for a direct matchup. Was this part of ML Keir's strategy, or a bold decision made by Zhou Ke? Either way, it was utterly audacious. The Celtics had tasked a rookie with guarding the 206 centimeters, 113 kilograms powerhouse. The commentators were taken aback by the audacity of this choice. While it was understandable for Zhou Ke to defend David Robinson in the previous game, Robinson not being a player reliant on brute strength, Karl Malone was the epitome of physical dominance. Observing Zhou Ke standing beside Malone, noticeably smaller, the commentators couldn't help but feel concerned for the rookie. Zhou Ke, you must rise to the occasion. In the stands, Suya watched with a growing sense of anxiety as Zhou Ke faced off against the beastly Malone. Young man, you shall pay for your words. Malone whispered ominously in Zhou Ke's ear. Facing me will be your most terrifying nightmare tonight. I apologize, but this may well be your most disappointing evening. With a cold smile that belied his youth, Zhou Ke remained composed. Today is the weekend. The postman is off duty. In that moment, his calm demeanor evoked the spirit of a seasoned warrior within Malone, igniting a fierce determination in him to obliterate Zhou Ke. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the ball soared high above the North Shore Garden. Unexpectedly, Alton Lister managed to bat the ball into D. Brown's hands, granting the Celtics the first offensive opportunity. As Brown advanced past half-court, he swiftly found Zhou Ke, delivering the ball into his eager hands. Do not think you can bypass me? Malone's deep voice resounded from behind Zhou Ke as he pressed against him, one hand on Zhou Ke's waist, the other raised high, his knee firmly against Zhou Ke's backside. It was clear he had prepared for this moment. With Malone's defense pressing in, Zhou Ke turned his back to the basket, feigning a shot. You underestimate me, kid. Malone lunged forward, compressing Zhou Ke's space while attempting to swat the ball away. However, this very attempt provided Zhou Ke with the opening he needed. Zhou Ke swiftly retracted his shooting motion, executing a dazzling spin that left Malone behind. Greg Ostertag, positioned in the paint, scrambled to provide help defense. Unlike before, Zhou Ke chose not to attempt a soaring dunk. Instead, he gracefully leaped, evading the defense and executing a smooth layup. 2-0. The Celtics struck first, marking their entry into the game with 2 points. Wow, that deceptive move was incredible. The camera couldn't keep up. The commentators marveled at the finesse of Zhou Ke and Oppo's, a shoulder fake, spin, and layup. Please support us. We appreciate all your encouragement and contributions. Chapter 79. The Bullet Chambered Bang. This silky smooth pull, though devoid of alcohol, has me intoxicated like a dog. The match has scarcely begun. Yet Zhou Ke has set the arena ablaze with his exquisite maneuvering. As an ancient saying from our homeland goes, a moment of negligence leads to the loss of a city. Zhou Ke tossed a remark at Karl Malone before swiftly turning to defend. The youth should not be overly proud. Malone chuckled, finding this rookie's audacity somewhat excessive. He must temper his spirit soon. As the teams transitioned from defense to offense, the Jazz took control. Stockton dribbled the ball past half-court and deftly delivered it to Malone in the paint. However, before Malone could receive the ball, a shadow darted out from behind, intercepting it just in time. It was Zhou Ke. He anticipated Stockton's pass perfectly. Zhou Ke executed a stunning steal from Malone. The commentators, already familiar with Zhou Ke's speed, were astounded by the sheer audacity of that steal. Malone had positioned himself expertly, keeping Zhou Ke firmly behind him, offering no chance for interference. Yet, in this high-stakes confrontation, Zhou Ke unleashed his explosive speed to claim the ball. But this was not the most astonishing aspect. Far more awaited. Upon securing the steal, Zhou Ke surged forward with relentless speed, Facing an unguarded hoop, he could have easily executed a thunderous dunk. However, he chose a different path. A dazzling dunk would merely yield 2 points and invite criticism of relying solely on physicality. Instead, from the logo at half-court, Zhou Ke unleashed a three-pointer. The spinning ball arced gracefully through the air, captivating the audience at North Shore Garden, and then, swish, the ball nestled into the net, a triumphant three-pointer. This moment, in our native tongue, could be described as retreating from the city of Mai. Hitting that half-court three, Zhou Ke once again brushed past Malone during his return to defense. Perhaps tonight's auspicious start was not meant for them. Within the first minute, Zhou Ke had executed 2 defensive plays and scored 5 points. Placing Malone firmly beneath his feet, the smile on Malone's face began to solidify, ultimately vanishing entirely. How could a rookie be so dismissive? That arrogant demeanor was utterly infuriating. This young man clearly had no sense of humility, daring to challenge Malone. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in Malone's eyes. In a similar position, Malone demanded the ball once more. This time, he firmly grasped Zhou Ke's arm. Under such circumstances, no matter how rapid one might be, escape seemed impossible. Alas, he had underestimated Zhou Ke. Just like before, Zhou Ke slipped free from Malone's grip like a wraith. The ball was intercepted once more by Zhou Ke. How could this be? Malone stared in disbelief as Zhou Ke once again executed a steal. In his moment of bewilderment, Zhou Ke pierced his own basket anew. Swish. 8-0. In less than a minute, Zhou Ke had tallied 8 points against Malone. It was only then that Malone recognized the gravity of the situation. An involuntary chill creeping down his spine. It was simply unbelievable. In under 2 minutes, Zhou Ke had amassed 8 points. 2 fast-break three-pointers, my heavens. Had anyone else attempted such audacity, they would have been benched. Yet Zhou Ke possessed the audacity to execute it. The commentators found themselves at a loss for words. Struggling to encapsulate Zhou Ke's performance, their vocabulary insufficient to describe his brilliance. Zhou Ke was a man of his word. Perhaps a 3-game winning streak was not mere talk. Before the commentators could finish their sentence, the court erupted once more. Zhou Ke thwarted the Jazz's offense yet again. More accurately, he single-handedly neutralized Malone's attack. Under Zhou Ke's interference, Malone's first shot clanged off the rim. The Jazz remained unable to score their first point. Zhou Ke soared, claiming the rebound and denying Malone a second chance. Seizing the ball, Zhou Ke scanned the court and swiftly delivered a precise pass to DeBrown, who was sprinting down the court. Zhou Ke himself raced forward, ready to support. Upon receiving the quick pass, DeBrown charged ahead, with Stockton relentlessly pursuing from behind. Noticing Zhou Ke trailing, DeBrown executed a behind-the-back pass, launching the ball toward Zhou Ke. As the ball soared toward him, Zhou Ke leapt gracefully, catching it mid-air. Swiftly adjusting for an alley-oop three-pointer. Swish. Today's basketball seemed perfectly tailored for Zhou Ke, as the ball once again found its mark in the hoop. 11-0. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, Zhou Ke's barrage had drenched the court before the match had truly begun. After making that shot, Zhou Ke made a gesture mimicking a gun, signaling to Malone with a bullet-chambered motion. Click. He had slain with his three-pointer. How audacious. What did I just witness? Zhou Ke had audaciously signaled a bullet chambered to Malone. It was simply magnificent. In the North Shore Garden, Zhou Ke's celebration evoked a gasp from the crowd. It should be noted that he was facing one of the league's finest power forwards, Karl Malone. What an incredible display. Fans were enamored, with sentiments echoing, Zhou Ke, you're amazing. I want to emulate that swagger on the court. Meanwhile, in front of their televisions across our homeland, fans were captivated by Zhou Ke's bullet-chambered celebration. They had witnessed many acts of bravado, but none quite like Zhou Ke's audacious exhibition. Previously, the most irksome display in the league had been Uncle Moo's finger wag, but from this moment forth, Zhou Ke's bullet-chambered would take its place. Beep, beep. On the sidelines, the Jazz's head coach sensed impending doom and immediately called for a timeout. The match had scarcely reached 3 minutes, and the score stood at 11-0. If this continued, the game would be over before the first quarter concluded. This audacious kid coach Jerry Sloan of the Jazz stared at the scoreboard in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Although the reality was clear, he still struggled to accept it. 3 minutes, 11 points, 3 three-pointers, 2 of which were logo shots and fast breaks. Was this the work of mere mortals? Chapter 80. Do not bully the short guy. In the North Shore Garden Arena in Boston, Jerry Sloan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How on earth can we limit this young player? No strategy seems plausible. He is even using fast-break three-pointers. How am I supposed to devise a game plan? Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Zhou Ke approached the bench. Before he could even take a seat, a pile of towels was thrust toward him. Zhou, this is simply terrifying. Look at Karl Malone's expression. You've completely stunned him. That damn three-pointer of yours fills us with despair. A throng of substitutes surrounded Zhou Ke, gazing up at him as if he were a deity. Basic skills, basic skills. Don't get too cocky. Zhou Ke casually accepted a towel, wiping his brow in a mere gesture, as he had hardly broken a sweat, after all. The game had just begun less than 3 minutes ago. Zhou, you need to play with more aggression. The lead isn't insurmountable yet. MLK said as he approached Zhou Ke with the tactics board. Coach, don't worry. Zhou Ke glanced at the blank tactics board in MLS hands and smiled confidently. The emptiness of the board spoke volumes of MLS' unwavering trust in Zhou Ke. He was the ace strategy, and if Zhou Ke couldn't make it work, no strategy would suffice. Get your act together. We can't let a rookie intimidate us. Malone, you must use your strength to restrain this kid. Understood? Jerry Sloan wiped the sweat from his brow and began outlining the strategy. And you, Stockton? Be mindful of your timing with the passes. You've already made 2 mistakes. There can't be another. Also, Malone, don't provoke that kid. The Spurs game is a perfect lesson. I will contain that kid. Malone gritted his teeth defiantly. Though he spoke boldly, deep down, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Zhou Ke's speed in those brief 2 minutes was daunting. His ability to anticipate his next move seemed almost prophetic. Come on, team. Keep pushing. Jerry Sloan shouted, trying to lift the spirits of the Jazz players. The effectiveness of his motivation would soon be revealed. The timeout concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court, seemingly having made slight adjustments in tactics and mindset. Stockton delivered a brilliant pass, assisting Jerry Hornacek in scoring a three-pointer. After 4 possessions, the Jazz finally secured their first points of the game. 11-3. It appeared they had found a way to win, but could they withstand Zhou Ke and Oppo's pressure on defense? The 2 commentators exchanged knowing smiles. Zhou Ke would soon deliver the answer. With the ball in hand, Zhou Ke approached the offensive end. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Malone's eyes were locked onto Zhou Ke, his focus unwavering. Bang! Observing Malone's diligent defense, Zhou Ke feigned a drive. Malone's legs trembled, uncertain whether to move left or right. Ultimately, Zhou Ke remained stationary, dribbling the ball as he observed Malone dance around him. FCK. Realizing he had been faked out, Malone cursed under his breath. But when Zhou Ke finally decided to drive, he surged forward, effortlessly leaving Malone behind. I'm here too. Though Stockton was not tall, his defensive instincts were elite. The moment Zhou Ke bypassed Malone, he immediately positioned himself in Zhou Ke's path. Adults play ball. What are kids doing here? Zhou Ke completely disregarded Stockton's presence, leaping into the air and launching the ball toward the basket. This wasn't merely a dunk. It was a statement. Bang! Zhou Ke soared like an eagle, his right hand raised high as he flew over Stockton's head. He executed a magnificent leap over his opponent. Let us not forget, dunking is Zhou Ke's specialty. This is not a dunk contest. Zhou Ke, tone it down. The commentators leapt from their seats, astonished. Did this kid grow up among birds? How can he fly? Why can humans fly too? What is happening? No. Zhou Ke is not human. In the North Shore Garden Arena, the fans erupted into a frenzy. Hey, don't bully the short guy. On the sidelines, Jerry Sloan shouted at Zhou Ke, don't bully a kid who is just 188 centimeters tall. It's not fair. Faced with Sloan's outcry, Zhou Ke merely cast a sidelong glance. As the game transitioned again, the Jazz returned to the offensive end. Stockton, utilizing his passing prowess, found an open Jerry Hornacek. Outside the three-point line, Hornacek prepared to repeat his previous success. But before he could release the shot, an unexpected figure appeared out of nowhere. It's that kid. Hornacek recalled Zhou Ke's earlier leap over Stockton and felt a chill run down his spine as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Damn it. He is just a rookie. After a moment of hesitation, Hornacek steeled himself to take the shot. After all, how could he fear a newcomer? Smack. Little did he know. Hesitation would lead to defeat. In the instant he resolved to shoot, a massive hand swiped the ball from his grasp. Without question, it was Zhou Ke. With remarkable speed, Zhou Ke snatched the ball from Hornacek's hands. This marked Zhou Ke's third steal in just over 3 minutes of play. Without pause, Zhou Ke dashed toward the front court, with the closest defender, Bryant Russell, sprinting to catch up. Dribbling forward, Zhou Ke kept an eye on Russell's desperate pursuit. Look at you hustling. I'll wait for you. A smirk curled on Zhou Ke's lips. Is this enough? Chapter 81. Was this big enough? Is there a chance? As Bryant Russell observed the approaching figure of Zhou Ke, a surge of elation coursed through him. He had actually caught up to Zhou Ke. Did this not signify that his speed was among the elite in the league? Young man, do not think it will be so easy. with newfound confidence. Brian Russell pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaping into the air to block Zhou Ke's shot. Here it comes. The fish is on the line. In that moment, Brian Russell found himself perfectly positioned to thwart Zhou Ke. Yet, just as Brian was about to launch his block, Zhou Ke, who had previously seemed sluggish, suddenly ascended like a rocket, soaring above him by a mere half a body length. At this juncture, Brian Russell seemed to foresee his impending fate. Boom! In midair, Zhou Ke barreled through like an unstoppable war machine, forcefully slamming the ball into the basket. My God, was Zhou Ke intent on dunking over the entire Jazz team? It appeared that Zhou Ke favored dunks over three-pointers. MVP, 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 MVP. Within the arena, apart from the two commentators, the fans were utterly captivated by Zhou Ke's performance. Unreasonable three-pointers, brutal dunks over opponents, stylish and elegant dribbling, nimble and precise passing. Zhou Ke was a master of it all. The echoes of MVP resonated throughout the entire arena. The Boston North Shore Garden had not witnessed such fervor in a long time. It had been ages since they had an MVP of their own. Yet now, Zhou Ke's performance had completely won over the fans of this illustrious team. Zhou Ke was indeed their MVP. Meanwhile, in front of their television in Chicago, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen exchanged subtle glances as they absorbed the cheers from the screen. Michael, this young man possesses quite the talent. I can hardly wait to face him, Pippen remarked, stretching his neck in eager anticipation. So can I. I am eager to teach this arrogant lad a lesson. However, he may prove to be a formidable opponent, Jordan replied, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. If even Karl was struggling against him, he would not be easy to handle. As old rivals, Jordan was well aware of Karl Malone's caliber and understood just how challenging that muscular powerhouse could be. Yet, before Zhou Ke, Karl Malone was unable to showcase his true prowess. It felt as though his strength was being absorbed by cotton, powerful yet ineffective. Nevertheless, it was imperative to discipline this rookie. Otherwise, he might mistakenly believe that no one in the NBA could challenge him. As the basketball deity, imparting lessons to novices was part of his duty, was it not? Let us return the focus to Boston, back to the court. Is this big enough? As he retreated on defense, Zhou Ke deliberately sauntered past Jerry Sloan with an innocent smile, saying, if this isn't enough, I could always switch to someone bigger. How about Karl Malone or Greg Ostertag? After speaking, Zhou Ke cast a glance at the two players taking their positions. Karl Malone and Greg Ostertag exchanged looks, silently conveying, I didn't say anything. Faced with Zhou Ke and Oppo's formidable retort, Jerry Sloan seethed in frustration but could only contain himself, fearing Zhou Ke might leap to the bench and dunk on him. For the remainder of the first quarter, the Jazz were unable to mount any significant challenge. The score stood at 35-10. The Jazz had no means of retaliation. Utterly dominated by Zhou Ke. Even more alarming was their lack of strategy. They were at a loss as to how to contain Zhou Ke. In fact, at this moment, not only did the Jazz struggle to find a way to limit Zhou Ke, but most teams in the league were equally baffled by this Chinese prodigy. In this match, Zhou Ke not only demonstrated his extraordinary talent, but also showcased an impressive display of skills. On the Jazz's bench, Malone hung his head in silence, recalling how he had entered the game with such bravado, only to now find himself dizzy from Zhou Ke's feints. Even when he closed his eyes, he could not shake the image of Zhou Ke and Oppo's incessant shoulder fakes and fake shots. Ugh. The Jazz had become a defeated band of warriors lacking in spirit. The outcome was predictable. The second quarter unfolded much like the first, with another thorough beating. By halftime, the score was 81-30, a staggering 51-point deficit. Ultimately, the Jazz, unable to endure Zhou Ke and Oppo's onslaught, surrendered and raised the white flag. Coach ML understood the situation well, and upon Zhou Ke and Oppo's final three-pointer, bringing his score to 40 points, he substituted the starters. Zhou Ke and Oppo's stats concluded at this moment: 40 points, 12 assists, 10 steals, and 14 rebounds. 40 points, 40 points, 12 assists, 10 steals, 14 rebounds. A quadruple-double. Zhou Ke became the first player in NBA history to achieve a quadruple-double in just one half. It is worth noting that throughout NBA history, only a select few players have managed to secure a quadruple-double, and Zhou Ke became the first player to accomplish this feat in just his third game, setting yet another historic record. As they reviewed the statistics, the commentators and Oppo's hearts raced like drums. What kind of player is this? Each game he plays, he shatters records that others could only dream of, effortlessly seized by Zhou Ke. Regrettably, the Jazz became the third victims under Zhou Ke and Oppo's command. unable to withstand his dominance throughout the half. This night might be one that Malone would prefer to forget, for he had been thoroughly outclassed by a rookie. He had not even been afforded a chance to retaliate. By the end of the game, Zhou Ke had recorded 10 assists, 6 of which came from his own steals. As garbage time concluded, the match ended with a score of 120-95. The Celtics and Oppo's bench still faced significant issues, yet with the substantial foundation Zhou Ke had built, they could afford to be reckless. The Celtics secured a remarkable victory by a 25-point margin, marking their third consecutive win. Meanwhile, the Jazz, having stumbled at the start of the new season, were still seeking their first victory, facing the daunting task of finding just one win. What did you just ask? Regarding the reporter and Oppo's inquiry, Karl Malone and Oppo's already grim expression turned a deep shade of purple, resembling a piece of overripe liver. 40 points and a quadruple-double, of which I contributed 6 steals. Are you sure you want to ask me that again? He then flexed his formidable muscles at the reporter, warning, ask again. And you and Oppo's LL be in for a punch. Chapter 82, the entire team in Versailles? A heart-wrenching victory in Boston at the North Shore Garden Arena. Although the match had concluded, the venue was still resonating with the exuberant cheers of the fans. This ancient arena, which had languished in silence for several seasons, had once again become a beacon of hope. There was little to say. We had lost the game. Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan uttered these words before turning away, his expression tinged with helplessness. Faced with a player like Zhou Ke, he found himself devoid of any effective strategy to contain him. Scoring 40 points in a single half was a predicament his team had never faced even against Jordan. After witnessing the Spurs being decimated by Zhou Ke in the previous game, he had thought it was merely a reflection of the Spurs and Oppo's poor defense. Now, however, his own team had suffered an even worse fate. The Spurs and the Jazz, two formidable Western teams, both failed to defend against Zhou Ke, which was ample proof that he truly deserved the moniker of Nightmare. Yes, a 3-game winning streak is not our ultimate goal. The season has only just begun. As you know, in response to an interview with an ESPN reporter, Kyle adjusted his tie and smiled. Since the start of the season, no team has managed to last even half a game against us. Goodness, had Zhou Ke and Oppo's influence spread to Kyle as well? His remarks were becoming increasingly flamboyant. Not just Kyle, Brett Saber, who was simultaneously being interviewed, made an astonishing statement. This game is somewhat dull. We only ever play half a game. I didn't even break a sweat before it ended. Among the 4 great centers and the most powerful forwards, one wonders who will be the next challenger. A 3-game winning streak? That's nothing. Surpassing the 72-win record is our true aspiration. Moreover, D. Brown, Alton Lister, and Frank Brickowski were equally boastful, each outdoing the other in their declarations. The entire Celtics team, under Zhou Ke's leadership, had collectively embraced this flamboyant attitude, not only winning the game but also making outrageous remarks during post-match interviews. However, in the realm of bravado, these players were mere novices compared to Zhou Ke. Confronting the league's most formidable forward, Karl Malone, you delivered a career-high scoring performance and achieved a quadruple-double. When facing the NBA's mightiest forward and recording such historic statistics, what was on your mind? A TNT reporter seized the opportunity while the ESPN reporter was still occupied, swiftly positioning the microphone before Zhou Ke. It is worth noting that Karl Malone is celebrated as the toughest man in the league, with muscles that instill fear and lethal elbows that nearly forced David Robinson into retirement. Every power forward in the league trembles at the thought of facing him, with some teams even opting to place their centers against him, unsure if they could withstand his might. Yet tonight, Zhou Ke, a rookie, exploited his finesse and footwork to completely outclass Malone. Not only that, but Zhou Ke also dunked over 2 of Malone's teammates right in front of him, nearly monopolizing the next edition of the Top 10 highlights. No one expected this young Chinese lad, standing slightly shorter than Malone, to achieve 6 steals from him. Yes, 6. The youngest quadruple-double? That sounds impressive, Zhou Ke chuckled, but 6 of those 10 steals came from Karl Malone, so I don't think the value is particularly high. After all, bullying a slow-moving giant isn't anything to boast about. If those 6 steals had come from Stockton, perhaps it would feel more substantial. Upon hearing this, the TNT reporter's hand trembled slightly, nearly losing grip of the microphone. He slowly raised his gaze, meeting Zhou Ke's confident, unconcerned expression. This young man was serious. 6 steals from Malone, yet he deemed it insignificant. Is this truly the sentiment of a player? While Malone may not be renowned for his defense, his formidable physique and solid footwork make him a respectable interior defender in the league. Yet Zhou Ke dismissed him as worthless. However, Given the flamboyant nature of the past two games, the reporters interviewing Zhou Ke were somewhat prepared for this. After a moment's pause, one reporter quickly seized upon a crucial point Zhou Ke had made and continued questioning him. In this game, you executed two impressive dunks over opponents. After your first dunk, I observed Coach Jerry Sloan saying something to you. Can you share what he conveyed? Actually, it was nothing much. He simply told me to dunk over a big guy. And I complied. Zhou Ke replied with a look of feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders as if to say, it wasn't my intention to bully anyone. It was your coach's orders. 4 dunks and 6 steals deemed insignificant. What audacity. Is this truly the language of a mere player? Without further ado, the headlines for the next few days were assured. In the upcoming match, you will travel to Milwaukee to face the Bucks, where Ray Allen, also a standout rookie, is a strong contender for the Rookie of the Year title. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Finally, the ESPN reporter found his chance. Thrusting his microphone in front of Zhou Ke, Ray Allen, since entering the NBA, has showcased impressive talent in the first 2 games, particularly revealing his three-point prowess. He is among the top contenders for Rookie of the Year, ranked just behind Zhou Ke and Iverson, surpassing Marbury. In the next game, Zhou Ke will lead his team to Milwaukee, where 2 rookies who never faced each other in college will finally meet in the NBA. This matchup is highly anticipated by fans. Ray Allen? We didn't compete in college, but I believe he will be a worthy opponent. However, I doubt the outcome will differ, Zhou Ke stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. They will not be the team to end our winning streak. While the Bucks have a commendable roster, they still fall short compared to the Jazz and Spurs. Given that even these 2 teams could not withstand Zhou Ke and Oppo's as firepower, his statement is difficult to contest. Zhou Ke and Oppo's anticipation for the Bucks merely stems from a desire to gauge Ray Allen and Oppo's abilities. Meanwhile, Ray Allen sat in front of the television, keenly absorbing Zhou Ke's interview. Chapter 83. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The match has yet to commence, and the outcome remains uncertain. However, why must we speak of death? Regardless, the victor and the vanquished remain to be seen. In Milwaukee, Ray Allen seethes with indignation before the television screen. Even before the game has begun, he feels utterly belittled. Yes, you may be the first overall pick, the NCAA champion, and the MOP, but must you be so arrogant? Under the guidance of Ray Allen, the Bucks have triumphed thus far, enjoying an unblemished record with 2 consecutive victories. Yet Zhou Ke is brazenly dismissed? This ignites a fiery determination within the young Ray Allen, who vows to demonstrate the folly of this arrogant newcomer from China in the upcoming game. However, whether he can achieve this remains to be seen. Returning the focus to Boston, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Zhou Ke strides into the players' tunnel. Surrounded by the jubilant roar of fans, Zhou Ke experiences a whirlwind of emotions, yet his resolve strengthens. He is determined to realize his ambitions on this grand stage. Nevertheless, he owes his presence here to Coach Don Haskins. He wonders how the coach has fared since his departure, whether he has faced any undue pressure from that father-son duo, and resolves to pay a visit to the old gentleman when time permits. Lost in thought, Zhou Ke is suddenly jolted back to reality by the soft, dulcet voice of Suya, sending a shiver down his spine. No, I was thinking of you. Instantly, Zhou Ke is pulled back to the moment. You're quite the tease. I can't believe you didn't notice me standing right in front of you. Suya pouts playfully, feigning irritation. Yet, her petite hand mischievously inches toward Zhou Ke's abdomen. Let me see if you've been injured by that big fellow. With that, her hand boldly traverses forward. Are you hurt? Zhou Ke flashes a sly smile, deliberately leaning forward. It seems I'm not injured. As Suya's fingers brush against Zhou Ke's firm, sculpted abs, her face flushes crimson, and she awkwardly withdraws her hand. Let us go back. My father has prepared a feast. Meanwhile, in China, during the early hours, fans appear as if bewitched, howling out of their windows in the dead of night. The chant echoes. Zhou Ke is incredible. Concurrently, at Nike's headquarters, executives were expressions of grave concern. Previously, they gambled on leveraging their brand influence to attract Zhou Ke, hoping he would endorse their products. Yet, Zhou Ke barely acknowledged them, as they contemplated a second proposal. Their longtime rival Adidas swooped in with an offer of a superstar contract for Zhou Ke, placing them in a quandary. The risks are too great. We cannot invest such resources in a rookie, a Nike executive declared, rising to voice his opinion. The potential for injuries or other unforeseen factors is too high for us to commit such significant energy to him. Another executive concurred, stating, You must remember he is of Asian descent. Such a playing style is destined for injury. We cannot place our future on his shoulders. Perhaps Allen or Iverson would be better choices. This executive seemed well prepared, perhaps having received some incentive from Iverson's agent. As he extolled Iverson while disparaging Zhou Ke's worth. After hearing this, Bowerman appeared uncertain about the decision to make, shifting his gaze to Phil Knight beside him. What do you think? For years for $60 million, alongside an independent brand, split 50-50. Under the scrutiny of the group, Phil Knight hesitated, seemingly weighing a significant decision. I oppose. So do I. As soon as the words were spoken, the executive office erupted into chaos. The executives stood in disbelief at the idea of a mere rookie. Having played only 3 games, commanding such an exorbitant contract. What a joke. Who do they think we are, made of money? Bowerman, observing his partner's resolute expression, took a deep breath and stood, declaring, I am in favor. Those 3 words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, rendering the office silent. The executives stared in astonishment. The room frozen for nearly 2 minutes. This is madness. The following morning, the top 10 plays on sports channels featured Zhou Ke dominating with 6 highlights. The 5th highlight showcased Zhou Ke's explosive dunk, while the 3rd displayed his ghostly agility as he executed another breathtaking dunk. For the first time in years, one individual claimed half of the top 10 plays, creating an uproar and redefining public perception of Zhou Ke. This young man from China is undeniably extraordinary. However, even more shocking news was yet to come. Following the highlights, during peak viewing hours, an advertisement abruptly aired. Nike announced a 4-year, $60 million shoe contract, along with the creation of an independent brand for Zhou Ke, granting him 50% ownership of the brand. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout America. What does this signify? It means that even the most celebrated players, including Nike's ultimate icon, Michael Jordan, never enjoyed such privileges. Within 10 minutes of the news, it spread like wildfire across the nation. The timing of this advertisement was no coincidence. Nike sought to demonstrate their sincerity to Zhou Ke, publicly apologizing for their previous miscalculations and showcasing their commitment. Wow, Joe, have you seen the news? It's absolutely insane. Thank you for your support. Chapter 84 That Kid. Here to cause trouble. In Boston, at the North Garden Arena, D. Brown burst in, clutching a newspaper and wearing a look of astonishment. What's wrong? The Celtics, engaged in practice, paused and turned to him. Joe, you've struck it rich, D. exclaimed, thrusting the newspaper towards Zhou Ke, his expression brimming with envy. The Celtic players, intrigued by D's outburst, quickly gathered around. What? No way. Am I seeing things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many zeros is that? My heavens. I can hardly believe one could earn such a sum in a lifetime. Oh, now I understand why Zhou turned down the Adidas contract. This is astronomical. Before Zhou Ke could respond, the Celtics players gazed at the newspaper in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. It clearly stated a staggering 4 years for $60 million. Wait. Hold on. They flipped the page, and another wave of gasps erupted. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. I'd need to consume 10 pounds of peanuts and down 10 cases of beer to have such a dream. An independent personal brand. GGGG. What kind of treatment is this? They're practically treating you like the second coming of the basketball deity. No, even Michael Jordan never received such an offer. Surrounded by a throng of envious teammates, Zhou Ke could only bask in their admiration. Before his arrival, many of them seldom saw the court, and opportunities were rare, let alone the luxury of shoe contracts. Such contracts were typically reserved for stars, while they remained mere benchwarmers. Had the team not traded away valuable assets to acquire Zhou Ke, many would likely still be stuck on the sidelines. Everyone, do you desire a shoe contract? Zhou Ke asked, lifting his head with a smile, observing their eager expressions. Yes. They chimed in unison. However, a fleeting shadow of disappointment passed over their faces. Come on, who would offer shoe contracts to a bunch of benchwarmers? Who would be that foolish? Dreaming about shoe contracts is pointless. Too many dreams can wake you up. I understand. I promise you all, once I secure my shoe contract, each of you will receive one as well. Not a single person will be left out, Zhou Ke proclaimed with a generous tone. For him, a shoe contract and money might seem trivial. It was merely a means to amplify his name and extend the reach of his brand. But for these lower-tier NBA players, salaries were meager, and maintaining peak performance came at a cost. Many tightened their belts just to survive in the NBA. A shoe contract represented a significant financial boost, a chance to transform their circumstances. As his words resonated, the players gazed at Zhou Ke as if he were a deity. Do you all still want shoe contracts? Suddenly, a discordant voice shattered the atmosphere. An uninvited guest appeared in the arena, a young man with explosive hair, looking vaguely familiar. That kid with the explosive hair, donning the number 8 jersey, radiated disdain. Kobe Bryant? What are you doing here? D. Brown recognized him instantly as this year and Oppo's 13th overall pick, high school sensation Kobe Bryant. Kobe completely ignored D. and Oppo's inquiry, advancing directly to Zhou Ke with the basketball in hand. Contracts are earned through one's own efforts, not through the charity of others. To me, everything must be obtained through hard work, not handouts. I, Kobe Bryant, will never accept unearned rewards that belittle the efforts of others. After being bested by Zhou Ke in their last encounter, he had not missed a single early morning workout in Los Angeles. So, Zhou Ke asked, meeting the arrogant gaze of Kobe with a smile. Today, I will prove that your efforts and skills do not merit this contract. Kobe declared. Why should this kid from China, having played only 3 games, receive such a lucrative contract? His efforts and abilities are wholly unworthy. He had come to show Nike that they had made a grave error in judgment. Zhou Ke did not deserve this contract. With that, Kobe tossed the ball to Zhou Ke. Receiving the basketball, Zhou Ke scrutinized Kobe for the first time, his tone becoming slightly more serious. Then allow me to witness the effort you speak of. As Zhou Ke and Oppo's demeanor shifted, the Celtics players felt a shiver of apprehension. It was somewhat intimidating. In an instant, Kobe sensed an overwhelming pressure, and the boldness in his eyes diminished. You're the guest, you may attack first. Zhou Ke stated calmly, tossing the ball to Kobe beyond the 3-point line. Kobe caught the pass, positioning himself at the arc, his fierce gaze locked onto Zhou Ke. Boom. Kobe launched into a rapid drive. Compared to their last encounter, Kobe exhibited a marked improvement in both speed and power on his first step. Yet, he was facing Zhou Ke. With a keen eye, Zhou Ke deciphered Kobe's intentions, swiftly adjusting his position to intercept Kobe and Oppo's path. Simultaneously, his deft hand reached out to swipe the ball. Boom, boom, boom. After countless hours of practice, Kobe was clearly prepared. He anticipated Zhou Ke's attempt to steal the ball, swiftly pulling it back. With the ball secured, Kobe faked a shot, but Zhou Ke played along, leaning forward to contest the shot. Got it. Damn. The spectators gasped, sensing trouble as Zhou Ke was momentarily caught off guard. Seeing Zhou Ke stumble, Kobe surged towards the basket, determined to redeem himself. After bypassing Zhou Ke in a single step, he took 2 swift strides, launching towards the hoop, ready to deliver a thunderous dunk. Watch closely, kid from China. This is the power of true effort. Chapter 85, Beyond Hard Work. There exists a thing called talent. Bang. The rim of the North Shore Garden Arena emitted a dull thud, the echo resonating throughout the vast stadium, lingering in the air. Accompanied by the thunderous sound, all eyes in the arena turned skyward. Zhou, what is happening? How could this? Below, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Zhou Ke, who had been far behind just moments ago, now extended his arm, pinning the basketball firmly against the backboard. Zhou, you cannot be so ruthless. You must remember. Others are still quite young. Oh God, I would trade my entire life to possess Zhou Ke and Oppo's physical prowess. I beg you, God. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly shocked by the scene before them. Even having witnessed Zhou Ke and Oppo's numerous blocks before, this was extraordinary. He had dashed in from the 3-point line and swatted the ball from Kobe's grasp, pinning it to the backboard. When it comes to effort, my diligence is unparalleled. How can you claim I do not deserve this? A low, chilling voice emerged from behind Kobe, Zhou Ke's words cutting through the tension. Furthermore, one must acknowledge that beyond effort, there exists a phenomenon called talent. As soon as his words faded, Zhou Ke seized the ball, dribbled twice, and swiftly advanced to the 3-point line. As Zhou Ke stood beyond the arc, Kobe snapped back to reality, hastily accelerating to intercept, but it was already too late. Before he could even pivot on his heels, swish. From beyond the arc, Zhou Ke raised his hand without hesitation. As anticipated, the ball glided flawlessly through the hoop, scoring 3 points. 1 o'clock. Damn. I clearly shook him off. Keep going. Below the basket. Kobe could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head and into the net, powerless to intervene. He had thought the shot was the perfect opportunity for redemption. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Ke had thwarted him with a powerful block. Hey, American kid, did you see that? This is the strength of talent combined with hard work. Zhou Ke, standing beyond the 3-point line, showed no mercy. Continue? Very well. Zhou Ke smirked, tossing the ball back to Kobe. Have you forgotten the wound while healing the scar? This time, the outcome will be no different from the last. The competitive Kobe would never concede defeat, regardless of his opponent. Thump, 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 thump. Kobe executed a series of crossovers, his shoulders rhythmically swaying, his determined gaze fixated on the defender, Zhou Ke. Phone. After adjusting to the tempo, Kobe suddenly faked a shoulder move, transitioning into a rapid crossover as he charged towards Zhou Ke's right flank. This time, he held nothing back, determined to shake Zhou Ke off once and for all. However, every move Kobe made was scrutinized by Zhou Ke, and no amount of feints would prove effective. Zhou Ke was like an arrow released from a bow, stepping in front of Kobe to thwart his drive into the paint. Faced with Zhou Ke, a towering figure, the young Kobe showed no fear, charging forward to confront him. Bang! The collision of muscles unleashed the exuberance of youth. It was a clash of effort against effort, talent against talent. Now, in the split second of their confrontation, Zhou Ke wore a subtle smirk, swiftly switching to his left hand for a close-range spin move, exploiting the momentary lapse in Kobe and Oppos's defense. At such close quarters, there was simply no time for Kobe to adjust his footing. But who said one must always adapt? Kobe, still smiling, caught a glimpse of Zhou Ke and Oppos's indifferent grin. Oh no. When Kobe noticed that icy smile, he realized it was already too late. Bang! Just as he turned, Zhou Ke and Oppos's uncanny right hand swooped in, snatching the ball he had cradled. Indeed, while the spin was executed in a heartbeat. Zhou Ke and Oppos's wingspan and instinct for steals were paramount. Wasn't Oppos's this akin to delivering the lamb to the wolves? Having completed the steal, Zhou Ke surged forward. Reaching the three-point line, Kobe refused to relent. The instant the ball was taken, he pivoted and pursued fiercely. In comparison to the last encounter, you have indeed improved significantly. However, you seem to have forgotten that I too am evolving. Before his words could fully dissipate, Zhou Ke once more launched a three-pointer before Kobe, scoring. 2 o'clock. Joe. Others have just come of age. Take it easy. Your forcefulness is rather distressing. That steal was incredible. OMG. It left me breathless. Once again. Kobe could only watch in disbelief as Zhou Ke sent the ball through the hoop, unable to interfere in the slightest. Once more. Determination flickered in Kobe and Oppos's eyes, filled with defiance. In his dictionary, the term Oppos's, defeat and Oppos's did not exist. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in Zhou Ke and Oppos's lexicon, the word and Oppos's, fear and Oppos's had never been present. If there is a battle to be fought, let us engage until you no longer wish to continue. All right. Zhou Ke tossed the ball to Kobe for the third time, lowering his stance in preparation for defense. You are not afraid of losing. Do you think I, Zhou Ke, fear winning? The two locked eyes, neither willing to break their gaze, neither fearing the other. Thump, 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 thump. This time, Kobe refrained from a reckless attack, instead controlling his rhythm. If speed could not penetrate, he would pivot to a different approach. However, Zhou Ke would not grant him the luxury of time to devise a strategy. He advanced aggressively, reaching for the ball in Kobe and Oppos's grasp, denying him even a moment and Oppos's respite to seek an opening. Zhou Ke and Oppos's intentions were clear, to pressure Kobe into driving towards the paint. Bang! Faced with this relentless pressure, Kobe executed a right hand behind the back dribble, pretending to surge left. Zhou Ke lowered his center of gravity, extending his long arms like an unyielding chain, completely sealing off Kobe's path. Seeing Zhou Ke's stance, an idea sparked in Kobe's mind. Perhaps this truly was an opportune moment. He seized the chance, yanking the ball back and leaning back for a shot. Kobe had indeed found an excellent opportunity, utilizing Zhou Ke's shifted weight to create a rhythm differential. To prevent Zhou Ke from blocking the shot, he added a leaning motion. Yet such a challenging shot posed a significant test for Kobe and Oppos's core strength. Kobe ascended to his zenith, unleashing his shot. The ball glided smoothly from his fingertips. But in the next instant, that nightmarish hand was upon him once more. Chapter 86, The Divine Challenge from Afar. The ball soared through the air like a caged bird yearning for freedom, only to be met by a colossal hand. With a resounding slap, the ball was sent flying out of bounds. This maneuver was aptly dubbed the complete Chinese hot pot. The ball was swatted away thrice in succession. Yet not a flicker of trepidation crossed Kobe's eyes. Instead, he became increasingly emboldened. His singular aim was to vanquish the individual before him, his ultimate aspiration throughout his NBA career. Onward, come on. As Zhou Ke swatted the ball away, he was thoroughly exhilarated, tossing it back to Kobe. Keep going, kid. Let me witness the fruits of your labor. Come on. Kobe received the pass, dribbled a couple of times to find his shooting rhythm, and raised his hand for a three-pointer. Too slow. Before he could release the shot, Zhou Ke, akin to a fierce tiger, once again thwarted his attempt. 10 minutes later, Kobe leaned on his knees, beads of sweat on his forehead resembling yellow peas. Panting heavily, the score stood at 21-0. Despite his exhaustion, he had yet to breach Zhou Ke's defense even once. Every offensive move was disrupted as Zhou Ke haunted him like a specter. "All right, let's call it a day," Zhou Ke declared, rising and turning to leave. The lack of challenge in this duel left him somewhat bored. Given the current capabilities of young Kobe, despite noticeable improvements since their last encounter, he would likely struggle to secure a starting position in the NBA, let alone against Zhou Ke. On both offense and defense, he resembled a blank canvas. "Wait. Let me have another shot. This time, I shall defend," Kobe insisted, positioning the ball in front of Zhou Ke with unwavering determination. Observing Kobe and Apos' earnest gaze, Zhou Ke hesitated momentarily before replying, "Come on then." As soon as the words left his lips, Kobe hurled the ball to Zhou Ke. Bending low and focusing intently on him. "Ready?" Zhou Ke inquired with a smile at Kobe's serious demeanor. "Bring it on. This time, I won't let you succeed." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ball soared over his head and into the hoop. Swish. It was over, as the sound of the net echoed. Zhou Ke had already stepped off the court, donning his jacket. Meanwhile, Kobe stood frozen in place, bewildered. Was it over? Just moments ago, he had issued a fierce challenge. And yet in less than a second, it was all concluded? You put in a good effort, but some things cannot be resolved merely through effort. Zhou Ke remarked as he turned to exit the arena. "Hey, Zhou, don't you think you were a bit too harsh?" 21-0 is quite excessive, exclaimed one onlooker. "Young man, how could you be so ruthless against a rookie?" Another chimed in. "Oh my, how cruel. If it were me, I would have already exploded with frustration." A crowd gathered around Zhou Ke, showering him with praise. Zhou Ke smiled, his expression calm. It all seemed rather trivial to him. After all, during their last duel, he had likely blocked even more shots. In Europe, at the Adidas headquarters, the executives found themselves in a predicament. Nike's resolve was far greater than they had anticipated. They had not expected Nike to offer Zhou Ke such a lucrative contract. Initially, they believed their own proposal to be irresistible, only to be outmaneuvered by Nike. In comparison to Nike, their sincerity suddenly appeared lacking. They now faced an awkward dilemma. Should they increase their offer? Perhaps Zhou Ke was not as vital as they had imagined. They already had numerous star players. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Haina seemed to reach a decision. Yet, he was unaware that this choice would result in the loss of their most significant bargaining chip against Nike. Following Adidas's announcement to withdraw from the competition for Zhou Ke, another major brand, Reebok, officially declared that they had signed this year's second overall draft pick, Allen Iverson. They offered Iverson a 10-year contract worth $50 million, with an option for extension. Furthermore, they were willing to launch a personal line of sneakers for Iverson, creating a dedicated series just for him. This news quickly spread, leaving many astounded, especially Nike. "Hey, I told you we needed Allen, but now we have lost him. Damn it, we missed a treasure." Perhaps Reebok made the correct choice. "We have suffered a significant loss." The executives engaged in heated arguments during the meeting. In their quest to secure Zhou Ke, they had overlooked the potential goldmine that was Iverson. More importantly, Zhou Ke had yet to respond to their offers. "Patience, gentlemen. Our decision will prove to be sound," Bill Knight asserted confidently. He had initially believed that Zhou Ke might struggle to adapt to the NBA's pace, potentially becoming a bust as the first overall pick. This erroneous judgment had led them to make a colossal miscalculation during their first bid. However, after several games, Zhou Ke had completely altered Bill Knight's perception of him. He now believed that if they could secure Zhou Ke, it would be akin to acquiring a second Michael Jordan, perhaps even a player of greater influence. His impact extended beyond the NBA in the United States, reaching countless fans in China. This represented an immense fortune. Phil Knight was playing a long game, willing to overlook minor losses in pursuit of the significant gain. Yet, Nike and Apos' actions regarding Zhou Ke angered not only the executives and shareholders, but also one man, Michael Jordan, a rookie receiving better treatment than him, the basketball deity, the face of the NBA. And Zhou Ke, what was he? A novice, a rookie? Just 3 games into the season, and he was being exalted? If they faced each other in the next game, he would show Zhou Ke what true NBA basketball was like. He would strip him of his inflated worth. These thoughts were a true reflection of Jordan and Apos' inner turmoil. As the foremost figure in the league, he would not allow anyone to overshadow him, even in shoe contracts. The following day, during a pre-game interview with the Chicago Bulls, Jordan openly expressed his discontent during an ESPN interview. I believe this is not the right decision. You must understand, as long as I wish, I can achieve those statistics every night. Do not speak of 3 games, if I so desired. I could post those numbers every game of the season. If such statistics are valued at 60 million, I would gladly do so. Is this not a declaration of war from the basketball god against Zhou Ke? Undoubtedly. Please support by favoriting, donating silver tickets, and providing any assistance. Sincere thanks for your tremendous support. Chapter 87. Zhou Ke and Oppos. As response? Revealed tonight. United Center, Chicago, USA. Jordan uttered these words and immersed himself in the game. Once the match commenced, the Raptors became the outlet for Jordan's frustrations as he unleashed a staggering 31 shots, amassing an explosive tally of 51 points along with 11 assists. Just as he proclaimed before the game, he could effortlessly score such lofty numbers in every match this season if he so desired. This 51 points marked the highest single-game score of the season thus far. After leading his team to a resounding victory over the Raptors, the Bulls improved their winning streak to 3 games. The Bulls and the Celtics now share an identical record of 3 wins and no losses, jointly claiming the top position in the Eastern Conference. Jordan seemed to be silently declaring war on Zhou Ke with this performance. I've said it before if I wish. I can score this much in every game. In an interview with reporters, Jordan exuded confidence, adopting an air of dominance, but there's no need for that. I don't need to rely on scoring to draw attention like certain players do. If I can clock out, why must I score on the court? With that, Jordan shrugged, indicating that for him, scoring was merely a matter of simplicity, asserting that failing to achieve high scores was simply unnecessary. With Pippen and Rodman by his side, he only needed to clock in 3 times to call it a day. Why exert himself so fervently? Although Jordan never mentioned Zhou Ke directly, everyone could easily discern whom he referred to as certain players. Naturally, that was Zhou Ke. In light of Jordan and Oppos, as challenge, how would Zhou Ke respond? On November 25th, in the United States, the answer would be unveiled that very night. Milwaukee, Bradley Center. Although the game had yet to begin, fans had already packed the arena. Following Jordan's post-game remarks from the previous match, the anticipation for this already highly anticipated game escalated even further. Under immense pressure and facing Jordan's indirect declaration of war, could Zhou Ke withstand the strain? The answer would be revealed tonight. At Boston Airport, the Celtics prepared their luggage and boarded the plane. Hey, Zhou. Did you hear Jordan and Oppos' post-game interview? I think he was talking about you, kid. You've riled him up. Haha. Zhou, if you don't score over 50 tonight, you've lost, buddy. D. Brown draped his arm over Zhou Ke's shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin. I hope he gives me enough chances to play. Otherwise, I want to have the opportunity to score high. Zhou Ke shrugged helplessly. How can I score 50 in the first half? Suddenly, D. Brown and Oppos' smile froze. Damn. I completely forgot. This kid's a master of subtlety. After a brief hiatus, the Boston Celtics embarked on their journey once more, heading to Milwaukee to secure their 4th consecutive victory. The excitement for today's battle was palpable, as this match marked the first time 2 rookies from the same draft class would compete against each other. Who would come out on top, Zhou Ke or Ray Allen? Let us soon find out. This game represented a chance to rectify a past regret, as the 2 players had never faced off in college. Tonight, they would finally have their first encounter. Inside the Bradley Center, the announcer cleared his throat and called out, "Raise your hands. Let us welcome the Milwaukee Bucks." Amidst the host's exuberance and the fans' cheers, the Bucks players began to enter the arena. Ray Allen, Glenn Robinson, Vin Baker, Sherman Douglas, John Newman, Ullman Gillum. This is our finest Bucks team, the best players from Milwaukee. Applause echoed for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Next, let us welcome the Boston Celtics. Zhou Ke, Brett Sabo, Frank Brickowski, D. Brown, Alton Lister. They had previously achieved 3 consecutive victories and were riding high. Will they be able to secure their 4th win in the chilly Milwaukee? Although they were visitors, many fans had come drawn by Zhou Ke's allure. When Zhou Ke appeared from the player tunnel, the applause that erupted was no less than that for the Bucks players. This clearly illustrated how immensely popular Zhou Ke had become. Until he made those statements after the last game, I didn't think he was correct. We have confidence in winning this match. This is our arena. Ray Allen remained fixated on Zhou Ke's previous comments. We will prove ourselves. We have the capability to triumph over them. To be honest, the team that will end our winning streak won't be the Bucks, and I still believe that. In an interview with ESPN, Zhou Ke smiled and responded, I know that saying this will upset them, but it's the truth. Zhou Ke shrugged and turned to engage in warm-ups. Even before the game began, the atmosphere in the arena was charged with the youthful rivalry of these two players. Ray Allen versus Zhou Ke. The inaugural clash between these two young talents. A direct confrontation between the future stars of the league. Across the ocean. The televised broadcast from Huaxia commenced on time. CCTV 5, CCTV 5, CCTV 5, now bringing you the NBA regular season matchup between the Boston Celtics and the Milwaukee Bucks. Li Wei and others awaited in the broadcast studio, eager for Zhou Ke's performance, not only in the CCTV studio, but also in front of countless televisions across Huaxia. Thousands of fans had gathered early to await the start of the game. Did you hear? Jordan seems to have declared war on Zhou Ke. I saw it when I bypassed the firewall last time. I wonder if Zhou Ke can maintain his previous hot streak after a few days of rest. Will he still have that touch? Go, Joe. Give them a good slap in the face. Charge, charge, charge. Fourth game, fourth consecutive victory. Zhou Ke, go. The record-breaking fourth game. Zhou Ke, break, break, break. Break the record. Fans waved their remote controls, brimming with anticipation for what performance Zhou Ke would deliver after 3 stunning displays. Michael, what are you doing? You've been discovered. At the United Center. Pippen approached Jordan from behind and patted his shoulder. Sneakily watching without me, you hypocrite. No, you misunderstood. I was just passing by, and he happened to be broadcasting. Jordan shrugged, preparing to turn and leave, not wishing to watch that kid-esque game. Hey, the game is about to begin. Chapter 88, The Arrogant Big Dog. In the United Center, Chicago, Michael Jordan paused as he turned to leave. Hey, are you inviting me to watch the game with you? Scottie Pippen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that his friend was simply reluctant to let go of his pride. Of course, let's consider it a favor to you. My brother, he said, moving closer to Jordan and placing a hand on his shoulder. Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly join you, Jordan feigned exasperation, raising his hands. You know, I truly don't want to watch that guy play. He lacks any real skill. All right, I understand. The scene shifted back to Milwaukee, where the Bradley Center was filled with the deafening cheers of enthusiastic fans. No, I've genuinely never heard of him. What's his name? Joe? I don't believe a player from China poses any threat to me, Glenn Robinson arrogantly stated during a pre-game interview, facing the probing journalists. This player, nicknamed Big Dog, was in just his 3rd season after being drafted in '94, yet he already exuded an air of confidence. After all, how could he live up to his nickname otherwise? All right. That's enough for now. Soon you'll witness how I dominate that kid, he declared before turning to focus on his warm-up. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the last player who boasted like him, Avery Johnson, had yet to recover from the psychological trauma of their last encounter. Everyone, let us raise our hands. The cheers are about to begin. The game is about to start. The exuberant commentators announced the starting lineup for the Milwaukee Bucks. Displayed on the electronic screen, Ray Allen, Glenn Robinson, Vin Baker, Sherman Douglas, and John Newman, with Coach Chris Ford at the helm. Hi, guys. Please cheer for me tonight. Yes, just like that. A little louder. Robinson waved his arms on the court, his head bobbing with an air of arrogance. Next, the starting 5 for the Boston Celtics were introduced. Zhou Ke, Brett Sabo IV, Frank Brickowski, D. Brown, and Alton Lister, coached by ML Carr. Show. Look at that arrogant guy, D. Brown remarked, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Robinson's bravado. Just wait, the game hasn't started yet. Zhou Ke replied with a calm smile, already strategizing in his mind. Robinson stood at 201 centimeters, specializing in the small forward position. But even though Zhou was playing as a shooting guard in this game, it would not hinder his ability to teach Robinson a lesson. As the players took their positions, the match was about to commence. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the ball soared high above the Bradley Center. The game officially began. Vin Baker leaped first, swiftly directing the ball to Sherman Douglas. The Milwaukee Bucks had secured the first offensive possession. Receiving the ball, Sherman Douglas pushed forward, aiming for a fast break while the Celtics struggled to counter, but D. Brown's defense proved challenging, preventing a quick breakthrough. Here, buddy. At the wing. Big Dog Glenn Robinson forcefully shoved aside Frank Brickowski, calling for the ball. Sherman Douglas seized the moment, delivering a bounce pass to Robinson. Upon receiving the ball, Robinson bulldozed through Brickowski and released a soft floater. Swish. The ball gracefully settled into the net, granting Robinson the opening points for his team. You can end amp. Oppos. Stop me. You're like a worm that has the tea eaten, utterly incapable of holding me back. After scoring, Robinson flexed his muscles at the Celtics, engaging in trash talk. This is Big Dog Glenn Robinson, dominating those kids. Big Dog. Hooray. I relish players like you. The Bucks and Amp, Oppos, fans erupted in cheers. However, Zhou Ke's response was never delayed. In the next offensive possession, Zhou Ke received a pass from D. Brown at the top of the arc. Let me handle this kid. As Zhou caught the ball, Robinson immediately lunged forward, his eyes glaring menacingly at him, as if he intended to devour Zhou whole. You want to step forward? Really? Not even a single step? Zhou Ke replied with a calm smile. Not a step? Before Robinson could finish, Zhou Ke launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. If you want to let me advance, then I'll step forward. Heh. Swish. The ball traced a beautiful arc, perfectly entering the hoop. The Celtics led 3-2. Taking the lead. Damn it, can you not face me like a man? Do you only dare to float around the perimeter shooting threes? Robinson scoffed, his disdain evident. Let me show you how a man plays. In a similar position, Robinson received another pass. Next, I will dominate every single one of you. Especially you. He pointed at the Celtics, ultimately resting his finger on Zhou Ke. Many have mentioned you. What is your name again? Zhou. Something, right? Remember, tonight, I aim to score 50 points over you. Bang. Just as Robinson continued his chatter, the ball in his hand vanished in an instant. Such incredible speed. Is this Zhou Ke? The commentators gasped in astonishment, having only read about him in newspapers and seen videos, but witnessing him live was a different experience altogether. Is he here to play ball or just to talk? I'm here to show you what efficient scoring looks like. After completing the steal, Zhou Ke dribbled forward, launching a three-pointer from half-court. Is this kid out of his mind? Robinson thought, puzzled by Zhou's audacious shot selection. After stealing the ball, is he so exhilarated that his brain short-circuited? Bang. The ball struck the backboard with a loud thud before swishing through the net. A half-court three-pointer, successfully made. Luck. It must be luck. Chapter 89. Are you kidding me? OMG. Michael, did you see that? A half-court logo three-pointer. In front of the electronic screen, Pippen leaned back, waving his hands. This is far superior to your three-pointer, my friend. Do you remember that three-point contest from years ago? Damn it, that was merely a fluke. I thought you would have forgotten by now. Jordan and Oppos' expression darkened, clearly displeased. How could he still recall that three-point contest after all this time? If he had known it would become a laughingstock, he would have done anything to avoid participating back then. Moreover, was and Oppos, that shot simply a stroke of luck? Who in their right mind would attempt a three-pointer from half-court? If I were the coach, I would have relegated him to the farthest corner of the bench. Jordan and Oppos' reasoning was quite sound. In that era, scoring was primarily achieved through physical play inside or in set offensive formations. And a three-pointer was hardly regarded as a conventional weapon. A half-court logo three-pointer like Zhou Ke and Oppos' was something no one would dare to attempt. Let and Oppos' just watch the game unfold. Pippen pointed to the screen as the Bucks returned to the offensive end. Hey, are you going to defend? Remember to stand firm. I wouldn't and Oppos' want to see you sprawled on the ground later. Glenn Robinson, with his back to Zhou Ke, continued to taunt him. Fall down, twig. As he issued his challenge, Big Dog drove his ample backside forcefully into Zhou Ke's midsection. Faced with the confrontation, Zhou Ke stood his ground, asserting himself against the man who had once matched up with David Robinson. Why should he fear you? Boom. The two collided with the force of speeding trains, sparks flying. However, Zhou Ke remained unyielding, while Glenn Robinson and Oppos' body quivered under the impact, his face contorting in discomfort. Yet, Glenn Robinson refused to concede. A wiry yellow-skinned kid like you? Today, I won't let you get away with it. After several attempts to overpower Zhou Ke, he realized he was up against an impenetrable wall. Not only did his efforts yield no results, but he was also being pushed further from the basket. Here is your gift, you dog. Seeing that brute force would not suffice, Glenn Robinson attempted a spin move to execute a thunderous dunk. Thank you for the big hat, my friend. Zhou Ke and Oppos' lips curled into a slight smirk, a calm smile adorning his face. Such a slow motion, and you think you can score against me? No. That is simply a pipe dream. Thud. Before the basketball could leave Glenn Robinson and Oppos' grasp, Zhou Ke and Oppos' massive hand swooped in like a gale. The next moment, the sound of whoosh echoed as the ball soared into the stands. It must be said, that was a magnificent block. Glenn Robinson's every move had been anticipated by Zhou Ke, and this rejection was predestined. Indeed, with no feints and no one possessing physical attributes that could rival Zhou Ke's, such an offensive strategy stood no chance of success. The commentators analyzed the situation astutely. Against Zhou Ke, there were no tricks or superior athleticism that could prevail. Many players had already paid a bloody price for underestimating him. Thank you for the gift, my friend. I graciously accept this block. After executing the volleyball-style rejection, Zhou Ke finally responded verbally. Just you wait. Glenn Robinson gritted his teeth, veins bulging. This time, I will make sure to dunk all over you, you dog. Give me the ball. Hey, buddy. Outside the three-point line. Ray Allen received a pass and was about to shoot when he heard Glenn Robinson demanding the ball. He hesitated for a moment and locked eyes with Zhou Ke, sensing an unspoken challenge. Does this mean I am being underestimated? Very well, I shall prove you wrong. Ray Allen ignored Glenn Robinson's plea for the ball and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Damn it, you're shooting your well done. Glenn Robinson, witnessing the shot, was about to explode when the ball swished perfectly through the net. A resolute three-pointer. Ray Allen was using this moment to convey to Zhou Ke that he was no inferior player. The commentators in the stands praised Ray Allen for his remarkable three-pointer. This game was becoming quite intriguing. After Ray Allen's successful shot, Zhou Ke's lips curled upward, a playful spirit igniting within him. First, Glenn Robinson issued his challenge. And now the rookie Ray Allen responded with a three-pointer. It was turning out to be far more entertaining than Zhou Ke had anticipated. However, how terrifying Zhou Ke could be when playing around was yet to be witnessed. D. Brown dribbled to the front court, doing nothing but seeking out Zhou Ke's position before delivering the ball securely into his hands. Facing the defenders, Zhou Ke executed a simple hesitation move to effortlessly shake them off. Such single coverage was akin to having no defense at all for him. And as for me, this time you won T score a single point. Glenn Robinson darted forward like a roadblock, determined to obstruct Zhou Ke. Ah, you've come, big dog? Faced with Glenn Robinson's defense, Zhou Ke welcomed the challenge. It's you I want to face, Glenn Robinson. There's no need to search elsewhere. You've delivered yourself right to me. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Ke and Oppo's rapid shoulder fakes and probing moves had Glenn Robinson jumping like a ballet dancer. Suddenly, Zhou Ke accelerated, feigning a drive to the right. Oh no, so fast. Glenn Robinson felt a jolt of panic, realizing too late that he had lost control of the defensive rhythm. And this sudden shift in pace caught him off guard. Yet, one must preserve their pride. I will give it my all to defend this shot. Glenn Robinson gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of energy into moving to his right. Bang. But just as he lunged with all his might, Zhou Ke executed a subtle pullback, instantly switching the ball to his left side. You think you can shake me? Glenn Robinson's eyes nearly popped out in frustration. How dare you feint me? I will block you into oblivion. He hurriedly adjusted his footing and lunged at Zhou Ke. However, just as he leapt, he caught a glimpse of the playful gleam in Zhou Ke and Oppo's eyes. Bang. Before Glenn Robinson could close in, Zhou Ke exploded once more, executing a reverse drive to his right. You think you can shake me again? Glenn Robinson was now consumed by rage, charging towards Zhou Ke with reckless abandon. Chapter 90, Substitution? Come on. Everyone, come on. A dull thud echoed as Glenn Robinson, in a fit of rage, stumbled and inadvertently tripped over his own foot, crashing to the ground. What is happening? Glenn Robinson fell victim to Zhou Ke's dazzling dribble. Wow, such breathtaking skill. It's hard to believe that a towering 201 centimeters giant possesses such exquisite ball-handling finesse. The two commentators stared at each other, their jaws agape, nearly wide enough to fit a fist. Zhou Ke was nothing short of a sorcerer. Every movement defies belief. Otherwise, it could spell disaster. On the court, after deceiving Glenn Robinson, Zhou Ke did not charge directly into the paint but paused, looked down at Robinson, his eyes filled with concern. Did you hurt your foot? No? Then I shall shoot. And right before Glenn Robinson and Oppo's eyes, he sank a mid-range jumper. Swish. Another 2 points. However, Robinson remained on the floor, while another player from the Bucks stepped up. Ray Allen, who had just made a three-pointer, surged to the offensive end, using a screen to find an open shot and released another three. Swish. At this moment, Ray Allen was subtly revealing the potential of a sharpshooter. With remarkable precision from beyond the arc, Allen hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, allowing the Bucks to maintain a slender lead. After landing those shots, Allen purposefully jogged past Zhou Ke during his retreat, seemingly communicating, "Do not underestimate the youth. I, Ray Allen, am no pushover." A commendable three-pointer. But perhaps you've misjudged your opponent. Zhou Ke, sparked by Allen's 2 three-pointers, felt compelled to showcase his prowess as the true king of three-pointers. He brought the ball to the front court, and without a moment's hesitation, launched another shot from near the logo. Here it comes. Glenn Robinson furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. Since being flummoxed by Zhou Ke, he seemed reluctant to defend aggressively. To put it bluntly, he was intimidated. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the ball slipped from Zhou Ke's hands. Swish. This time, there was no backboard involved. It swished cleanly through the net. Another logo three-pointer. Competing in three-pointers? This is Zhou Ke and Appos' retort. Not only must he be accurate, but he must also be more audacious. As Zhou Ke scored. The most disconcerted of all was not the Bucks but rather Michael Jordan, who was spectating the game. Michael, look. Another logo three-pointer. And it's nothing but net. Not even hitting the backboard? Could it be mere luck? Pippen quipped, teasingly nudging Jordan. I can see that. Buddy, no need to remind me, Jordan retorted. Brushing Pippen's hand away, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the game. What troubled Jordan was not the number of logo three-pointers Zhou Ke had made, but the fact that Zhou Ke had already racked up 14 points. Mind you, the game had barely progressed for 4 minutes. He had casually accumulated 14 points. By this calculation, achieving 50 points does not seem far-fetched, does it? If he surpasses my own tally of 51 points from yesterday, that would be quite the embarrassment. It seemed Zhou Ke could hear Jordan's thoughts, as in the next possession, he fired another three-pointer from the corner. Swish. Adding 3 more points to his tally. 17 points. In a mere 4 minutes, 17 points. Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Ke had bombarded in 2 consecutive three-pointers, while the Bucks struggled to maintain their shooting rhythm, causing the deficit to widen. Sensing the urgency, Bucks coach Chris Ford called for a timeout. Boys, defense, let us get focused. Chris Ford clapped his hands, bellowing at Glenn Robinson, who had just exited the game. Show some enthusiasm. What were you zoning out for? No, coach, I was zoning out. I was just being cautious. That kid's dribbling is outrageous. Glenn Robinson immediately countered. Who dares to defend? I was left dizzy after being faked out. Why provoke Zhou Ke? Who would dare to defend? Hey, buddy, you're the big dog. You need to defend. Chris Ford was quite dissatisfied with Robinson's defensive attitude. Coach, it's genuinely not my fault. It's that kid's issue. Robinson spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. That kid dribbles like a slippery eel. Who can keep up? Indeed, it was that Glenn Robinson lacked the desire to defend. It was simply that he was outmatched. Ford started to erupt when Ray Allen interjected from the bench, setting down his water cup, determination etched on his face. Let me take a shot at guarding that kid. Ray, you want to guard him? Ford began to speak but was interrupted. Ray, good man. This daunting task is yours. Before Ford could voice his opinion, Robinson chimed in. I believe in you. You can handle him. Upon hearing that Ray Allen was willing to take on Zhou Ke, Glenn Robinson's expression brightened significantly. Finally. He wouldn't have to defend Zhou Ke. He could stop dancing on the court. Robinson let out a sigh of relief. Ray, don't force it if you can't handle it. Ford patted Allen on the shoulder, his heart racing with anxiety about the team's future, hoping it wouldn't shatter. Do it, Joe. That is how we play. Let the Bradley Center rain threes. ML Kyle exclaimed, raising his arms in excitement. Guys, give the ball to Zhou Ke. He can easily score 50. After saying this, ML Kyle cast a trusting glance at Zhou Ke, ready to return the favor against the deity. Beep. The timeout concluded. The game resumed. Both teams returned to the court. Would the Bucks' timeout yield results? How would they contain Zhou Ke? Would Zhou Ke's shooting prowess continue after the break? Would his rhythm cool? The two commentators watched with anticipation, hoping Zhou Ke could sustain his fiery performance after the timeout. Swish. The answer was a resounding yes. Beyond the arc, Ray Allen, upon seeing Zhou Ke receive the ball, immediately stepped forward to closely guard him, one hand firmly on his waist. Substitution? Faced with Allen's relentless defense, Zhou Ke paid no heed and boldly launched a three-pointer over Allen's outstretched arm. So fast. Before Allen could leap to contest, Zhou Ke had already released the shot over him. Another three-pointer. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Ke, yet again, hits a three. 20 points. And barely a quarter has passed, but for Zhou, this might be quite routine. His shooting touch will not fade. Seeking support, seeking votes, seeking every bit of assistance, my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's immense support. Thank you. Chapter 91. This is the no-fly zone in Boston, in the United States. At the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, upon returning from a timeout, Zhou Ke's shooting touch remained unyielding. However, the Bucks, playing at home, fought tenaciously, consistently finding someone to respond on the offensive end. 35-30. At the end of the first quarter, the Celtics led by a mere 5 points. Even though Zhou Ke scored 27 points in the first quarter, the score remained tightly contested. The Bucks' multifaceted offensive approach magnified the Celtics' already fragile defensive strategy. In previous games this season, the Celtics relied on Zhou Ke's support on defense, which masked their shortcomings. But tonight, facing the Bucks' smaller lineup, they suffered greatly. Aside from Zhou Ke, the rest of the perimeter defenders failed to contain the Bucks players. Despite having a height advantage as a team, this became their Achilles heel. The taller they were, the slower their footwork became. In contrast, the Bucks, though not as tall as the Celtics, possessed remarkable agility. By utilizing off-ball movement and speed, they effortlessly created shooting opportunities, hitting open shots with ease. For the Celtics, it was fortunate to have Zhou Ke. However, it was unfortunate that he was their sole reliance. Indeed, we must continue to play this way. Even if that kid scores 100 points, the victory will still belong to us. On the sidelines, Bucks head coach Fox Ford was visibly excited, as though he could see the prospect of winning this game. Once back on the court, we will intensify our defensive efforts against that kid. Even if we can't stop him, we must wear him down. And Ray Allen, enhance your three-point shooting. We need your firepower. Tonight, Ray Allen's three-pointers have indeed aided the Bucks significantly. After saying this, Fox Ford turned his gaze to Zhou Ke. Even if God himself donned your jersey tonight, victory will still be ours. As long as we unleash the team's mobility and agility, the game will unfold as we anticipate. Who says we cannot be the end of the Celtics' winning streak? We must win this game. However, Fox Ford, despite his meticulous planning, seemed to have forgotten how Zhou Ke played in the NCAA and how he secured the NCAA championship. The Celtics bench, for the first time since the game began, fell into a state of despondency. The perimeter defense was breached, and their interior defense was also lacking. The entire Celtics team relied almost solely on Zhou Ke. Especially on defense, it was as if Zhou Ke had to play both father and mother, covering for both the inside and perimeter. Faced with the Bucks' swift-moving smaller lineup, ML found himself at a loss for a solution. The Celtics appeared to be in trouble for the first time. Guys, when we defend, try to pressure them from the outside. Zhou Ke tossed aside the towel in his hand and addressed the dejected crowd. We cannot allow them to shoot so comfortably. However, rushing out would mean abandoning the interior. D. Brown shrugged his shoulders. Leave the inside to me. You guys focus on pressuring from the perimeter. As long as they dare to charge inside, I will always be there waiting for them. Zhou Ke and D. Brown exchanged a determined glance, providing reassurance to one another. Upon hearing Zhou Ke and Apos' words, ML suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Let us do as Zhou Ke suggested. Upon reflection, in that first quarter, the opposing team's scoring was primarily through perimeter shooting. They utilized their team's agility to engage with the Celtics. Throughout the quarter, there were hardly any attempts to penetrate the paint. If they could push the defensive lineup, denying them comfortable shots and forcing them to pass or drive into the interior, when they approached the paint, their speed would often no longer hold absolute advantage. The height would dominate. No matter how fast or agile you are, the paint will always belong to the taller players, especially with a defensive stalwart like Zhou Ke present. As long as they could challenge Zhou Ke in the paint, their advantages would vanish. Soon, the intermission came to an end. The game continued. At the start of the second quarter, the Bucks surged forward once again with great momentum. They didn't hold back, fully intending to exploit their speed advantage. Just past half-court, Ray Allen called for a pick, then stepped back to fake a three-point shot. D. Brown quickly maneuvered around the defender to contest. Even if it's a feigned attack, you better drive inside. Outside the three-point line, Ray Allen clearly did not anticipate D. Brown and Apos' fervent defense. Momentarily, he was unsure how to handle the ball. By the time he regained his senses, his teammates were already tightly guarded. The Celtics altered their defensive strategy. They adopted a man-to-man defense, giving the Bucks no opportunity for outside shots. However, this tactic left their interior vulnerable, creating a situation ripe for exploitation by the Bucks. The commentators were skeptical about the Celtics and Apos' defensive adjustment. Such a strategy would leave their paint wide open, easily allowing the opposing team to capitalize on fast breaks. After all, while the shooting percentage may be uncertain, layups or dunks in the paint guarantee a higher success rate. The Celtics' self-destructive defensive strategy was a high-stakes gamble. Ray, over here. Seeing Ray Allen unable to shoot, Glenn Robinson utilized a pick to shake off his defender and charged straight to the basket. Hearing the call, Ray Allen delivered a bounce pass, securely landing the ball in Robinson and Apos' hands. Almost all Celtics players were focused on perimeter defense, leaving the paint as vacant as a deserted street in the early morning. Glenn Robinson charged through, unhindered. With a few strides, Glenn Robinson entered the paint, stretching out his arms for a thunderous dunk. However, just as he leapt, a formidable obstacle emerged before him. Bam! The ball flew out of bounds as if struck by a colossal force. So fast. When did this kid come in? Upon landing and looking up at Zhou Ke, who stood before him like a deity, Glenn Robinson felt a chill run down his spine. When he charged in just now, the paint had been completely empty. When had Zhou Ke appeared? Beautiful job. Zhou, this is how we do it. Let those fools know, this is the no-fly zone in Boston. Watching Zhou Ke execute a spectacular block, ML raised his arms high, shouting in exhilaration. Chapter 92, the halftime conclusion, the 50-point milestone within reach. Move, move, move. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Fox Ford shouted fervently at the Bucks players, move your feet. The Bucks' advantage lies in their footwork. If they become stagnant, they will surely sink into the mire. But will mere exhortation suffice for movement? Beyond the three-point line, Ray Allen received an inbound pass, confronted by D. Brown's tenacious defense, making it difficult for him to find shooting space. Even when he attempted to shake off D. Brown with a screen, another defender immediately closed in, unperturbed by the possibility of being outmaneuvered. As he faced relentless pressure, Ray Allen steeled himself and accelerated past the help defense of Frank Brickowski, charging boldly towards the paint. Yet, as his gaze met that of Zhou Ke, his inner confidence began to wane. His legs seemed reluctant to drive into the lane. Behind him, Frank Brickowski had already caught up, leaving Ray Allen in a precarious position. Bang! Just as he hesitated, unsure of his next move, a figure streaked past him. Before Ray Allen could react, Zhou Ke snatched the ball from his hands with a swift swipe. Zhou completed the steal. Truly, he is the yellow lightning. Zhou Ke's speed was breathtakingly instantaneous. On the sidelines, two commentators could not help but praise. It seems we owe an apology for our earlier remarks. The Celtics' defensive strategy has indeed proven effective. They have curtailed the Bucks' multifaceted outside attack. Indeed, however, such a strategy is not one that ordinary teams dare to employ. Another commentator chimed in. Not every team possesses a player like Zhou Ke, capable of shouldering the entire interior defense. With four defenders pressuring from the perimeter and Zhou Ke guarding the paint alone, one must wonder, which team, aside from the Celtics with Zhou Ke, would dare to employ such a tactic? Bang! During the exchange between the two commentators, the dynamic court witnessed yet another splendid moment. Zhou Ke completed the steal and surged into the Bucks' territory, delivering a resounding two-handed dunk. 37-30. With that emphatic dunk, Zhou Ke scored the first point of the second quarter. This dunk marked the turning point of the game. Thereafter, the Bucks found themselves unable to establish any offensive rhythm. On defense, they could not contain the unstoppable Zhou Ke, who embarked on a scoring spree throughout the second quarter. This is dire, Michael. The broadcast camera highlighted Zhou Ke's impressive statistics: 40 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. What is truly terrifying is not merely Zhou Ke's numbers. At first glance, 40 points might astonish but not instill fear. The real source of trepidation is that Zhou Ke accomplished these feats in less than a half. Scoring is easy. I could do it too. Jordan wore a nonchalant expression, shrugging his shoulders as if to say, so easy. Over the years in the NBA, countless young players have been hailed as prodigies, and many have been labeled as the next players to surpass Jordan. Yet, in the end, were they not all referred to as mere mortals by the old sage? After all, the origin of that nickname is quite telling. Since the beginning of the second quarter, the Bucks' situation took a sharp downturn, with the point differential quickly reaching double digits. Coach Fox Ford, who had been smiling brightly moments earlier, now wore a grave expression. Offensively ensnared, the Bucks had lost their scoring methods, and defensively, they could not contain Zhou Ke. If this continued, it would merely be a matter of time before they lost the game. Losing a regular season game ISN and Oppos, catastrophic. But the pressing concern now lies with Ray Allen and Oppos' inability to defend Zhou Ke. Zhou had already scored over 15 points against him. A rookie being schooled like this would be disheartening for anyone. Let me take a turn. I will guard Zhou. On the court, Glenn Robinson, witnessing Ray Allen and Oppos' despair, felt a twinge of sympathy. Allow me to limit this kid. You can handle the other side. While he knew that stepping in would only shift the burden of being overwhelmed, he couldn't and Oppos' bear to see Ray Allen and Oppos' expression. If this continued, he might truly question his own existence. Fortunately, after the lead reached double digits, Zhou Ke ceased his relentless isolation play. After all, if he continued, the game would be over, and Coach Fox Ford might wave the white flag, which would also see him benched. Zhou Ke was unwilling to merely play a half. That would be unsatisfying. With just a few minutes left in the second quarter, Zhou Ke began orchestrating the team and Oppo's offense, delivering swift passes. Beep. 65-49. Halftime concluded with the point differential at 16. After a few agonizing minutes, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the second quarter, which had been a veritable nightmare for the Bucks. Offensively stifled and defensively breached, the entire team could only muster 19 points in the second quarter. In stark contrast to the smooth sailing of the first quarter, the Bucks had completely lost their grip on the game's rhythm. While the first quarter ended with both teams relatively even, the conclusion of the second quarter revealed an unmistakable trend towards a lopsided outcome. Not because the Bucks had discovered a solution, but simply because Zhou Ke had ceased his unstoppable isolation plays. The Bucks had demonstrated commendable performance, yet regrettably, they could not sustain their impressive shooting from the first quarter. Following the Celtics' defensive adjustments, the Bucks found themselves grappling with offensive challenges, necessitating new scoring avenues. Given their performance at halftime, commentators deemed the Bucks' situation as commendable, especially considering that no team had managed to withstand the Celtics through to the second half in recent matches. The Bucks appeared poised to become the first team to face the Celtics into the second half, albeit with little hope for victory. The Celtics remained relentless, as Zhou Ke's presence ensured their offensive firepower never waned. In the first half, Zhou Ke showcased his offensive prowess, scoring 20 points in the first quarter and 22 in the second. With halftime upon them, his tally reached 42 points, just 5 shy of the coveted 50-point mark. Additionally, Zhou Ke recorded 9 assists. One could assert that this match was a solitary duel between Zhou Ke and the entire Bucks team. Zhou Ke bore the weight of the Celtics in their confrontation against the Milwaukee team. Chapter 93, It's Not About Ability, It's About Desire in Chicago, at the United Center. Pippen relentlessly patted Jordan's shoulder, his face adorned with a mischievous expression as he chattered on. Michael, you're just 9 points ahead, and that kid is only 5 behind. I wager that once the game resumes, it won't take him 3 minutes to surpass your 51 points. Pippen shook Jordan's shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You must understand. In the last game, I didn't even focus entirely on scoring, Jordan replied, brushing Pippen's hand aside, his tone nonchalant. It's merely a regular season game. Those points are insignificant. If I face that kid, I guarantee he won't exceed 20 points. Confidence radiated from Jordan. That brash youngster, no matter how fit he is, will still have to learn his place in front of this old veteran. Meanwhile, in front of televisions across China, the excitement was palpable. It's only halftime, and he's just 9 points behind. Go, Zhou Ke. Bring it back. 40. Incredible. 2 quarters with 40 points. How astonishing. Despite the late hour of the broadcast, many fans remained glued to their screens, some so fired up that they rushed to the courts under the moonlight, basketballs in hand, inspired by Zhou Ke. Countless youths across the land were ignited with dreams of basketball thanks to him. Simultaneously, in the gymnasium of the University of Texas, Don Hawkins gathered the entire team, comprising both seasoned players and newcomers. They were all captivated by the live broadcast of the game, Boston Celtics versus Milwaukee Bucks. See that kid? I discovered him. Hawkins pointed at the screen, pride and excitement evident on his face. He is getting stronger since entering the NBA. His playmaking and scoring abilities have elevated to a new level. While Zhou Ke could have defeated Ray Allen during his college days, to dominate him in the manner witnessed today is indeed a tall order. Coach, is that Zhou Ke, our senior? A rookie asked, eyes wide with admiration as he pointed at the spirited Zhou Ke on the screen. Of course, he's my proud protege. Hawkins patted his chest, beaming. Impressive, isn't it? Just think about who mentored him. Though Hawkins had already achieved great success, it was Zhou Ke's emergence that granted him his first and only NCAA championship trophy. A paternal smile crept onto Hawkins and Oppo's face as he felt a swell of pride, envisioning the day his disciple might hoist the Oppo's Bryant trophy on the court as halftime concluded. The game resumed with fervor. In the third quarter, Zhou Ke began to assert his offensive presence. He was determined not to sit on the bench and watch the game slip away. Unlike clocking out of work, he preferred to relish the game on the court. The Bucks players lamented internally, "You may be enjoying the game, but it's torturing us, even without scoring." Zhou Ke and Oppo's mere presence and passing prowess were a source of distress for the Bucks. It was as if he were toying with them, leading them in a chase as they scrambled to keep up. Zhou Ke seemed to deliberately suppress his scoring instincts. Perhaps his rhythm had cooled? Could the Bucks seize this moment to counterattack? There was a glimmer of hope for victory. Before the commentator could finish, Zhou Ke appeared to have heard the words. Having refrained from shooting, he showcased a dazzling dribbling display, effortlessly evading defenders before launching a three-pointer. Swish. Without a hint of doubt, the ball nestled into the net with ease. It became evident that Zhou Ke and Oppo's form had not faltered. He could step up to score whenever he wished. His reluctance to score stemmed merely from a desire to enjoy the game. Do you understand that? Throughout the entire third quarter, Zhou Ke hardly took shots, focusing instead on orchestrating the offense and delivering exquisite passes. Yet, whenever the Bucks attempted to mount a comeback, Zhou Ke would quell their efforts with a decisive blow, denying them any momentum. The two teams exchanged leads, with the score differential consistently hovering around 10 points. At the end of the third quarter, the Celtics maintained a comfortable 13-point lead, ending the period at 82-69. Zhou Ke, seemingly intent on controlling the score, managed only 7 points in the third, bringing his total to 49, just 2 points shy of matching Jordan and Oppo's 51 from the previous game. This 49 points marked Zhou Ke's highest career score since joining the NBA. However, the game was far from over, and all viewers believed that Zhou Ke and Oppo's record would not remain static for long. In addition to his 49 points, Zhou Ke recorded 6 assists in the third quarter, raising his total for the game to 15, an impressive feat for the season thus far. Clearly, Zhou Ke and Oppo's aspirations extended beyond mere scoring. He sought to excel in assists, rebounds, steals. He desired it all. Throughout the third quarter, while Zhou Ke refrained from scoring like he had in the first half, the majority of the Celtics and Oppo's points were linked to his contributions. Regardless, even standing on the court without shooting, Zhou Ke posed a significant threat to the Bucks. What manner of performance will Zhou Ke present in response to Michael Jordan and Oppo's challenge? Let us turn our focus to the final quarter of the game. In the annals of rookie history, no player has ever matched Zhou Ke and Oppo's caliber, scoring, assisting, rebounding, stealing. A rookie capable of fulfilling any expectation on the court. Even legendary figures like Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan failed to deliver such stellar statistics and performances during their rookie seasons. A young man of Asian descent continues to redefine fans' perceptions on the NBA stage. The chapter of history remains unwritten. Let us return our gaze to the court. We have not lost. We cannot give up. In the Bradley Center, the Bucks and Oppo's bench was alive with energy as Fox Ford clutched a tactics board, sketching circles in a fervor. If we cannot stop that guy, then we must ensure he cannot stop us. Chapter 94. The Instinct for Rebounds. He is but a mortal, and it is impossible for him to sustain this level of performance indefinitely. Fox Ford continued to annotate on the tactical board throughout the first 3 quarters. That young man single-handedly bore the weight of both offense and defense for the Celtics, presenting a colossal challenge to his stamina. In the third quarter, he tempered his offensive ambitions, likely due to fatigue. As long as we persist, he alone cannot secure this victory. Ray and Glenn, when defending, increase your physicality. Even in off-ball defense, keep a vigilant eye on that young man. No matter how formidable you are, Zhou Ke is ultimately human, and he must need rest. Does he not? No matter how fit one is, there comes a time when exhaustion sets in after continuous exertion. When that moment arrives, it will be a prime opportunity for the Bucks to launch a counterattack. Zhou, why didn't you take charge in the third quarter? On the Celtics bench, Emil Kyle questioned Zhou Ke. The game is not yet concluded. I believe you need to increase your attempts. With 1 quarter remaining and a lead of over 10 points. That is not a significant margin in the NBA, where scores can shift dramatically. Patience, it is not yet the time to conclude the game, Zhou Ke replied, symbolically wiping his face with a towel, his expression suggesting a premeditated strategy. I have merely extended this process. The outcome remains unchanged. Observing Zhou Ke's composed demeanor, Emil Kyle's earlier anxiety gradually subsided. The brief intermission concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Numerous Bucks fans waved their support signs, believing there was still hope with such a narrow margin. Ray Allen received the baseline inbounds, and the Bucks commenced their first offensive maneuver of the final quarter. When running plays proved impractical, they opted for an alternative approach. Approaching the front court, Ray Allen called for a pick-and-roll, shaking off the tenacious D. Brown, and confidently took the shot. The recovery effort by Frank Brickowski was sluggish. Although he rushed to defend, he was ultimately too late. As Ray Allen had already released the ball, the sphere soared over Frank Brickowski's fingertips, heading toward the hoop. Swish. A flawless three-pointer nestled into the net. Ray Allen opened the fourth quarter with a resounding statement. He signaled to the crowd that the Bucks had not surrendered. He conveyed to the Celtics that they would not relinquish victory easily. Defense, defense. Fox Ford continued to passionately exhort from the sidelines, urging the Bucks to transition swiftly back to defense after their offensive play. Winning the game requires more than just making a single three-pointer. It necessitates robust performances on both ends of the court to close the gap. On the other end, after the Bucks scored a three-pointer, the Celtics did not swiftly initiate a counterattack. Instead, they awaited the Bucks and Oppo's defenders to position themselves before Zhou Ke began orchestrating their offense. Dribbling to the front court, Ray Allen quickly applied pressure, contesting Zhou Ke and hindering his passing and offensive options. Unfazed by the relentless defense, Zhou Ke demonstrated patience, adhering to the rhythm. With keen vision, he spotted D. Brown lurking in the corner and executed a swift behind-the-back pass right into D. Brown's hands. The latter, receiving the quick pass, wasted no time and launched a three-pointer. However, on this night at the Bradley Center, the rim seemed to conspire against him. A perfectly executed open shot struck the rim and ricocheted out. Beneath the basket, several Bucks players had already established their positions, prepared to secure the rebound. Noticing this, the Celtics players began retreating to set up their next defensive stand. Suddenly, in an instant, a green figure, like a gust of wind, zipped past everyone. Leaping to intercept the descending ball, with sheer determination, he snatched the ball from the Bucks' grasp and emphatically slammed it toward the hoop. Bam! The basketball echoed with a pronounced thud, followed by a tremor. The putback dunk was successful. The Celtics responded. That figure was none other than Zhou Ke. He soared high, completely eclipsing the Bucks' interior defenders. As commentators shielded their eyes in disbelief at the sight of the number 16 jersey, they marveled at Zhou Ke's uncanny instinct for rebounds, providing the Bucks no opportunity to react before he seized the ball. With the dunk completed, the Bucks wasted no time, quickly inbounding the ball to advance, hoping to capitalize on the Celtics' disarray during the transition phase and execute a fast break. Ray Allen hastily dribbled forward, still facing the tenacious D. Brown. This time, he bypassed the pick and, with a deft shoulder fake, created space for a shot. Just as he was about to release the ball, he felt an ominous chill behind him, as if a terrifying force lurked just out of sight. Smack! Before he could process the situation, a large hand descended from behind, mercilessly swatting the ball away. The sphere flew directly into D. Brown's hands. Once again, it was Zhou Ke. As the fourth quarter commenced, he was ready to reassert his dominance. Ray Allen seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. Zhou Ke's defensive awareness was equally formidable. The commentators barely had time to express their admiration before D. Brown quickly advanced the ball. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke had already sprinted to the basket. D. Brown seized the moment, launching the ball high into the air. The higher the ball soared, the higher Zhou Ke leaped. He caught the basketball mid-air, swinging his arm in a powerful dunk. A splendid collaboration. D. Brown and Amp, Oppos, S long pass and Zhou Ke and Amp, Oppos, S emphatic slam. D. Brown appeared to have adapted to his role alongside Zhou Ke. The Celtics were no longer solely reliant on Zhou Ke, they exhibited commendable teamwork. Through the progression of earlier matches, D. Brown and others had gradually acclimated to their roles beside Zhou Ke. Moving forward, such dunks would undoubtedly become commonplace. In a fierce exchange of offense and defense, the Bucks had now conceded 4 points, an unacceptable outcome for a team eager to close the gap. Physicality. Press forward. Chapter 95, The Enigmatic Zhou Ke, Time to Put on a Show. In the United States, at the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the Boston Celtics faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks in a thrilling contest that reached a fever pitch in the final quarter. On the Bucks sideline, Coach Fox Ford shouted at his players on the court, urging them to intensify their physicality and push forward. Throughout the match, the Bucks struggled to devise an effective strategy against Zhou Ke, their only recourse now being to wear him down through brute force. As the game progressed, the Bucks capitalized on Glenn Robinson's inside advantage, successfully scoring 2 points to keep the score close. The Bucks' offensive strategy was clear. They sought to exploit their speed to create opportunities for outside shots. When those opportunities failed to materialize, the ball was handed to Glenn Robinson for isolation plays. This indicated that the Bucks were unable to find their shooting rhythm. Relying solely on Robinson and Oppos' scant advantage in the paint, the Bucks found themselves in dire straits, facing the imminent conclusion of the match. When a team is left with only one viable scorer, Zhou Ke's formidable one-on-one defensive prowess becomes increasingly pronounced. The beleaguered Bucks poured every ounce of their effort into the game, yet their adversary tonight was Zhou Ke. In the entirety of the fourth quarter, Glenn Robinson managed to score only once under Zhou Ke's vigilant defense, with subsequent attempts either falling short or being blocked. Ray Allen also began to lose his shooting touch, his three-point attempts becoming increasingly erratic. with two core players unable to find their rhythm. The Bucks ultimately succumbed to the relentless offensive pressure of the Celtics, their valiant resistance proving futile. Despite Zhou Ke not taking any shots during this period and instead facilitating his teammates with numerous assists, Coach Fox Ford realized the game was slipping beyond his control. He signaled for his team to concede after the next defensive play. According to NBA protocol, should one side concede, the Celtics would naturally substitute their starters, leading to Zhou Ke and Oppo's exit from the game. Should the narrative continue on this trajectory, the Celtics would soon celebrate their fourth consecutive victory, temporarily positioning them atop the Eastern Conference with a flawless record of 4 wins and no losses. "Michael, didn't I tell you? This kid's scoring will undoubtedly surpass yours in this game," remarked Pippen, raising his voice intentionally from the United Center in Chicago. "Although I suspect he's merely coasting." His scoring ability was on full display in the first half. Yet, in the second half, it seems as though he is deliberately avoiding scoring. Pippen observed Zhou Ke on the screen, puzzled by his apparent reduction in offensive ambition since the third quarter, focusing instead on orchestrating plays and defensive efforts. Despite Zhou Ke's diminished scoring in the second half, the Celtics' lead continued to expand, a testament to his ability to organize the offense and instill defensive intimidation. Not only could he score, but he also elevated his teammates' performances. Realizing this, Pippen suddenly understood the true extent of Zhou Ke's prowess. "Just luck, really. If he scores 30 points against my defense, I'll become a truck driver." Jordan scoffed lightly. "Michael, I recorded that." Returning focus to the court, Coach Fox Ford was prepared to concede as the Celtics initiated their final offensive push. Zhou Ke, with the ball in hand, stood at the top of the arc, contemplating how he would conclude this contest. Would it be a three-pointer? A driving layup? A dunk? An assist? As the 24 seconds ticked away, even though Zhou Ke was positioned near half-court, Ray Allen dared not relax his vigilance. 8-7-6 Zhou Ke remained motionless. Each passing second felt interminable to Allen, whose jersey was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading from his forehead down his cheeks. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with all eyes fixed on the two athletes. How would Zhou Ke choose to conclude this final offensive play? 2-1-0 thud. "Your three-point shot is commendable," Zhou Ke remarked, passing the ball to a visibly anxious Ray Allen just as the 24 seconds elapsed, adding, "But it's still a fraction behind mine." Staring in disbelief at the ball in his hands, Allen was taken aback. Was this what being a first overall pick entailed? Such a distinctive approach to ball handling. "Am I being complimented?" "Hey." He praised my three-point shot. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's commendation, Ray Allen's face lit up with joy, akin to a child receiving praise from an elder. Little did he realize, Zhou Ke was merely putting on an act. A fraction? Not just a fraction. Moreover, in that final play, Zhou Ke had chosen to forego a scoring opportunity entirely, truly putting on a show. Unlike others who might scramble to inflate their statistics, Zhou Ke demonstrated a different mindset. He could score, but deemed it unnecessary, as his current performance already positioned him as the league and Oppo's highest scorer this season. Indeed, it was a masterclass in subtlety. After putting on his act, Allen remained blissfully unaware, grinning as he approached the bench, exclaiming, "Hey." Zhou Ke said my three-pointer was just a tad less impressive than his. "Are you sure he meant a tad? And not a fraction?" Glenn Robinson hinted. But seeing Allen's exuberance, he hesitated to shatter the illusion. After all, revealing the truth might shatter Allen's confidence. With a staggering stat line of 53 points, 16 assists, 14 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 steals, if one were to glance at these numbers without a name attached, they would undoubtedly proclaim it belonged to Michael Jordan. Yet, this stat sheet boldly bore the name Zhou Ke. After both teams substituted their starters, the statistics of the 10 starting players were swiftly presented at the sidelines. Amidst the myriad of performances, Zhou Ke's numbers shone particularly bright. The digits 53 reverberated in the minds of the commentators. Zhou Ke had surpassed Jordan, reclaiming the title for the season and Oppo's highest single-game score. This was perhaps Zhou Ke's most profound response to Jordan. Chapter 96, The Sun Among the Stars. I never dared to believe that one day the NBA court would be dominated by a young man from Huaxia with yellow skin, challenging none other than Jordan. The commentator wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, unable to suppress the trembling of his fingers. Before Zhou Ke, we were perhaps unaware that Huaxia had basketball players of such caliber, but now we must acknowledge that Zhou Ke deserves a place among the superstars. In 4 consecutive games, each more astonishing than the last, Zhou Ke, having just entered the NBA, not only bypassed the usual adaptation pains but delivered performances even more dominant than those in the NCAA. Particularly in terms of playmaking, Zhou Ke has undergone a remarkable evolution. While he already exhibited extraordinary organizational skills in college, he has now ascended to a new level, even when he refrains from scoring. He possesses an uncanny ability to facilitate his team and oppos's success, placing them in favorable positions. Throughout the second half, it was evident that Zhou Ke intentionally reduced his shooting attempts. Yet not a single opponent dared to underestimate him. This alone attests to Zhou Ke and oppos's formidable presence. In the upper office of the North Shore Garden in Boston, Auerbach ignited a celebratory cigar, taking a deep puff, his expression radiating pure joy. He couldn't and oppos's help but admire his own foresight in discovering such a remarkable talent. While he had anticipated Zhou Ke and oppos's potential, he never imagined Zhou Ke would be this formidable, exhibiting such exceptional prowess. This season not only avoids mediocrity but holds the promise of a playoff push, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a chance at the finals. Crucially, the trades made to acquire Zhou Ke had initially depleted the team and oppos's immediate fighting strength, yet from another perspective, these transactions cleared the Celtics of numerous undesirable contracts. This mid-season reinforcement left ample room for operational maneuvering. Should the exhibited potential of the team captivate Auerbach, a grand undertaking may not be out of reach. The Celtics and oppos's resurgence may not require a prolonged wait. This season presents the perfect opportunity. Zhou Ke, the eternal deity. 53 points. Zhou Ke is extraordinary. Who dares claim Zhou Ke cannot score 50? Step forward and face the consequences. Let these foreign players witness the true strength of Huaxia athletes. Zhou Ke, the light of Huaxia. Across this vast land, fans weep tears of joy. Our great Huaxia boasts countless talents. Yet basketball has long been a source of anguish. While our performance in Asia has been commendable, we have struggled to assert ourselves on the international stage against formidable Western teams. The journey of Huaxia basketball has been akin to a prolonged night. However, amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope now shines. That hope has showcased itself on the NBA stage. Zhou Ke is demonstrating to the world that players from Huaxia can indeed be among the best. Oh, Zhou Ke, how can you perform so splendidly? In the CCTV studio, Li Wei could barely contain his laughter. You should play even more fiercely. Leave them in shambles. The Huaxia basketball scene, from this moment, has players who can make a name for themselves on the international stage. The camera returns to the Bradley Center. We accept our defeat gracefully, having done our utmost. Ray Allen, interviewed post-game, were no signs of disappointment. Rather, he appeared somewhat pleased. I thoroughly enjoyed my first duel with Zhou Ke. The experience was nothing short of delightful, and his skill is worthy of a top draft pick. Surprisingly, after the previous matches, players from every team had been left with bruised egos, yet this time, Ray Allen and oppos's smile remained intact. It almost led one to suspect he might be a double agent for the Celtics. Well, I don't have much to say. I got thoroughly beaten. It is what it is. Beside him, Glenn Robinson, during his interview, adopted a markedly less arrogant demeanor, casually tossing out a comment before turning to leave the player tunnel. Deep down, he yearned to project his usual bravado, but tonight, his performance simply did not allow for it. Both offensively and defensively, Zhou Ke had schooled him, leaving no room for pretense. If he were to feign confidence, he would merely be slapping himself in the face. If only this match had unfolded at the level of past encounters, you would see Big Dog's arrogance. But for today, let it rest. Our tactics bore some fruit, yet as you observed, the Celtics responded remarkably well, while we failed to adapt accordingly. Bucks head coach Fox Ford wore a hint of regret. In his view, had they shifted their strategy in time, they could have potentially ended the opponent's winning streak. Little did he know, Zhou Ke had deliberately held back to stave off boredom on the sidelines. Next time, we will prioritize our defensive focus on Zhou Ke. For we cannot afford to underestimate a player capable of scoring 50. He must be treated with the utmost respect, lest we suffer another lesson. In essence, this means, today we underestimated you, failed to defend adequately. Next time, I will devise a strategy to contain you. And we shall see if you can achieve such scoring once more. In this match, Fox Ford placed tactical emphasis on mobile offense. And although some defensive plans were put in place for the Celtics, he did not allocate sufficient attention to Zhou Ke, for which he paid dearly. Zhou Ke effortlessly surpassed the 50-point mark. Such lessons are etched into memory. A painful lesson that no team wishes to repeat. Nonetheless, the Bucks performed admirably tonight, managing to endure longer than any of the Celtics' previous opponents. They were also the first to witness Zhou Ke in the second half, though other factors influenced the game. It still counts. Furthermore, their rookie Ray Allen delivered commendable stats, 20 points and 4 assists, including 5 three-pointers, a remarkable achievement for a newcomer. Had the opponent been anyone but Zhou Ke, Allen's performance would have shown even brighter. Regrettably, as he radiated his own brilliance, Zhou Ke's dazzling light overshadowed all. Without the stars to frame it, how can one truly appreciate the brilliance of the sun? Chapter 97, New Additions to the Versace Quotations in Milwaukee's Bradley Center. The Boston Celtics achieved yet another victory, showcasing a seemingly fragile appearance yet celebrating their fourth consecutive win, leading the entire league. What accounts for this remarkable streak? A glance at the Celtics roster before the season likely would have led no one to believe that this team, appearing even less formidable than some developmental league squads, would dominate the league, overshadowing even the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls. This four-game winning streak was indeed a part of the plan. When faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, Emil Kirill found himself at a loss for words. A four-game winning streak. Having triumphed over formidable opponents such as the Jazz, Spurs, and Pacers, was this victory not merely a matter of execution? Though this match seemed suspenseful until the final quarter. The astute observer would recognize that the outcome had been determined long before the halftime buzzer sounded. 53 points, while this score may seem impressive for other players. When it was achieved by Zhou Ke, it appeared less remarkable. ESPN reporter D. Brown began his customary praise for Zhou Ke. Yet, it is worth noting that this is not mere flattery. A rookie scoring 53 points in only his third game is undoubtedly worthy of acclaim. Furthermore, it was evident to all that this 53 was far from Zhou Ke's limit. Throughout the second half, he focused on facilitating plays, perhaps finding scoring to be a mundane challenge. D. Brown's observation holds merit. During the first half, Zhou Ke monopolized nearly half of the team's scoring. However, as the game progressed, under Zhou Ke's orchestration, his fellow starters gradually found their rhythm and produced commendable statistics. D. Brown recorded 18 points, 2 assists, and 3 blocks. Frank Brickowski contributed 15 points, 1 assist, and 10 rebounds, while Brett Sabo and Alton Lister also delivered commendable performances. For these players, the first 4 games marked their career bests. Besides Zhou Ke, they consistently received optimal scoring opportunities, making it difficult not to score. This further attests to Zhou Ke's capabilities, not only as a scorer but also as a competent and exceptional leader. After interviewing the others, the spotlight inevitably returned to Zhou Ke. Undoubtedly, he's shown as the evening's most dazzling star. 53 points, the highest single-game score of the season thus far. 16 assists, the highest assist count of the season to date. In one game, he led the league in 2 statistical categories, and let it be noted that he is merely a rookie, having just turned 30, breaking so many records. Zhou Ke remained unperturbed under the spotlight, appearing less excited than one might expect, as he harbors little interest in statistics. Congratulations, Zhou Ke. Scoring 53 points and recording 16 assists not only sets a new career high but also surpasses Jordan, claiming the season's highest single-game score. Is this your response to Michael? The reporter and Oppo's question was pointed. Records? 53 points? I'm sorry, I genuinely did not pay attention to my score. These records and statistics are merely numbers. My goal is to win games. Zhou Ke leaned closer to the microphone, maintaining a calm demeanor. Moreover, he added, I did not intentionally aim to score high to surpass anyone. My sole focus was to assist my team in securing victory, nothing more. The reporters momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Based on Zhou Ke's performance on the court, it was clear he was not merely padding his stats. He contributed when the team needed him most. Once the team established a lead, Zhou Ke began to uplift his teammates rather than monopolize the ball. Initially, the reporters aimed to challenge Zhou Ke, but his response left them speechless. After a prolonged silence, one reporter, Kai, eventually responded. You claim you did not intentionally score 53 points to surpass Michael. Why then, after reaching 53, did you cease to attack? Because the lead was sufficient for us to win the game. It is as simple as that, Zhou Ke replied with a shrug. However, Zhou Ke would not reveal that scoring excessively could hinder future games against Jordan. 53 points, neither more nor less, just 2 points above Jordan's previous game. While it may appear as a mere 2-point advantage, these points acted like a thorn in Jordan's side, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Zhou Ke and Oppo's succinct remarks incited another wave of excitement. Undoubtedly, surpassing Jordan to reclaim the season and Oppo's highest score raises skepticism regarding his claim of unintentionality. Without a doubt. These remarks exemplified Zhou Ke's unique style of Versace literature, once again dominating headlines across the nation. Another question arose. A waiting TNT reporter seized the opportunity to present the microphone to Zhou Ke. In this match, you competed alongside fellow rookie Ray Allen. What are your thoughts on his performance? Ray Allen is a commendable rookie, His performance today was noteworthy. I believe it is apparent that his greatest strength lies in his three-point shooting, Zhou Ke pondered, stroking his chin. However, compared to me, he still falls a tad short. A tad short? Really? We didn't quite notice that. You hit several three-pointers just in the first half, not to mention the numerous pull-up threes. While Ray Allen also made several significant three-pointers, particularly critical ones, in direct comparison to Zhou Ke, he indeed lagged behind. How could Zhou Ke claim it was merely a slight difference? Is it really just a slight difference? The ESPN reporter inquired skeptically. Indeed, just a tad. Zhou Ke confirmed with a nod. The reporter fell silent once more, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Hello? If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Well, then, I shall take my leave. Observing the reporter frozen in place, Zhou Ke shrugged and headed towards the players and Oppo's tunnel. Ah, yet another instance of Versace. Just a tad. Not merely a slight difference. The reporter finally regained his composure. Realizing he had been caught in yet another round of Zhou Ke and Oppo's Versace rhetoric, Zhou Ke's collection of Versace quotations now included a new term, just a tad. Please support, share, and offer all possible encouragement. Immense gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Thank you. Chapter 98. The Mountain Glows Red. On the following morning, the People's Daily of China featured a basketball player prominently on its front page, occupying half of the newspaper. Zhou Ke, the shining star of Chinese basketball. Beneath the headline was a striking image of Zhou Ke executing a thunderous dunk, and once published, it ignited a sensation across China. Despite the era's relatively underdeveloped information technology, the People's Daily still managed to reach every household. This publicity undoubtedly elevated Zhou Ke's fame once more. Now, whether one was a basketball enthusiast or not, Zhou Ke's recognition soared to new heights. Those who typically shunned basketball finally grasped the meaning behind the fervent exclamations of fans proclaiming Zhou Ke's greatness. They realized that China indeed possessed such an extraordinary talent. Simultaneously, major American newspapers showcased Zhou Ke, whose individualistic and flamboyant expressions enchanted every fan. Some die-hard supporters found themselves restless if a day passed without hearing Zhou Ke's captivating quotes. In addition to extensive media coverage, the NBA also released the Player of the Week for the inaugural week of the new season. Without question, the Eastern Conference Player of the Week was Michael Jordan of the Chicago Bulls, who averaged an impressive 33 points per game and achieved a remarkable 51-point performance. Besides his outstanding individual statistics, Jordan led the defending champion Bulls to a powerful start in the new season, securing 3 consecutive victories and temporarily claiming the second spot in the Eastern Conference. For the week, the Best Point Guard award went to Stolten of the Utah Jazz. Although the Jazz suffered an upset loss to the Boston Celtics, they quickly regained their form, achieving a streak of 2 consecutive victories. With Stolten contributing significantly by averaging 11 assists per game, an essential factor in their success against formidable opponents. The best small forward of the week was a fresh face. An individual with a unique complexion and long, dark hair, none other than the rookie sensation Zhou Ke from the Boston Celtics. In the past week, Zhou Ke led the seemingly underpowered Celtics to an impressive 4-game winning streak, restoring the team into Oppo's former glory. Not only did he demonstrate exceptional leadership, but his personal prowess was also undeniable, averaging an astounding 40 points per game, setting a record for the highest scoring average by a rookie in NBA history. Furthermore, Zhou Ke became the first Chinese player to receive the Player of the Week honor, a feat never before achieved by any player from China. The best center of the week was Shaquille O'Neal of the Los Angeles Lakers. After his transition, O'Neal exhibited remarkable dominance, guiding the Lakers to 3 consecutive victories to kick off the new season and reinstating the purple and gold team to its former pinnacle. The power forward category was fiercely contested, with numerous players showcasing competitive performances. However, Karl Malone ultimately claimed the title, thanks to his impressive statistics. Despite being unexpectedly outperformed by rookie Zhou Ke in the first game, Malone rebounded in subsequent matches, averaging an explosive 33 points, making his selection as Player of the Week entirely justified. With the announcement of the NBA and Oppo's Players of the Week for the 1996 to 1997 season, Zhou Ke and Oppo's already prominent status reached its zenith, witnessing Zhou Ke and Oppo's continuous rise to prominence across America. Nike and Oppo's president Phil Knight grew anxious due to the lack of communication. Haven and Oppo's, we instructed you to reach out? Why is there still no news after all this time? He had previously extended significant goodwill in their last contract. Yet days passed without a response from Zhou Ke. His assistant, exasperated, noted that they had already contacted Zhou Ke and Oppo's agent, Bill Rafi, who indicated that Zhou Ke was currently uninterested. The assistant pondered why such a large corporation as Nike, with numerous endorsed athletes, had never placed such emphasis on a newcomer. Even the legendary Michael Jordan appeared to have never received such attention. It seemed odd to prioritize a rookie to this extent. Surely, he can't be that remarkable. Before he could finish his thought, Phil Knight and Oppo's expression turned stern as he tossed a stack of newspapers onto the table. Upon opening them, it was clear that the headlines were dominated by that young man of yellow skin. We cannot remain passive. We must be more proactive. We cannot let such an opportunity slip away. Prepare tickets for Boston. In Boston, at the North Shore Garden Arena, during a break in training, excitement buzzed among the players. Wow, Zhou Ke, this is incredible. Player of the week. Dude, you look fantastic. Look at these newspapers. You're all over the headlines. D. Brown and others flipped through the papers, each showcasing Zhou Ke's achievements. Basic skills, no big deal. Zhou Ke casually picked up a newspaper and read aloud. The Light of China. Zhou Ke, scoring 53 points. Outshining the basketball god. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? A hint of disdain crossed Zhou Ke's face. Exaggerated? Where's the exaggeration? I think the copy is quite well done. His teammates stared at him in confusion, unable to comprehend where he found the overstatement. Not exaggerated? Zhou Ke tossed aside the newspaper and picked up another one, continuing, is scoring 53 points merely a basic skill? Isn't this remarkable? The room fell silent as the lively chatter ceased, leaving everyone speechless. Goodness, he's even starting to show off in front of his teammates. Absurd. They regretted asking him, knowing he would surely boast. We shouldn't have given him this opportunity. As the others lamented, a white-haired elder entered the arena. Who is that? D. Brown turned to see the elderly man, who was carrying a briefcase. Is it Phil Knight? As the figure approached, the crowd finally recognized the face of the Nike president, Phil Knight. Please support with collections, silver tickets, and any form of assistance. Thank you immensely for your generous support. Chapter 99. Follow Zhou Ke for a feast. At the North Shore Garden in Boston, the president of Nike, Phil Knight, unexpectedly made his appearance within the arena. What could possibly bring him here? Could it be that he is seeking Zhou Ke? The onlookers stared in astonishment at Phil Knight, perplexed by the purpose of his visit. Hello, Zhou. Knight approached Zhou Ke amidst the crowd. I'm Phil Knight, the president of Nike, and I hope to discuss something with you today. With a warm smile, he extended his right hand toward Zhou. To everyone's shock, he had indeed come specifically to seek Zhou Ke. The spectators, including D. Brown, were expressions of disbelief. While some had speculated this outcome initially, witnessing it firsthand rendered them incredulous. This might very well be the first time in Nike's history, aside from Michael Jordan's initial retirement, that Phil Knight personally invited a player to discuss a contract, and particularly for a rookie player. Such an unimaginable scenario had manifested before their very eyes. Mr. Phil. Zhou Ke responded, rising and extending his hand in a rather nonchalant manner. I hope our discussion will be pleasant. Zhou was well aware of the matter Phil Knight had in mind, which pertained to a sneaker contract. Previously, Nike had proposed a highly enticing contract. Yet Zhou feigned ignorance and remained unfazed, which left Phil Knight rather anxious. Discussing a contract? Why is there still a discussion? Wasn't an offer of $60 million made last time, along with a personal brand and shares? Did Zhou Ke actually refuse? The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Could anyone truly reject such a lucrative contract? Zhou Ke's unexpected actions both on and off the court left many bewildered. $60 million and a sneaker contract were sums that D. Brown and his companions might never earn throughout their entire careers. The idea that Zhou Ke had outright rejected it was simply absurd. I did not refuse. Zhou Ke seemed to sense the shock in their eyes and calmly began. That's more like it. I thought no one would turn down such a substantial contract unless they were out of their mind. D. Brown exhaled in relief. But I have not accepted either. Zhou Ke continued nonchalantly, inadvertently displaying a hint of superiority. Ah, yes, certainly, it will happen. Phil Knight beamed at Zhou Ke's willingness to discuss the contract. Please, I have already booked a grand hotel outside. He slightly bowed, gesturing invitingly. No need. We can discuss it here. Zhou Ke paused, considering the inconvenience and the waste of training time. Talking in the arena was entirely feasible. Here? Phil Knight inquired with slight confusion, glancing at the surrounding players for confirmation. It's fine here. They are all my teammates. And what we discuss pertains to them as well, Zhou Ke affirmed. Pertains to us? The crowd was taken aback, questioning Zhou Ke's intentions. Was he about to flaunt again? They felt the urgency to exit the scene. Very well, Phil Knight pondered for a moment but did not press further, recognizing that he needed something from Zhou today. And discussing here seemed acceptable. This is the contract I have prepared. Please take a look and see if it suits you. Phil Knight produced a document from his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Ke. Confidence radiated from Phil's demeanor, as if he was assured of success. As Zhou Ke accepted the contract without glancing at it yet, D. Brown and the others, who had initially contemplated retreating, quickly gathered around him. 8 years. $100 million, plus a personal brand, and 20% equity. The contract could be renewed indefinitely. As he read, D's voice began to tremble. In my lifetime, I have never seen such wealth. 100 million. What does that even mean? A suitcase full of cash? Zhou, what are you still hesitating for? Yet when they looked up at Zhou Ke, his expression remained calm and indifferent, as if he were holding a mere piece of blank paper. Seeing Zhou Ke's unperturbed demeanor, Phil Knight and Oppos, his heart sank. Was it over? Mr. Phil, I appreciate your sincerity, but I have a condition, Zhou Ke remarked casually, returning the contract after only a cursory glance. What condition? Phil Knight and Oppos' expression darkened as he received the rejected contract, initially filled with joy but now clouded by disappointment. I had promised you, Zhou Ke said, casting a knowing look at D. Brown and the others, his face adorned with a slight smile. I can accept a lesser amount in the contract and a reduced stake, but there is one condition. What condition? Phil Knight asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Every player on our team should receive no less than a $2 million sneaker contract, Zhou Ke asserted with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. If you find this unacceptable, our discussion may conclude here. If you deem it feasible, I can accept a 10% reduction in equity and half of the sneaker contract. Absolutely. Phil Knight was momentarily taken aback but quickly agreed, realizing the rarity of someone willingly proposing to lower their compensation. Even if each member of the Celtics received a contract of at least $200,000, including the team staff, it would still be a profitable transaction. Zhou, have you thought this through? That's $50 million and 10% equity.